Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some, and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and
In
Wisconsin.
San Jose today, sunny skies, highs in the upper 70s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and Biontech. Whether it's the news, the traffic, the weather, or your COVID-19 vaccinations, it's important to stay up to date.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Garoppolo just trying to get it out. Wilson has it on the run. Lost the football. Denver's got it. And Denver's got this one.
You know, I thought we were going to open up with the pick 8. The streets are calling it the pick 8. Shout out to Steve Taylor out there on Twitter. You know, that was if Jeff Wilson Jr. play, the game was over. But the pick 8 and what we're talking about with Jimmy Garoppolo running out the back of the end zone, not knowing where he's at, and then throwing the pick 6 to Bradley Chubb. Thank the heavens he was out of bounds because it would have been a pick 6. Just an absolute disaster. And oh, baby, we're going to talk all about it. We're going to talk all about it. The defense was special last night, but it's not going to be a lot of positivity this morning. I'm going to tell you that right now. Because a lot of people last week took their little victory laps. They took their victory laps, and they said this team had a better chance to win with number 10. They had a better chance to win with number 10.
There were guys in the locker room immediately pivoting and talking to reporters. Well, it's not the worst thing in the world. We get a better chance to win.
Better chance to win. Players, coaches, running to Michael Silver at the SF Chronicle, talking about Jimmy gives them a best chance to win. A better chance to win. They scored 10 points yesterday. So, wait a minute. Are we going to pivot and say the Broncos defense is really good? Because last week the Broncos defense wasn't that good. I'm sick. That game gave me a headache last night. I'm sick.
How many times in our adult life, since Jeff Garcia got moved off this team, how many times in our adult life, you and me, and the rest of Niner fans have been sitting there going, God, we've got an elite top-tier defense and an offense that leaves so much to be desired. Can the offense just complement the defense a little bit? Like a little bit. I'm not even asking for a lot. A little bit. I swear to God, I have watched that episode of 49er football like I watched yesterday 8 bajillion times since 2004. And here's the worst part. You throw in the main villain, Russell Wilson. We all knew what was going to happen. We all knew it was going to happen, right? Like we all knew. He looked as bad as he could look for 3.5 quarters. Made 3 plays, game over,
and won the game. And the Broncos are sitting at 2-1, happy. And the Niners fly back to the Bay Area, 1-2 with the big time Monday night date against the LA Rams at Levi's Stadium next Monday. You blew a golden opportunity to stack wins early in this year because the schedule gets tougher. Kansas City's on the horizon. Tampa's on the horizon.
Kansas City.
Miami, they're on the
Kansas City.
horizon. I mean, there's some games here coming up where the schedule gets a lot tougher.
Oh, but the season's not over, B.
Oh, yeah.
You know what they're going to say? The season's not over.
They were 3-5 last year. I get it.
It's a long way to go. It's just one loss.
Look, man, let me get this out the way. Good morning to everybody out there. If you're getting off your graveyard shift, good morning to you. If you're on the roadways right now, good morning to you. If you're at work right now, good morning to you. Comcast Business Text Line, good morning to you. Twitch, YouTube, good morning to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, the morning roast here on a Monday afternoon, Monday morning, and the Niners lose 11-10. And good morning to Lutman, good morning to Spinoni, good morning to Shasky. Look, the call's already stacking up. I see the chat lit up right now. We've seen this movie before, and this movie's not aging well. It's not aging well. Now, I could go in here and rip Shanahan and do all that stuff, but how can I rip Shanahan when this quarterback is just not good enough?
I mean, come on.
The plays are there to be made.
Bonte.
The plays are there
We
to be
spent
made.
all summer critiquing a 21-year-old's arm throwing motion, and I watched the worst football football IQ I've ever seen in my life. Jimmy Garoppolo He's limited physically and mentally. The guy cannot see the field. For a 9-year veteran to not know how to avoid throwing into triple coverage is beyond me. Then you're going to critique the kid's throwing motion when I'm watching the worst footwork of a quarterback I have ever seen in my life. The next time Jimmy Garoppolo steps into a pass will be the first time.
Nah, it's just embarrassing.
The guy throws cutter sinkers from the quarterback position. I mean, it was a matter of time before the pick six happened, right?
It was a matter of time.
I mean,
he tried to throw 7 of them. He tried to throw 7 of them.
And then the funniest part was everyone's like, open it up.
Yeah.
No, close it down. Close it down.
Whoa.
They had one good run with Jeff Wilson Jr. The offense did nothing. It was one great drive, 5 plays, 6 plays, whatever it was, nothing. Literally. And here's the best part. You're going to hear it today. You're going to hear it all day. Oh, he didn't practice it. You're going to have the playbook. Where was the unique play that Jimmy had never seen before? Show me the play from yesterday's game that you haven't seen from this team over the last 6 years. I saw the same crap. Not one clever play. I'm so done. This guy's such an offensive genius. This quarterback. No, because I keep doing it to myself. I love this team, and they let me down my whole life. I set myself up to lose my mind. And yeah, there's a whole season. I know how this ends. This ends with Brock Purdy getting multiple starts.
Oh, my God.
This ends with this team breaking my heart, ripping it out like The Undertaker at the end of the year. You know that's how this ends.
You know what's so funny?
And they wasted a dominant defensive performance.
Without Eric Armstead.
They have 3 levels of superstars. They literally had a punting clinic. And they couldn't score more than 10 points.
I was thinking about this last night. The defense should get all the first-class seats. Fly back to the Bay Area in the offense. They needed, actually, just a few members. Jimmy Garoppolo, George Kittle, the offensive line need to get their asses on Greyhound and take the bus back to the Bay Area. Take the bus back to the Bay Area. You don't deserve to fly business class back to the Bay Area after that performance.
Well, I would just hop on the back of Jimmy G. He's got happy feet.
No.
I mean, he uses happy feet to walk back.
Take Greyhound back to the Bay Area. Number 1. Number 2, this whole thing last night that I'm starting to hear, the pivot's already starting. The spin's already starting. The narrative's out there. Well, he didn't really play at training camp, and he didn't have the playbook until the last week of the preseason. Jimmy Garoppolo has been in the system since 2017. I don't want to hear any more talk about him not knowing the playbook. It's the same damn play, Shanahan.
Was there one unique play last night?
Yeah, it's the same damn playbook.
Was there one unique play? Actually,
playbook.
there was a unique play.
It
was the one where he ran out of bounds like Dan Orlovsky. And that was going to be a pick 6.
That was going to be a pick. Steve Taylor's coming to pick 8. Here it is, right here. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to this crap.
Oh, my God.
2nd and 10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
He's right.
A break for the 49ers. This is a 9-year quarterback. If that was Trey Lance.
And a 6-year head coach.
A 6-year head coach.
Who called a screen pass with their non-mobile quarterback at the 1.
At the 1. A screen pass, and this guy doesn't even know where he is in the end zone. And he steps out and planted his feet. He actually stepped into the throw and threw a pick 6. And he threw a pick 6. And then Trent Williams gets hurt. He's out of the game. So then we got to watch Jalen Moore. Jalen Moore gets benched for Colton McKivitz. It's just an absolute disaster on offense. And you know what? Baldy said this, and I'm going to say this every single week, Shasky. Baldy sat up here in the second week of August and said, Bonte, Joe, the Niners may miss Mike McDaniel. And now he's at 3-0 in Miami, giving out game balls to the entire football team. And they beat the Buffalo Bills. And they look creative. And this team looks like they're stuck in 1970. 1970. These plays stink.
They had one.
Oh, my God.
We haven't even brought up. What about the safety cone, a.k.a. Mike McGlinchey?
Oh, my God.
The guy who was like ear to ear smiling about Jimmy Garoppolo coming back.
And that's,
this guy couldn't block my brother's 2-year-old son, George.
You know what, Shasky?
I mean, what is he doing?
Out of all the things that pisses me off about that game yesterday. All the things that pisses me off. I go back to last Sunday, and I go back to last Monday when all these national pundits, when a lot of Bay Area media.
I'm with you.
And these guys started chirping in the locker room, talking about, it sucks for Trey, but it feels like it's all gas, no brakes now.
Yeah, 49er football.
It feels like 49er football again.
Exactly.
When Juszczyk said that, and Kittle's talking to Silver, because that's who it was. We know who it is.
And Kittle smiling it up in the postgame
what about
presser.
Jimmy walking on midfield smiling after the
Why do I care
game?
more about this team than they do?
Dude.
Why? Why? Why do I do this to myself?
The fact that people thought this guy gave the Niners a better chance to win. So I don't want to hear anything about, Jimmy wins that Chicago game. It wasn't no monsoon yesterday. Wasn't no monsoon in Denver, Colorado. They scored 10 points, Shasky. 10 points.
Would you meet me here?
10 points.
I've been the biggest Shanahan supporter of all time. Watching him in this game, I'm looking at the sideline. Again, I don't even want to debate whether he's good, bad, great.
He got schooled by a first-year defensive coordinator.
But hear me out on this. I can't look at him the same. I'm looking at him. I'm like, you wrecked your number 3 overall pick, and you did this to yourself. Like, you did this. You deserve the Jimmy Garoppolo thing.
I apologize, Dave Johnson. You're right. Jimmy did score 12 yesterday. He scored 12 points, not 10. You know what?
No,
I need to catch a breath.
Here's the other part. Here's the other part. The arrogance from the head coach, and this is the truth. The arrogance it's
not even on him. Well, you know what?
No. Let me start with him. It trickles down from him because I'm going to tell you how to play football. You guys don't watch other teams around the league. I watch other teams around the league. They score points. Yeah, you don't. All right, that's number 1. Number 2, that arrogance has seeped down from the head coach to the rest of them. They act like they're 4-time champions. Like I'm watching Kittle laughing it up, yucking it up on the press conference. You haven't won anything. You have won nothing. I am an adult. The last time you won a Super Bowl, there was a different owner, and it was a Hall of Fame quarterback who's in his 60s.
Man.
That's who was quarterbacking.
Dude.
And the guy who's coaching my team, his father was the offensive coordinator. That's how long it's been. Yet they act like they're 4-time champions like the Golden State Warriors. If Draymond Green showed the amount of arrogance that George Kittle shows at a podium, we'd all be ripping him.
Yeah, and he's won championships.
You've won nothing.
And he's won a DPOI.
It drives me insane. And this fan base deserves better. Did you see how many Niner fans showed up? And you score 10 points?
10 points.
And you're supposed to be, you have playmaker in Ayuk, you have an all-pro in Debo, you've got the best left tackle in the game, you got a Pro Bowl tight end who didn't play in the first 2 games, but he's back now, and it's all gas, no brakes. You got the highest paid fullback in the league, you got your hand-selected offensive line, and you do that?
Well.
But you also geniused your way into reducing Jimmy's salary and bringing him back, and actually, you win now more. Like, all of these BS narratives, watch the games. This team's offense stinks.
So
stinks.
Not only do they stink, Shasky, they started the game yesterday 0 for 9 on 3rd down. 0 for 9 on 3rd down.
Is this Alex
with a
Smith
veteran quarterback.
NFC Championship game?
I watched Trey Lance throw a dime to Juwan Jennings on 3rd down, 3rd and 7, right down the field on the left sideline. But y'all say Trey Lance looked terrible. Mike Martz will tell you that he'd never seen anything worse than Trey Lance in week 1 in Chicago in the rain.
Are we going to break down Jimmy Garoppolo's footwork fundamentals? Because they're the worst footwork fundamentals I've ever seen in my life.
This is where, yes, Jimmy is so mid, and everybody's going to talk about, it's quick release. I'm seeing beat writers talk about his hand release. Oh, my God, what a dart. A 3-yard pass to Brandon Ayuk on the illegal pick play on the touchdown. And all of a sudden, we're going to salivate over that throw. We're going to salivate over a 3-yard throw. I see Tom Brady do that at the end of the Green Bay game.
I know, with nothing.
In his sleep. But we're going to salivate over Jimmy. Oh, my God, what a dart Jimmy threw on the goal line. Shut up. Number 2, Shanahan on Friday. This is why Shanahan losing people. Because you go up there, you tell us to go watch Buffalo.
Yeah.
Go watch other teams.
And we did.
And Josh Allen ran the ball 1 time.
On a scramble.
And then we watched Jalen Hurts yesterday almost throw for 300 yards in the first half against Washington.
I know.
Almost threw for 300 in the first half. And Josh Allen threw the ball 62 times. Not only that, Shanahan on Friday. Shanahan on Friday had the audacity before they flew out to Denver. And I don't know if it was a throwaway line or what. This guy had the audacity to tell all the Bay Area media and all the masses and all the 49er faithful, Jimmy's one of the best throwers on the planet. Oh, he's one of the best throwers on the planet? Then why have you tried to dump this guy 5 different times? You've literally tried to move off of this guy, but yet he's one of the best throwers in the football? Then why the hell did you move heaven and earth for the number 3 overall pick for Trey Lance? Shanahan's got to stop lying to us, man. The snarkiness, the cockiness, it's not doing them any good. You got to stop lying to us. We are not dummies. 49er fans are not dummies. Jimmy's not one of the best throwers of the football on the planet. Are you kidding me, Kyle? Stop lying. It's fake confidence you're giving to Jimmy
100%.
Garoppolo. It's fake bravado. He stinks, Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm so, you know what?
So bad.
I can't believe I'm saying this right now. I can't believe I'm about to say this right now. Can Brock Purdy be any worse?
My dad was
Brock Purdy be any worse?
Brock Purdy.
You know what? I might be with Kruger now. Show me what Brock Purdy has, because I know what 10 has, and he has nothing. He's throwing wide receiver screens 5 feet over Debo's head.
How about the 4-hopper? Like he was throwing throwing like infield, outfield to what is it? Brandon Ayuk over the middle.
I can't take watching mediocrity at the quarterback spot. We deserve better. We deserve better. This is and the excitement for the season. This is where the Trey Lance injury hurt, Shasky. Because there was an unknown there.
Oh, for sure.
There was an unknown. And we just wanted to see something special. We wanted to see a guy in the pocket just throw the ball down the field,
even if he struggled, I want to see something different. I just want to see. I know how this story ends.
That's the same old movie, Shasky. Jimmy Garoppolo, one drive where he looks good.
I know.
And the rest of the game, like Collinsworth was like, oh my God, I thought that was a pick six.
On the court,
the one third down conversion he had last night.
Oh,
where he threw it to Jawan Jennings on the outside.
Yeah.
Debo's wide open. He throws a shot put up. I mean, it is just.
Well, and Debo almost dropped it.
I mean, can you play him?
How my favorite is on 3rd and 17. Okay, let's throw a 3-yard slant to Debo.
God.
Debo break 48 tackles.
Debo's not lasting.
And then here's my favorite. After learning nothing on the 2nd and 8 with running Trey Lance through the gut and just getting obliterated, with 37 seconds left and 0 timeouts that Denver can't stop the clock. Let's pound Debo up the middle and pray that he can get up after this hit.
I got to relax.
So run out the half.
Hey, let's go to the calls. I need to relax. And you know what? I don't know if we can relax because the first call of the day, and he's been on hold since we got in the studio about 5:45, walked in here to say what's up to Spinoni, and Juice has been on the line since then. So let's go to Juice of Fremont to set the tone here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Let me tell you guys something. Under Eddie D or Carmen policy, Jimmy G would have been an afterthought. All right. Last week, our starting freaking fullback said, "Oh, Jimmy G is back." So 49er football is back. You're right. On display for the whole world to see last night. 49er football is back. Our quarterback, he missed Debo when he was open, being guarded by the linebacker. Yeah, that's 49er. Football. He didn't throw a fastball last night. He threw a freaking sinker. Yeah, 49er football is back. Jimmy INT is back. They said there's only 2 guarantees in life: death and taxes. Well, let's add a third one. Jimmy stirred turnovers. Everyone in that locker room was so giddy last week.
Yes.
They were so happy that they were back. They were even talks of a Super Bowl. Jimmy is who they say he was. He has no vision. He underthrows his open receivers, and he makes these pathetic passes in traffic that cause a great effort from the defense. So welcome to 49er football. We have an older version of what you call Josh Rosen. Did you guys know that Dante Pettis and River Craycraft has more TDs than Debo and Ayuk? Anyone wants to blame the O-line? Whose fault is that? The players don't draft themselves. That falls on the GM and the coach. Remind you, this is the same team that drafted Kinlaw instead of Tristan Wirth. All right? I mean, where was the creativity on the offense? You pay Kittle all that freaking money to freaking block. So just make him the right tackle. Right now, we might as well just say, like what Brock just say, just play Brock. What else is there to lose? I mean, right now, I'll take Sam Darnold, Cam Newton, Kaepernick. I'll take Dante Shasky as a quarterback. Heck, I'll take freaking Ray Ratto because this thing is pathetic under Jimmy G. You cannot make changes and expect different results.
Juice.
It's like putting a tuxedo on a pig. You can't expect him to stay clean all day because eventually, by nature, he will play in the mud. It is so pathetic that like teams like the Dolphins and the Jags has more win than you. All I can say is there's 99 problems on this team, and Trey Lance is one.
No,
you guys have a blessed day.
That's such a great call. And you know what you didn't bring up? How horrific the special teams is again.
So, you know what? I was thinking about this. Because I know you love special teams. I love special teams. I'm not calling them special teams anymore. They should just be called teams. Kickoff return team.
Special.
Kickoff team. Punt team. Punt return team. Because you ain't special.
How about when Ray dropped that ball? You saw that coming a mile
I thought he was going to get his neck broke. I thought it was like...
Can we block anyone? When he came out on the first play and went to the 10, I said, what are we doing?
Ray, take a knee. And I'm not saying beat Colin Kaepernick. I'm saying take a knee when he catches a kickoff return in the end zone. Just get the ball at the 25.
This defense stopped them over and over and over and over. They had field position left and right. They had their full complement of weapons. Did Kittle play last night? Did Kittle play? He's got a comment for everything. He's got a funny joke for everything. Oh, he's the funniest guy of all time. He's got 10,000 commercials and 3 catches in a gots to have it game. Thank God he's playing right tackle. Oh, tight end. Tight end. Oh, and we don't even know where Trent Williams is at. That's the other. We don't even know.
High ankle. He might not be playing. Aaron Donald's coming to town next week.
Aaron Donald's coming to town. Is that the worst play of the Shanahan era? Not only were you going to get pick six, you ran out of bounds. Okay, for a safety.
It's the worst. It's the worst quarterback play I've ever seen.
Your franchise left tackle went down.
It's the worst. It was an absolute disaster. This guy ran out of the back of the end zone, planted his feet, and threw a pick six.
Oh, but Bonte, what if they beat the Rams? They'll be 2-2.
You know what's coming up? Your calls. Bay-Rob, Nick, Kevin, SF Bay Drummer.
If they beat the Rams, they're 2-2.
YouTube, your comments. I need a timeout. I can't believe this team works me up so much. I had so much fun at Media Day yesterday for the Golden State Warriors. That's a championship team. That's a team that handles themselves with class. What I saw... Go to break, Spinone. I can't even talk right now.
Chelsea Messenger helping you beat the books. Can the New York Giants stay unbeaten Monday night against the Dallas Cowboys? The G-men have not been good in primetime, going 0-10 straight up in their last 10 nighttime appearances. The Cowboys also 8-2 against the spread against New York in their last 10. Despite being the backup quarterback, Cowboys Cooper Rush also 2-0 straight up and against the spread in his last 2 starts for Dallas. Helping you beat the books, I'm Chelsea Messenger.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take-Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy-efficient appliances. You can also use less water with WaterSense bathroom faucets, starting at just $19.98. Plus, find other great energy-saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing that doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2022, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, R&S is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, R&S can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
BART is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of BART's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate BART's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
95.7 The Game is an equal opportunity employer, and we encourage local community organizations to refer qualified applicants to us. You can receive The Game and Odyssey job vacancy information by contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
To the 48-yard line. Denver bringing 4. Garoppolo protected in traffic. It's intercepted. Jonas Griffith on the deflection. Has it for Denver.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Mike Tirico on the call, NBC Sports. Situation's critical right now. I don't question critical. Yeah, I don't. A lot of people are going to say they started 3-5 last year and made the NFC Championship game. It's a different team. It's a different offensive line. And the quarterback looks like he's regressed. And you know what, Shasky, I'm going to start this. Before we go to the callers, I'm going to play something from Jimmy Garoppolo last night. Here's what Garoppolo had to say about the loss.
Just our rhythm. I don't think we weren't in a rhythm at all in the second half. And you could feel it, you could see it. We were talking about on the sideline, but just I don't know. I was just thinking about it. It was kind of my first week with these guys, and I just got to get in a rhythm with them, especially like third down. I mean, we were terrible today, and I just got to get on the same page with those guys, and we got to convert those.
Third down. So there were multiple third downs where guys were open and for whatever reason they missed the play. You want to say there was pressure? Of course there was pressure. You have to be a great quarterback in the NFL, you have to deliver the ball down the field on third down with people barreling down on you. That's what separates the good from the great, right?
Yep.
I mean, we know this about Jimmy G. Like, that's why the whole thing of this week about, now they're a Super Bowl roster. Now they're the favorite to win the NFC West. Did we not watch this? Like, again, no one's saying that he can't make a couple throws here and there. Right. But when push comes to shove, he will always let you down. They'll win some games. No one's saying they're not going to win games, but you're not winning the big prize. That's what this is about. It's about winning the big prize. That's why they made the move. Like, this was on. It was so clearly obvious. This is why they made the move for Trey Lance. And shame on everyone who couldn't let the kid a week. They couldn't give him 1 week in dry conditions before throwing him out with the bathwater. But yet we've got multiple seasons of Jimmy Garoppolo being at the very end of the bus, getting driven by everyone, and we're saying, Jimmy, just don't make 5 bad plays today. 5! He couldn't keep from shooting himself in the foot. That was the exact same game, minus the safety, of the NFC Championship game. The exact same game. And what's crazy to me is that everybody was like, well, we haven't seen him for 6 months, and we elevated him like what? He was like Nick Foles on a Super Bowl run?
No, he wasn't.
The way people were talking about Jimmy G was asinine to me.
No, it was asinine.
Apologize to Trey Lance.
Yeah, that playoff run was disgusting. They'll say Jimmy helped them get to the edge. No. The 49ers defense and Deebo Samuel and the running game helped Jimmy Garoppolo get to the NFC Championship game. But one thing about that soundbite, the reason why I wanted to play it, the one thing we learned about Trey Lance is he takes all the blame.
Oh, for sure.
He holds all the accountability for a 22-year-old who says, you know what, I didn't get it done. I have to play better for this team to win. I have to do this. Jimmy Garoppolo, first thing he wants to say, not to make any excuses, but, I haven't really been with the guys much, haven't practiced with them much. You've been here since 2017, dog. You've been here for every step of the way with Deebo Samuel. You've been here for every step of the way with Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk. Nobody wants to hear the excuse about you not knowing the playbook. It's the same damn playbook.
Was there one clever play that felt unique last night?
No, when that's on Kyle Shanahan.
But that's my point on, don't give me this whole playbook thing.
But don't even give
me
this.
They're running the same exact offense.
Don't give me this, my arm is sore. I haven't had a lot of practice with these guys. You need practice. You're a 9-year veteran. Nobody wants to hear that, especially after last Sunday when a lot of people were parading. Segment of Niner fans. I got a slew of DMs telling me Bonte Jimmy's back and it's the best thing for this football team. I hear players going straight to Michael Silver. Yeah, he gives us the best chance to win. Oh, really? Oh, Jimmy wins that game in Chicago in the monsoon.
How about the players play and you let Adam Peters and the entire team that's supposed to, evaluate the roster. How about you, like Mike McGlinchey, why don't you worry about blocking someone?
Right. Instead of running to a columnist and saying, he gives us the best chance to win.
Or my favorite, Jimmy actually scrambles. Only time all night he scrambles for a first down. Hold 69, Mike McGlinchey. It's disgusting.
Let's go back out to the lines.
It's disgusting. But honestly, B, here's the other thing. Because the whole playbook thing, you want to be mad at someone about the playbook? Don't be mad at Jimmy G on that. If that's what your argument is, you better be mad at Kyle Shanahan for botching the entire thing and not letting the guy compete, putting him on the tiny junior field, not giving him a playbook, saying you got trades. That's the other thing. Leaks galore.
I want to get to
this team every week. You know what they really are good at? Winning and losing it in terms of
leaking information.
They are the number one power ranked team at leaking information.
Well, they leaked the information about Washington, and Ron Rivera after the game said that's horse crap. That's not true. So, and why do we keep leaking stuff from March and April? Here's the thing, and I told you guys in the thread yesterday. Right before it comes out, the Niners basically put the kibosh on the Washington trader. Jimmy got the surgery, so the Washington. I do not care about what happened in March and April anymore. Did you see? Hello, Shesky. I do not care about what happened in the offseason. I care about what happens on Sundays now. We're in week 3. All right, heading into week 4. I don't care what happened in April. I don't care about the surgery anymore. I don't care about what happened in the offseason. It is go time. It is week 3 of the NFL, and we got people still talking about the offseason and the 49ers leaking things about the offseason. Donnie, Parag, I do not care. Go win some football games. That's what I care about. Go win a goddamn game on Sunday Night Football. I don't care about the offseason anymore. We're past that. Jimmy's that quarterback who a lot of people thought gave him the best chance to win a freaking football game and go out there, score 10 points, and punt the ball all night. And you got Torrey Smith out here. Torrey Smith, who stole money from the 49ers, talking about that's the worst football game I've ever watched in my life. That whole nation was subjected to that, watching my 49ers go out there and trot number 10 out there on Sunday Night Football in front of the entire world and basically throw up on himself and pull a Dan Orlovsky.
The worst part about this,
sickening.
The worst part about this is we're all going to talk Shanahan and Jimmy, and you and I are going to do that. The defense and D'Amico are the best part of this team.
And we can't even talk about them.
No, D'Amico's the best coach on the team right now, and by far and away, the worst part of this team is their offense. And that goes back to the head coach.
I can't even believe.
That's his time. And then how about in that same report by Schefter? I read the whole report. At the very end, they're also blown away with Brock Purdy. Why you got to throw that out there?
What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll get into the calls next segment. It's about you. Mondays, guest-free Mondays. It's all about the calls of 49er fans. Go ahead and vent, rip. Who does it fall on? Jimmy Garoppolo was awful last night. This offense was awful. They were 1 for 10 on third down. I got to stop yelling because it just drives me crazy on how this season is spiraling out of control. And do not call in today talking about whether they were 3 or 5 last year, they can make a run. Does this team have the body language of a squad that's going to make a run to the NFC Championship game right now? They stink on offense. They stink on special teams, and they stink coaching with the exception of D'Amico Ryans in that defense. That's the only good thing about this team. So we can spin positive and talk about defense all night long if you want. I don't have a problem not talking about Jimmy Garoppolo, Kyle Shanahan today. That'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
The Niners came up short in the Mile High City.
Intended for his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone to safety. And Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
We're reacting to the Week 3 loss all day long.
Hey, you guys are way too kind to Garoppolo. I mean, seriously, the guy, does he have any kind of field presence? I mean, 3 turnovers on this guy alone. Realistically, this guy is a joke.
Only on 95.7, The Game.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
The Grand National Rodeo is making its triumphant return to the Cow Palace on October 7th and 8th. Don't miss the awe-inspiring action of the Bronco Bucks of bareback riding, steer wrestling, bull riding, and all that you love about the rodeo. Get your tickets now at cowpalace.com and click Grand National Home. The anticipation is high for the 2022 Grand National Rodeo, October 7th and 8th.
It's the bottom of the 9th, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk. I would sleep upright with more pillows. But that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just 1 pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, barn doors by Trustile, or Anderson big doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
How do you make the most of your land? Shaw does it behind the wheel of a John Deere 1025R compact tractor. And he can do just about anything because
I make the earth take the shape that I want it to take.
But the Hubbards use their 1025R because
we really are trying to create this homestead.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. How will you make the most of yours? Nothing runs like a Deere. Get a 1-Series tractor for just $124 per month at your John Deere dealer today. For additional cost information, please call toll-free 855-633-2315.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Wildfire is coming. Get set by knowing what to take and where to go. If you need to evacuate, go early to protect your family and community. Wildfire is coming. Do you have a plan? Learn more at readyforwildfire.org.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. Tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my God!
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
You know, B, I told myself, I'm not going to get triggered by the Jimmy G thing, and he's going to play bad at some point, and I'm not going to lose my mind. I was thinking about it long and hard. I had a long drive this morning from the cabin because I watched the game at the cabin. And I was driving in, and there was nothing on the radio until Spinoni got on at 5 a.m. And so I was just thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking. The reason why I'm talking about for myself, why I was so pissed about last week and just how Trey Lance was being used is because I knew if he goes down, okay, we're not getting an opportunity to just see it. We're not going to get a chance to see it, to see if Kyle's guy that he hand-selected and him could work it out. If Trey's any good, if this team can go to the next level, all of the questions that we had, all right? And everybody kept saying, it's good. We're fine. We got Jimmy Garoppolo. And I know he played like crap yesterday, and he's not going to play as bad as he did last night the rest of the way through if he could stay in there. And maybe they make the playoffs. Maybe they do, all right? Maybe they do. But it just cements how pissed I am about what happened last week. I'm looking at that coach, and every call that he's dialing up, every decision on personnel, everything is through the prism of me looking at him going, you wrecked your number 3 overall pick. You have botched the quarterback situation from day one until now. You have a divided locker room, and you aren't holding up your end of the bargain because you were told that you were going to come here and fix the offense. And I look up 6 years later, and I look at a team that's allergic to the forward pass. And I look at a coach who wrecked, whether you want to say it was at one play. No, it is the totality of how he used it. He was the guy who was in position to find out whether his hand-selected guy was the guy or not. And the kid got hurt, and he's out, and we don't even know how long he's going to be out or if he's ever going to get an opportunity again with this head coach. I don't know, and I'm not firing Kyle. I'm just saying it is hard for me to look at him the same. And then when I see Jimmy Garoppolo have that kind of a performance, I throw my hands up and I say, Bonte, I said to you, coming out of the Minnesota Viking game, a divisional round game, this is the exact same thing I said about Alex Smith. This is the same thing I said about Colin Kaepernick. My entire adult life. Elite top-tier defense. Just not good enough offense. And I thought things would be different with Kyle. I thought things would be different with Trey Lance. I thought things would be different at some point maybe with Jimmy Garoppolo. Wrong. I feel like a scorned lover this morning. I'm so over it. And look, I'm not saying I'm out on Shanahan and he needs to be fired. No, I'm just saying I can't look at him the same right now. Now, maybe in 8 weeks, I look up and this team maybe is number one in the West and things look totally different. But right now, this morning, I'm sorry. I am pissed. And in terms of approval rating with Kyle Shanahan, all-time low. All-time low.
So,
I can't look at him the same.
The 49ers under Kyle Shanahan. 2017, they were 20th in points scored per game in the NFL. 20th. Okay, we give them a pass for 2017 because it was a terrible roster.
Yeah, horrible.
2018, 21st in the league in points scored. Now you lost Jimmy Garoppolo week 3. You're going to play Nick Mullins or C.J. Beathard, whatever. 2019, you get Jimmy Garoppolo for the entire season. They're second in points scored per game. You say the defense helped out a lot with that, whatever. They were second in the league in points per game. 2020, 21st in points per game. Last year, 13th in points per game. Right now, they're 28th in points per game. So first of all, don't ever call Kyle Shanahan an offensive genius ever again. He's a good play caller. But now, we're looking at the play design, and we're having questions about that. We already had questions about him being a quote-unquote quarterback whisperer because Jimmy Garoppolo has regressed under him. Trey Lance was used like a fullback yesterday. The play designing that was so creative the last 5 years, now we're questioning whether or not that's in South Beach, down in Miami with Mike McDaniel and the 3-0 Dolphins. Now we're questioning whether or not Kyle Shanahan was the brains behind the operation for all those great play designs. And it's not getting any better because Trent Williams is going to be out 4 to 6 weeks, it sounds like, with a high ankle sprain. Who knows if he'll be back Monday Night Football? You sure could use him because Aaron Donald's come to town.
They got one great run from their running back yesterday.
One great run from Jeff Wilson Jr., his career high, 37 yards. That's it.
Yeah, one drive. Kind of a sad sentence right there.
Career high, 37-yard run for Jeff Wilson Jr. Then he fumbles at the end of the game. The game was over to me, in my opinion.
I mean, when he took the sack on the play before, it was like so obvious.
You know, so I'm not saying fire Shanahan either. I don't even think he's on the hot seat. But it looks nasty because when I was at Warriors Media Day yesterday, Shasky, I talked to a lot of people, different beat writers, they all said the same thing. And they cannot believe it. And actually, some of the people called out Niner beat writers. They were like, why doesn't anybody take Shanahan to task? He used Trey Lance like a fullback. Now, you want to say you can't blame Shanahan for Trey Lance getting hurt? It's the totality in which he ran Trey Lance with. How come you couldn't use that game plan yesterday for Trey Lance, where he's just throwing the ball from the pocket? I know he can hit those throws down the field. I know he's not afraid to throw the out route with velocity on it. I know there's going to be mistakes, but I'd rather live with mistakes from a second-year player who's got 4 starts under his belt than a 9-year veteran who we've seen since 2017, Chasky. We've seen it over and over again.
I can't think of one head coach who's an offensive-minded head coach who's this scared. Just look at every decision is made out of fear. What if Trey goes down? You got to keep Jimmy. Jimmy, I don't want you to throw the ball because you could throw an interception.
Right.
Let's not go for it on 4th and 2 in the NFC Championship game, even though we're at the 38-yard line. Because you know what? If we miss the field goal, we're going to give them a short yardage.
Right. You got a great defense.
Where is the swashbuckling confidence? You know where it is? It's at the podium talking down to the media, but it sure as hell ain't on your play calling. It sure as hell ain't in your situational game management.
Nope.
And so I asked this simple question. We brought him here to fix the offense. Of all the problems on this team, is offense not number one?
It's number one. It's number one. Number one.
What is the excuse? If you want to point and say it's just Jimmy Garoppolo, he picked Jimmy. He was so happy that we got a backup. You have 2 starters. You know, we got 2. How many times have we heard he's one of the best throwers in the world of the football?
He just told us Friday he's one of the best throwers on the planet. On the planet. Lie to us all. Let's go to Bay Rob in the city.
I'm so frustrated.
Bay Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
All right, good morning, fellas. First of all, let's start here. Hey, bro, I'm going to keep it 100. Shanahan picked the wrong quarterback. I ain't got nothing against Trey Lance. He's too young. He's too green. He should have stayed in college. Second of all, Matt Jones was our quarterback. He can hit them throws. We all know he can hit them throws. He dialed Jimmy these throws up that a softball coming down the middle, and Jimmy cannot never hit the home run. This always been our problem with Jimmy. We know what we get it from Jimmy. He is not going to hit that home run from. And I believe Jones was the one that could do that. Shanahan do not know nothing about no quarterback that's a scrambling, running quarterback. Look what his daddy did. His daddy got MG3 hurt. Shanahan is just like his daddy. They destroy running backs and they destroy mobile quarterbacks. Tell me something different.
Well, Mac Jones...
Not Trey Lance hurt on purpose.
Mac Jones
Thanks for the call.
Looks mediocre right now with the greatest coach of all time. Now, Patricia's not that, but
Joe Judge, too.
Mac Jones looks garbage. So, whatever. I'm not even mad about that. Here's the thing. This is why I'm so pissed about last week, and I felt like the season was pretty much, not that it's over, but, the biggest question was, is Trey any good? I have no idea. Because the hand-selected quarterback and the coach who got an opportunity to pick him, we can't even hear it. We don't even get a chance to see it.
We don't even get to see
it. We have no idea.
So the excitement of the season.
We have no idea.
When I go to a game now, or I get ready to watch 49er football, I want to see them win, and I know the defense is going to perform, but I'm just like, got to watch this offense. I got to watch this offense. And there's nothing. It's the same angle route out of the backfield. It's the same slant route. It's the same wheel route down the sideline that Jimmy can't hit for whatever reason. It's right there for him.
But then why did we obsess over a Tyler Kroft miss in the rain in a downpour? Yet we don't even look at the 18 gazillion misses over the middle, over the deep end, over the top on Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not.
You know why? Because all that Jimmy does is win. All Jimmy does is win.
Didn't we see? Can I ask you a question? We watched this same fan base watched a guy, and we termed it Matt Caned. We termed it that. We were like, that guy pitched good enough to win. Yet this same fan base can't contextualize that the defense plays good enough to win all the time.
It's not everybody, though. It's not everybody. It's a minority. That's not fair. There's a lot of people out on Jimmy Garoppolo. But now, what's happening this year, Jimmy Garoppolo, in a way, gets a pass, right? I'm frustrated because he stinks as a quarterback. I'm sorry. It's just, last night was abysmal. And the excuses after the game,
wanted to move
it was
off.
abysmal. This is
so
why
obvious.
But now,
come on, so obvious. This is why they made the trade.
But you know what? The spotlight is now on Kyle Shanahan.
Agreed.
It's all on Kyle Shanahan. They botched the entire offseason. You bring Jimmy back. Last week, Shanahan, they win a game, and you want to be arrogant towards everybody saying, go watch Buffalo, go watch other teams, everybody runs that play. And then we go watch Buffalo, Josh Allen runs one time. And then you lie to us on Friday and say, hey, he's one of the best throws on the planet. Shanahan, the spotlight is on him. It's on him. You lost all the assistants. McDaniels in Miami, 3-0. LaFleur's in Green Bay, 2-1. Nathaniel Hackett, maybe the worst coach in pro football, and he got a win yesterday. He got a win against you, Kyle Shanahan. The spotlight falls on him. You're the offensive guru. You're the son of Mike Shanahan. We need to see something from you, Kyle. We need to see something from you. Because you act like you can win with anything, which is why you drafted C.J. Beathard in the third round in 2017. You said, no, I'm not going to scout Mahomes and Watson. I'm not going to scout those guys. I'm going to wait on Kirk Cousins, and I'm going to draft C.J. Beathard in the third round. This is all on Shanahan. At the end of the day, this entire season falls on him, and the spotlight is bright. It is bright. You want to be one of the best coaches? You ain't in McVay's league right now, bro. I told you that last year. I'm going to tell you that again this week.
We all think Debo's good. We don't even know what position he is, but we think he's a good player.
He's a running back now.
Okay? Ayuk, we all think he's got promise. Kittle, Kittle's awesome. Trent Williams, awesome. The fullback, we love him. They got a great running game. Last year, the Niners scored 30-plus points 3 games in a row. 10, 11, and 12. Those were the weeks in 2021.
Was that Seattle, Cincinnati, and who else was
I forget what the other game
Maybe
was.
Atlanta?
I'm not sure. But since then, since week 12 of last year, they've broken 30 points one time in 12 games, including the playoffs, and are averaging only 20 points per game.
Yeah. Offensive Guru. Let's go to VR out in Philly, watching this via YouTube. VR, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
I'm good. I mean, I've had better days.
Man, I'm telling you. Can y'all hear me good?
Oh, yeah, we got you. What you got?
All right. Man, I just want to say, man, y'all are spot on everything y'all said. And to be honest, I want to get out here. I got a local. I want to pull my freaking hair out. It was so abysmal, like just watching that game last night. And it's honestly, we are this mad. And my man, Shasky, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right.
Yeah.
Like, I know why you were so mad, right? Just a few minutes ago when you went on that little rant and you were spot on, right? It's because for the past, Shanahan's been here for however many years. I don't even know. I can't even think.
6 years now.
Like, because I'm so, right, 6 years now. And it's just the same thing over and over and over again. And then everybody got to get off on here, be politically correct.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is this, is that, all these. No. At the end of the day, we're going to keep it 1,000. Like, you guys he's average. He's just like, not what everybody claim he is.
Nope.
Like,
here's the irony of it. It's a good call. It's a good call. Here's the irony of the whole
VR.
thing. Jimmy and Kyle deserve each other right now.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Because they're kind of the same guy. Couple of good things, leaving me wanting more almost all the time. Almost all the time.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. Your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go back to week one. Okay, yeah, you're in the rain, blah, blah, blah. How many? Wow, that's a clever play. 1, maybe 2 a game?
No, you know what we got from that?
Wow.
No, you know what we got from that? Damn, what a throw by Trey Lance. Wow, I haven't seen a throw like that in a long time.
I'm saying from the play caller.
Oh, the
how
play
many,
caller.
How many wow great calls have you seen?
I'm
asking you.
Here's a text, 707, Comcast Business Text Line. Because I keep telling you this.
Yeah.
It's the same as jet sweeps every single week.
It's so
Number
predictable.
19's in the backfield.
It's so
and you know the defense is saying, alert, alert, alert. 19 in the backfield. Alert, alert, alert.
How about the smoke screen?
Can you play some play action pass off the 19, off of Deebo Samuel running the ball? That is done. Defenses had an entire offseason to get ready for Deebo Samuel running the football.
It felt like the Wildcat. It's come and gone.
You can't get creative. You can't get him down the field. Wow, he ran down the field on a dig route. Jimmy got it to him. Nice catch and throw. First down, 49ers. But can I see more of that? What about Brandon Ayuk? He's a stud. He has star potential. You moved back into the first round to draft Brandon Ayuk in a draft that had Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb. Who else am I missing? Jerry Jeudy, who doesn't. He's got a case of the dropsies. Henry Ruggs, who's in jail.
Yeah, but at least they keep throwing to him.
I mean, Brandon Ayuk was invincible in the second half. Now you want to say Patrick Surtain blanketing him? I don't know. Can you find ways to get Brandon Ayuk the ball? I saw a play in the third quarter.
He had 3 catches, and then after they scored a touchdown, I don't think he had another target.
Yeah, well,
I didn't see one.
Jimmy Garoppolo short-hopped him.
That's right, the one.
That's right,
the one. You're right.
He short-hopped him.
Yeah.
Short-hopped
he
the
was
shortstop. He was giving Collinsworth was like, boy, got to put a better throw on that. And that's what I love about the announcers these days. They're becoming more and more critical of the quarterback play. They're becoming more and more critical, and they've been said it all last year. Garoppolo drives people crazy because he's erratic, he's inconsistent, and the Jimmy no throws are coming.
Doesn't it feel like this offense
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
It's so predictable right now. And people are like, oh, Kyle's such a brilliant. Yeah, okay. Then why does it feel like I'm watching? Because like Chip, the biggest issue I would Chip, I knew the play before it was even hyped. I'm like, oh, this is a fake, slow developing read zone play. They're going to throw a slant to Jeremy Curley. Like on I think it was 3rd and 11. When they threw short to Deebo, it was the most predictable play I have ever seen. And I was like, oh, Deebo, please break 15 tackles and try not to get hurt. And that was the one where he stayed down on the ground, and everybody thought the same thing. Uh-oh. Right?
The same thing. The same thing. The same thing.
Does Kittle know that he can take a seam route? Do the Niners know you can split him out wide?
Again, and we got a long time for this. I just watched the Texans go to Chicago yesterday, put up 20. You know, the Texans put up 20.
I don't even know who their offensive coordinator is.
I mean, Davis Mills went in there. They were moving the ball up and down the field.
Give me Davis Mills. I'd rather have Davis Mills than Jimmy G. I'm going to tell you that right now.
The Niners in 2 games to score 20 points. 2 games. They scored 10 against the Bears and 10 yesterday against Denver. Now, but here's the spin, though. Boy, that Denver Broncos defense is better than we all thought. Shasky and I tried to tell you last week the Denver Broncos defense was really, really good.
What was the matchup? Who was the guy I kept identifying? I go, McGlinchey. They're going to find McGlinchey.
Well, Randy Gregory over Mike McGlinchey was the X factor.
And I didn't think it could get worse. Then Jalen Moore came in. Jalen Moore on 2 consecutive plays was blocking air.
Let's go to Rob in Dublin. Rob in Dublin, what's happening? You're on the roast. He's listening via the Transistor Radio.
Rob?
What's up, Rob?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I don't get it, man. How is it that I can coach the team from the couch? Like, I see every play develop, every one of them. I don't get it. Bonte, I'm on your Twitter handle. I'm like, you're stealing the words out of my mouth. Before I can even say it, you're already tweeting it. But at this point in time, I'm ready for open trials like Dick Vermeil did in Invincible. I'm ready for Uncle Rico to come and take over for Jimmy. Get rid of this bum. I'm out, fellas. I'm sorry, man.
You know what? You know what?
But they had a first and in 7 seconds.
You know what?
And 55 third-round picks all lined up for him.
Let me say this real quick. I feel sick to my stomach this morning because of a couple things. 1, Jimmy Garoppolo, and 2, Kyle Shanahan. But 3, 2 out of 3 weeks, hell, every single week this season, the defense has played their asses off.
Oh, they're elite.
Talanoa Hufanga has been playing great football.
Yeah. Yes.
Smacking dudes.
Nick Bosa was trying so hard last night.
I mean, Kinlaw's popping.
How about Warner?
Givens popping. Drake Jackson comes up with a sack.
How fast are these linebackers when they throw to a running back the flat?
Drake Greenlaw and Fred Warner Jr. are hitting people
everywhere.
Emmanuel Mosley looks like the most underrated cornerback in football. He always says in these big games, every time, going back to 2019, when he put Cooper Kupp on his back at the LA Memorial Coliseum, Emmanuel Mosley smacks dudes. Charvarius Ward, wow, looks like a great signing. Looks like a hell of a signing.
Look sweet,
he looks sweet.
I thought that was a touchdown to Jerry Jeudy over the top.
This defense has not missed Jimmy Ward yet. They didn't miss Eric Armstead last night. And we can't talk about the defense of DeMeco Ryans because of the offensive ineptitude. From the head coach and the quarterback position.
They gave up 9 points yesterday. 9.
Defense has been footing up. We should be talking about this great defense all day long. They have a Super Bowl caliber defense. They hit you, and then Michael Silver, he joins Willard Dibs every single week. Has the audacity. You know, this defense, they show that they can't carry a football team through an entire game. What else do you want them to do last night? You knew Russell Wilson was good for one drive. He was good for one drive. This defense is on the field because your offense is going 3 and out all the damn time. Your offense is 0 for 9 on third downs until late in the fourth quarter when Jimmy almost throws a no throw to Ronald Darby and he hits Juwan Jennings with Collinsworth. Everybody said, damn, we thought that was a pick 6. This defense has been playing lights out. And I can't spend time on the defense because this offense stinks. Because this offense, all the people who want to watch fantasy football and 42 to 40 games, well, we ain't getting that out here in San Francisco. It's going to be a lot of 17 to 13 games, a lot of 12 to 10 games, 11 to 10 games. And this defense is so damn good. They're ready to roll, Shasky. They're ready to roll all the way into Glendale, Arizona in February. But it's the offense, and it's the creativity, and it's the head coach who told us to go watch Buffalo and see how they call plays. It's beyond frustrating. An offensive head coach who can't put up more than 10 points in 2 or 3 games so far this season. And you think it's going to change next week against the Rams? On Monday Night Football? You think something's going to change? Same quarterback. No Trent Williams. You got no Elijah Mitchell. You got no TDP. Deebo Samuel's banged up. George Kittle looks like he's 70%. What's going to change?
We fell for the banana in the tailpipe. Can we all admit it? We hadn't seen Jimmy in so long. Everyone had fooled themselves. Did people watch? We argued over here. I said, did you guys watch the Dallas Cowboy playoff game? Did people watch the Green Bay game? I drove down with my dad and watched Jimmy Garoppolo firsthand in the NFC Championship game. That game last night was nearly identical to all of those games, except they had a little bit more offense early in the Dallas game. That was it. Literally, that was it. It is a story of missed opportunities and hanging on for dear life, coaching scared, losing at the end.
Dude, I was in Dallas at Jerry's World, and I literally was getting queasy during the fourth quarter. And I said, they're not winning this football game. And then you watch the Green Bay game, and you're praying for dear life for just one drive. Thank God for special teams. They were special that night in Lambeau Field. And then we were down there at SoFi Stadium. And the third play of the game for the Niners offense.
Mm-hmm.
After holding the Rams to a 3 and out. I'll never forget the buzz that was in the air at SoFi Stadium. Niner fans were humming, feeling it. And a big third down comes up, and Shanahan dials up the right play, and Kittle's running down the seam wide open. Your dad's telling you, he's got Kittle. He's got Kittle. We all do it.
I thought he's pinpoint accurate, though. That's what everyone told me.
And he airmailed it. But yet y'all had the audacity. A lot of you guys out there had the audacity to get on Trey Lance for overthrowing Tyler Kroft. Tyler Kroft shouldn't even be on the roster. Think about who he's throwing to. Jimmy's overthrowing George Kittle in the NFC Championship game. And y'all want to get on Trey? That's why I'm so fired up. For the way people treated Trey Lance last week. It was disgusting. Starting with that locker room, going to Michael Silver saying, yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo gives us a better chance to win. Jimmy Garoppolo gives us a better chance to win. And they go out there and stink it up on Sunday Night Football. Embarrassing, man. This is not fun. I'm not having fun watching 49er football. I'm not having fun.
They got out-coached.
By Nathaniel Hackett.
By a guy we all think is the worst head coach in the league.
Who just hired a game manager for him. He just hired some dude to help him with game management on a Saturday night.
Maybe we should do it.
Worked out for the Broncos.
Hey, Kyle, when it's 1st and 1,000 from the 1, don't run a screenplay and have your quarterback run out of bounds and throw a pick 6. Wow. And lose your franchise tackle.
Wow.
All in one play.
All in one play.
And the worst of the 3 was the safety.
Yeah.
That's the funniest part.
As Steve Taylor said on Twitter, it was a pick 8. That's what that was. It was a pick 8. Streets are saying it was a pick 8. More of your phone calls coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Wilson has it on the run. Lost the football. Denver's got it. And Denver's got this one.
We're reacting all day with Loneal, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh, my God.
Dylan wants to weigh in.
Jimmy G is just not that guy, man. He's just another guy on the field who's average at that.
On the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Well, I know who's reliable, and that's Kirby, because they are your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you. Brakes, tire replacements, oil changes, so much more. And they've added an eco-friendly wash, barely uses any water, and makes your car look brand new. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to the mechanic. Friendly and reliable service. No middlemen, no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction.
So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. Then if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
A hot shower should be hot. A Navien tankless water heater makes sure your hot shower is hot or warm or mostly hot, but not quite hot, but warmer than warm. Whether you take it in the morning, after work, doesn't matter. Do you want a quick rinse or a full-on luxurious, I think I'm in heaven spa-length investment of time? Your choice whenever you want it. A Navien tankless water heater keeps your hot water hot. Backed up by Navien's powerful warranty. Get the hot water you need whenever you need it, period. At tanklessmadesimple.com.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug. Brand new mug. Come here, kid. Give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster appointment as soon as you're eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and Biontech.
Second and 10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Tirico Collinsworth on the call, NBC Sports. That was the pick 8, the safety. There should have been pick 6. This is an absolute catastrophe. And I'm looking at the 972 Comcast Business text line. Our boy, Derek the Mailman. What up, Derek? Down in Dallas. Bonte, I think our offense is so pedestrian, we can't even open the playbook because Shanny knows how limited Jimmy is, and he doesn't trust him.
Is Jimmy ready?
The let Jimmy cook narrative was such a joke. The guy can't cook. He can't even microwave at this point. That's Derek the Mailman in Dallas, diehard Niner fan.
If I hear the Trey ain't ready line from someone ever again, it's just like, it makes me want to throw up, especially considering what I saw last night. Like, what Niner football were you watching the last 3 years?
You know what Niner football you were watching last night?
Give it to me.
13 first downs, 1 for 10 on third down, 25 minutes and 31 seconds of time of possession. Denver had the ball 34 minutes and 29 seconds.
Defense was on the field way too long.
Way too long in the second half.
You can't convert a third down to save your life.
You can't convert a third. Denver did in the second half, 6 of 19. We're basically 6 of 19 for the game. Most of those coming in the second half. So there's some numbers you wanted to bring up because we saw the save tweet.
Yeah.
Shasky, and I want you to reply to this.
Well, it's the one thing that people keep saying to me. They're like, Joe, the team wins with Jimmy. And I'm like, okay, no, they won in 2019.
Right.
Since 2019, let's go there because it's as if 2020 never happened.
So after starting 19-5, the Niners are 12-10 since 2020 with Jimmy Garoppolo starting. Jimmy's thrown 18 interceptions and lost 4 fumbles in those 22 games. In 46 regular season starts as the Niners starter, Garoppolo's thrown 39 interceptions and lost 9 fumbles. That's 48 total turnovers. 49 if you count the safety. That's from Al Sacco 49 on Twitter. And you've been saying this a long time. The turnovers, the fumbles, the sacks.
It's the decision making.
It's the decision making.
Like the number one thing. Like, okay. We could talk about footwork with Trey Lance. We could talk about arm strength. We could talk about delivery. We could talk about all these fundamentals. And none of that applies to Jimmy Garoppolo when his fundamentals are horrific. And as a 9-year veteran, the worst part of Jimmy Garoppolo is decision making.
Yep.
It's inarguable at this point.
Plays were there to be made last night. Plays were there to be made last night.
How about the narrative that he's super accurate and Trey's not accurate enough on the underneath stuff? I saw a guy airmailing throws all over the field. And if you want to say, Joe, that's one game. No, that's who he's been for the majority of his time. Now, just because the team wins, people cannot separate. And this is where you always go, all the national people, not you, but like people always say, the national people think this. Vegas thinks this. My eyes are telling me this dude, he won games in 2019. He had great moments in 2019. Since then, they have won despite him. 2020 and 2021. Has he had a game or two like the Cincinnati final 5 minutes? He was awesome.
Sure.
He was awesome.
Sure.
He was awesome. But then the Tennessee game happens.
Yeah.
All right? People forget. You know who threw the game-winning touchdown pass to get us into the playoffs?
Oh, it was Deebo Samuel to Jawan Jennings. And that was on the drive. And we say ran the ball, 11, 12 straight times? Remember that?
Yes.
They ran the ball 11, 12. They even let them throw on that drive.
But Trey's not ready.
Trey's not ready.
But my 9-year veteran who's 31 years old and has made $140 million, he's not ready either. So at what point do we say, who is ready? Is the coach ready?
Is Shanahan ready to pick a quarterback?
Everything's up. After a game like last night, you're still alive. You could still win the division.
It's very early in the season.
Oh, they were 2-4. They were 3-5 last year. All that's true. In the NFL, when you lose the way you did as the standalone game, you deserve to be walking out of there as a Niner fan going, I don't know what's up and what's down anymore. I have no idea what to make of this team.
Comcast Business Text Line 510. Y'all were juiced for Jimmy last week. Now look at y'all. Listen, the morning roast, we were not juiced for Jimmy Garoppolo. We were sad for Trey Lance. Unlike many members in that locker room, it felt like when they were quick to run to a columnist moments after we knew that Trey Lance broke his ankle. Because you know what? That was Niner football last week against Seattle. Oh, Jimmy looks so good. The offense just looks so much better with Jimmy Garoppolo playing quarterback than Trey Lance. And now we got a shot to win his Super Bowl.
Well, and what did
that look like a Super Bowl offense last night?
No. Well, what did you and I say before? When Trey was at quarterback, this offensive line stinks, in the words of Steiny. They're lousy.
Lousy.
Oh, you know what's going to be funny is when PFF comes out with their grades later on today, and they're going to tell me the offensive line was the top-rated offensive line, and Jimmy Garoppolo actually outperformed, every other quarterback in the league, yesterday. That's what they're going to tell you. PFF. I guarantee it. You just mark my words.
Let's go back out to the lines. 888-957-9570. Let's rat-a-tat-tat some of these calls. They've been on hold for a while. Start off with Max in Oakland, then we'll get down the list here. Max in Oakland listening on the radio. What's up, Max? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Man, what's going on, fellas? First of all, Jimmy sucks. He's trash. I'm stressed out. I'm anorexic right now. This is ridiculous. I do not get it. Missed passes. Deebo wide open for a touchdown. What happened to being red and gold till you're dead and cold? I don't get it.
When my starting quarterback, here's one thing. I watched Jimmy walk off that field, and he's like laughing.
He's like smiling.
So let me just play both sides of this for just a second, okay? Trevor Wilson was a pitcher for the Giants who had this weird thing where he would be smiling the entire time.
He's so weird.
But it was his way of dealing with the anxiety, coming to find out years later. People deal with things in different ways. And I do believe at times Jimmy Garoppolo's kind of go-to setting is to laugh when it's an uncomfortable situation. But I'll after the game, on my couch cannot feel worse about the loss than my starting quarterback. I don't, even if that's like an anxiety thing or a coping mechanism from him, like it's a bad look.
It's a terrible
If Trey
look.
Lance did that, if Trey Lance ran out of bounds, what would we be doing?
So not only is it a terrible look, but look at the time of possession of the second half. Denver in the third quarter had the ball for 10 minutes and 39 seconds of the 15 minutes in that quarter. In the fourth quarter, they had the ball for 9 minutes and 15 seconds of the 15 minutes in the fourth quarter. They had the ball for 20 to 30 minutes in the second half in that altitude. So I'm not making excuses for the defense. They did what they could do.
Who woke up and was like, you know what? The defense lost that game.
Yeah, no, nobody.
Who?
Nobody.
They played great.
But Denver finally made some plays. They started at their own 20-yard line with 10 minutes and 14 seconds left. And they went down the field 80 yards. 80 yards. And Russell Wilson made great plays. He made great plays on that drive.
How about the one where he evaded the sack on Nick Bosa, threw it away, and Collinsworth goes, just remember that play right there. And then, boom, 2 plays later, he hits the back shoulder throw, and they march down. They end up getting that touchdown.
27-yard play to Hinton on 3rd and 10. Collinsworth was right on the money. Right on the money with that one. It's a tough loss. Tough loss for the defense. And I know Fred Warner Jr. is taking accountability, and he's like, look, that's on us too. No, Fred. So you guys held them to 11 points.
Now they have to pitch shutouts?
Right, they got to pitch shutout. You held the Broncos at 9 points.
The defense got Matt Cain. They did.
They did.
The offense. But B, I swear to God, that has been the story of the 49ers. This was the team of offense in the 80s and in the 90s. Okay?
The team that innovated offense.
And yet we are allergic to the forward pass when the league has made it easier to throw the ball down the field than ever before. You breathe really on a wide receiver, automatic 10 yards. You breathe on a guy. And this team is like, nope, we're going to run the ball and we're going to hurt all our running backs.
George Kittle, no impact. No impact. Where's he at?
He's George blocking. He's glorified right tackle.
No doubt. Let's go to
He's
Nick
one of the great blockers in the history of the NFL.
Let's go to Nick and Berkeley.
But that's why I'm paying him $20 million a year.
Yeah, no doubt. Nick and Berkeley.
Hey, what's up, y'all, man?
What's up?
First of all, man, check this out. Shanahan, you need to check yourself, man, because you know what? Your little bunch packages on the 50-yard line, they're supposed to be for the goal line, bro. I don't know what football you're trying to coach. You got everybody, bunched up within the hash marks almost. Spread the offense out, man. Help the linemen out. You know what I'm saying? The Kittles, stop doing all the damn commercials. Hit the weight room, man. You looking weak out there, playing like a punk. You know what I mean? Just keep it real. I mean, you got Debo running inside the tackles. No, man. Put Debo in space with Ayuk in space, man. Learn how to run run and shoot if you have to. I mean, I don't know what Shanahan is trying to do. I mean, Lynch needs to grab him by a collar and let him know that, hey, man, I'm about to pick some offensive players because you're not doing it. Shanahan's arrogance is going to be his downfall, man, because he sits up there. A real coach will say, I lost this game. I'm not coaching right. And when the team wins, all praise to my assistant coaches and the players. That's what a real coach does. But Shanahan wants to sugarcoat it and weasel his way out of it, man. Why don't you have Lil Wayne drop some plays for you, homie? Because that's what's up right now.
Thanks for the call, Nick. Thanks for the call. Let's go to Akil in Dublin. Listening on the Odyssey app. Akil, what's happening? You're on a morning roast.
What's up, guys? Hey, thanks for taking my call. For me, my biggest concern was before the season started, losing Mike McDaniels. And you see what he's doing in Miami. And I guarantee, I feel like if McDaniels was still on the staff, Trey Lance would not be hurt. Because McDaniels was not about just running the quarterback up the middle all the time. You saw what he did just last. I mean, he just beat the Bills last week. I know Tua's got the concussion right now, but it seems like he's resurrected Tua.
100%.
Last year, Tua was seen as a bust. Mm-hmm. And you see what McDaniels. So I just wonder, McDaniels with Trey Lance, what could have been?
Oh, it's a great question.
But early in the season, this is hope for the best, guys. Thank you.
No problem. Good call. Let me ask you a question before you go off, because a lot of people are bringing this up. I just want to bring up the game for a second. Last drive, or second to last possession. Niners have a first and 10 at their own 48-yard line.
Uh-huh.
All right, they move from the ball from the 25. They're starting to hum, get a couple first downs. Like, all right, they have a chance to get in position for a game-winning field goal.
Yeah, all they needed was a field goal, which is ironic.
In that altitude.
When we watched Brady with 4 seconds march down the field and no wide receivers.
No wide receivers. So, first and 10, and he threw the pick six where Debo's got a guy behind him, and there's a defender sitting in the zone.
Not a pick six.
Just the pick.
Yeah, into triple coverage.
Into triple coverage.
And Debo got cracked.
Cracked on that play.
No one even just talking about that.
There's some people saying, kind of like the Super Bowl. First and 10 at your own 48, 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. Should they have ran the ball on that play? At some point, you're going to have to throw, but
Bonte, they were going to lose that game somehow, some way. All right? Like any Niner fan who has not watched that same exact game play out for 25 years is fooling themselves. Whether you want to say Russ is the main protagonist or you want to say their offense, their own quarterback is the main protagonist, they have failed to win that game for years. Years!
Yeah. It's hard to disagree.
But okay, so they run the ball. They try to choke out the clock a little.
Right.
Seattle blows it a couple of timeouts.
Or
they were
Denver.
still,
Yeah.
excuse me, Denver. They were still going to give Russell Wilson the ball, and they're going to have to make a stop. The woulda, coulda, shoulda.
I don't blame you.
How do you only score a field goal in the second half? Where are the adjustments?
Yeah.
You went down like a hot knife through butter on one drive, and then nothing the rest of the game?
It's because the quarterback cannot make throws when you need him to make throws. He is who we all thought he was, which is why we all wanted to see Trey Lance. But unfortunately, we don't get to see that in 2022 because Trey Lance was drafted as a quarterback. But Kyle thought he was a fullback, baby, and he ran on one of these quarterback powers. So, again, you're running the ball with Trey Lance like he's a running quarterback. He's not. He's a pocket quarterback. This is why you drafted him. You drafted him because you wanted a pocket quarterback who could make throws from the pocket, who could evade pressure when you needed him to. But he's gone. We're not going to see him until 2023. He's gone, and we're back to this movie with Jimmy Garoppolo again. I am in the freaking Twilight Zone.
I know. And every soundbite from last week, Bonte, turned out to not be true. The lie detector test is how about when Jake Brendel said Jimmy Garoppolo's cadence is the gold standard. And yet on the final drive, the most important play of the game, it looked like the D lineman hiked the ball himself. He was in the backfield before Jimmy could even touch the ball and was sacking him.
Dude,
on the most crucial play of the drive.
What about the botch snap?
We
forgot about the botch snap between Brendel and Jimmy Garoppolo. But the gold standard of cadence.
The gold standard.
You hear everybody, when you look at the top two releases in all of football, it's Brady number one or Brady number two, Garoppolo number one because his release is so fast. Yeah, when you're checking it down, getting the ball out in less than a second, of course the release is going to be fast. What does that do? And the whole, he threw a dart on the goal. It just, the salivating over Jimmy last week from the players and the coaches and a lot of media members out here, they need to apologize to this fan base. They need to apologize.
Can we admit,
because they were doing their little happy dance.
Yeah, they were dancing on the kid's grave.
Sad.
I mean, it's insane.
It's sad. It's insane.
The level of runway we've given Jimmy Garoppolo after 5 years. And then you couldn't give that kid 5 quarters?
5 quarters.
5 years for one guy.
It was the worst performance he possibly seen in Soldier Field, despite the rain and everything. Mike Martz, you want to go coach that guy, number 10? Remember Mike Martz a couple weeks ago said, I would love to coach Jimmy Garoppolo. I would love to coach him. You sure about that?
I had texted you, and I talked to you about this, and I had texted Steiny, and I talked to some of my buddies about this. The feeling I got last week with the whole locker room thing the night of Trey going down and just everything. I said, man, some don't smell right here. This is feeling like the beginning of the end. Yep. I remember when Harbaugh had that year, at the very beginning of the year, it just didn't feel right. When we had the Jay Glazer report, the locker room's toxic, he might get traded to the Cleveland Browns. Remember that? And I said to myself, okay, and I was in denial on Harbaugh. I'm like, no, they're going to be fine. Yeah. And they went 8-5, and you're thinking they could get into the playoffs. Things are okay.
7-4, and they lost the Thanksgiving game to Seattle.
Look,
Turkey on the 50.
Are the Niners still alive? Is this a long season? Absolutely. Some don't smell right.
Some don't smell right.
This is getting real stanky.
But you know what? I already see what's happening. Again, Jimmy Garoppolo, because think about how much we spent time on Jimmy Garoppolo and his quarterback play. It was putrid last night. It was not even mediocre.
We're going to break down his fundamentals?
Right.
How about his football IQ?
But you know what? Think about what we're talking about. We're giving Shanahan another pass.
Oh, no, he does.
Because the plays are there to be made, but in a way I feel sick. Like, you know what? This is on Shanahan. You blew it with your number 3 overall pick. You blew it with Trey Lance. All the reports about Trey Lance and arm fatigue and the coaching staff are not impressed with Trey Lance and his progress into the offense.
He put a blue ribbon panel together to talk to his team about can we bring Jimmy back or not? Then those guys couldn't wait to celebrate that Jimmy was in there.
So let's hear from the head coach, the offensive guru, quote-unquote offensive guru, on his offensive performance last night.
No, I wasn't trying to play as safe as possible. We were trying to get something going. Felt like we had a lot of shots in the first half. Kind of went exactly how we wanted in terms of moving the ball, getting some big plays, but had a number of penalties that I thought hurt us in the first half, and then we didn't convert a third down. I believe we were 0-4, so thought we should have a lot more points to show for what we did in the first half. In the second half, never got into a rhythm. When we did, we had that fumbled snap, got backed up, went into the safety. had another turnover, didn't get the run game quite going, and just never could really get in the rhythm in the second half that we had in the first. And when you don't convert a third down till, I think, that last drive, that's usually not a good recipe.
Here's Shanahan on how Garoppolo played last night in Denver.
I thought he played real well in the first half. I mean, I thought he made some plays, hit the ones that were there, and then made some that weren't there. In the second half, I don't think anyone on offense did good, including myself. I mean, we didn't really get into rhythm the whole time, and our defense did a hell of a job keeping us in there, but we weren't able to get it going.
All right, at least you took accountability there.
What do they do well? We touted this run game forever, just jammed it down everyone's throats, and I kept telling everybody, look at the actual years that these guys have. Yeah, 2 guys might bust out in 1 year and have decent yardage. They never have a consistent 1,200-yard back.
No.
They haven't even had a 1,000-yard back in their own system.
No.
Since becoming the 49er head coach. Okay, so I think we've overrated. Now, have they had individual outliers where they ran it down Green Bay's throat? They ran it down Minnesota's throat? Of course. But when they need it in these kind of games where everyone knows
they don't get it.
They never can
get it. They don't get it.
And they need just a little from the quarterback. They can never get it.
They can never get it.
I swear to God, I've watched this episode 8,000 times.
Let's go to Jay in Concord listening. He's actually watching on YouTube. Watching on our 95.7 The Game YouTube. If you're not there, get there right now. YouTube is lit. Jay, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, how's it going, man? This whole Jimmy stuff is just laughable at this point. It's embarrassing. The offense is really becoming unwatchable. But, man, the fish rots from the head down. If Jimmy and Kyle don't get it together ASAP, then it's just going to be another waste of a season. Our players are going to age another year, and we get no rookie upside with Lance. So, And, yeah, I agree with one of the previous callers. I was thinking all last night after the game that losing McDaniels and our pass game coordinator, it's really starting to show its wars. Then Craycraft and Sherfield out in Miami scoring touchdowns in the
balling,
man. It's sick, man.
Well, here's the
they
thing.
are balling in South Beach.
Here's the thing about the Trey Lance injury that's just the most gut punching. Let's just say, hypothetically, Joe, it's a long season. They're still in it.
Hypotheticals.
You watched that game last night, and you're going to get another one of those performances at some point. It's not going to be every week. Jimmy might have a bounce back game. They might beat the Rams, and they might be 2-2. But you're going to get another one, and we're going to have the exact same Twilight Zone conversation. Well, he did have some moments when we all know he's not good enough. It's not, is he good? Is he consistently good enough? And the answer has always been a resounding no.
Nope.
It's been that way for a long time now.
Here's Jimmy Garoppolo on the safety.
Just run the play, trying to buy some time for it. It's longer developing play. It's just a tough situation, though, just that whole thing.
I mean, how are you not aware? How are you not aware? You've been playing football your entire life.
Him. What are we doing?
I saw Greg Cole tweet.
From the one.
I saw Greg Cole tweet this. Greg Cole tweeted. Maybe he thought he was in the CFL when you got 25-yard end zones. Maybe he thought he was playing for the Toronto Argonauts.
Monte. And the crazy thing is,
Eskimos.
the safety was the worst of the 3 things that happened on that one play. It was a pick six, a safety, and your franchise tackle went down.
I mean, it was unbelievable.
It was one of the worst plays in the history of the Niners.
No, that was a play. I think that was the play I took my shirt off. I was just like, I just got to go out to the patio, get some air.
Banging your chest?
No, I didn't bang my chest. For what? I just had to go get some air and said, dear God, help me. I gotta watch this game.
And by the way, I think, was it Bradley Chubb who picked it off?
Yeah,
was it
Bradley Chubb picked it off. Bradley Chubb picked it off.
Unbelievable.
Or maybe, you know what a lot of people are going to spin? Some Bay Area beaters. Well, you know Denver's defense is really good. They held the Texans to 9 points, and they held Geno Smith without a touchdown or points in the second half. No, you don't get to buy that excuse, because a lot of y'all told me Denver's defense was overrated. You told me their defense wasn't that good. So you can't use that one today. You can't use that Jimmy doesn't know the playbook. He's been here since 2017. I don't want to hear that. Oh, well, he didn't have training camp reps. Well, he's ramping up his shoulder on the side field, right? Does he really need training camp reps? Does he need to build a rapport with George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brendan Ayuk? How long has he been playing with these guys?
As a 49er fan, I could think of like a handful of plays in my lifetime that I look back and I go, God, that's one of the dumbest plays I've ever seen. Dre Bly intercepting, starting to like taunt everyone and then getting stripped. Remember that one?
Yep.
When he picked off the pass during Singletary. Nate Clements, I think he blocked a punt and then was running it in, fumbled it, and then someone else picked it up. The Jimmy takes the cake. Jimmy stepping with both feet on a screen pass from the 1, because it's not just Jimmy. It's Kyle dialing that play up there. And then Trent going down, and you threw a pick 6. And the safety was the worst of the 3 that happened. Bonte, even if you tried to make a Bluegrass tape, that doesn't even seem realistic.
It's just here's another Garoppolo cut. I got a couple here. I got one more about the safety, and then one more about the offense. Here's another explanation about the safety.
I mean, tough situation. Just trying to buy some time for the play. That was a tough situation.
Tough situation. You bet your ass it was a tough situation.
Guys, this is situational awareness. You're at the 1.
Hold on.
You're running a screen from the 1 or whatever the hell that play was.
I don't know what it was.
From the 1.
By the way, under Kyle Shanahan, the 49ers are a terrible screen team. They're a terrible screen team. Like, remember the Patriots and Tom Brady, James White? They run screens great. The Green Bay Packers run screens great.
But Jimmy learned how to win from Tom. Except the part about not knowing where the field is and the dimensions.
You got 10 yards in the end zone, Jimmy.
I can't believe they called that play.
He planted his foot on the back line and threw it. It was like, Jimmy, you're in the back of the end zone. He was retreating to the tunnel. Was he trying to run back to the locker room?
But it's not even just him. It's Shanahan, too. Like, why would you call that play right there?
I don't
Even
know.
Richard Sherman, who was just all over Shanahan in terms of praising him the week before, was like, what was that?
I don't know.
I threw my hands up. I was like, what are we doing? Hey, at least we got Mitch Wisnowski on a 4-year deal.
And the nation's laughing at him. And all the teams and all the fan bases in the NFL saw that play and said, boy, what has happened to San Francisco? What the hell what's happened to Shanahan? He's lost his mojo. He's lost his superpowers. Superpowers in South Beach, Miami. Mike McDaniel took those powers. And I had no idea what Mike McDaniel did. I was unsure. Is he a play caller? Well, he didn't call the plays. Was he the play designer? How important was Mike McDaniel? How is he getting a head coaching job? Well, I see why now. I see why.
The worst part about this is the best coach on the team right now is by far DeMeco Ryans.
Not even close.
And we're not even talking about him right now.
He's going to get a head coaching job.
This defense is so good. That's the part that makes me, like, if the team stunk overall, Jimmy, we throw our hands up.
This defense is playing at elite level.
It's a Super Bowl caliber defense. And we couldn't even be patient for the 22-year-old hand-selected franchise quarterback. Yet the 9-year veteran, who everyone told me it's go time with, he looks worse.
Here's Garoppolo on the offense overall.
I just thought altogether, we were just not in rhythm. We started off pretty good, too. I felt like we were in a rhythm early, and then we kind of just got away from it, and I don't know, things didn't go our way.
And then here again, the offense wasn't in a rhythm. It was my first week practicing.
Just our rhythm. I don't think we weren't in a rhythm at all in the second half. And you could feel it, you could see it. We were talking about on the sideline, but just I don't know. I was just thinking about it. It was kind of my first week with these guys, and I just got to get in a rhythm with them, especially like third down. I mean, we were terrible today, and I just got to get on the same page with those guys, and we got to convert those. Oh yeah, my arm's feeling it right now. It's it's different. You try to do all the practicing and preparation you can on the sideline, being the number 2, and then when you get tossed into it, you just I didn't go through OTAs and training camp, and I'm not trying to make excuses or anything, but I just got to get in game shape and get rolling now.
But you are. And then asked if the arm strength issue is because of surgery.
No, I think it was just not going through training camp the same way as normally. I mean, it's a different routine than I've been used to in the past, so I just got to, I got to get back to where I was.
Trey Lance has more accountability as a 22-year-old who hasn't played in the last 3 years than your 9-year veteran. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear that after a football game from my 9-year veteran who's helped his team go to 2 NFC championships and a Super Bowl. But you know what? This is the position he's in. He's in this position. He's playing on a team that did not want him, or at least a head coach who did not want him. The head coach tried to move off him forever.
He has arm fatigue now?
And now he has arm fatigue.
After the summer of arm fatigue, now Jimmy has arm fatigue? I'm fatigued by this team. And then I woke up at like 6 a.m. on Sunday. I went to go play golf in the morning. Because Niners aren't playing until the evening, right? First thing I see is the Adam Schefter report about a trade back in March.
I know. Like, I could care less about that.
And then stuffed into the bottom of it, Brock Purdy looks good, though.
Well,
I'm like, Jesus, this team.
Well, you know what?
Leak. Someone call Super Mario, because we need some real plumbers in here to fix the leaks.
Let's go to Bobby in Oakland. You want to talk about Brock Purdy? Bobby's watching this on YouTube. He has some thoughts on Brock Purdy.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having the show, man. I had to get on YouTube to see you guys go at it, man. And I appreciate when you bring the truth to the airwaves. And you know what? Jimmy G, he doesn't have the arm strength. The decision making is horrible. He misses receivers. All right. After the first 15 plays, all these defenses know exactly what to do with a Cal offense with Jimmy G. It was a clown show last night. What little I saw of Purdy in college, what I saw in preseason, it can't get worse than that. Let him go ahead.
There's our first Brock Purdy call.
Dude, hey, Bobby.
Bobby,
you know what's crazy? Hold on, I'll let you finish, Bobby.
My dad wanted Brock Purdy too. I'll
let you finish, Bobby. I've ripped Brock Purdy all preseason. I'm close to saying the same thing you're saying.
You're about to tap out.
I'm about to tap out of Jimmy G, Bobby. I swear to God.
I can't believe it.
You know, hey, all of these Jimmy G fans got exactly what we all knew he was going to get, and it's not going to get any better with the Rams. Hey, go ahead and get Purdy ready this week. I don't think we're going to beat the Rams. The following week, if we got any guts, Kyle, put Purdy in there. We can't get worse than that. Let's go.
I mean, here's the problem. Their offense has no pump. It has no juice.
No pop, no nothing.
No pop.
Nothing.
Like, I mean, when the San Francisco Giants lineup is more threatening than the 49ers offense, what are we doing here?
Wow, that's saying a lot.
Crushing the Giants. And you know what? At least Jock will run into one.
So last week, remember Jimmy Garoppolo after the game?
Yeah.
Said it's like riding a bike.
Oh.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
It's just like riding a bike.
Yeah, I do remember
I'm comfortable with this team.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with the players around them. This week, I didn't go through training camp and OTAs. I'm not trying to make excuses, but I haven't played a lot with these guys in training camp. This guy's... So, Shanahan and Garoppolo are made for... You're right, Shasky. They are made for each other.
They're made for each other.
They're made for each other.
It's
the
insane.
lying and the spin cycle and the narratives. 1 week,
lack of
it's like
accountability.
riding a bike.
It's just
You were
nuts.
so happy to replace Trey Lance. So happy. And all these... A lot of media members, too, in the Bay Area. And I will call you out by names, but it's a long list. I'll be here all day if I had to call them out by list. Oh, the offense looks so much better with Jimmy in there. Oh, look at him. Jimmy this and Jimmy that. Jimmy slinging it.
He had 3 good throws last night. One of them was to Juice, and I have no idea whether that was meant to be a back shoulder throw or not. I have no idea.
I guarantee you it wasn't.
But here's the thing that frustrates me. Everyone was touting his middle of the field accuracy. And I'm like, what Jimmy did you watch? I watch every game. I'm at every game in the end zone, B. I see the spots that he's throwing to. He missed Debo on a 3rd and 3 over the middle off of Debo's...
The Texas route. Wide open. It would have been 30 yards.
Wide
and he threw it. He tried to throw it to the defender.
So that's where it's like, as much as I want to crush Shanahan, I'm like, well, that play was right there.
The play was there.
And the guy just can't hit it. I'm telling you.
What about the wheel route in the first half? Debo is sitting there waiting for the ball. He's sitting there waiting for it. He's wide open.
I mean,
he's wide open.
When you throw him a knuckleball.
He's running into the different night.
It's just...
But the quarterback can't make throws.
This is where I'm so conflicted this morning.
But you know what?
Because I'm just like, everything looks terrible.
But you know what? Shanahan backed himself into a corner with this situation. This is why we're not letting him off the hook. Defense played great. And now I'm thinking to myself, you cannot let D'Amico Ryans leave next year. You cannot let D'Amico leave. He has to stay. This guy's a future head coach, and they're flying around. He's chest bumping players on the sideline. They were hitting yesterday. They were out there flying around, and that defense, they deserve first-class flights. The offense deserves to catch Greyhound. Send their asses on Greyhound. I'm not even talking Amtrak. I'm not talking coach. I'm talking about Greyhound bus. Had their asses take the bus through the Rocky Mountains and through Utah and through Nevada. It was embarrassing. But Shanahan backed himself into the corner, Shasky, when he said last Friday in front of everybody. And Steiny Guru played the hell out of this cut. He's one of the best throwers on the planet when speaking about Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah, he's one of the best throwers on the planet. The same guy you fired over and over and over again? He's one of the best throwers on the planet? And then we watch it all on Sunday Night Football. This guy
is it just him and Matt Damon on Mars? like what planet is it?
We're talking Pluto? Talking about Uranus, Saturn? What are we doing? We're talking about the sun? What are we talking about?
Here's the thing. It's not just Jimmy. I look at we talk so much about money with the quarterback. B, I was screaming to the high heavens when they picked up the 5th-year option on Mike McGlinchey. What did I say to you? I said, why would you give this guy $10 million a year when no one in the NFL is giving this guy even a 2 or 3 year deal for $10 million?
Nope.
He is making $10 million a year to be a traffic cop.
Yep.
Hey, you want to hit my quarterback?
Right.
Come this way.
Come this way.
No,
Dude.
not you over there. Come from the inside. Get a clean shot on him.
Well, you know what? He helps Jimmy G up, though, off the field. That's for sure.
Mike McGlinchey is and then Jalen Moore goes in.
You know what Mike McGlinchey is? I'm
going
to say this. Mike McGlinchey's a scrub. Let's just call it what it is. He's a scrub.
He's terrible.
He's terrible.
He is absolutely terrible.
Awful.
Think of what we did to Kelly Oubre in this market. We ran Kelly Oubre out of town.
Out of town.
And Mike McGlinchey, we just keep sticking microphones in his mouth, and we're like, yep, that's our right tackle.
Awful.
He's terrible.
Awful.
He is terrible.
This is funny from the 707 Comcast Business Text Line. Jimmy G, the only man to consistently throw a back shoulder on a slant. Back shoulder throws on a slant route.
Debo, how about the Ayuk one where he caught it over the middle and he's jumping up in the air? I mean, if it just hit a guy in stride, they're going to keep running. It's just this offense is so limited. I can't do this. I thought we brought him in to have an explosive offense. Why are we the only team in the NFL allergic to the forward pass? Teams have multiple 1,000-yard receivers left and right.
You know what?
We don't even have one.
Well, like I said, Karma's a bitch. And late last week, they freaking danced on Trey Lance's grave, and they were quick. Injured players on that team, they were quick to run to Michael Silver off the record. Coaches and players. You know, Jimmy does give us the best chance to win. Jimmy does give us the best chance to win. Kyle Juszczyk went up there and told us all. You know, Jimmy got in there, and that felt like Niner football. That felt like Niner football. That's what he said. Y'all crushed Trey Lance last week. Crushed him. After 4 starts, crushed him. And now look what we're stuck with. Watching number 10 again on Sunday Night Football. And guess what? It doesn't get any easier next week. The Rams are coming to town, and it's Monday Night Football.
With no Trent Williams.
And Aaron Donald coming to town.
And Floyd.
And Jalen Ramsey.
Oh, and by the way, and one of the biggest nemesis of Jimmy Garoppolo, Wagner, in the middle of that defense.
Dude. In the middle, I forgot Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, look at you. You forgot about Bobby Wagner.
And
look
at
you.
You know what I didn't forget? Was Jalen Ramsey the day.
Forgot about Bobby Wagner. He owns Jimmy. He loves to stand back and just wait.
Jimmy. There will be 10 no throws next week. Trust me.
How many were there yesterday?
About 8. I lost count.
I swear to God, footwork, fundamentals.
Look at my legal pad. Look at my legal pad.
I tore mine up in
by
anger.
the end of the first half, I said, what the hell? Why am I writing notes anymore? Why am I writing notes? We don't need to write anything.
And then everybody's mad at Shanahan. Here's the other thing, like game decisions. Everyone's mad about Shanahan when it was a 3rd and 18 or whatever it was, and they would have got a hold and give him like another opportunity to go down on 3rd down. And instead of accepting the penalty, they declined it and they allowed Denver to get a field goal kick. Don't blame Shanahan for that.
No, don't do that.
If you want to rip him for the explosive offense or lack thereof, I'm here for that. But giving up that field goal, defense played amazing. It's not the defense's fault at all, nor is it that decision of the game.
Look,
you shouldn't have to pitch a shutout to win when the offense for the Broncos did nothing.
Listen, when Jalen Ramsey in 2017, when Jimmy became a 49er and the Niners beat Jacksonville, I was in that Jaguars locker room. Off the record, those players were ticked off and said we lost to that guy. And I'm thinking, man, Jimmy's pretty damn good. And Jalen Ramsey told Marcus Thompson and I to our face, he's a system quarterback. He did nothing special. They schemed him up, and he's a system quarterback. And I don't want to believe it. I said, Jalen Ramsey's just better. You don't think he's salivating for Monday Night Football against Jimmy Garoppolo? Hell, he picked him off last year in the last week of the season, and Jimmy tried to throw more picks in the NFC Championship game.
That game last night felt like a carbon copy of the NFC Championship game. Minus the safety.
Real quick before the injury report, let's go to Jay in San Jose.
Hey, Jay.
Jay in San Jose listening via the Odyssey app. What's up, Jay?
Oh, fellas, I got a headache from banging my head.
Thank you.
Well, yesterday.
This is awful.
Taking all the Trey fan. I'm a Trey fan, but it's not even about being a Trey fan. It's about knowing the game of football and watching Jimmy G over the last 5 or 6 years. Kyle Shanahan yesterday looked like a coach. Whenever they panned to him, that was coaching his backup quarterback. And he looked like a guy who was, if you were in his head, was thinking, there's so many other plays I'd love to run if I had Trey. The reason why I wanted Trey, but I'm stuck with this guy again, and I have to run the same conservative offense that I've been running. If I have to see another interception thrown off his back foot,
oh my gosh,
I've seen that same pick 20 times from this guy. Literally, he could have stepped up in the pocket. There was a hole. It's basic quarterbacking. You step up in the pocket. You take 5 or 6 yards on the run. You live to play another down. Jimmy gets nervous. He throws it off his back foot. If I see this again, and the Trey hate at this point, if Trey played that same game last night, he ran out of town.
I mean, come on.
No doubt.
That's so obvious.
No doubt. They'd be crying for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's the irony. They were crying for Jimmy Garoppolo after Chicago. You still want to cry for Jimmy? You still crying for Jimmy Garoppolo? Are you guys still crying? Does he still get the Niners the best chance to win? Was that Niner football last night? You tell me. This guy's 12-10 in his last 22 games, but all Jimmy does is win. 46 regular season starts. This guy's got 48 turnovers, not including the safety last night, where he tried to throw a pick six. He ran out of back of the end zone and still threw a pick six. I cannot unsee that.
And let me ask you this right now. Given everything we know now with the locker room situation being what it was and just the whole dynamic, would you have rather had Jimmy Garoppolo at 6.5 making incentives based off every start, or Teddy Bridgewater who signed a 1-year $6.5 million?
I'd rather have Teddy Bridgewater. Yeah,
we hyped up Jimmy. I mean, myself included. It's just insane.
It's absolutely insane. Injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Comcast Business Text Line 510. Jimmy got happier feet than a damn penguin. They say Jimmy Garoppolo's doing the waddle dance in the pocket.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Things are going from bad to worse for the Niners after they lost left tackle Trent Williams to a high ankle sprain on one of the worst plays in 49 history. That was the card's coming out for
You
Trent.
have to laugh at this point.
You can't. That's the only way.
It's the only way
or you're going to have a heart attack.
I almost popped 6 blood vessels this morning.
My blood pressure was so high driving into the show this morning. It's unbelievable. Injury. Why do we care more about this stuff than the damn players? Jimmy Garoppolo's in midfield on the Broncos logo laughing it off. We care more. We go to Lombardi. We ain't get one this year. Not with this offense. Stinks. But third quarter, Trent Williams injures his ankle on a catch. Just the worst play in 49ers history. Jimmy Garoppolo ran out of back of the end zone. We almost threw a freaking pick six. He was officially ruled out. We have no timetable. We have no idea when Trent Williams is going to be back. No idea.
Tears of a clown I need to hear on the other side. Because I feel like I'm wearing a clown mask to cover me crying.
With that highlight. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Mike, Teddy, Chambry, you're coming up next on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
The Niners came up short in the Mile High City.
They're intended for his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone to safety. And Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
We're reacting to the Week 3 loss all day long.
Hey, you guys are way too kind to Garoppolo. I mean, seriously, the guy, does he have any kind of field presence? I mean, 3 turnovers on this guy alone. Realistically, this guy is a joke.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click on Virtual Tours, and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good? All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, I'm Ben Kaspick, host of the Locked On Giants podcast, a daily podcast covering your favorite team. The Giants are all in on analytics, and on this show, we talk about the Giants in a way that's data-driven and rational, but also simple, passionate, and accessible to all. We understand sabermetrics, but we also understand what it's like to play this game. Listen to the Locked On Giants podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Second and 10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
Mike Tirico. Chris Collinsworth on the call. Go ahead, Shasky.
The only other time in my entire life that I've seen a safety be a smart play was when John Harbaugh took the safety against the Niners in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
That was it.
Yep.
But that moment right there, of the three things that happened, the pick six, stepping out of bounds, and Trent going down, the safety was the worst. Literally the best outcome of the three.
And now, here's Garoppolo last week after the Niners beat Seattle, and he was inserted into the game because Trey Lance broke his ankle.
It was good. Kyle called some plays that I knew, some new ones for me too, so that was fun. But no, it was a good process. I tried to prepare this whole time like a starter anyway, so it was just like I said, like riding a bike.
It was like riding a bike. This week, we need more reps together. Here's Garoppolo.
Just our rhythm. I don't think we weren't in a rhythm at all in the second half. And you could feel it, you could see it. We were talking about on the sideline, but just I don't know. I was just thinking about it. It was kind of my first week with these guys, and I just got to get in a rhythm with them, especially like third down. I mean, we were terrible today, and I just got to get on the same page with those guys, and we got to convert those.
I mean, I would buy that.
I just played the ride a bike comment.
Yeah.
Just played it.
I would buy that if they had new personnel, if they had new plays. I saw nothing new. It's so predictable, is it not?
How contradictory is that, though? The 22-year-old in Trey Lance takes more accountability than the 9-year veteran. Trey Lance, week 1 Chicago, put it on me, guys. I've got to be better. I missed throws. I've got to be better for this offense. That's what we want to hear from our quarterback after a loss. Last week it was, it was just like riding a bike. It was all good. It was just like riding a bike. I was comfortable in the huddle, comfortable with the players of the team. We comfortable in the locker room. It was all good. A week later, they put up 10 points. You run out of the back of the end zone, which prevented a pick six. Trent Williams gets hurt on the same play. You can't do anything. You're 0 for 9 on third down until the second to last drive of the game. And yet we got to get more reps together. I haven't played much with the guy. Like, how? Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. I can't believe we're in the twilight zone again, and this guy's making up all these excuses. I need training camp. I need OTAs. For what? Like my guy Adam Knott said, you need training camp and OTAs to know where the back of the end zone is?
That's a good point.
I mean, gosh.
That's a good point.
Oh my gosh, Shasky. I feel the pain of all the Niner fans all around the world.
Because we love this team so much and we feel like we've watched this episode before. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again.
Seriously.
And expecting different results. Like it's the worst part is I allowed myself to get sucked into it again. And I'm going to do it again next week. And I'm going to do it again after that because that's what the NFL does to me.
Yeah.
It makes me completely delusional. And I'm going to buy into, if you beat the Rams, you're 2-2. We all know where this ends. Why do I do this to myself? Like, honestly, I swear to God, I'm watching them walk off the field after losing that game that way. And I'm more mad, at least it looks like, whether that's real or not, it looks like I'm more mad than they are. And that makes me even angrier as a consumer, as someone who spends my hard-earned money on this team.
Shasky.
I devote so much time and energy and emotion to this team. I just want them to meet me halfway.
Shasky, I'd rather talk about Warriors Media Day. I had such a great time at Chase Center yesterday. It was so good to see Poole in a great mood. Chopping it up with Wiseman.
You mean real champions?
Real champs.
Guys that actually have
four-time champs.
Yeah.
Curry, Draymond saying, what's up? How's Jarrell doing? How you guys, what's the staff looking like this year? Characters here doing their thing, one-on-one interviews. Saw Anthony Slater, Marcus Thompson II. Was chopping up with Bobby Fitzgerald and Khalid Azabuki. Everything was great. The great staff at NBC Sports Bay Area. Saw Whitley Sandretto walking in. Such a good time. I was in such a good mood. It was like, man, this is what a winning organization feels like. This is it. No leaks, no drama. They tell it to you straight. Steve Kerr's happy. They're walking around with the championship trophies. Raymond Ritter's running material. And then I get on the highway, driving 90 miles an hour to get home for kickoff to watch that offense. That offense and that performance on Sunday Night Football. Knowing that our team is on a standalone game. Then next week, Monday Night Football. Jessica told Anna after the game yesterday, I said, we should just sell the Monday night tickets. I don't even know if I can take myself to Levi Stadium. I don't even know if I could get myself to go to Levi Stadium because the excitement of offensive football for me is gone. I know the jet sweep is coming. I know Debo's going to line up in the backfield and carry the ball for a 1-yard game. I know Brandon Ayuk could see 3 targets in the first half and will be forgotten about in the second half. I know George Kittle will get a couple looks here and there, but then he'll be mostly blocking on pass plays. I know Mike McGlinchey's going to give up a couple sacks. I know Spencer Burford is going to give up a couple pressures up the middle. I know Jake Brendel, who said Jimmy Garoppolo is the gold standard for cadence in the huddle. I mean, know what that means.
Not Tom Brady.
Not Tom Brady. That's the gold standard. Jimmy Garoppolo. Come on, Jake. You've been here for 2 weeks. Like, relax, Jake. Like, I don't even want to go next Monday night, Shasky. I don't even want to because I know what's coming. And they may win the game 17-13 because its defense is so damn good.
I just don't know where we go from here. Like this is what makes the Trey Lance injury such a devastating blow because you're not learning anything new. Like here's the reality. I'm very disappointed in Kyle Shanahan. And then the other part of my brain says to me, well,
the plays are there to be made.
There are, and he deserves an opportunity. You know, before you put the cart before the horse, he's got to work with Trey for a whole year before you can even really scrutinize the whole decision on Trey Lance's. But it's fair to be up in arms. Like, how can you not make Kittle be more explosive? Why is every tight end in the league getting balls down the field? Where's Ayuk? He had the best camp ever, and he gets 3 looks early and none the rest of the game. Why does Debo have 1/3 the amount of touches of Jeff Wilson Jr.?
Right. You can say it's coaching. Look,
why are you running a screen from the 1-yard line backed up in your end zone?
With Jimmy Garoppolo at that.
Why did you have Jake Brendel, Aaron Banks, and Burford as your starting interior offensive line, no matter who the quarterback is? Who the hell thought that McGlinchey was worth $10 million on a 1-year, 5th-year option?
Yeah, it was awful.
Like, I could go right down the list. Like,
awful.
It's just, I'm
drafted
so
Danny Gray in the
mad.
3rd round, and he doesn't get 1 deep shot?
I didn't even see him line up.
Justice Simmons is out for the Denver Broncos. He's out. They got no safeties. And you don't run Danny Gray on 1 streak?
How about,
can I just see it?
You fired the special teams coach, and your special team still looks like a nightmare.
Ray McLeod, get him off the kickoff return team, please.
He's actually, I watched the jugs, or whatever it is.
The jug machine.
Yeah. He's the only one they can catch.
Listen.
He's
again,
literally the best they got.
Can we do this for here on out, Shasky? We're not even going to call them special teams. They're teams. It's the kickoff return team. It's the punt return team.
Bad.
It's the punt team. It's the kickoff team. There's nothing special about them. Nothing. I'm tired of it. Danny Gray, you drafted him in the 3rd round out of SMU, and all I heard was speed. And we see in the first preseason game, Trey Lance hit him for 76-yard touchdown, whatever it was. Speed. But yeah, we don't get 1 deep shot.
How about Mason gets to suit up? He gets one rush.
One carry.
One rush.
One carry. One carry. One. We're going to see a lot of Marlon Mack and Tevin Coleman. You know that's coming.
Oh, Tevin Coleman.
We're going to see Tevin Coleman at some point.
Are you serious?
We're going to hear Tevin Coleman at some point.
And his 380 yards in 2019.
But you know, as much as I want to rip Kyle Shanahan today, because I am disappointed in Kyle Shanahan.
I'm very disappointed.
Plays are there to be made. You just don't have a quarterback who can make a throw.
How about Debo waving that he's wide open?
Wide open. Waving. And Jimmy's not even looking.
No.
Texas route. Perfect drawn up play on a 3rd down. Debo comes out of the backfield, runs a Texas route, angle route, and Jimmy throws it behind. He tried to throw it to the defender. He threw it in triple coverage and lose the game. Jimmy's not a good quarterback, folks. He's not good.
Well,
so all he does is win stat and shove it up your you-know-what. Shove it up your you-know-what. And Jimmy's not good.
And what's overshadowing how horrible they were on offense last night, Drake Jackson gets his first NFL sack. He looks like a player.
Hufanga's a player.
Oh, well, obviously he's a player. Bosa was out of his mind last night in terms of how good he was. Greenlaw and Al-Sha'iri before he got hurt, and Fred Warner, the way that they fly to the ball in the flat is unbelievable. Charvarius Ward looks like a great signing.
Home run hitter.
Not a good, a great signing.
Him and Emmanuel Mosley are solid.
They look phenomenal.
And you don't even have Jason Verrett yet.
They look phenomenal.
Womack looks good. How about Womack stepping up?
He made a great play on special teams.
Lenore.
On punt return team.
Yeah, punt return team, because ain't nothing special about him.
Or punt coverage
Lenore.
Team.
Lenore looks like a player. All of a sudden, he's playing well, right? You don't even have Jimmy Ward, but it's the damn quarterback I'm watching over and over. And the reason why I'm getting on the quarterback, because a lot of people last week, Jimmy Garoppolo gives his chance, this team the best chance to win a Super Bowl.
Did you watch the pregame at all? They all picked the Niners, right? And I was like, oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, God. And America was like 67% picked the Niners.
Everybody was so happy that Jimmy was back. Everybody. Oh, Jimmy's back. It's doubts on Trey Lance. Trey Lance gets hurt. Oh, Jimmy gives him the best chance to win. And they were so quick to run to Michael Silver and tell him that. Yeah, we know deep down inside, Jimmy gives us the best chance. How you feeling now? Does Juszczyk still think that was Niner football? Was that Niner football last night?
How was Warrior Media Day more explosive than the Niner offense last
Warriors
night?
Media Day was great.
How?
You want to talk about that for the next 45
How are
minutes?
the Giants with their, Punch and Judy hitters, how are they more explosive than the Niner offense? You have Debo and Kittle and Ayuk and Juice and Trent and nothing.
We could talk about Media Day if you want for the next 45 minutes.
Like no points.
Put me in a better mood.
One good drive. I saw one good drive.
6 plays, 75 yards. And then on the touchdown pass, you got beat writers out there salivating over the 3-yard throw. Oh, wow, what a dart. He threw it through traffic.
Well,
oh,
you know
my
what
gosh.
this week's going to be? He needs a rhythm. And
rhythm.
they could get right against the Rams.
He needs a rhythm? This is what he said last week, though. You sure he needs rhythm? This is what he said last week.
It was good. Kyle called some plays that I knew, some new ones for me too, so that was fun. But no, it was a good process. Tried to prepare this whole time like a starter anyway, so it was just like I said, like riding a bike.
It was like riding a bike. This week, what did he say? Oh, yeah, we need reps. I didn't have training camp or OTAs. But last week, it was like riding the bike.
Well, is this Pee-wee's Great Adventure? Did someone steal the bike? Like, what happened here? Like, seriously. I thought we were riding bikes.
Debo stole the bike.
I mean, Jesus.
Stole the bike.
Bradley Chubb did. Or, what are we doing?
Oh my gosh.
You lost to Nathaniel Hackett. If we power ranked all the coaches in the league,
Give me 30 seconds.
America power ranked him dead last.
You know what? I'm going to say this
and
now.
you scored 3 points against his staff in the second half.
3 points.
3! And you had short fields the whole game. It wasn't like the Denver Broncos were cooking. Russ was literally out here pouring cereal bowls with water in it, and that was their offense, and you couldn't do anything?
Nothing. Drew down. That's a Forrest Yasky for the bike joke. Augie, the bike had popped tires, bro. I'm telling you. It was a flat. Listen, I'm looking at this text here from the 925. It's a long season, boys. Comcast Business Text Line. Pace yourselves. Pace ourselves for what? The Warriors play October 18th.
Well, disappointment. I'm pacing myself for the inevitable disappointment that will happen.
I say it with the Giants, and I'm going to say it with the 49ers. Go ahead and keep losing games. We will pivot quickly to the Golden State Warriors and talk about the champs, the guys who actually win championships, not lose in the conference finals, not lose in divisional rounds, not lose in the finals. We're talking about the champs. All right? They come back October 18th. So play around with it. Play around with this offense if you want to. Score 10 points if you want to. Go ahead, keep trotting Jimmy out there. Go ahead if you do that, because October 18th is looming. The champs are back for ring night. I could talk about training. I could talk about media day right now for the next 45 minutes, and I would not
Last
care.
year, they led the NFL with Elijah Mitchell being the individual player who had more 20-yard runs than anyone in the NFL. More 20-yard runs than anyone. They got the one run from Jeff Wilson Jr. and nothing after that.
Nothing.
I mean, really, if you look at their rushing stats through the first couple of games, they're diluted by a 51-yard broken play by Deebo Samuel and a great block yesterday by George Kittle, which, I mean, thank God we're paying him $20 million for those cutback blocks on the Jeff Wilson Jr. run.
Wow.
I'm convinced if I put Jerry Rice in his prime on this team,
how about
he'd get 2 targets.
Speaking of Jerry Rice, you see Jerry Rice Jr.?
Oh, yeah.
On Twitter?
Yeah. He's feeling what we're all feeling.
Calling out the quarterback.
Yeah, well, because the quarterback stinks. Like we talked all arm fatigue. Trey Lance isn't ready. Look at his throwing mechanics. What about Jimmy's footwork? Jimmy's footwork was so bad. B. It was so bad.
Dude, it was awful.
So bad.
Off the back foot.
He's throwing off the back foot, and then he's throwing like knuckleball cutters out to the flat so that his wide receivers get killed.
Well, but you know what? This locker room wanted Jimmy Garoppolo. The gold standard when it comes to Canes in the huddle. Jimmy gives him a better chance to win. I'm going to get to the line,
Dan Orlovsky is dunking on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Laughing. Posted a picture of Step Brothers. Dan Orlovsky and Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, he didn't.
He posted it on the Twitter page.
He didn't.
Posted his Step Brothers.
And you know what might be worse? At least when Orlovsky did it, no one was watching. It was a Sunday game. They went 0-16.
Nobody was watching Detroit, Minnesota.
Everyone was watching Jimmy G do that.
Oh, man. I don't even know what to say today. Let's go to the calls.
And this might be their best defense ever.
Mole in Detroit.
Which is crazy.
Mole in Detroit listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Mole?
Bonte, Shasky, guys, I swear to God, I have chest pain. I didn't sleep last night.
Exactly.
I can't do this no more. 2 quick points. First of all, they were making fun of us having a rookie quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo makes more rookie mistakes as a quarterback that's been in the league, I don't know how long, than Trey Lance would have. That's number one. Number two, the guy's ruining careers. I don't get it. I don't get what these players, you heard like rumblings that the locker room is divided, Debo loves Garoppolo, Kittle loves Garoppolo. What the hell do they like about him? He's ruining their career. I don't understand. He's missing them on wide open plays. He can't throw past 30 yards. What are they missing? What are they like? What am I not seeing here? I don't get it.
No, it's such a great point. And I think when it all comes back to it, you're going to look back at Shanahan, and Shanahan himself will reflect one day. He's going to look back and go, God damn, I waited on Jimmy for 6 years.
6 years. But you know what?
These
That's
jobs
Shanahan.
are so few and far between.
But you know what, though?
No, I know. But what I'm saying is, think about this. These jobs are so few and far between. Think of what Arizona did with Josh Rosen.
Oh, they pivoted so quickly.
That GM picked Josh Rosen and immediately hit the parachute button.
Said,
and
I'm going with Kyler.
I'm going to take Kyler.
I'm taking Kyler.
And pivoted.
Look at the Jets. Look at the Jets.
Same
Sam
thing.
Darnold said, you know what? Sam Darnold's not it. Let's go get Zach Wilson.
Look at what McVay did. You know what? I know Goff took me there. The second he could find something better and it materialized, he moved off him. They paid $30 million in dead cap to get rid of him.
Dude, and McVay cursed out the Rams front office saying, you guys want to just be good or do you want to be great? Go get me Matthew Stafford. And now they got a Super Bowl ring. Now they have a Super Bowl ring.
And they're walking in seeing a wounded duck that they've already seen before that they demoralized in the NFC Championship game. I swear to God, I've seen that game 50 times. Where was Mike Martz watching that game?
You want to analyze this game? Does anybody want to analyze this game? What is there to analyze? The offense stunk. All right? Analyze the third down conversions that they didn't get. They were 1 for 10 on third down yesterday. Money down, the down that defines greatness in the NFL. They were 1 for 10. They started 0 for 9 on third down. 0 for 9 with the veteran quarterback. And the throws were there to be made.
And
they were there to be made.
Before that game started, I watched Tom Brady with nothing march down the field and almost pull a rabbit out of the hat. And all I kept thinking about was, you hand-selected the number 3 overall pick. He went down, and simultaneously, you said, nope, Brady's finished.
Let's go to film on
That's
Mike.
My coach did that.
I know.
My coach.
I know. May not be your coach for too much longer. Film on Mike in the city. Listen on the car radio. What's happening?
Hey, man. It's so disappointing. Jimmy, football is a team sport, right? But he literally lost us that game. He missing throws. You fumble the ball. You throw the interception. What is his sense of direction? If I'm on Gary Street, I'll be like, okay, Oakland that way. That's the east.
It's so true.
That's the way. Why are you backing up that far? You're not on the 20-yard line, Jimmy. What are you doing? Mark Willard, what are you doing?
Hey, Fillmore Mike, my dad used to say, take Oak to Oakland, fell to fall back home, right? You know that. You know what I'm talking about. That's the two streets. I guess nobody knows what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
That was a walk-off from Phil Mount.
Yeah, it's a walk-off. Pat in the city. Pat listening on the radio.
Pat?
What's up, Pat?
What's going on, Fonte, man? How y'all doing, Joe? Y'all good?
I
could be better. I could be better, Pat. I could be talking about media day.
This team's going to make me go completely bald.
Warriors. We want to talk Warriors?
Hey, man. Hey. Hopefully some of my haircuts look good at media day. Anyway, I want to say this, man. The issue I'm looking at is that this team doesn't have any identity right now.
Nope.
Going into week 4, I don't know what this team is. I can see what Philly's becoming. I can see what Miami's becoming. And I'm noticing also one thing that's really starting to bother me is that we all know these guys script the first 10, 15 plays of the game. We have direction. We have somewhere to go the first 10 to 15 plays. We look good. The offense is clicking. We get down there and we score. After that script is done, I don't know who we are.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're looking like. That's what they're working on at practice, the first 10 to 15 plays. That's what we're going to come out with, guys. We look good. We look efficient. We look like we're moving the ball. After that script is done, this team has zero identity. And that's a bigger issue for me. That's a coaching issue.
Well, what did he do to adjust yesterday? What looked different in the second half?
Nothing looked different.
It's such a great point.
They ran the same play. Good. Thanks for the call, Pat. Good call there. I don't know. It happens like this all the time under Shanahan, though. This is where I look at the head coach. The NFC Championship game. The Dallas Cowboys game. All these great playoff games. They don't adjust in the second half. Their offense just becomes stagnant. It's like, all right, let's just run the ball, and hopefully we run the clock out, and we got out of here with the win, and we'll play solid defense. He coaches scared at times. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to put it on my defense to win a game. Instead of just being aggressive saying, I know I have a top defense. Let me be uber aggressive on offense and try to push the throttle and score more points. Again, we gave you the scoring numbers. Right now, they're 28th in the league in scoring.
They play four corners offense. They basically play
it's
like
Princeton.
Right. It's worse than Princeton. At least they backdoor cover.
So again, this offensive guru with Kyle Shanahan, because I remember we argued a lot last year. I said, I'm not calling Kyle Shanahan a genius yet. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that. Because you look at the scoring offense under Kyle Shanahan. 2017, 20th. 2018, 21st. Okay, 2019, you get the second in the league. You're scoring damn near 30 points a game. 2020, you're 21st in the league in points scored. Last year, you're 13th, middle of the pack. And right now, you're 28th in a league that caters to offense.
And you're supposed to be an offensive-minded guy. And I look at this team, and I would say the offense is more the problem week to week than the defense. And I think that's a fair assessment over the last couple of years. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
When was the last time the offense specifically won a game?
For the Niners? Maybe New Orleans, 2019?
I was going to say maybe the Cincinnati game. Even though they gave up the Jamar Chase at the end, I was going to say maybe.
Cincinnati.
They were holding Cincinnati down.
Cincinnati's there. I'll give you that one.
Like, that's a problem for me.
Coaching?
When was the last? Well, the last time they outcoached someone was the Green Bay game.
I don't even know if they outcoached them. Special teams.
Well,
you got a couple breaks on special teams.
Yeah.
That's not coaching.
And Jimmy
That's
Ward
hard from
made
the defense.
A hell of a play in that game.
Jimmy Ward, hell of a tackle before halftime.
Yeah.
You get the field goal block, and then you get the punt block. Is that really coaching, or is that just players making great plays?
And
so disappointed.
Trent could be out a month plus.
Wow. It's coming up. More of your phone calls. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Wilson has it on the run. Lost the football. Denver's got it. And Denver's got this one.
We're reacting all day with O'Neal, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh, my God.
Dylan wants to weigh in.
Jimmy G is just not that guy, man. He's just another guy on the field who's average at best.
On the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
The Grand National Rodeo is making its triumphant return to the Cow Palace on October 7th and 8th. Don't miss the awe-inspiring action of the Bronco Bucks of bareback riding, steer wrestling, bull riding, and all that you love about the rodeo. Get your tickets now at cowpalace.com and click Grand National Home. The anticipation is high for the 2022 Grand National Rodeo, October 7th and 8th.
Progressive presents Married to Your Home.
I'm such a screw-up.
What? House? Why would you talk like that?
How are you even with a house without a walk-in closet?
Stop. You have more than enough storage.
Oh yeah, and the unfinished basement. Gross.
We'll finish it eventually. Together.
No matter how much you already love your house, you'll love it more knowing you could save big bundling your home and auto with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Employee onboarding?
Automated.
Customer support?
Automated.
What if you could automate all your company's routine operation tasks and do it easily?
Lead management?
Automated.
With Zapier, you can. Zapier is the leader in no-code automation. Connect over 5,000 apps, automate almost any workflow, and streamline your team's performance without hiring a developer and with no coding required. That's right. Zapier's templates make it simple for you to automate anything in minutes, no matter your level of expertise. Zapier eliminates routine tasks and frees your employees to focus on the bigger picture. And with Zapier's advanced security features and annual SOC 2 audits, your data is safe and secure. See why thousands of companies, including Slack, Salesforce, and HubSpot, trust Zapier to automate their businesses.
Even complex tasks?
Automated with Zapier.
Try Zapier for free today at zapier.com/radio. That's zapier.com/radio. Zapier.com/radio.
In San Jose today, sunny skies, highs in the upper 70s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some, and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
Is it Jimmy G or Jimmy INT?
You know, it's funny how Raider fans could jump in my mentions, jump on the Comcast Business text line, and talk crap when they're 0-3. The irony of the Raiders being 0-3, and they're still out here running victory laps at Lake Merritt talking about, I love it when the Niner fans whine. You guys haven't won a game yet. And you got Devontae Adams and Darren Waller. You haven't won a game yet. You should not be talking right now. You're 0-3. 0-3. Stop it, Raider fan.
In honor of Mac Dre, I'll complete the line. Sipping martinis, eating scampi and linguine, making third downs disappear because Jimmy G's Houdini. My God, he was terrible last night.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
I mean, we all did at one point.
We all did.
We all did at one point.
Guru.
But like, it was like the end of a Scooby-Doo where someone ripped off the mask and it was like, the 49er quarterback is Jimmy G from the one we all remember. It's like, no duh it was. And I would have won if it wasn't for you kids, too.
I can't wait for Baldy's breakdown tomorrow at 7:30. I can't wait for his breakdowns tomorrow at 7:30 to break down what we saw from Jimmy Garoppolo. Because the plays, that's why, as much as I want to look at Kyle Shanahan, because Shanahan was off his rocker last week. Let's just put it out there like this. He was off his rocker.
I would be too.
Sunday afternoon when he's talking about you guys need to go watch more football and watch other teams. And then we watch that other team and they run it one time with their quarterback. And then you tell us on Friday that you got one of the best throwers on the planet in Jimmy Garoppolo, a guy you fired multiple times and told us all that you don't trust him. That's why I can't unsee Shanahan. I'm looking at him on the sidelines like, Shanahan, you built this. Well, this is your creation.
Well, and the irony is that they have such a great defense.
A great defense.
They should walk into 10 wins and still get, because obviously with the 7th playoff spot, you're going to have opportunities. But I can't take you serious.
Well, listen.
But that's where I'm at. Like, okay, you make the playoffs, everyone's going to say, oh, if they beat the Rams, they're right back in it. Guys, I can't take you serious when your quarterback plays like that. And we know that they are just one at any given moment. That Jimmy Garoppolo will show up.
Not only that.
We know it.
But you know what? I wish I would have saw Trey Lance with that same game plan last night. Let me see Trey Lance as a pocket quarterback, not a fullback, not a guy running the Navy offense. Somebody texted me yesterday, oh, man, they're running a weak T offense. 3 yards in a cloud of dust with Trey Lance.
Yeah, well, at least those guys get 3 yards. I'm not even sure we get 3 yards. I see a lot of dust, though.
A lot of dust. I see a quarterback running the back of the end zone.
They're saying they might have to call him Safety G.
There's so many jokes. Who's a 5-1-0 said he's out there doing a penguin dance in the pocket? I call it the waddle dance he's doing in the pocket. Happy feet. Grant Cole, what did he say yesterday? Maybe Jimmy thought it was a CFL and it was a 25-yard end zone. He planted his feet. It was actually a perfect plant. Did you see him? The left foot, the right foot, to get back in the end zone? It's like, damn, and then he throws it to Bradley Chubb. I was like, oh, my God. It was a pick six.
Okay.
It was a pick six.
Here we go. I'm going to give you the timeline of my dad losing his mind, because I already lost my mind 15 times today. Here's my dad texting me with no response from me at all. Jimmy is better when they just do the quick hitters. My God, Wilson is magical. Terrible play call. Horrible bad time management. Jimmy throwing off his back foot. He isn't getting the ball anywhere. He's not throwing the ball down the field. Man, he never gets any calls because he can't throw the ball on time. How do you not know where the field is? How do you not know where you're at? I hope Trent is okay. Boy, this offense is absolutely terrible. Why do I watch? And then you get all the way down to the end. I'm so frustrated. Screw it. Bring me Mr. Irrelevant.
Damn.
How many Niner fans were thinking, could Brock Purdy be worse?
I'm close.
I'm not
close.
there yet. I am not there yet.
I swear to God, I'm close. I've seen this movie before for the last 5 years. And I bought season tickets. And I thought, man, I'm going to get the Trey Lance era, man. Trey Lance coming in 2022. Ooh, buddy. It lasted a quarter. It didn't even last a quarter at Levi Stadium this year.
5 quarters of Trey Lance.
And now I got to drive to Monday Night Football and go watch Jimmy Garoppolo quarterback this team again.
The only way I can get through it is to therapeutically laugh right now because I'm so mad. I get so mad.
Laugh again?
And people don't want to make me scream. What?
You want to laugh at it again? Comcast business text line. 510. I played offensive line for Navy. At least we went for it on 4th and 2 at midfield every time. Shanahan coach is scared. Where's the cojones like Mike McDaniel? Mike McDaniel has big balls. Where's the cojones with Shanahan?
I don't know.
Gosh, let's go to Mr. Jones in Atlanta.
How does Ayuk get 3 targets early?
3 targets and don't even see him again.
And then it's like on a milk carton.
Danny Gray. Where's Danny Gray?
I don't know.
Where?
Another middle round pick. Another middle round pick.
It's sad when Dante Pettis and River Craycraft have more touchdowns than Debo Samuel right now.
I want to scream, but I know people don't want to hear me screaming through the radio.
I've already screamed.
I'm so done watching this anemic offense.
You know, I was so rattled. Mr. Jones, we'll get to you in a second. I'm so rattled that I drove off with the car seat today, so Anna can't even take baby Chaz to the grandparents' house. Now she's mad at me. That's how rattled I am, Shasky. Rattled. Done. The 49ers do this to me. And I was at media day having a great time. And 3 hours later, I'm sick to my stomach. Mr. Jones, it's your time, man. You're on the
What
roast.
up, Mr. Jones?
What's up, man? Hey, I'm going to take a bird out of Aaron Rodgers' book real quick. I know everybody's hot. Can we just be patient? We ain't even really necessarily got to be patient.
Patient for what, Mr. Jones? What are we patient for? For Jimmy Garoppolo to come around? He just told us last week it was like riding a bike.
Blame all this on Jimmy now because Cal has his very much part in it too. This was a whole team effort. We came out looking good, correct? Then all of a sudden, kind of like we always do, somehow, some way, when Shanahan gets kind of a leader, we looking good, Super Bowls, and the NFC 10, he gets with this complacent play calling, correct? We got all these weapons, like you said. We haven't seen Danny Gray catch no deep balls. Debo hasn't been being utilized. Kittle came back. So, but we can't. I blame the whole everybody yesterday.
Except for the defense, right? Except for the defense, right?
I cannot blame the defense.
I cannot blame the defense.
I'm not blaming that team. Like, Bosa played his heart out. I thought this defensive line played so hard. The linebackers were flying. The DBs were on every route. I'm not blaming the defense. Come on.
Yeah, you can't do that, Mr. Jones.
I'm saying, like, from the offensive part of the ball, like, we started off good, and then somehow, I don't know, Kyle gets a little too cute sometimes.
And I'm not going to be patient. We haven't won a Super Bowl since 1995.
You know,
it's 2022.
This
team goes to the podium. This is what pisses me off. I'm now mad because this team goes to the podium and they act like they're the 4-time champion Warriors when they don't have one ring. Not one ring. You know what they know? They know how to collapse in big games. That's what they know how to do. So when you win a big game, a real big game, then you can go to the podium and laugh things off. And you can tell your fan base, relax. You know what? Aaron Rodgers hasn't won diddly squat in years, but he got one ring. He's got one ring. All right? One ring.
Look at Patrick Mahomes cursing out Eric Bieniemy before halftime because he wants another shot to throw the ball. But you know what? He's got one ring.
Keep spending money on this team.
Yeah.
Keep investing all of my love and energy and effort into this team the way you do, the way I do. I have watched every snap of this team for 40 years of my life. And every single time, I want to think that they're about to turn the corner and we're going to see some offensive explosion like what my dad got to experience in the 80s. We sabotage ourselves.
Nothing.
The quarterback doesn't develop. He gets hurt. The coach gets ran out of town. There's always something. And now I get to watch again an elite Super Bowl-worthy defense get let down by the offense.
Dude, and tell me Kyle Shanahan doesn't coach with limit booty. Yeah, no, patience is out the window.
Come on.
It's out the window. Do you know why patience is out the window? Because the same fans and the same media members couldn't be patient with Trey Lance. You couldn't give the young man 5 quarters. One game in Chicago, and you were quick to say, oh, Trey ain't ready. Jimmy gives him a better chance. The better quarterbacks on the bench. Trey this and Trey that. Patience is out the window. Patience is done in the NFL.
You know what?
Patience is done. I don't want to hear a big word anymore.
What's that song, We Ready? They might have played that the second Jimmy went in there because Trey wasn't ready. Trey wasn't ready.
No.
What the hell was that last night?
Jimmy didn't. But Jimmy, it was like riding the bike last week. Now he needs OTAs and training camp, and it's going to be a while before he can ramp it up. And his arm is sore. His arm is sore. It ain't like Kyle Shanahan is treating him like Josh Allen. Josh Allen threw the ball 62 times yesterday in Miami in that South Florida heat. If his arm is tired, he gets an excuse because he's slinging that thing. Jalen Hurts damn near threw for 300 yards in the first half yesterday. Damn near 300 yards in the first half yesterday. My quarterback can't even throw a damn angle route 5 yards down the field. He's throwing back shoulder throws on quick slants. Patience is out the window. Patience is out the window. No patience. None. I have none for Shanahan. I have none for this offense. None whatsoever. Not when you're scoring 10 points against the Bears and the Denver Broncos. Nope. Not doing it. Not today. Scuba Steve in the city. Listen in on the radio. Scuba Steve, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, this Steve? Hey, I'm going to jump on him, too. I'm going to just jump on the pile. I got so frustrated last night because we kind of hit it in the first drive. Looked nice going down. And then I told my buddy, I said, look, after this, that's where Kyle starts getting nervous and starts doing some stupid stuff, or he gets relaxed and starts doing some stupid stuff. And exactly what I said was going to happen. I don't know what it is. It's a combination of Shanahan and Garoppolo.
Well, they brought him back.
And Debo Sanders.
That's the whole part about this. They brought him back.
Just so that he could be timid again with him. Just so he could be timid again with him.
Back.
But I thought it was go time.
Yeah, I thought it was full throttle.
You're right.
Go ahead, Scuba Steve. Sorry.
Hey, but he had oh man, I'm old, so my memory's going. He had Debo deep on the left side.
Oh, he's wide open.
Wide open. That ball for him to go get it.
Wide open.
Yeah, but he does that. That's what Jimmy does.
Jimmy Garoppolo's
he doesn't see the field.
Think about this. He threw the ball 29 times yesterday, but his arm's still sore. His arm's sore.
Over 3 hours.
29 times. You're on the field for 10 minutes in the second half. Your arm's sore?
Well, don't let. I want to make a clear distinction.
He threw the ball 12 times in the second half.
As bad as Jimmy was, let's not overlook that they put together an offensive line of the best left tackle in the game.
How long have I been
and 4 dudes that I'm not sure would start on how many teams. Burford ain't starting on maybe a couple of teams in the league, okay?
Shasky.
McGlinchey ain't starting nowhere.
Shasky, before I went to Europe, what did I say about this team? The offensive line scares me.
You should see number one alarm.
Look, I said, what did I say all summer? And some people kept throwing at me, well, Cincinnati made the Super Bowl. Cincinnati made the Super Bowl. Cincinnati made the Super Bowl. Oh, the Rams. Everybody keeps throwing this stuff. Offensive lines will lose you Super Bowls.
But then you can't be a team that hangs your hat on running the ball.
And have that offensive line.
So that's my number one
have
problem.
That offensive line.
Like, we'll go back to like building a team. And we get, as much as we want to yell and scream about Jimmy because he stunk, this team has made really piss poor decisions with the franchise tag and money. Nobody wants to admit this out loud. You don't pay $20 million for an interior defensive lineman when you rotate defensive linemen left and right. And then, like, Eric Armstead, this year he's making $10 million, all right? He's making $10 million. Right. Did you notice? Well, and I'm not trying to knock him.
They did not miss him yesterday.
He's a good player.
They did not miss him yesterday.
You know why? Because the strength of this team is the D-line. So unless you're going to be an elite sack master like Nick Bosa, you let him go. Are we missing DJ Jones?
Nope.
All right, and I like DJ Jones.
DJ Jones played well yesterday.
He did, but that's my point. I can get Givens, and you already drafted Kinlaw. I can get guys anywhere. This Ridgeway guy, he's a monster. I can find these guys anywhere. So unless you're sacking the quarterback, I'm not paying you. Second thing, you've had the franchise tag in your back pocket.
And you didn't use it on Laken Tomlinson.
I was the only one screaming it.
Well, no, what I say about the offensive line, Shasky? Laken Tomlinson, you let him walk.
I don't care if I have to pay him top 5 money.
I don't care.
Because
protect my quarterback.
Exactly.
How do you go into a season knowing that Trey Lance is going to be the starter in his second year, and you come back with Jake Brindle, who nobody knew he's botching snaps, and Jake Brindle has the audacity and the cojones to say, well, Jimmy's a gold standard in the huddle. His cadence the gold standard. Shut up, Jake. Just hike the ball on time and do not botch snaps. Please, for the life of me. Aaron Banks.
That would be like us going, hey, Chris Chiozza, why don't you give me your Chris Chiozza, tell me who does what good.
Chris Chiozza talking about, Kelly Oubre Jr. plays defense at a high level.
He's the gold
should be
standard.
DPO. He's the gold standard for perimeter defense. Like, stop.
We're going to see chorizo.
What?
There's a guru drop for everything.
Not only that. Mike McGlinchey.
I can't believe this team.
McGlinchey has been so bad. We haven't even noticed Aaron Banks. Mike McGlinchey has been so bad.
The second-round pick?
That Aaron Banks looks comparable at left guard. And I don't even know how well he's playing.
Who knows?
Who knows?
But I know this. Jalen Moore's not an NFL player.
How about going into the season? What the Buffalo Bills do for 3 years with Josh Allen? They built the offensive line to protect him.
Yes.
The Philadelphia Eagles and Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts does not get touched. They protect their assets.
Exactly.
They protect their... Cleveland Browns got a great offensive line. Jacoby Brissett's not getting touched so far. Not getting touched.
This should be a financial show. Protect your assets.
Yeah, protect your assets. Protect Trey Lance, please.
Seriously.
Well, you blew that one because you ran him like a fullback. You ran him like you were playing wishbone offense. You ran him like he was Tommy Frazier, and he's not that. All right? This offensive line is so damn bad. And you knew what was happening. Collinsworth's putting down second quarter. Look at the Denver Broncos put Randy Gregory and Bradley Chubb on one side. On the line.
5 guys.
Jimmy got crushed.
Not burgers. 5 guys on the line.
So don't worry. If you don't have patience for Brock Purdy, don't worry. Purdy time is coming. Because Jimmy ain't taking those shots anytime soon. Like, Jimmy was taking shots yesterday. So, yes, the offensive line is bad. But we knew that. And a lot of people, what did they tell us, Shasky, all training camp and all offseason? All preseason. Don't worry about the offensive line. Shanahan can scheme around it. Oh, can he now?
This is the same organization that ran Quam Harris out of town. I'll take Quam Harris over Mike McGlinchey. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Mike McGlinchey.
Remember him?
Please. Yeah, I do. Quam Harris out of Stanford. Let's go to Tony and Santa Rosa watching on YouTube. Tony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, how you guys doing?
I've had better days.
I was doing good until 5 o'clock.
Yeah,
I was doing good at Warriors training. Warriors meeting day was fun. I had a blast. And then 5:20 happened.
Well, we definitely need to beat the Rams. That's the only thing we can do on Monday. Bring this whole thing around. Maybe have all the teams at 500. I don't want to pile on to all the crap that because everyone's going to say anything about Jimmy and Kyle Shanahan, but we definitely need to fix the offense. Screenplays. I don't see anything creative out there. And can we use more than one running back, please?
Tony,
I know we got Debo. Can we use more than one running back?
Hey, Tony, real quick.
Mason got one carry.
Tony,
Jeff Wilson Jr. and Debo, the only two other guys to get
Tony,
carries.
real quick. When's the last time the Niners ran a good screenplay? A good screen.
Terry Kirby. 1997.
20 years ago?
Yeah.
25 years ago?
I mean, I'm dead serious.
Oh, my God.
I mean, actually, the only one I could think of wasn't that LaMichael James play where he fumbled in the Super Bowl. That was a good screen.
Tony, go ahead and finish.
I'm sorry. I'm just in my bag right now.
Tony, you still there?
Gone. All right, ran out of the end zone.
Jose in Mountain View. Jose, listening on the radio. What's up, Jose? You're on the roast.
Hey, man, dude, everything that needs to be said has been said, but you got to say it again because it's like therapy, right?
Yes.
The offensive line was a shambles. The play calling is even worse, man. Even those small dump-off passes or the small runs that he was trying to do, too complicated of a scheme. It looked like the defensive line was right there all the time in front of the running back instead of being out of the way or creating the lanes, right? But, hey, look, we need to be patient. We need Lamar Jackson.
Oh, my God.
Sean Payton.
Yeah. You know what they'll do with Lamar Jackson?
Well, no, he
They'll
said
drop
Sean Payton.
I know, but they'll drop Lamar Jackson back like he's Tom Brady. That's what they'll do there. My favorite was Jimmy Garoppolo ran like he was Lamar Jackson on a 3rd and 7, and he got the first down. But let's call that back for holding on number 69, Mike McGlinchey. I mean, this team, just the self-inflicted wounds are ridiculous.
It is. Let's go to Mac in the City. Mac in the City, what's happening? He's listening on the radio. What's up, Mac?
Hey, man, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having my call. I mean, I'm just very frustrated, man, because I'm watching a Super Bowl team being headed by Bill Belichick's backup quarterback to Tom Brady, and which we passed on, by the way. I'm so tired of watching Jimmy G, man, and with these oh-no throws and these Jimmy G moments that's going to happen. Like, I want Brock Purdy to get going.
Oh,
Please
my gosh.
get Brock Purdy going.
We're crying for it. Do you know what?
Get him in there now.
You know what?
Hey,
I'm not going there. Can we just hold on real quick about...
Yeah.
I don't want to see Brock Purdy play quarterback for my team, okay? The minute Brock Purdy plays, we're back to Nick Mullins. We're back to CJ
This is
Beathard.
2020 all over again.
The season's over.
If that's what we're doing.
The season's over.
Yeah, I don't want to do that yet.
The sad part is Jimmy is the best shot at success. Jimmy Garoppolo's the best shot at success for the 49ers this season. He is.
Well, and then let me push back on the Super Bowl roster thing.
And I'm not saying that with Trey. If Trey was healthy, I want to see Trey. Trey's the better quarterback in my opinion. But right now with Trey out for the year, Jimmy's all you got.
So let's go
and
back.
We're trying to rally around Jimmy. You tried to rally around him.
You can't when the guy can't even rally around himself. But I look at like 2019, you and I were talking about Super Bowl, and we always throw that word around. And I know how hard it is to win a Super Bowl. But I would say things to you like, the defense is Super Bowl ready.
They are.
But I don't think the offense is. Remember, I said that to you over and over and over.
Yep.
I'll say it again this year. You guys want to use the SB word? Absolutely label this defense Super Bowl. This offense is nowhere near that. This offense right now isn't over 500 level. Like, this is a below average offense, and that's being nice.
In 2022, when the NFL caters to offense, I watched the Phillies score 24 in the first half yesterday. I'm like, damn, that offense looks great. Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Dallas Carter. It's like, wow, look at them moving football.
Texans look more explosive than the Niners.
Texans scored 20 against the Bears yesterday. Damn, the Texans are playing hard.
The Niners have all these all-pros, and I feel like they got nothing on offense. And we're giving the ball. Offense. And again, I'm not trying to crush Jeff Wilson Jr. He had an okay game. But, like, we're just saying, hey, we're going to run the ball down your throat with our 9th best player on offense. What?
9-year veteran ran out the back of the end zone.
What was the point of drafting Ayuk in the first round
if you're
never going to target him?
Never going to throw him the ball.
What's the point of paying George Kittle $20 million a year
never going to throw him the ball.
And resetting the tight end market if he doesn't touch it? Like, I don't get it.
I don't get
How
any
does
of
Jeff Wilson Jr. get 3 times the amount of touches as Debo? That should never happen. And I like Jeff Wilson Jr., but spread out the love a little here.
Matt in San Rafael wants to call me out via radio. He wants to call me out about Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay, call me out, Matt. Let's go.
What's up, guys? I got some receipts I'd like to cash in.
Go ahead.
If pre-Monday Night Football against the Rams last year, Bonte, you were saying, oh, let's see Trey. How is Trey not ready? Jimmy doesn't have it. Turn it around. Why was everyone calling for Trey? Jimmy took us to a Super Bowl. This is Jimmy's team.
No, Matt. You've lost the main receipt. I said Trey Lance should have started from day one, week 1. I've been on that hype. But I get it. They went to Jimmy. It was obvious they weren't ready to go to Trey Lance. I thought Trey was ready to start last year, week 1. Find those receipts, Matt.
Okay. All right. Well, that's not what you said last year.
No, I did say that last year. Walking out of training camp day 3, I told you Trey Lance should have started week 1, and I never pivoted off of that.
Okay. You're
so
back.
What are you saying?
I'll talk to you later.
What are you saying, Matt? I don't get what he's saying. What is he talking about? I said on Monday. Oh, this is what happened on Monday Night Football last year. I tell you exactly what happened last year on Monday Night Football when the Niners beat the Rams. I came in the next day, and I said Jimmy Garoppolo looked average, and they got to win. Because the week before, the Cardinals whooped their ass with Colt McCoy. And I said the stinking ass 49ers got beat up by Colt McCoy, and I laughed it off. And the boss man got mad at me for saying, you're too happy about the loss. The fans are angry. You're not angry enough. And I said, really? So then they beat the Rams on Monday Night Football, and Jimmy Garoppolo completed one pass over 10 yards. I said he looked average. And everybody's like, oh, Jimmy looked great. I said, no, he looked average. And then I got in trouble again for not pumping up the fan base about Jimmy Garoppolo looking average. That's exactly what happened. So I had to cater to Jimmy Garoppolo because some of you pacifier-ass fans who wants Capri Suns or fruit snacks, oh, Jimmy did this and Jimmy did that. Again, I'll tell you guys, the 49er fan base, we've become accustomed to mediocre quarterbacks, which is why we call Alex Smith great around here, which is why we call Cap great, which is why we say Jimmy Garoppolo, all he does is win games. Because we've been just enamored with mediocrity around here. It's been how many years since Steve Young? How many years since Jeff Garcia?
Was a back-to-back Pro Bowler in 2002. 2000, 2001, 2002. That's how long it's been.
20 years.
Yeah.
20 years. So don't keep receipts about that.
And they haven't had a 4,000-yard passer when the league is littered with them. I mean, Kirk Cousins' worst year in Minnesota would be the best quarterback season for a 49er. I know you don't want to hear this, but in terms of the raw data, it would be the best quarterback season that a 49er has had since Garcia, which is probably the worst indictment of the quarterback position.
Keep those receipts. And now Trey's gone. And now we got to watch this over and over. We got 13 more games of this. 13 more. 13 more. You already got people calling for Brock Purdy. That's how bad Jimmy Garoppolo was last night. People are calling for Brock Purdy.
Actually got 14 more weeks.
Yeah. Oh, whatever it is.
Even worse.
But last week, that's 49 football. Felt like 49 football. It was like riding a bike. I'm so sick of this. We're not even in week 4 yet, and I'm already sick of the football season.
But it was a nice montage of Mike Shanahan at the beginning of the game, no?
Great montage. Let's flex.
And here's the best part. You're going to hear today. You're going to hear it all day. Oh, he didn't practice it. You're going to have a playbook. Where was the unique play that Jimmy had never seen before? Show me the play from yesterday's game that you haven't seen from this team over the last 6 years.
Terrible.
I saw the same crap. Not one clever play. I'm so done. This guy's such an offensive genius. This quarterback. No, because I keep doing it to myself. I love this team, and they let me down my whole life. I set myself up to lose my mind. And yeah, there's a whole season. I know how this ends. This ends with Brock Purdy getting multiple starts.
Oh, my God.
This ends with this team breaking my heart, ripping it out like The Undertaker at the end of the year. You know that's how this ends.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Head coach told us he's one of the best throwers on the planet last Friday. One of the best throwers on the planet.
No, he's not wrong.
The same guy. Different planet, Uranus, Saturn.
7 billion people. If you took all 7 billion people, and including babies and old people, he's definitely in the top. I mean, he's among the top billion, would you say, of throwing the football.
He's in the top 50,000.
Which still makes him one of the best.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Okay, I'm watching.
Of course you can.
I'm watching that game.
Good to see you, buddy.
And we spent all summer dissecting this kid's throwing motion, and I watched the worst footwork fundamentals I have ever seen. I've got these videos from back in the day that they used to give to season ticket holders, and it was behind-the-scenes footage you can't even find on YouTube because I've looked for it, of Bill Walsh breaking down how when he would watch Steve Young in the 1988 season, he would literally crop the video so they just looked at his feet, and he would know based off his feet whether he completed that pass or not. And I'm watching Jimmy just throwing the ball. Now, granted, the offensive line stunk. The footwork mechanics last night, for a 9-year veteran, I get it. Things get crazy in the pocket. His fundamentals are so bad. They're so bad, and I was reminded again last night.
I love when you talk fundamentals, Joe. It's so great. No, footwork.
A-gap.
No, it's great. And, you can look at the fundamentals, and you could say that his lack of fundamentals is probably the 11th worst thing that he did. You guys were talking about the safety, and I threw this out to Mark moments ago, by the way, in the green room before we came in.
It was the third best outcome.
3 safeties yesterday in the National Football League. Washington actually got when they earned it.
Okay.
Which was a more embarrassing play? The Jimmy G self-inflicted safety or the butt punt in the Miami game?
Well, they
won the game.
Yeah, butt punt is more
I'm
fun
just
to
talking
say.
about the play.
Yeah.
The play itself.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy's is more embarrassing.
He punted the ball into his own teammate's posterior.
Right, but a butt arrived in his punting area that he did not anticipate. The sideline did not sneak up on Jimmy. It was already painted.
Man, that's a good point.
It was just there.
What's the play call? Who is calling
by the way,
a screen from the one? Am I crazy?
You're not crazy, and you know who told you you're not crazy is Kyle Shanahan.
I didn't even hear it.
Yeah, he did. Now, you guys have asked for accountability. I will point out.
Time.
Yeah, Kyle walked to the podium last night and he said that was. He goes, I put Jimmy in a terrible position. He goes, I hate. Looking back on it, that was not the right call in that situation. I mean, look.
I normally go with a flea flicker when I'm on my own one. Hand it to a guy, throw it back to Jimmy, then we'll look to go.
Well, when you've got elite mobility back there like Jimmy, you take those chances. Yeah, look, this is embarrassing.
I almost woke the baby up on that play because I was trying to watch quietly. Baby Mila's sleeping.
Baby slept through the game?
Baby's up and down.
That offense doesn't wake her up.
Baby wakes up and she gave that one eye newborn squint and she's like, does that say 5-3? It's 7-5? What the?
Speaking of a baby falling asleep, you know how a baby just cries itself to sleep?
Oh, sometimes.
Monte, that's what you look like right now. Did you shoot all your shots? You look like you're about to cry yourself to sleep. Are you done?
He's looking at videos of Warriors Media Day to sue.
He's ready to take his shirt off again and do a video.
I was driving like a madman to get the kickoff.
Right.
From Warriors Media Day. It was a great time. Good to see Jordan Poole and Moody and Bobby Fitzgerald was running material.
Raymond Ritter.
Raymond Ritter.
Jimmy Garoppolo threw that for Daly City.
I got to catch up with Logan Murdoch.
It was good to see them.
Draymond.
It's good to see Steph. Hi, Steph.
They're holding the trophy. Logan Murdoch's running material.
Did they give you your
Andrews.
Did they size you?
It was just a great time.
Did they size
you? They brought us Gots, brought us chicken tenders. It was all good.
It's like raining like Soldier Field in here right now. Oh my God! I'm soaking wet.
Ended up flying out of Chase Center. Security guard says, "Good to see you." Said, "Hey, it's good to see you." See you.
Are you in the Batmobile
and Payroll?
I'm telling you what, Bully's catching up. It was a great day. And then kickoff happened.
Oh boy!
And then kickoff happened. And everybody who's taking their victory laps last week about Jimmy Garoppolo being a better option for this football team, they owe this fan base an apology. Kyle Shanahan, the accountability that he finally took after last night, I'm just sick. I'm just sick of watching Jimmy Garoppolo play quarterback because plays are there to be had. I'm just sick to my stomach watching this offense. I don't know what else I can say. What else do you want me to say, Mark?
I don't want you to say anything. You just look like you're about to fall asleep.
You tell me this.
He's cashed.
No, I'm going to go back home and watch this game over and laugh myself to sleep. You tell me, is Denver defense good or is that offense bad? Which one is it?
Well, two things can be equally true. Ralph Barbieri, rest in peace.
No. They're solid.
The Denver defense is good.
They're good, but they're not that good. The 49er offense was worse than the Denver defense was good, I think. I thought, yeah.
Well, when you have a Niner offense that is so predictable, and you're going to run the ball, so Denver stacks 8 in the box. Okay, Jimmy, go ahead and try to beat us. And Jimmy Garoppolo.
Do you know what's odd though?
Aren't you tired of watching Garoppolo play quarterback?
Well, of course.
We know how this season's
This
going to end.
offense, this offense is so boring.
It's
and I
so
said it
boring.
last week.
Why
it's
is it so boring?
Run, yawn, punt is what they do.
Here's what
Shanahan. I thought he was supposed to be an offensive innovator.
Here would be my question, and I don't think that I've heard this get asked through the first 3 weeks because there's a side conversation about Jimmy and everyone's going to be fatigued by it. But I also think the organization on some level, this is not a catch-all, but on some level they can fall back and be like, well, guys, we did fire Jimmy. Like, it's not like they categorically disagree with everything you guys are saying. They fired Jimmy Garoppolo, right? And we all know the story of how we ended up back here, which was no one's expectation. But here's this, because I was not bored when the 49ers went right down the field and went up 7-0.
They had one drive yesterday, Mark.
I know.
One drive.
Right, but this is my question, and I would ask this to Kyle.
1 for 10 up there down.
Have y'all noticed that the first quarter and a half of all 3 games has looked really good, and then they hit a wall and they can't get a first down anymore. And so I want to know what it is that happens that either allows a defense to suddenly adjust and know what's coming, or is there a lack of an adjustment on the offensive side? What is it that's happening at the 7-minute mark of the second quarter that stops this football team in its tracks? That's my question.
I don't know the answer to that, but you're 100% right.
That's my question.
They scored 30 points once since week 12 last year. One time. Now, look, in the playoffs, you play better defenses, so I believe there's a caveat there.
Yeah, fine.
Right? But, there's something going on here. They have too many good players for them to not score points consistently.
Is it on Shanahan?
Can you score 20?
Is it on Shanahan? Is it on Mike McDaniel being in South Florida?
I think it's all part of it. Yeah,
it's everything.
They don't have a great quarterback, but then again, Tom Brady played Aaron Rodgers, and there were 26 points in the whole game yesterday.
But they had no receivers. Godwin's out.
Is it that? Is it
but
that?
Also, we know Tom Brady's track record.
Yeah, Tom Brady hasn't. He hasn't had. He also hasn't had receivers his whole career.
Well, here's it. They needed a field goal drive. Let's just go here. They needed a field goal drive twice.
I know.
And they couldn't get a field goal drive. I'm watching teams go up and down. I mean, Brady's down 8 with nobody.
Well, no, believe it or not, walking into the end zone was the most embarrassing moment. My most frustrating moment was the throw to Debo's on first down. Oh, my
God.
You are not in a stressful situation yet.
And you're throwing into triple coverage.
You're at the 40-yard line with over a minute to go, and you're in mile high. You only need to get to the 35-yard line. Right. You're probably going to win the game. Why are you forcing it? Throw it away. Second and 10 is okay.
Terrible throw.
This is a really, really bad decision.
And the other thing, too, for me is, Debo Samuel, you bring him in the backfield. Ooh, Debo's going to run. It's no longer a change of pace. Now it's so predictable. You bring Debo in the backfield. Everyone moves in. You're playing too much bunch offense. You need to spread teams out. Brandon Ayuk is a guaranteed first or second drive, couple of catches, big plays.
And then goes away.
And then forget about him.
Milk cart.
Why'd you spend a first-round pick on
him? That name is triggering right now. Because Brandon Ayuk.
Why?
Because I think he's a phenomenal player.
And he the
and he's not being given the opportunity to put up the statistics that he deserves to put up in this league.
But why'd you draft Danny Gray in the third round and they're not going to utilize him?
Well, now you don't have a deep threat arm. So now, okay, go ahead, Danny, run 60 yards.
Well, and your O-line stinks.
Exactly.
So you don't have time to throw the ball deep right now.
But we knew that coming into the season, the offensive line was weakness. We knew that going into the season.
It was a question because they actually played really well week 2. And the bottom line is this.
They did.
There's a bunch of players that we can look at on this team and say, boy, you're in trouble if you lose that guy. Trent's top.
He might be
the number one guy.
Beyond losing Trent,
cannot lose that guy.
Yes. Banks, Brendel, and Burford. Banks couldn't get on the field last year, so he's a glorified rookie. He's as much of a rookie as Trey Lance was. Brendel is replacing a guy who might be a borderline Hall of Famer.
Exactly.
He's not an elite center.
He's had 2 botch
And then
snaps.
you've got a rookie at the other guard spot. So your 3 of your 5 guys in the interior are either new, inexperienced, bad, or all the above.
And Mike McGlinchey stinks.
You guys might be overselling how bad he is because to me, the offensive line is a unit. McGlinchey's not great. And now that Trent Williams is out, you're looking at an O-line with 3 question marks in the interior. McGlinchey, who hasn't been great at best. I think you guys are going in a little hard on him. You guys are going in a little hard on him, in my opinion. He's not great. I don't think he's quite as bad as you're saying.
He's an average right tackle.
My point is the collection of the 5 of them
is bad.
It's bad right
But
now.
although I don't know about you guys, my mind was not on poor offensive line play until after Trent left.
Well, when Jalen Moore went in, it was
right. He's seeing ghosts.
Can you put a hand on someone?
I mean, you could have predicted that Randy Gregory was going to be on Jimmy's head on the very next play, and he was. And they put Kittle over there. They're like, George, just go stand next to Jalen and help him out. And he left one time, and Jimmy was on the floor.
What stinks about this year, though, is that we miss out on the unknown of Trey Lance.
Oh, well, that's...
The development of Trey Lance is more exciting than anything that Jimmy Garoppolo's doing. Anything. And the way... And that's why that Mike Silver column hits hard. That's why I'm pissed off this morning. It's not the game yesterday, whatever, they lost Denver.
Hey, you woke him up, Mark.
Dibs and I are on the same page. Dibs and I are on the same page in terms of Denver's defense. That defense is good.
Yeah.
Good. But the way they celebrated, Jimmy gives us a better chance to win. You check, that's 49er football. Jimmy Garoppolo last week, it's like riding a bike. And then this week, all of a sudden, it's like, oh, well, I done had training camp in OTAs, my arm sore, yada, 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 yada. It was embarrassing how Trey Lance is treated through 5 quarters of football. That's what ticks me off. The leaders in this locker room were quick to run to Michael Silver and say, The better quarterback's now playing. That ticks me off so much.
You're not wrong, but I'm very hesitant to start putting names on who talked to Mike Silver.
We know.
Well, no, we don't. We don't. No, you think you know. You think you know.
But you don't know, and you never will.
You're putting A to B because of a comment you heard Juice make at a podium, and it's fair, but you don't. You don't know who talked to Mike Silver. You don't.
I know what writers are in that locker room, and I know what writers were talking.
Right.
I know what some writers saw.
I just hesitate on that. Now, your larger point is fair. I'm curious as to why so many in the locker room felt that way, but I also think it's human nature. We go with what we know. You have a locker room full of guys who were at the NFC Championship game last year with a certain guy. They love their teammate. They love their teammate.
They do.
You know what I mean?
But they also got to know that Jimmy damn near lost him the Dallas game, did nothing in Green Bay, and overshot George Kittle on the third play of the game, and they were winning in spite of Jimmy Garoppolo. That's what they know.
And they love their other teammate, too. You guys all heard the audio and what it sounded like when Trey was getting on the cart and what his teammates were out there saying to him. Like, I don't want to go too deep into this. The locker room is split, and there's Jimmy guys and Trey guys. Like, I think there's 49er guys, man, and they're going with what their coach is putting on the field. And Trey got hurt. It stinks.
But I think we're one loss away. We're one loss away from getting a little bit more of a deeper divide, and I don't know if we're ever going to see it.
What's the divide now?
The divide is you're Brandon Ayuk, and you don't get the ball thrown your way because your offense stinks. Now, I'm not saying that it's going to be on Jimmy or Kyle or both, but you're going to see frustrations boil over if you go to 1-3 and your offense remains this flaccid, and I know you don't love that word, and putrid, and just...
I don't mind the word flaccid at all.
Oh, it's beyond flaccid. I mean, there's not even a pill you could take to make that thing erect. But if you're Brandon Ayuk, you're going to only take this for so long before you get frustrated. And Deebo Samuel... The only time you get the ball is when you line up as tailback or Jimmy throws it 5 yards behind you.
Everybody knows that's coming.
Right.
Everybody knows that's coming.
It feels stale.
And they're going east and west as opposed to north and south with Deebo. And it's like, get upfield. The big thing for me as well is like, is George Kittle on this team? Like what? He gets a couple touches and on the great drive, which you alluded to. Ayuk touched it. Deebo touched it. Kittle touched it. Now, they sprinkled in runs in between each of those passes. How can we not figure out the equation to figure this out a little better throughout the game? I don't understand what happens. They go long stretches where these guys feel invisible. Like, invisible. I'm so frustrated. And the defense, the worst part about it is this defense is so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
And I'm glad you guys checked Fred Warner for trying to take blame. And come on, Fred.
No,
he almost
no.
I appreciate you guys saying that. Yeah.
No, Fred. You guys deserve first class. Offense deserve to get on Greyhound. Come on, man.
They don't get any blame.
Not even Amtrak.
But at the same time,
not even Amtrak.
And I said it out loud.
Too cushy.
As bad as he looked all game long.
Of course he was going to do that.
Russ,
you knew it.
The second he got the ball 5 minutes, I'm like, I know how this ends.
And when he made that pass, we were talking about it. He's like getting tackled at the line, and he just shovel passes it forward. I'm like, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. And then he hits Sutton on that deep ball.
He didn't look like Russ the whole night.
He looked terrible.
And then he looked like it just when he needed to.
He was staring down receivers the whole night, airmailing receivers.
Here's where I'm at, though.
Skipping passes.
This team may turn it around. They may sneak into the playoffs at 9-8 because the NFC is not as strong.
Stay on the journey, man. Stay on it.
Yeah. And everybody's going to say they were 3-5 last year, blah, blah, blah.
Stay on the journey, Bonte. Come on, man.
No, it's a week-to-week league. I get all that. Okay. But my excitement for watching this offensive football. My excitement for watching Jimmy Garoppolo quarterback this team. It's like watching Alex Smith again.
It's fair.
It's like watching. I'm not even going to go that far with some of the bum quarterbacks they've had, but like, how can I get excited knowing that Jimmy Garoppolo's quarterback of this team and that this offense has a limitation to it? They're not going to throw the ball down the field. All right?
Well, now they can't because they can't protect the quarterback.
They can't protect the quarterback.
At all.
So you have no time to throw.
And they can't
Everybody, all these defenses now, and we saw it in the second half against Seattle. Nobody wanted to talk about it because they got the win. Seattle started moving up on the line of scrimmage. By the second half, it was like 8-9 guys in the box because we know who's playing quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get excited for that. I'm watching Joe Burrow. I'm watching all these great offenses. And our offense, the team, the franchise, that innovated offense is now looking like they're back in 1970 again.
I guess.
I just can't get excited for it. And that's disappointing.
Fine. That's
and it's
fine.
Depressing.
Well,
it's depressing. I think that's the word I'm looking for.
I mean, look, the guy that they handed the reins over to got hurt. I mean, that's like...
because coach kept running
We've been there. We've been there.
Yeah, we have. And I'm not leaving.
Right.
I'm not leaving
well,
there. It was coaching malpractice.
The coach messed up by saying go watch Buffalo. He should have said go watch Philly. But anyway.
Jalen Hurts almost threw for 300 in the first half yesterday.
That guy throws the ball down the field.
He's throwing the ball around.
Yep.
So go watch Philly.
And he's
I watch the
also
quarterback throw from the pocket.
Everybody throws deep, but this team.
Also running 13 times a game up the middle of the field. So anyway, we already had that conversation, and I get it. Listen, I understand that this is where I was wrong last week. I thought because Jimmy Garoppolo was now officially a backup quarterback that we would maybe look at him through a little bit of a different lens. I know I do. Like, yeah, that was about as bad as I think I've seen him look on a football field. But I also, it's like, are you going to say, golly, 49ers, how the hell do you put this guy out there? They fired him. Do they not? Do we not? Did they not see it the same way we see it? They fired him.
It felt like they were getting credit last week for, again, I'm not saying you were, but I'm saying the general consensus, look how smart they are. They kept this guy around, and he's actually going to be better than Trey Lance.
I spent a whole week here screaming from the mountaintops that you couldn't re-sign this guy when they re-signed him.
You did in real time. I'm just saying the general consensus.
This was setting up the organization for all kinds of disaster.
It feels
and
like
a bunch of it has happened.
But we didn't think that this would be the disaster.
No.
We didn't think the disaster would be he actually plays.
No, right. I mean,
we thought the disaster would be so many other things. We didn't think that Jimmy G would play this poorly. And that the gut punch of yesterday, too, was the report early in the morning that there was a deal in place with multiple picks.
Did you see the last line of that article?
Brock Purdy's amazing.
Brock Purdy's
amazing.
He's got the effect.
Well, throw that in there.
Okay, over-under on Brock Purdy starts for the rest of the year, 1.5.
I put it in a half before, and I believe you took the under.
Yeah, and I still would.
And the line has moved.
Oh, yeah.
The line has moved.
I don't think they're going to decide to move on to Brock Purdy.
They don't.
Now, Jimmy, with no Trent Williams, may end up on the floor, and Brock Purdy may end up in the game.
That's
totally
most
possible.
likely, yes.
That's possible.
Not performance-based is what you're saying.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
And by the way, can I get just a nod for this too? Because I heard this point a lot from people, which was, well, gosh, you all forgot this is Jimmy. No, that was way worse. That was the worst Jimmy I've ever seen.
That's been Jimmy the last 22 games.
I disagree.
12 and 10, 48 turnovers in his 46
That
starts.
wasn't 12 and 10.
That's the Jimmy
you
we've
played
seen
like that last night. You're 1 and 20.
Right.
That was terrible.
In the second half of Dallas game, I'm at Jerry's World. That's Jimmy Garoppolo these days.
And they won that game.
He was hurt in that game, too.
And they scored 26.
They were in that game.
They should have had 35, 38.
Whatever they had. Well, yeah, right. I'm not. He's always been limited
on himself.
He's always been limited.
3 turnovers.
Yeah, but
the safety counts as a turnover.
How many no throws does he throw a game?
I've been saying
this since 2019.
Why did you
3 to 5?
Why did you say 3 to 5? It was at least 8 last night.
Last night was worse.
That's what I mean. No, that's what I mean.
DJ Jones play on the first drive. Everyone said the same thing in real time. Ooh, good thing DJ batted that down. That was a pick 6.
Yeah,
everyone said that.
It's just like I left the car seat in my car, so I got to run. My other half, better half, is mad at me because baby Tez can't go to the grandparents. I'm going to let you guys start the show.
Wait a minute.
You guys have 2 bases, right? So she's got a base,
but I have
you
the
have the
car
one
seat,
car
I
seat.
got the one car seat.
Yeah, I was supposed to put
getting cursed out.
I was supposed to put the base in my car last night, but I was so despondent after the Niner game, I haven't put the base in yet.
Congratulations. I'm glad she's mad about something else this week. That's good. This is good. This is a win.
This is good.
This is a win.
You guys have a great show.
All right, brothers.
I will be better tomorrow, I promise.
Keep your shirt on, B.
Keep your shirt on. Dude, watching that offense gave me a headache. It was awful. 7-5, midway through the third quarter.
Do you always watch naked? Do you always watch games naked?
You know, I like
Is that like a...
Shout out Rihanna. I know you want to see me naked. Thank you. Halftime.
Later.
I'll take it.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So, how'd you enjoy the number one show on television in America last night?
I didn't enjoy it a lot. It felt kind of like a episode of Stranger Things. It was scary. I had nightmares, Mark. That thing was so ugly.
All right, look, here's the deal, everybody, okay? And I think you know the deal. 888-957-9570. That is the number. That is also our Comcast business text line. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Wherever you like to comment, whatever platform you use, today is going to squarely be all about you. Let's hear from you. And I want to take this question and this conversation in a couple of different directions. There will be organically plenty of piling on. That's what a Monday is about. But I would love to hear from each and every one of you, what is it you would do about this? What is it you would do about what we saw? Maybe you buy what Jimmy Garoppolo said. Just need some time. Just got to work some things out. Got to work with my guys. I've never worked with these guys before.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people are like, what do you mean you've never worked with these guys before? Maybe he's talking about the interior of the offensive line.
That's a big pass for me. If we're going to play buy or sell, I can't sell that fast enough. That whole notion of, because a week ago, it was like riding a bike.
I agree with you.
And now all of a sudden, you got saddle sores?
That's a bad 1-2 punch of audio from Jimmy Garoppolo. Last week, it was like riding a bike. This week, boy, I had no camp.
Thank
you know what I
you.
mean? Here's one thing you can't do, and he knows this. You just can't do this in a public space when you're a major celebrity and you get a podium after every time you go to work. You can't do, look, I'm not trying to make excuses, but. And he threw one of those in there. Listen, I get it. There's always an excuse. This is football. This guy went through an entire playoff run last year with no thumb and no shoulder, and to his credit, he did not use it as an excuse. It's going to be really hard. If your name is Jimmy Garoppolo and you are in the 6th year of being the quarterback of the 49ers to come out and say, hey, no playbook. I don't know these guys. I just met this guy, Kyle, who stands behind me. I'm sorry. It's just, there may be some validity there somewhere, but it's not going to work.
No.
It's not going to work in front of a microphone.
Especially when you come out and you score a touchdown on your second drive and things look good. You looked pretty comfortable and you were humming. And then after that, you get absolutely nothing done. You're right, though, about I'm not going to make excuses, but that whole line of answering, it's brutal. And the boys in the morning mentioned it earlier, Trey Lance after the week 1 loss and how he took accountability. Really refreshing for a young player. I thought Jimmy G could have gone a long way last night toward taking more accountability, but ultimately, that wasn't his biggest mistake of the night.
I mean, and by the way, his biggest mistake of the night, Kyle Shanahan did take accountability for that. Kyle Shanahan came out because of the walking out of the back of the end zone, which Jimmy gets his share. You got to just have. I'm going to give, if we were going to do a pie on this, 75% of that goes to Kyle for the play call. But Jimmy, even if it was a terrible play call, Richard Sherman talked about it on Twitter. Kyle took accountability. Jimmy afterwards sort of, you could tell, thought it was, he was like, well, that was a tough situation. In other words, yeah, you put me in a tough situation, but how do you not have the presence on the field? You look at that play and let's imagine the quarterbacks in the NFL who everybody wants. The Mahomes, the Allens, the Bradys, the Rodgers, the Herberts. There's no way they don't have the field presence to sort of feel like it wasn't, oops, 1 foot touched one little blade of white grass.
He was way out.
Both feet.
He was way out.
He just ran out of the back of the end zone for the second time in the history of the league.
The play call was terrible, but that is on the quarterback. That's on Jimmy Garoppolo. So the play comes in, and you're on your own 1 yard line, and the call is a screen. Okay, Jimmy G may not have been thrilled with the play call, but when he drops back, he's got to know, like you said, you got to have that sense of awareness to know that you don't have 15 yards to run back. He goes 12 or 13 yards back. You're out of the end zone, and oh, by the way, thank God he stepped out because he threw a pick 6. So that's the thing about it. I mean, he could have thrown 2 or 3 pick 6s in that game. I don't understand why he was so much worse than normal. Even if you take the baseline Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm not as big a fan as his as you are, but I think it's hard to look at that game look at all his starts as a 49er quarterback and not see that was one of the bottom 5 performances.
I'm totally with you. Can we hear from some people who last night went, see, that's Jimmy? No, it isn't. That was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. That wasn't Jimmy. I don't know who that was. But go to the bad games of the past. Go to the ones where Jimmy's frustrated you, and each and every one of you can do this on your own. Pop to mind, what's the Jimmy game that's frustrated you the most over the last 4 years? I'll give you mine. It's Tennessee last year. Tennessee Titans game last year. Thursday night football game. Same darn thing as what we've seen this year. 49ers come out, script works, got the lead, they're the better team, all of that. And then Jimmy is missing throws, making terrible decisions, getting picked off in the red zone, all of that stuff. And the 49ers found a way to lose that football game. That was my most frustrating Jimmy Garoppolo game in recent memory.
But that was 26 of 35, Mark. He threw for 322.
Thank you. My point being, last night was way worse than that one. So this whole narrative of, well, that's Jimmy. No, it's not. Give me a game where Jimmy looked worse than last night. Well, I can't think of it.
There's games where he's looked that bad, but to me, that's even if that's the worst that Jimmy G has looked, that is Jimmy. The throws that he made, the mistakes that he made, those are the things that drive people crazy about Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not like you had a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers have a game and play that badly, and this is why QB rating to me is one of the more fraudulent stats in all of sports, because he had a decent QB rating, but fumble, took a safety, and the pick he threw in the fourth quarter where you're trying to drive for a field goal. You mentioned it in the changeover. It's just a throw you cannot make at any level. Live to fight another day into triple coverage, and just it's game over. Jimmy, people are frustrated because they do feel that is Jimmy Garoppolo.
I thought that was worse. Obviously, it is Jimmy. He did it. I mean, think about mulligans in golf. I heard, I can't remember who it was on the PGA Tour, but they said this one time, like, we'll hit a ground ball off the tee, and we'll go, oh, hold on. Give me another one. Give me another one, because that's not me. And the PGA Tour player was like, no, see, but that is you. It's the worst version of you.
Yeah.
But yes, that is in your repertoire that you can hit a ground ball. Last night was in Jimmy's repertoire.
Yeah.
And it would, but I believe that to be, I don't know, based on what I've seen, that's the floor. That's the floor.
It better
this
be.
isn't, right. And
if not, we're going to see Brock Purdy.
Oh, well, we're going to see Brock Purdy. We're also not going to see the playoffs. I can tell you that. But so many of you I know, I've heard this from so many people. You want accountability from Kyle and from Jimmy, right? And I'll agree with you. I thought Jimmy didn't necessarily say what you probably wanted to hear him say yesterday. Kyle did say this, if what you're looking for is accountability.
I mean, that was a tough situation I put him in. That unblocked guy coming. Wish we'd had time for the big play and could have ditched it. But it was a tough situation I put him in.
Yeah, wish we had time, but that was like, in other words, that was a bad play call. I don't know. Has Kyle Shanahan ever done that before? That was a bad play call.
I'm sure he has. Yeah. Absolutely. And it was a bad play call. I thought in general, Kyle Shanahan's play calling was not the issue. And, you always talk about how it's hard to criticize play calling, and I do it a lot. I thought yesterday Kyle Shanahan's play calls, for the most part, were good. Jimmy Garoppolo's execution was terrible. The offensive line was porous. And I said it last week when you asked me on Friday. You said, okay, you think Denver's going to win. How do you think that Denver's going to win? And I kind of laid out that very scenario. Denver's defense, better than people want to give them credit for. The Niners' run game, by the way, is in disarray. You had one good run from Jeff Wilson Jr. and a bunch of nothing.
He set up the whole
aside
touchdown.
From that. So,
gosh, I'd still love to see more Jordan Mason. Did he get one carry? And it was a good one.
He didn't get one.
I'm pretty sure that. Oh, did it get called back?
It must have, because I was looking for it in the box score and it didn't show up.
Yeah, he definitely had a carry and it went for about 8 yards, and maybe it did get called back. I can't remember.
It didn't show up in the box. Yeah. So unless the NFL.com box score is wrong.
All right, let's fire away. 888-957-9570. That is the number. Text line. We're watching you. YouTube, Twitch, commenting there. We are watching you the same way you're watching us. Let's go. Let's do this. Niners lose 11-10. Even the score is embarrassing, just to say it out loud. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The Niners came up short in the Mile High City.
Intended for his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone to safety. And Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
We're reacting to the Week 3 loss all day long.
Hey, you guys are way too kind to Garoppolo. I mean, seriously, the guy, does he have any kind of field presence? I mean, 3 turnovers on this guy alone. Realistically, this guy is a joke.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
BART is turning 50 and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of BART's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate BART's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go!
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at Bay Area Chevrolet Dealers.
Odyssey celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month, a time to celebrate the achievements, histories, traditions, and cultural diversity of Hispanic and Latinx Americans. More on the Odyssey app, and celebrate the sounds and stories of Hispanic heritage at odyssey.com/HHM.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer?
Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take-Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy-efficient appliances. You can also save with a smart thermostat. Right now, select Google Nest Learning thermostats are $60 off. Plus, find other great energy-saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and Biontech.
Second and 10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
I don't think I've ever seen a worse play in the last, I don't know how many years of 49er football. Think about everything that happened on that play. Kyle Shanahan has already admitted that was a bad play call. Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have the presence of mind to not run out of the back of the end zone. It would have been a pick six if he hadn't run out of the back of the end zone. And the most important player on your team got hurt. He's probably going to miss at least 4 games. So, anything else?
It was a heads-up play.
You guys want to kick the dog while you're here, too?
Heads-up play by Jimmy Garoppolo, stepping out.
He looked at it and went, well, how could I turn this 7
into
points for the Broncos into only 2?
Exactly. I mean, Jimmy should be applauded. By the way, Joe Spadoni gets a rare 5 out of 5 for his rejoin, playing the Sierra, the Russell Wilson connection, and the Jimmy Garoppolo 1-2 step out of the back of the end zone.
By the way,
Spadoni bringing his A game on a Monday.
Very, very good.
He's been up since 3. So.
I have a different trigger of that song. My daughter, once upon a time, did there was one of those, at the end of the year we're going to do a show, and you need to spend $150 on my outfit, and all that whole thing that we all know. Yeah. And that was the song that the girls were doing the 1-2 step, and they were 7 years old, and none of them are choreographed. It's one of those things where you're it's super cute.
Yeah.
It's super cute. But they're also practicing at your house for
over
8 weeks. I don't ever want to hear that song ever again. I'm sick of that song. And Ciara with her Broncos gear, let's ride up there. I mean, real quick, Jimmy was awful, and he was definitely the worst of the 2 quarterbacks, but that ain't saying much. Russ, $250 million? Yuck. Ugh. Gosh, they look terrible.
What are they, 2-1?
Yeah, 2-1.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Believe me, I would trade it.
We all look at a bunch of numbers, but ultimately the W and the L are the only numbers that really matter.
No.
So, I mean, and you let Russ cook. You're the defense. You didn't let Russ cook at all. And as I mentioned on Twitter, he ended up making cup of soup, cup of noodles, and that was enough, though, for Denver to get fed and get satisfied. Russ didn't cook. He microwaved cup of noodles. And that, unfortunately, that was enough to beat Jimmy Garoppolo, who apparently forgot how to ride a bike over the course of a week.
Yeah, this is a terrible performance, and it happened on the #1 television show in America, which is it's embarrassing. It's really hard to watch. If you didn't end up with your face in your hands at some point last night, you're probably not a true fan. For me, again, it was the throw to Debo over the middle when you'd already gotten to about the 40-yard line. You only needed another 20, 25 yards. You had plenty of time, and it was first down. And there was absolutely no reason to force that throw into triple coverage and get that pick. That was, and again, they ended up with another shot at it anyway. But for me, of all the Jimmy junk last night,
Jimmy junk,
that was Jimmy junk, and it wasn't in the trunk at all.
No. Guys like what? What?
That was the one. Now,
Jordan Mason, by the way, 1 carry.
He did get 1 carry.
You can't trust the NFL.com box score. You have to go to the game book, the actual game book.
And
1
how many
carry
yards?
for 7 yards.
For 7 yards, okay.
So,
and it was a well-blocked play. Like, he didn't do anything special.
19 carries for 88 yards as a team, and we know that Kyle Shanahan needs 30 carries to win, 19 carries, 29 passing attempts, and an overall weak offensive effort.
We're going to the phones here in just a second.
Let's go to the phones.
And I think we also want to thank the YouTube chat. I've never seen it move this fast. The conversation going on YouTube is really, really great.
A lot of support for you and your support for Jimmy G.
Really?
No.
No. By the way, do I sound like I'm supporting Jimmy G?
People think that you brought your 10 underoos and your pom-poms.
Really? So the part about calling it Jimmy Junk and saying it was the worst thing I've ever seen him do on a football field sounds like support to you?
It's not me.
Yeah,
Mark,
I mean, whatever. I will say this.
Thing's moving so fast.
Food for thought. Food for thought. If all of us do love self-evaluation, right? Do we? Or maybe not.
Yeah.
Okay. Food for thought. This is not to trigger you. I don't want you to take any opinion from this. I want you to listen to my question and then just answer it to yourself, and we can talk about it throughout the morning, okay? But I know a lot of you today just want to fire everybody. You want to throw everybody all out the door with the trash. I know, and I get that emotion 100%.
Fire Kyle right now.
I want you to think about this, though. If your point is that Jimmy Garoppolo is terrible and Kyle Shanahan is overrated and stinks, then I would submit to you, how is it that they did have 2 good seasons? If Jimmy stinks, I would say Kyle probably needs some credit because he keeps winning with him. Or
12 and 10 in his last 22. Fonte Hill.
Just again, I know you're going to have opinions and numbers and all of that, but just bounce that around in your head because it's one thing where I find a little incongruity. If they both stink, if Jimmy is the worst quarterback of all time, and then you keep going, and Kyle is this supposed genius. Well, hang on a second. If Jimmy stinks, if that's your premise, Jimmy's an awful player. All right, there's your premise. Well, then how the hell do they have 2 good seasons together? And wouldn't that then speak to, actually, Kyle can scheme some stuff up pretty good. Or, and you can have this opinion too, Kyle is totally overrated. He actually doesn't know how to call a play, same way he doesn't know how to get out of bed. Okay, then how the hell did Jimmy Garoppolo get to 2 NFC title games? I'm just saying, just think about it. I'd love to enter that into your opinions today. That's from me to you.
Right.
And you're welcome.
Well, and on behalf of the YouTube audience, from Overstand 510, here comes the excuses from non-hat Willard. A lot of people commenting on you not wearing a hat.
Repeat the excuse. What's the excuse?
They are both average from Dave Johnson.
Okay.
Mark.
Fine. And again, I'm just looking for responses. I do want to hear. Repeat back to me. What's the excuse? What excuse have I given?
It's not an excuse, but I think people are feeling like you're giving too much credit to Jimmy G and Kyle Shanahan when this defense and the run game
that's an old opinion.
are big parts of why they win.
That's history. That's what we've been talking about for 5 years.
And you don't have McDaniels anymore as your run game coordinator. And look what's happened to your offense.
And the Dolphins
are absolutely hot.
They're 3-0. They're 3-0, and this is a problem for the 49ers because whether this matters, whether we actually know who was conducting who, it's going to look bad if Mike McDaniel goes to Miami with another quarterback who's not considered a star.
He's reclaimed him. It's a reclamation project.
And he wobbled off the field. By the way, quick aside.
No, we can do more than a quick aside.
GTFOH with that was his back injury. The Miami Dolphins...
NFL concussion protocol, what are you doing?
Thank you. Completely circumvented the rules yesterday by Tua coming back out on the field.
Well, they're supposed to have an independent analyzer.
But there's a rule. You can pass concussion protocol all you want if there are visible on-field signs.
The guy collapsed. He couldn't make it 5 yards.
Thank you. If there are... The rule. This is a written rule.
No, Mark, I'm with you. He's
visible...
my fantasy quarterback. So I'm watching this. I'm watching the red zone, and every chance I got, I was actually going to watching that game because that game was so compelling.
It was great.
And I see Tua unable to even make it 5 yards. The guy basically collapsed. And Supper, my lovely Supper, said, "What happened to him?" She kind of looked up because I was like, "Oh." And I said, he's concussed bad.
He's concussed.
Goes to the locker room, and I'm thinking, well, there goes that fantasy week.
No, it's a rule.
He comes out for the third quarter.
Like my guy Doc Chow, the former Charger team Doc on Twitter, was like, this is a rule. And it was before he came back out. He goes, that's visible signs of concussion. He is not allowed back in this game. He is ruled out. And then he's like...
He's back.
Oh, like hell.
And he played great, too.
Yeah, what?
He played great.
What is going on?
The greater point, though, is the fact that he's gone and your offense looks worse. That's a big blow to Kyle Shanahan.
And their offense looks great. I mean, I know they only scored 21.
And the Kyle Shanahan, whatever success they had was predicated on more than just Jimmy Garoppolo being an elite quarterback, which he wasn't.
Oh, he never has
And Kyle
been.
Shanahan being a genius, which he's not. If everything doesn't line up for Jimmy Garoppolo, he's not that good.
By the way,
you look at the games he started over the last couple of years, and he's about a 500 quarterback. And that's not to say the season's over. They're only 1-2.
Right.
But Kyle Shanahan and everything he's done, everything he did last year that looked to be so innovative, it's not innovative anymore. They know Debo's going to run the ball. Try something else, Kyle, because it's not working.
I agree with you. I actually said this at the Chicago game. I'm like, boy, it just looks like the defense is ready for this now. It does. I'll give you that. It looks stale. By the way, Jimmy's not elite. Have never said that. And Kyle Shanahan, I don't use the word genius, okay? Like you're good at football. I like Kyle Shanahan. I think he's a good football coach. I think the 49ers are in way better shape now than they were before he got there. I think that's unarguable. But no, if you guys want to get rid of the genius label, I think he's a good play caller. I think he had a bad night last night for sure.
He's had a bad start to the season.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I will go back to Chicago pre-tsunami, and I said it then. You were at the game. He should have been more aggressive before the rain came, because by the time the heavy rain came in the fourth quarter, you were there, I wasn't, watching on TV, when the real rain started to fall, they were down by 2 scores. It was too late to do anything.
Absolutely.
And even last week against Seattle, I would question the play calling because you got the quarterback hurt. Now, the quarterback got hurt, and I didn't see any QB runs yesterday. Maybe Kyle's learned his lesson.
Yeah, that must be
You're
it.
welcome.
Thanks. Great point.
Yeah, great.
Star.
It's a great point.
Let's go to the phone. Star.
Let's go to the phones.
Let's go to the phones. Hey, Star in San Francisco. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Star?
Oh, man. I'm just I'm on a quick little lunch break. Had to...
Damn, that's an early lunch. You're like...
an hour just to make sure I make this call.
You're my people eating lunch at 9:45. I love you.
You know what? Hey, when you work with the homeless man, it's 24/7.
Hey, good on you. Good on you.
This might as well be anytime.
Yep, good on you, Star. Appreciate you.
But quick question before I get into it. Because I was in Chicago with a couple boys out there. Did you go to the Cubs game on Saturday?
Sure did.
Great win.
I mean, but like forget, because Giants, who cares what the final score was?
You guys want to get a room, you two?
No, I mean, right? Was that the most sparkling? I mean, that day at Wrigley Field, the weather, we talked so much about the weather at the Bears game the next day. Man, that was a memorable day at Wrigley Field, baseball aside. But thanks, Star.
Oh, how about the Miracle Mile, too? I mean, boy, the weather on that Saturday in Chicago. Oh, God.
Hey, Chicago. When it's pretty there, it is pretty.
Oh.
It is pretty. Anyway, go ahead, Star. What'd you want to say?
Okay. Hey, the field wasn't the only thing that was pretty in Chicago. All right, moving on.
Thank you.
I just got to say 2 quick things. The first one is 95.7 has just turned into the Jimmy 24/7 hate line. That's all I'm hearing. Outside of Willard, everybody's bashing this guy. Is it the offensive line is terrible? They can't all be terrible. Okay, is the play calling terrible? Is the offensive line terrible? Do we have the worst quarterback in the history of quarterbacks?
Right.
I remember Tim Rattay. Do we think we're just going to get an elite quarterback? We will not. I'm sorry. They don't grow on trees. I would like to go out with Rihanna. That's not going to happen. You got to just take whoever you got and run with it. We got.
How did he play last night? How'd Jimmy play last night?
I mean, wet garbage.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
No, and Star, thank you. This is a fair point he is making. Star, appreciate your call and appreciate everything that you do. Listen, this is kind of the way he's working with the homeless. Why are you snickering?
I'm snickering because
he's working with the homeless.
I know, he defends you and your Jimmy G point, and so
I'm not making a Jimmy G point, and it doesn't need to be defended. Listen to what I'm about to say about what he just said.
I got my headphones on.
Can we make last night about last night? This is it. This is my only response to everybody who wants to fire everybody every time someone loses. You're irrational, okay? Jimmy was awful last night. Kyle was awful last night. Anyone who has anything to do with offense with the 49ers was awful last night. You're all correct. ... That does not just erase good things that have happened in the past, nor does it mean fire everybody. That's what I'm saying.
It also doesn't erase bad things that have happened in the past.
That's fine.
It confirms your bias, no matter what's...
My bias?
No, not your bias. Anyone's bias. If you think Jimmy's a bad quarterback, last night confirms your belief because he played badly. If you think Jimmy G is actually a good quarterback, you can look at last night and say, well, Jimmy's done some good things in the past, so that becomes a one-off. It all depends on where you fall in the Jimmy G specter.
I guess why does it have to be at either end of the rainbow? I think we all know who Jimmy is. Jimmy is a mediocre plus quarterback. He gets plus because of his record and his resume.
I think he's closer to that guy than he's closer to last night than he is the New Orleans game that we all want to talk about.
I guess, but fine. Like, who thinks he's elite? Is anyone saying that? I don't know why this has to be so divisive. Nobody is saying that Jimmy's elite, and if you think that Jimmy is the trash barrel of the NFL, you're also wrong. Like, facts. Can't we all just, we know who Jimmy is. And yes, the spectrum can be there. There's always going to be there. You can skew on what he's done positive. You can skew on what he's done negative. But that window is like the 12th best quarterback to the 20th best quarterback. It's not.
12th is a little high.
Right.
I think he's 17 to 54.
54. Come on.
Coming off of last night, he's lucky I even have him in the top 54.
You don't think that, and I know you don't.
QB rating of 81.2, though.
But you've agreed. You've agreed, as many have throughout the year, that Jimmy Garoppolo is a starting quarterback in the NFL.
He's a placeholder plus, is what we call him.
That's what we've always called him.
But now you're holding a place on a team that has an unbelievable defense, and it should be better than 1 and 2 right now.
But he wasn't supposed to be here. They fired him, right? But they fired him.
But he is here.
Right, and that is a different story, though. They didn't pick him.
No, but they kept him, and when they kept him, they didn't prepare him to do what they needed to have him do. And
Those
that,
are fair
to me,
points.
is if we want to talk about the fire Kyle right now camp, and I'm not in that camp, he's not getting fired, but the fact that they didn't prepare him to come in and be the backup quarterback, that is a gross mismanagement of the asset.
Who prepares their backup?
No, you have him at least in camp with a playbook. You have him at least in meetings.
Right, but he didn't get signed until camp was pretty much almost over.
Well, that's a them problem.
It's kind of circumstantial. I hear you.
But here we are in week 3.
I'd love for him to be more prepared as well, but
he said it as much that he wasn't prepared last night,
which he shouldn't have said. But at the same time,
he's going to be honest now because he's been fired.
That's true.
So why would he hold back?
Did you hear Tirico and Collinsworth at one point last night even said, like Collinsworth was saying, when they met with Jimmy, Collinsworth looked at him and said, is there a little piece of you that went, oh, now you need me, 49ers?
Right.
And he said, Jimmy looked at him and went, yeah. So, this is the under-discussed portion of what we're going to go through next. This idea that Jimmy and the 49ers are kumbaya, I don't buy it. I don't buy it because even smiling Jimmy, you can hear it. What did he say after the Seahawks game? Yeah, I get to throw it around a little bit, and we don't usually get to do that around here. And I really liked 2017. After that, I haven't been able to do it. And then what'd you hear last night? Hey, Jimmy, what happened on the safety? Well, kind of got put in a tough situation. You're probably going to see a little bit less kumbaya between Kyle and Jimmy because that's human nature. He got fired, and now they're like, dude, we need you. That's tough.
It's brutal. And, Jimmy obviously wants to play well, win, and then go on to his next destination and make more money. And I said this on my own injury report last night on Twitter.
Oh, you got an injury report.
Niners injury report. Kyle Shanahan's confidence is questionable due to an injury. Jimmy G's free agency potential devastated in last night's
I didn't know you could be devastated on an injury report.
How much money did he lose last night in free agency? $5 million?
I don't know.
Not 5, not 6, not
week.
7.
It's
yeah, but that
it's bad.
If you're a team looking for the next quarterback,
I know, but
you see that on national TV.
But what happens next? We all just remember what happened last week.
Well, he doesn't go 35 for 41. We know that.
Probably
He's
not.
done that once.
Yeah.
And even the game you cited against Tennessee where he threw for 300-plus yards, he wasn't very good.
No, he was very bad in that game. Nobody thinks Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the savior of a franchise and take him to a Super Bowl. You're going to sign him if you're a team that doesn't have a better option. Like your right? If this Washington rumor was true, Washington was not in a position of let's take our pick of the elite quarterbacks and go win the NFC East. No, it was Jimmy or Carson Wentz. Did you see him yesterday? He looked awful, too.
Same record as the Niners.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Clyde in San Francisco is next up. Hi, Clyde. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Nothing much. I'm on mid-break. Drive school bus up mid-break now. Question, how does this feel for us Niner fans to watch everybody else in the league, Miami, Green Bay, and LA, run our plays better than us?
I mean, this
hurts.
Thank
you for driving a school bus. Very important job.
Absolutely. Thanks for all you do. Clyde, thank you for calling.
Keep those hands at 10-2.
The Dolphins, and this can be fair or unfair.
I'm a big 10-2 guy, by the way, when I drive.
I would like the 49ers to be 10-2. Not going to happen.
That's a 4.
So the Dolphins right now are tracking toward being a problem, a PR problem for the 49ers. I mean, it's not even...
So are the Jets.
No.
Sorry to throw that out
right?
there.
But it is because
poor Bob Saleh.
Whether
the wrong gig.
Whether it's fair or not, you got Tua and you're 3-0. You just beat the Bills. We just spent a week going, I don't know if the Bills are going to lose this year. And the Dolphins are like, we just held them to 19 points and won the very, very next week. And I've got a non-elite quarterback, and I'm 3-0. Do you know there's only 3 undefeated teams left already?
Yeah.
And one of them's the Giants. And so they still got to put that on the line tonight. So the Dolphins right now, this start, it's a bad look for the 49ers. There's no doubt.
Yeah, and it's the true offensive genius maybe is in Miami, and Kyle Shanahan is left holding not the bag, but holding the laminated play sheet. Kyle didn't have a great game. Across the board on offense, hard to find anybody who had a good game last night. Kyle Juszczyk made a nifty little catch along the sideline, but other than that, this offense is completely lifeless. And after tonight's game, Mark, there will only be 2 teams with fewer passing yards in the NFL than the 49ers. Do you know who those 2 teams are?
2 teams less than the 49ers.
Sidoni, if you would.
Well, how about if we answer it coming up next, okay? I'll give you that coming up next, and along with it, some Trent Williams injury. I can't call it news. How about perspective? Some Trent Williams injury perspective. Some possibilities there, because I think we all agree if there's one player we could have said, don't lose that guy, that's the one. And he is going to miss some time, so it sounds. Phone calls continue next, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Wilson has it on the run. Lost the football. Denver's got it. And Denver's got this one.
We're reacting all day with Loneal, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh, my God.
Dylan wants to weigh in.
Jimmy G is just not that guy, man. He's just another guy on the field who's average at that.
On the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with quick accepts, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against four main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. And engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Right as if no one's reading it or
Hey Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
By the way, that's
it's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speed.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
BART is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of BART's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate BART's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, we'll obviously get a very full and I would say reasoned perspective on this on Wednesday when Doc Pandia joins us, and we can dive further into the Trent Williams situation at that time on Willard and Dibs. But just based on calls I've made, reaching out about the Trent Williams situation, I mean, it's not like we don't know what a high ankle sprain is. Mac Jones limped off with one yesterday with the Patriots. He's going to miss some time. It's a bad injury. But I would say if you want to be hopeful, you want to be optimistic, I think 4 weeks. 4 weeks is probably, like, if you offered that to me right now as a 49er fan, I'd be forced to take it.
You would love it if that was all it was.
And I hate that.
With the high ankle, big guy, recurring injury, 4 weeks is, I think, definitely looking at it from a positive standpoint, but that means Rams, Carolina, Atlanta, and Kansas City. That's a tough four-gamer. That's make or break time right there.
Well,
because
any 4 week stretch is. If you
this is especially make or break because of where you are at 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 2 losable games, 2 winnable games. If you're 3 and 4 after these 4 and you get Trent back, you definitely feel a lot better than if you're 2 and 5.
Look, we've now watched enough, I think, Falcons and Carolina football to know that the 49ers. They're a better team than those teams, but they were a better team than Chicago, and they were a better team than Denver too. So
I don't agree with.
Oh, I do. I mean,
I
again,
told you on Friday that they were going to lose.
Yeah, right.
I'm
I understand.
Still waiting for the plaudits.
Right, but you didn't walk in there and walk out of that game last night and go, well, Denver was clearly the better team. Did you?
Not clearly, but
okay.
At home.
So yeah, you got it right, and I'll give you credit for that. You called the under. You called it to being a close, low-scoring game.
Yeah,
but on
ugly one.
On no level,
it was fugly.
No level, I would say. On no level do I watch any of these 3 games and go, well, the 49ers just got outplayed by a better team. I have not thought that for 1 second this year.
Right.
I think
they shouldn't have lost to Chicago.
Right. I think they've messed up sideways in a number of different ways, and it is mostly, if not all, on the offensive side of the football. There's one thing, only one mistake, essentially, that the defense has made this year, which is that they blew assignments.
The Dante Pettis play.
Right. They blew assignments in Chicago when they had a double-digit lead. That's it. And I'm not going to hold a defense to, like, you're not allowed to ever make a mistake. Like, they made a mistake, and then they made another one. They blew 2 assignments against Chicago, and it cost them the game. But everything else that this team is doing wrong right now is on the offensive side of the football.
Right, but I do think we need to recalibrate a little bit on what we think of this team. The whole idea of Super Bowl is a Super Bowl roster. Well, it's a Super Bowl defense. We know that for sure. This offensive line right now is in shambles. Your one mainstay is out for 4 weeks, most likely, possibly longer, Trent Williams. Your right tackle, and I thought the morning roast was going a little bit too hard on Mike McGlinchey.
Yeah.
He's been a disappointment. He has not been great, but they were using words like terrible, and I don't know if he's quite, in my opinion, I don't think he's quite to the level of, quote, terrible. Your interior 3 haven't been good. Your offensive line in general has not been great. And yesterday against Denver, and I thought Denver's defense was good, and they played really well. It's hard, though, to gauge it because the Niners' offensive line has been so poor. You got a quarterback now who's not mobile. You've got a quarterback who can't push the ball down the field. You've got a run game that is really not even unidimensional. Your only featured back is a guy. He's okay.
Yeah, it's swimming upstream now is the problem because now defenses, and we know this, we're used to this. Defenses,
they're going to key on it.
They're going to ask for Jimmy to beat him. And now you're asking Jimmy, who apparently believes he's rusty, combined with the fact that he just lost his left tackle. Now you're going to ask that guy to go out there and win you football games. But I'll also add this. When we talk about Super Bowl, we probably should just get that word out of our mouths, but not for the reason that you think. Not because it's unreasonable to think that the 49ers are involved in this process. It's unreasonable to even think about it in week 3, right? We did this last year, and it was halfway through the season. And you got laughed out of the room if you thought the 49ers should even stay with Jimmy. And then 2 months later, they had a lead in the fourth quarter of the NFC title game. I don't know where this season's going to go. Let's do week 4. Let's do week 4, right? Like the idea, now they're a Super Bowl team. Now they're not a Super Bowl team. Next week they are a Super Bowl team. It's week 3. We can't talk about who's going to the Super Bowl yet because the journey is going to have all kinds of things unfold. Look what happens every Monday. Every Monday we come in and go, oh my gosh. Friday, the Bills were never going to lose. Monday, Miami's amazing. Okay. Friday, the Chiefs are never going to lose. Monday, what the hell were you doing, Pat Mahomes? What the hell was that? Mac Jones, you're going to miss a month. It's going to change every Sunday. So the 49ers right now are in a really bad spot. But nothing has happened that's got anything to do with January, in my opinion. Not yet.
But if you think about January with this team, you got no shot because your offense.
I'm not thinking about January. I'm thinking about.
We're taking it one day at a time here on the Willard Dibs program. Mark.
October 3rd.
But if you get to January and this is your quarterback and this is your offensive line and this is your offense, you don't have a shot to beat a lot of these teams in the NFC, let alone to go to the Super Bowl and beat a Kansas City, a Buffalo, and you got to put Miami in that same category right now. If you went up against Philadelphia, they have too much offensive firepower for you. Great. And you want to talk about week 4, and we'll get into it as this week goes on because it is Rams week. You've got your hands full against a team that took you apart last year in the NFC Championship game. They're defending champions. And they look to be in a lot better shape than you do right now.
Except for they've also been the 49ers elixir at times. Remember, last year.
Until they weren't in the playoffs when it actually mattered.
Jimmy, go beat the Rams on a Monday night or you're fired. And he did. And then the 49ers were really good in the second half. So I don't know what's going to happen on Monday.
That's a different team than this team. It feels a lot different.
Agreed. But there was zero confidence going into that Monday night game last year. Zero confidence. And
more confidence than you have going into this game, I would say.
I'll buy that, but it's close.
Have you checked the number, by the way?
I have not. Man. I have not.
And I wonder if this can't be updated. I gotta refresh it.
Okay.
We'll hold that.
By the way, and you had asked a question. We're gonna go right back to the phones. You had asked a question. What were the two teams?
After tonight, there will be two teams with fewer passing yards than your 49ers. Because right now, Dallas and the Giants are both below the Niners, but
they don't need much to pass them.
Well, the Giants need 201 yards passing to pass the Niners.
Okay, that's not a given.
The Cowboys need 116.
Okay, one of them I got to think is the Bears.
Correct.
Okay,
235 passing yards in 3 games.
Listen. I know this is a conversation for 3 weeks ago. Justin Fields looks so bad on the football field. He looks so... Did you watch any? I don't know why you would, but Red Zone channel at least.
I watched it all.
Bears, Texans. Good Lord.
But he's bad. He's bad at throwing it. But you know what, Mark? At least he's exciting. He's running around.
Is he?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got... Yeah,
he makes
he's
plays
athletic.
with his legs.
He's athletic.
And he's at least... I
don't find Bear games exciting. I don't find
Jimmy
49ers
G
either.
do the 1-2 step out of the back of the end zone.
Right.
Good God.
No, that's brutal
Throw
too.
into triple coverage. Underthrow guys. Justin Fields, at least, it's like... This guy's doing stuff.
I know. Well, I meant it more through the prism of Justin versus Trey, which was a conversation 18 months ago.
Right.
There is zero Justin Fields jealousy. None, zero, period. No. If you redraft, I would take Trey over Justin Fields again and again and again
Justin
and again.
Fields goes undrafted.
God, he looks so bad. Okay. Who's the other team? Who's had fewer passing yards than the 49ers other than the Bears? And forget the Cowboys and Giants.
late, Spinoni.
It's got to be to-do.
I was confused because I thought you were going to the
It's got to
prop or
be.
whatever.
I got a couple candidates here. I'm going to go. Golly, I'm going to go with the New Orleans Saints.
That is incorrect, Mark.
Is it Seattle?
No.
Who is it?
Right, New Orleans. They're pretty far up there, aren't they?
Are they?
It is the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, Carolina
Panthers.
Yeah, I should have got that.
Yeah, the Saints are actually 8th in passing yardage. Yeah.
Okay. They're not
Buffalo
scoring a lot of
1,
points.
the Chargers 2, Philadelphia.
Look
number
at
3,
Philadelphia.
Jalen Hurts.
Oh, believe me, I got him on my fantasy squad
Yeah,
here at
you do.
95.7 the game.
And
I know
then
exactly
Tua.
what he's doing. All right, Mark in Half Moon Bay.
Wow.
And again, 888-957-9570. Like, plenty of room for you to get your frustrations out. But what is it you want to do? You know, I'll keep pointing out, they fired the guy. Jimmy was brutal last night. They fired him, and now they're forced into putting him back into the game. So it's not like there are a lot of options for the 49ers right now. Mark in Half Moon Bay, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mark, what are you doing?
What's up, guys? Hey, I just want to start off by saying we can still make it, so just chill, everyone. But in Jimmy's defense, you know, first of all, he's an athlete recovering from a major injury and surgery. So just like we did Clay and other athletes, KD coming back, we got to give him time to get back to normal in-game self, right? Second of all, you know, when Jimmy said the whole thing, I need to get back into the rhythm, you know, he didn't say, like, I don't know these guys. Like you guys are kind of conflating. You know, he really wasn't practicing with them all off season. You know, and until he was on the sideline and he came in when Trey got hurt, I mean, that was it. He was basically gone and hadn't spent any time. And you know, you need reps to get a rhythm. So I do think there is some validity to that. And then what Mark said this morning really like calmed me down because I was pissed yesterday after the game. But you know, when Mark said, "Hey, you know, he's a backup. Like Trey is the starter. We already decided that. We let him go." And this is not uncommon to have your starter get injured and have your backup come in and just be frustrated with the season. We put more on Jimmy because obviously he's a better backup than most, but he is the backup. So that's all I got to say, guys.
Yeah, it's no excuse for him not being prepared because he was in camp and they chose to have him on the side. They chose not to give him the playbook. They chose not to have him into meetings. So his lack of preparation is on the team. And by the way, Jimmy himself said last week, it's like riding a bike. And then all of a sudden now he's not prepared and he doesn't know these guys. So I don't think that I'm conflating the point. These are his own words that are coming back to haunt him.
But again, as is often the case with any Jimmy Garoppolo conversation and quite frankly, frustrating pro sports, like we're leaving out some truths that at the time were real. There's not a one person who, when Jimmy Garoppolo was working out on the side, was screaming, "You got to get him in there." Nobody said that because the context of the moment, that would have been ridiculous. You don't put him in harm's way. He wasn't going to be on the team. As soon as they changed that,
will he get a paper cut in a meeting? Is that what we're afraid of?
No, you can put him in a meeting, but then if you think he's going to end up on the Rams, you leave him out of the meeting. He wasn't going to be on the team.
Until he was.
And as soon as he was, then he was welcomed back in. And this idea that you're supposed to prepare your backup, nobody does that.
Well, you at least have him in meetings and at least you have him with the playbook.
And he was.
And
as soon as he was on the team.
Of comparing him to Klay Thompson coming back from injury.
Who did that?
The caller. He said, much like, Klay, it takes time when you come back from injury. That's no excuse. Jimmy Garoppolo's surgery was 6 months ago. It's back on March 8th. So he's 6 months removed from surgery.
I don't think there's an excuse to play like you did last night. Like, some of those things are decisions. So
it's his arm. He talked about how, oh boy, is my arm tired.
Well,
I flew in from Denver, and boy, are my arms tired.
Here's what he said, by the way, that the reference a moment ago about talking about not playing with some of his teammates.
Just our rhythm. I don't think we weren't in a rhythm at all in the second half. And you could feel it, you could see it. We were talking about on the sideline, but just I don't know. I was just thinking about it. It was kind of my first week with these guys, and I just got to get in a rhythm with them, especially like third down. I mean, we were terrible today, and I just got to get on the same page with those guys, and we got to convert those.
Yeah, I'm not. When I heard that,
kinda my first week with these guys.
I knew this was going to get people.
George Kittle wears your face on his T-shirt.
I don't know who he's talking about because I know that's going to. It's a really hard for a 49er fan to hear Jimmy Garoppolo say, "This is my first week with these guys." I mean, is he talking about Jake Brendel? Who is he talking about? Because obviously the majority, like. Who are you throwing to? Well, Ayuk, Debo, and Jennings. Not your first week with those guys. Kittle, Trent Williams, right?
Mike McGlinchey, Kyle Juszczyk.
Jeff Wilson's behind you. Kyle Juszczyk.
Right?
Are you talking, like, so there would have been maybe a good follow-up?
Brendel and Burford.
Who are you talking about? That it's your first week with those guys.
So my first week with the guards who really don't have much of it.
Did we miss here?
It's my first week with the guards. And, I haven't had my hands underneath Brendel as much as I'd like. And by the way, he botched the reception of the snap fumble. That's not
on
because
both of them. Yeah,
that's not because of rust or injury. That one looked like it was a clean snap to me. Jimmy pulled out too quick.
Take it easy over there. All right, Rob and Palo Alto.
I'm
Rob,
trying to create for Spadona here.
You're next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rob, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Mark, I could not agree with you more. About it's early, and let's let it flesh out, especially with Jimmy coming in, game 2. But my question to you guys, number one question is how is just running the ball some sort of specialized magical thing that Kyle Shanahan has up his sleeve? And also, isn't there some correlation between when we have really high flying games and kind of let Jimmy's leash extend and kind of just let him throw the ball and winning and touchdowns and do you know what I mean? Like game 2 would be a perfect example in my mind.
Well, so Rob, that one obviously it's always different when a guy gets thrown into a game and he was not the one at the practice week, as opposed to this week where there was actually a game plan that was set for Jimmy. They went through the practice week and this is how they were going to approach it. Now that's true for Denver as well. Denver was game planning for now a non-mobile quarterback, so I get that as well. The first thing he brought up: why is running the ball supposedly some, ingenious, hard thing to figure out? This is one thing that, I would love to take a class on this, because every single NFL player we've ever talked to has said what Kyle does in the run game is just different. We as fans, I don't know what that is. I don't know how to, right? To us, it looks like the quarterback turns around, hands the ball to the running back, and then he runs. What is so different about this? No joke. If there were a class on what it is that anyone named Shanahan does different that NFL players like Richard Sherman and KJ Wright last week were like, this is the craziest thing, it's the hardest thing to stop in the NFL. What is it? I would love to know. I can't answer it for you.
It's play design, it's pre-snap motion.
Right, I get that. Right.
It's a question of getting numbers advantage to where, if you're going to go to the right, you've got more blockers than they've got defenders to stop you. But when your blockers aren't able to push the point of attack, and yesterday for the most part they were unable to do that to Denver's front, now it doesn't matter how creative your pre-snap motion is and your play design. And you saw it on the Debo runs. Debo had 5 carries for 6 yards because you knew that they were going to give the ball to Debo when he's back there, and the offensive linemen were unable to create holes. And so you could be the smartest football mind in the world. If your bigs aren't moving their bigs in the direction you want them moved, the play's over.
Well, and you have to be able to keep defenses honest. We know this in the NFL.
True.
You have to be able to offer a defense multiple things that they need to cover, or else they're going to be able to key on one thing and it changes that math that he's so good at creating. Yeah, Kyle, what's up?
The other thing Kyle Shanahan's really good at, just to kind of piggyback off Dibs' point, is he came up learning about defense in Tampa Bay with Monty Kiffin and that whole group. So he knows what defenses are supposed to do, so he can manipulate their rules against them. That's another thing that he's very good at. So when you hear KJ Wright go, they draw this stuff up and you don't know how to defend it, it's because they know you see the guard go right, so you're going to bite and go right, and then a running back's running in behind you off play action, and they have a touchdown because he's manipulated the defense.
Right, which I think works better, though, correct me if I'm wrong, if like Matt Ryan and Julio Jones are on the field as well, because you have to respect that also.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that's part of the problem that we're seeing right now, and that's why if it is that Jimmy is just out of sync, or if it is just that Jimmy's Jimmy and the limitations have finally come to the end of the road, that's what they've got. Yeah, that's what they got to figure out. That's what they got to figure out, or they're going to lose a lot of football games this year.
Not a lot of a threat, to your point right now, of, and the roasters were talking about Danny Gray. Let's see Danny Gray on a streak. You don't have enough protection right now to let Jimmy go 7-step drop. The only time he went 7-step drop was when he stepped out of the end zone.
That was like a 9-step drop.
Before we go back to the phones, Mark, did you see the spread for Monday night's game?
No, I have not looked at next week.
I mean, I don't want to game show music you to death, but
do it.
The Niners are favored by 2.
Well, that's not game show music at all.
I said I didn't want to game show music you did. Spinoni and I are not in sync today. It's my fault, Joe.
Well, you guys, it's just your second week back from the 3-week break.
I'm going to take accountability. It's not right riding a bike, Mark.
It's your first day with these guys.
Yeah,
so
totally.
We're just going to, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to have to.
That's riding a bike.
Yeah, I was put in a tough situation there, Dibs.
I'm going to take accountability, I just don't know these guys. I'm a little bit rusty.
Yeah.
I got arm fatigue.
I think by next week, you guys will start to get your flow. You'll get to know each other a little bit. I mean, you just met Spadone, 8 years ago?
Yeah. I think I knew him in middle school.
Anyway.
2-point favorites. Your Niners, Mark, according to Bet Rivers. 1-800-Bet. Niners are 2-point favorites at home.
Okay. See,
that stinks.
No, but it's one of those things. Who in their right mind wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, bang the Rams.
Bang the Rams.
Well, good. Okay. Oh, good. Perfect. So the Niners are totally going to win next week. Awesome. Thanks, Vegas. Now I feel better.
Thanks, Vegas.
Thanks, Vegas. Hey, Doug in Kansas, thank you, too, for calling Willard and Dibs. And what are you doing, Doug?
Well, I'm at work driving a truck and just spitting out this bad taste of the game out of my mouth from last night because I told a buddy of mine out here who's a Denver fan, and I said, man, this is the same old Niner offense the last few years where 1 week will be good and the next week will suck. And I'm just sitting there watching the game thinking back to how does Seattle manhandle Denver, and then we go manhandle Seattle, and then go to Denver and get our asses kicked. I'm about sick of it, and I don't know where to put the blame, but Jimmy's being Jimmy, and I don't know how many times he put the ball up too high last night. He's going to get Debo killed. He's been getting Kittle killed. I hope he enjoys Sherfield if he ever sees the field, or the other cat who can run half a mile in less than a blink of an eye, because he's going to throw the ball so high when they go up to get it, their knees are going to get chopped, and they're going to be out of the game. So, I don't know. Let's put Mr. Irrelevant in and see what happens there.
Well, yeah, Doug, I'm certainly not there yet. You're not start Brock Purdy guy, are you? Are you start Brock Purdy guy?
No.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
All right.
You start Brock Purdy when you're 3-9 and the season's over.
We give
or
up.
if Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt. I mean, Vegas is telling you all you need to know about Monday Night Football at home against the Rams, and I mean, hopefully we'll all be in and about the Santa Clara area because that's a huge game.
I was hoping we can be a home dog. Because I love them home dogs.
By the way, underdogs, home dogs this year, and we'll get into spread formation a little bit later and the domination of Dibberclaws through 3 weeks.
That's a strong word, but you're doing well.
I'm dominating. I'm up by like 7, a 7-game lead.
Yeah, with 15 to go.
I have a winning percentage over 600. You rubes.
Thank you, Spadone.
And fine. I won't give you the key. I will not give you the key.
I don't
why
want the
I'm
key.
Successful.
I don't want the key because you tried to give me the key in March Madness and I lost money.
Home
so
dogs
I'm still
13-10.
Anyway,
home dogs are 13-10.
Did give you the Dolphins win, by the way. Shout out.
Yes.
That was big.
Yeah,
that was big.
Which, by the way, I
don't mean to blow my own horn. Toot.
Let's throw this in. Because actually,
that's a guru.
Doug in Kansas just brought this up, and I think maybe
like a dog in the wind,
we can help everybody's mental health. How do you go to Chicago and lose, then crush Seattle, who beat Denver, and then go to Denver and lose? Like, we got to stop doing this to ourselves. Have you ever watched Red Zone Channel at 1 o'clock? It is the single best 20 minutes of television I've ever seen.
The Witching Hour.
In my life. The Witching Hour. Thank you. And they literally say it. We've reached dong, the Witching Hour.
Yeah.
It's the best half hour of television in the history of TV, and it happens every week at 1 o'clock on Sunday. And it should tell you everything you need to know about, well, how does this happen? And then how does that happen? These games come down to the most bananas little thing.
Baltimore, man. You got to watch Baltimore's fourth quarters. That team was a blast.
They're insane. And the Bills lost that game.
Minnesota and Detroit.
Because of weird things. Like he fumbled a snap on what was supposed to be a spike, and then he threw it to somebody who caught it. And that, like, it comes down to these tiny little things.
Yeah.
And then we're like, well, how does this happen? Because, man,
football. Indy beats KC.
There's barely anybody undefeated left, and we're in week 3. Nobody's dominating anything right now.
I am dominating spread
except
formation.
For that. Except for
you.
that. All right. Well,
I'm basically 3-0. Having won all 3 weeks against you.
Oh, what'd you win for that?
Bragging rights.
Got it. Okay. So, by the way,
I get to get under your skin.
You want no chance. You've been trying for a year, hadn't worked yet. I do have, by the way, has anybody...
It's almost our show anniversary.
I know, we're getting close.
Couple weeks.
Has anybody been in a survivor pool this year? I got a quick story for you we can share coming up next. We'll keep going on your phone calls. Survivor pools are going to end before October gets here, the way things are going right now. But we'll keep going to your calls. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I ain't toot my own horn, but I am honk honk.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing that doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2022, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone stacked. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Few things to get to. Dibs looks like that, you know that commercial where the mom comes in from the kitchen and she actually puts, like, cooking powder on her cheeks to make it look like she worked really hard, but she really just got, like, I don't know, is that for Entenmann's or something? Like, she just actually, right? It was just some pastries out of a box or whatever. You look like that guy right now, which I want to ask some questions about. But friendly reminders first, if you will.
Okay.
All right. This is all sponsored by Innova International. And another friendly reminder for everybody who gets their go-to meal at their favorite restaurants. It's time to check in on Butcher Boy as he heads back into their kitchen for episode 2. It's called The Go-To, presented by Trimark. Check out 00 at 957thegame.com. Go-To with Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. What the hell just happened in the other room?
Oh, I had to do something in radio that's the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my 25-year career.
What'd you do, fire somebody?
No, I had to pick a closer of the week for R&S Garage Doors from that Niner game. We highlight one player who is the closer of the week in honor of R&S Garage Doors, who do such a great job.
The closer was Jeff Wilson.
Well,
I mean, it was the last thing we saw.
Right, but that's not really the bit. He fumbled, right?
Yeah, he fumbled.
Yeah, I mean, it's so
beautiful improvisational play by Jimmy G.
Sure was.
Whoa, wow.
And then it resulted in Fambalaya.
Man,
who would you have picked if you had to pick a closer
of the week?
The most positive player.
Okay, it's got to be a Bay Area. It's got to be a 49er.
Yeah,
got to be a 49er. Who's a closer?
It's kind of like the MVP of the game type of player.
I probably. Jeez.
I wonder.
I loved Charvarius Ward, and he closed out that gap. Right, he closed out the gap on the long pass to Jerry Jeudy, and he knocked that sucker away.
Yeah, it's a good one. I went with Brandon Ayuk. I went with Brandon Ayuk, yeah. He's for the touchdown. The lone bright spot in an otherwise dark night in Denver.
Gosh, that was a seed that Jimmy threw to him.
Stop it. Stop it. Maybe a pumpkin seed. A seed. I mean,
it was a lollipop with a seed in it. Yeah, it's like when you get to the center of the Tootsie Pop and there's some gum in there.
The guy should work for the Audubon Society. He throws so many ducks. Seriously.
Tootsie Pop has chocolate, Mark. I think it's the bubble pop you're thinking of.
You're right. Is it called a bubble? It's not called a bubble pop, is it? I don't think that's what it's called.
Pop.
It's a blow pop.
It's a blow pop.
That's what it is. Oh, thank you for all of the answers.
No, you're welcome. It's so pompous.
Right.
No, you're welcome, Mark.
Oh, gosh. 888-957-9570. Also, real quick, check it out, okay? We're 3 weeks deep into the NFL season. How have your bets been doing? Well, if you're Dibs, pretty good.
Killing it.
If you're the rest of us, meh. The BetQL app uses proven data and analytics to help you make smarter bets. BetQL looks at every bet from every game and ranks them on a scale of 1 to 5 stars, with those 5-star bets being your best chance to cash in. Losing money is no fun. Winning is. I will say this. Quick Survivor Pool story, because I know Survivor Pools have been moving at a breakneck pace. I've never seen it move this quick. We had 131 players in our Survivor Pool. We are down to 6. It's week 3.
6.
We're down to 6. We're already in the money if you're still in it. And your boy is still in it.
I thought Survivor Pools were winner take all.
Well, right. Well,
Hence
no,
the
not
name
this one.
Survivor
This
Pool.
one is payouts for more. We are inclusive.
Top 10 or?
We are yes, top 10.
Okay.
We are inclusive with our Survivor Pool.
What's the buy-in on that baby?
It wasn't much. I don't know.
$20?
Yeah, something 20, 25, whatever.
It's a nice pot, though, if you're talking about 20 times 115.
Well, you looked at yesterday, and what would you have done? And I thought to myself, I don't like this week. The Chiefs thing feels like a trap game. I would do the Bills, but that's a hard game. The Dolphins are good. And then the other one that people were looking at were the Chargers, which is what I would have done at the beginning of the week. But with the Herbert injury thing, I'm like, I don't want to go anywhere near there. So I'm getting to, it's getting to Saturday night. And I'm like, I got nothing here. I didn't want to take Philly. I felt good about Philly, but they're on the road. And I try to avoid road teams if I can. So I didn't even think about this until Saturday night. Suddenly I talk myself into the Minnesota Vikings.
Wow.
And the second I do it, the game starts. Detroit goes right down the field, makes it 7-0. I'm like, I'm an idiot.
Why
I'm
did
an
I pick
idiot.
Minnesota?
I should have taken the Chiefs. It was I hated it. I hated every minute of it.
Hated it.
And here come the Chiefs, and they're like not looking good, but they're winning the whole way. And I'm like, Matt Ryan, dude, he looks cooked. He looks totally cooked. I know they ended up winning. But then that game goes sideways. And Buffalo goes sideways. The Chargers got blown off of the field.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence looks nice, by the way. But anyway.
Yeah, you're welcome. I was lone dog on Jacksonville in our pool.
Well, right. I really thought Herbert was going to play, and then he did, and he probably shouldn't have. But how does that excuse 38 points from Jacksonville? That was
Jacksonville's real, Mark. I told you at the beginning of the year.
They're nice.
They're a playoff team.
I think they're going to win that division. Yeah, to be honest with you.
I mean, Trevor Lawrence is worthy of being the number 1 overall.
Yep,
he's gotten a lot better. Yep.
No doubt. So, anyway, Minnesota. Man, thank you, Hard Knocks. Dan Campbell, appreciate you, brother, for going for that field goal. Minnesota pulls that sucker out in the end, and then everything else goes sideways, so the pool loses a bunch more people. And now, Dibs, I'm going to have to get everybody's help as we move toward week 4, because now there's actually some chicken on the line, and I'd like to take care of my chicken.
I'll help you through it.
I appreciate it.
Against the spread, I am 28-19 going into tonight.
No spread on these though.
Correct.
Right? Yeah. So,
but and this week, by the way, we have a lot of interesting games. I think the one that stands out to me immediately, and from a Survivor standpoint, Green Bay. Green Bay at home. No Mac Jones. Have you used Green Bay yet?
Have not used Green Bay.
Use Green Bay.
I've not used Green Bay.
Green Bay's laying 10 in the hook.
That's the other thing. I've used Baltimore, Denver, and Minnesota. I've used some weird teams to get here.
Well, again, if you're down to just 5 other competitors, you've got a lot of teams that you can use. Right. I would say Green Bay against Brian Hoyer at home. That feels like that might be
that feels strong. And
otherwise, these other spreads, and I won't give you the teams, but here's the point spreads that have opened: 3, 2, 2.5, 3.5, 3, 2.5, 3.5, 1.5, 2, 2.5, and 2.
Who are the Bills playing?
The Bills are playing. Oh, they play Thursday night's Miami. The Bills play at Baltimore.
Oh, yeah, no.
They're favored by 3.5.
I don't want to. Okay. All right, back to the Niners. 888-957-9570 is the number. Willard and Dibs. And yeah, let's dive back into this. Hey, Matt in South Carolina, you are next up. Matt, what's up? You're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing? Hey, Matt.
Just getting off work, trying to understand how last night happened, and then replayed it in my head and saw Jimmy throwing the ball.
Yeah.
So that's exactly how it happened. What do we do? How do we proceed? I'm a Kyle fan, 100%. I've always backed Kyle. But when he went out and said Jimmy Garoppolo has one of the best arms on the planet, really kind of threw me off.
Well, can we talk about that for a second, Matt? Can we talk about that for a second? First of all, we can take a global view here, and he's right. Like, where do you want to rank him? 26th? That is one of the best throwers of the football on the planet.
I got him at 44th right now.
Secondly, though, I do love how we do this to our professional players and coaches. In that moment, what do you want him to say? Do you want him to rip Jimmy? Like, well, let me tell you about Jimmy throwing the football. He's limited. Do you want him to say that into a microphone? Matt?
Matty?
Matt?
I'm here.
Ah, there you are there. Do you want him to say that? Like, is that what you guys are asking for?
I want him to at least admit, not say what he said, though. At least be real with yourself about who he is.
Okay, so give me the sentence you, Matt, give me the sentence you would have used. You got the floor. Here comes the question. Hey, Matt, new offense. Now Trey Lance is out. So here comes Jimmy, who you've moved on from. So
right here in the back.
Yeah, let's go to the back. Matt is back there, and he would like, I'd like to know, how do you see the passing game working going forward, Coach? Go ahead, Matt.
With Jimmy, I don't. It's short slants over the middle. That's it.
Yeah, there you go. Now you just tick the whole damn team off. Like I'm saying again, it's a press conference. Bill Belichick has won how many Super Bowls, and he's been grunting for 20 years in front of a microphone. They're not going to tell you what they really think. They can't. They can't. Thank you, Matt, and I hope it was a good day at work.
I also love Kyle Shanahan respecting the reality that the universe is vast.
It's a big
place. He said this planet, not ruling out that there are better throwers on other planets out there in the galaxy and beyond.
Look,
Shout out Uranus.
We don't know what we don't know. I don't know what is happening. And by the way, do not get me started on the fact that Pluto is now suddenly not a planet. That's been ticking me off.
It got its status back.
It's a dwarf planet, I believe.
Yeah. It lost planetary status for about 3 or 4 years, and then it got back.
Why are we allowed to size shame Pluto? We can't do that in 2022.
It's not about the size. Size matters.
Yeah.
Mark, it's about the makeup. It's about the planetary makeup more than it is about its relative size or its location.
I'm sorry. When I was in elementary school, I was given my very educated mother just served us 9 pizza pies. That's how you remembered the planets, because those are the first letters of all the planets.
9 pizza pies.
Right. My very educated mother just served us 9 pizza pies. That's
very
how
confusing.
but that's how you remembered
Neptune.
And now with no Pluto, my very educated mother just served us 9. What'd she serve us?
Pizza pies counts for just Pluto?
Pluto,
it's 2 different words.
I know. Well, yeah, whatever. That's how they taught it to us.
What kind of a whack school did you go to?
Well, I did. Actually, it's funny you bring that up.
Very educated, I get it. Yeah. Mars, Venus, Earth.
Very educated
Mercury?
mother is for Mars. Just Jupiter, served Saturn.
What about Mercury?
Us, Uranus, Mercury, my
mother.
My very educated mother. I did want to change it to pizzas. I don't know why my teacher used pizza pies. Maybe he's an East Coaster.
Italian.
I don't know. Yeah, right? Authentic.
Spadoni.
Al dente, okay? All right, let's go to Virginia Beach where Willie is standing by. Hello, Willie. Not Willie and Dibby. This is just Willie.
How you guys doing, man?
What are you doing, Willie?
I'm okay, to that caller who just called, first of all, you can go right along with Cal and go out that back door out that stadium. He needs to go. Cal is, the 3rd and 9 play. He takes no risk. That is why we lost the Super Bowl. 4th and 2. You take no risk. Now, I know Jim, and he is one of the great throwers. I ain't going to say on the planet. I ain't going to say that.
No.
But Jimmy is a great thrower. Do he throw incomplete passes? Yes. Do he throw interceptions? They all do. Overthrow? Yes. They do miss open wide receivers. I hate when people come on Jimmy just because when Jimmy don't see the open wide receiver, he's the baddest thing in the planet. Oh, he can't do this. No one tells Kyle, you have to take risks. You have a high-powered offense, and you have to why would you throw out to the left to go upfield on a 3rd and 9 when you have speedsters?
Hey, Willie, Willie, have you seen the all-22 of this game? Did you see the play where Deebo Samuel ran down the right side of the field with his arm in the air and there was nobody near him? And did you see Jimmy look it off and throw over the middle? Like, here's what I would say, Willie. You have some points. There's no doubt about that. We can have a Kyle and Jimmy conversation. We will. We have been. We will continue to. But if you want to ask me as a 49er fan, which one, if you're going to choose, which essentially sounds like what you're doing, you're sort of creating it, is this a Kyle problem or a Jimmy problem? I would much rather have Kyle Shanahan stay than Jimmy Garoppolo. That's my take.
Why?
Because of the obvious resume of where this has been, Willie. Like, Kyle Shanahan, you can't have this both ways. And this is why I brought up the question I brought up an hour ago. If Jimmy stinks at quarterback, and maybe, Willie, you don't think that, and I don't think that, by the way, but if many people...
I think that.
Okay, and again, what word do you want to use to describe him? I don't think he's elite. I don't think he's great. I don't think he stinks. But if you think
he stinks,
if you think he stinks, then I would submit you have to be a massive Kyle Shanahan fan. Because I'd like you to explain to me how this stinker who can't do this and can't, how did he end up in 2 NFC title games?
An elite defense. That's a big part of it.
Buddy, they were number...
Buddy, pal.
Hey, Chief. They were number 2 in offense in 2019.
Great, kid. That's 3 years ago.
And they were
on the last place schedule.
And they were on the front half of the NFL last year. How'd they do that?
Because they are able to run the ball, Chief.
And who does that?
It's Kyle Shanahan's play design. I'm Team Kyle more than I am Team Jimmy.
That's all
Jimmy
I just said. Why are you disagreeing with me?
I'm not disagreeing in principle. I'm not saying that Kyle needs to go out the back door like Willie is saying, send him out the back door. But you look at why this team has been great, and when they've been great, it's because they've had a great defense. And you could look at Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans. You could look at Chris Kasarik and the D-line coach and other parts of this team that have been very good. An offensive line. Last year, this offensive line was very good. This year, it's not. And so, Lake and Tomlinson... Better than
they were better. They were better. I can remember a lot of belly aching about the offensive line at certain points last year.
Their center is a borderline Hall of Famer from last year, Alex Mack.
Yeah, I understand.
Laken Tomlinson, good solid veteran. This year you've got a question mark at center and 2 unproven guys at guard and a right tackle who maybe is overpaid and overdrafted.
I'm not ready to fire Kyle Shanahan.
Neither am I. And to me, that's a non-starter.
I'm not ready.
You look at his contract. He's around for 4 more years, I believe. I think he signed through 2025. Jed York is not going to eat 4 years of Kyle Shanahan to bring in whom.
But when you bring up the contract, it makes it sound like the only reason he's staying is because of finances and contract.
No, but that's why he has more security. That if his deal was up at the end of next year, not this year, because no coach ever goes into a lame duck year. Let's say he was only signed through next year, his seat would be a lot hotter.
Okay, but forget contract for a second. Do you want him to still be the coach of the team or not?
Right now, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, let's see how this goes.
Yeah, like no
Let's see how this year goes. If they continue to be offensively flaccid, even with Jimmy Garoppolo, if the talent acquisitions that you've made, and you look at Danny Gray in the 3rd round, he can't play. Trey Sermon in the 3rd round, he's not on the team. You've got Aaron Banks, who I think was a 2nd round pick, and he's just now on the field. And if he's not that good, and Mike McGlinchey at right tackle isn't that good, now we're starting to see a pattern of bad picks. And if you wind up this year at 7 and 10, we've got a different discussion to have.
Yeah, week four. I'm going to try to move away from projecting the end of the year record for this team in week 3, 4, 5. Like to me, that's a second half of the year conversation.
I had him at 2-1 before the year at this point. I thought Denver would have beaten him.
Did you? Okay.
In the offseason, I had this as a loss. Now, going into this game this week, seeing what we've seen from Denver.
Gone back and forth.
Well, honestly,
yeah.
I mean, Vegas went back and forth.
Totally.
This game was a coin toss, and you lost it, and the way you lost it is borderline inexcusable.
No question. No question about that. C in Fremont is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, C, what are you doing?
Hey, Denver fan here, so coming in with a little bit of bias, but I thought Broncos had a chance, but all week I heard Niners, they're a championship team with Jimmy, so now after you lose to the Broncos, does it mean the Broncos are a championship team?
No, it doesn't. That's not how football works. I mean, so now are the Bills and Chiefs no longer the two best teams in football, see, because they lost yesterday? Like, that's a little prisoner of the moment, don't you think? I mean, your fan base was booing your own offense for the majority of the game, no?
Yeah, they were, but
there's that.
Just wanted your guys' thoughts on it. I've been hearing a lot of poo-pooing on Kyle too, and from a Denver fan, it's just like, man, we would love to have Kyle.
Thank you. Thank you. See, I mean, that's true. Now, this dynamic, and I think most Niner fans know this. See, congrats on the win. Thank you for calling. I will say this, and I think most 49er fans know this. You know that if you let Kyle go, you know the line's around the block to hire him the next morning. Right? That's a fact.
As an offensive coordinator, for sure.
Head coach.
I wonder.
Head coach.
I wonder.
He'd get picked up right away.
Well, it depends on how this ends. You know, it depends on what his warts ultimately are. I tell you this, he doesn't get a job. If he gets a job as a head coach, he doesn't get the same job as a head coach and a de facto GM. That I can guarantee you.
No, I don't think that's a guarantee at all. I mean, you know this.
You don't have that many of these people in pro football. Period. You don't have a lot of guys. You don't have a lot of head coaches who have the control that he has.
You know the reputation he has in the game. You know,
but his reputation is not as a GM, as a talent evaluator. It's as a play caller.
I know, but
if you were to rank Kyle Shanahan's strengths, play caller, laminated play sheet is number 1. Head coach would be number 2, and then you would get to talent evaluator would be third.
He's not doing player personnel by himself.
Correct.
I know that he's got the final call when it comes to something like a quarterback, probably even a wide receiver, but that's a group. That's a group that does that. Joe in San Jose is next up. Hey, Joe, what are you doing? You're on Willard and Dibs.
Well, I'm just on my lunch.
Man, everybody's eating lunch in the morning today. I love this.
Well, I started at 4 in the morning, boss.
Not a babe.
Boss. Thanks, Keith.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Let me tell you real quick.
Yeah, Joe.
Get off the ledge. You guys are getting crazy with this. You're going to lose some games.
Yep.
All right? Number 2, you're paying Jimmy G's a backup quarterback. He did nothing prior to this team. He was a backup. Number 3, Shanahan, I've been telling you guys this. He's going to be just like his father, man. Did you see it?
Yeah, but
he's not going to win.
His father has a very, very good, is his father going to the Hall of Fame? I mean, are we?
I don't think he's in the Hall of Fame.
No?
He won
Is he
2
not?
Super Bowls because he staggered into one of the best quarterbacks in history.
I mean, we can rip credit from people if we want. I know we do that, but saying that he's like his dad, if you're wanting that to have a bad connotation, Joe, I don't think the NFL agrees with that.
Mike Shanahan with a .552 winning percentage, so he can't even sniff his dad's success.
Now, here's one other thing.
Kyle's sub 500.
I'm going to sit here and say, don't forget that the 49ers fired Jimmy Garoppolo. That's a part of this story. But to simply call him a backup, well, he's a backup. That's also leaving out some context. I mean, yes, he's the backup. He's also been the starter here for 5 years.
Well, you're the backup
a little bit of a
until
different backup than other backups.
Well, it doesn't really necessarily have to be disrespectful because look what Dallas's backup is doing. Now, he's a backup, and he came out and he won his first start, and he's in a spot where they could win again and be just 1 game back of Philadelphia as a backup. So the whole thing about being a backup, it's a temporary label. You're the backup until you're not.
Well, right. But this is I think we all agree, a different kind of backup. But we can get into that. 888-957-9570. Is your reaction to a bad Jimmy game different now because he was not the starter at the beginning of the year? More of your calls coming up. It's all sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or go online at mbjesse.com. Keep them coming on the Comcast Business text line, YouTube and Twitch. We see you. We're looking at your chat as well. Keep that coming on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Wilson has it on the run. Lost the football. Denver's got it. And Denver's got this one.
We're reacting all day with O'Neal, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh, my God.
Dylan wants to weigh in.
Jimmy G is just not that guy, man. He's just another guy on the field who's average at that.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC. LLC, and WePay Inc., subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
Between business life, social life, and her best bud Loki, Beverly has a lot to focus on, especially while fighting Stargardt, a blinding retinal disease. But she's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Beverly, winning the fight means focusing on what's closest to her. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Second and 10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
There's a great call by Tirico and Collinsworth.
Thoughts and prayers to Orlovsky, who immediately...
Not thoughts and prayers. He's loving this.
I know, but immediately, that's an Orlovsky.
Well,
his kids called out immediately.
He went straight to Twitter and in all caps wrote, freedom! Right. He went Mel Gibson on everybody.
And then he also put out, or somebody put out an artwork, a GIF of like, not bosom buddies, but like the two faces.
Oh, I did see that, yes.
I can't remember what the...
Step Brothers.
Thank you, Step Brothers. I knew I butchered the whole reference, but...
Yeah, Jimmy and Orlovsky.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of 49er fans who would like Jimmy to now be hired as an analyst for ESPN. But not going to happen anytime soon. Yeah, my hope is that what you just heard, is the worst play of the year for the 49ers. Because if there's something that is more disastrous than that, more disastrous than deciding that a screen play from the one is a good idea, more disastrous than your quarterback not having the field presence to know that both feet were out of bounds, and worse than your superstar left tackle, who, as George Kittle said, he's the best player in the NFL, having him go down with a high ankle sprain and probably missing the entire month of October. If there's something worse than that coming, I don't want to see it.
Well, you saw it.
I don't want to see it.
You saw Jimmy with the fumbled snap, Jimmy thrown into triple coverage, Jeff Wilson Jr. coughing it up, a number of penalties, and just reckless mistakes. My heart goes out to the defense and D'Amico Ryans, because that defensive unit is playing incredible, and yet you don't have much to show for it.
Nothing to show for it.
You feel like you got to pitch a shutout each and every game to have a chance.
That's exactly right. And by the way, you better... now, I'm going to say probably. Who knows how this is going to go. But you've got 14 games left, and then if you were to go to the playoffs, you've got that. However big that number is, 14 games, 15 games, 16 games, enjoy those games with DeMeco Ryans as your defensive coordinator, because that dude is coaching somebody else as the head man next year.
Yeah, it seems likely. I feel like more and more, though, teams are looking for offensive-minded head coaches when they're looking to hire a head coach. But if DeMeco Ryans can get a job with a bright offensive mind, I think it can work because he's got great leadership characteristics. He's obviously been in the league, and now he's the head of a very good defensive team. It feels to me, though, more and more when you look at defensive-minded guys who are hired as head coaches, they don't seem to last that long. And, Bob Saleh looks like he might be an early victim in this trend. And you can look across the league. It seems more and more that offensive coordinators and offensive-minded guys get the gigs more often than the D coordinators.
They do. I do feel like that's a thing. Probably 2/3 of the jobs are going to go to people on offense. But I also don't think there are too many owners that are like, it has to be that. Like, if you feel like that's the right, because head coach is more, obviously, than just your offensive approach. It is a culture thing. I feel like DeMeco would be great with a culture.
Agreed.
Right? Like, absolutely. I feel like he could fix a bad culture, and that's probably what he's going to need to do, because you got to come in and take over a team where something's not going well. Let's get back out to you, 888-957-9570. Okay, Mike in Pleasanton. What are you doing? Mike, you're on with Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. I'm actually sitting in front of the Pleasanton Golf Center about ready to go try to fix my game.
Well, good luck with that.
Nice little range there and a fun 9-hole inside the racetrack there at the Alameda County Fairgrounds.
Absolutely, Dibbers. Absolutely. Hey, I got a couple points I want to make, and you guys let me know what you think. Listen, I agree Jimmy had a bad game. Definitely had a bad game. And I think Shanahan's blame as well. Jimmy always usually checks down. He always usually does his checks down. Did he miss Debo? Hell yeah, he missed Debo. But I don't know. I just think there's too much motion going on. And with Shanahan, he's costing us penalties. And I kind of agree with the other guy. He's not taking risks. He's not throwing downfield. Everybody knows Debo, what he's doing now. The running backs are just waiting for him now, the end. And so he's got to try something else. And my other thing is Shanahan burning out our running backs? I mean, I don't know who's drafting these guys, but you look at the list, the Jet, Mostert, Mitchell, Sherman. I mean, not Sherman, but Sermon. I mean, it's going on and on. And I don't know. What do you guys think? I just think that it's getting bad here.
Well,
Shanahan is just...
So here's what I'd say, Mike. If you want
hit him straight, Mike.
Yeah, good luck to you on fixing the game. That's a lot harder than fixing the 49ers, believe it or not. But here's what I'd say. If you want to point to some of the recent draft picks at the running back position, I think there's a very fair conversation to be had there in terms of not only the players you're selecting, but the fact that you're even trying to select running backs in the third round when you've had so much success getting guys who are 6th round, 7th round, or undrafted. Very fair conversation. Now, similar to how I did with Trey Lance, I'm going to reject the idea that Kyle Shanahan is hurting running backs. Okay? Running backs get hurt. I'm not going to blame the coach when people get hurt in football. They're not running the ball necessarily that much more than anybody else is. How many runs did Jeff Wilson have last night? How many runs did he have? What do you
12.
have? 15 carries? 12 carries. Oh, gosh. He ran him 12 times. Calm down. Like, it's okay. That's okay. And then here's one thing that feels like a lot of you are talking out of both sides of your mouth. Okay? Jimmy can't throw the deep ball.
Can't.
We need to find someone who can throw the deep ball. And Kyle Shanahan won't throw the ball downfield. Why won't he throw the ball down? Wait a minute. Which is it? You got to pick a side here. I can't keep hearing all of you do this. Kyle's scared to throw the ball downfield, and Jimmy's not good at throwing the ball downfield. Do you hear it? Does everybody else hear the irony in your statement? He's not good at it.
We're not asking him to throw Jalen Hurts deep balls. How about a 20-yard pass? A ball that goes 20 yards in the air.
Yeah, how about...
That he can do?
Can he?
Absolutely.
I mean, can he consistently? Because if he could, he'd be better. Like,
you can at least try to throw the ball.
Why would you try if it's not your strength? The same as Trey Lance running the ball a lot in his first year as a starter. Kyle's job is to look at the skill set of a player and say, I'm going to do what they do well.
What does Jimmy do well?
Not throw the ball downfield 20 yards.
I mean, I'm waiting to hear what he actually does well. And
what does he...
It's not it's not being able to find open guys.
In his
yesterday he had
not yesterday. Yesterday he was awful. There's no way around that. But he has had plenty of games where his timing and accuracy on plays over the middle is very, very good. He has had that when he is playing well. That's what he's doing. His timing and his ability to run the offense, which at times when he's healthy through the last 3 years has also been very healthy. When Jimmy's been healthy, the offense has been healthy. That is not a statement on last night. That is a statement on the last 3 years of 49er football, and it's factual.
Yeah, and he was healthy last night. Does well. Healthy enough to.
Yep.
I mean, he's really good at the check down and the short throws. And now you're in a situation where you don't have much of a run game, and so teams are going to cheat up and take away Jimmy's short throws. So the only thing you have is basically a deeper throw, but you don't have the offensive line to protect him.
Yeah, you don't have that.
Can't. Well, you have nothing. Is what you have right now.
You don't have that. You've
got an offense that can't produce anything now.
Right. Jimmy is. What do we know? He's not mobile, so he's not going to buy time.
Doesn't have a strong arm,
and is not great with as far as his deep ball accuracy.
Not really great at reading defenses.
So you guys want him to drop back and hang out for a while and throw deep. It's like literally what he doesn't do well. So that's why they don't do it.
But what does he do well?
What I just said, other stuff. When he didn't do it well last night, but like what you saw him do on that second drive, that's what he does well.
Scripted plays, exactly.
And that's what he has done well in the past.
Why do we get away from that to where...
That's a great question.
Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle and Deebo Samuel, these are your three great weapons. We talked before the year how their wide receiver, their 1-2 punch at wide receiver might be as good as any in football, which, by the way, seems absolutely laughable now when you look at it 3 games in.
Well, I would suggest, because that's where we're in agreement, it's like, look, okay, what does he do well? I would suggest what he does well is what they come out doing, because they win the first quarter every week. They win the first quarter. This is true with Trey as well, okay? But can I submit that right now my concern is that Trey, because he was so young and hasn't grown into every part of the offense yet, and Jimmy, because he's limited, they don't have a lot of second pitches that they can throw. They kind of do one sort of offense really well. So they come out and they do it, and then the defense goes, oh, that's what we need to go stop, and poof, then you can't, that's it. That's it. They don't have a lot of different options, right? Like it's not what Aaron Rodgers can do. It's not what Patrick Mahomes can do. Those guys have so many different options of ways to play football. Jimmy doesn't have that, and Trey didn't have it yet. I certainly hope that, and I think there's plenty of hope that he will.
Well, part of it is that Kyle doesn't allow them to do things that maybe would play into their strengths. You've mentioned that Jimmy Garoppolo at times can be accurate, and at times he can make throws, but you're not giving him, in my opinion, much of an opportunity. They haven't gone to any change of pace, for example, in 3 games. You haven't gone to a no huddle. You haven't gone to any sort of a hurry up.
Yep.
You haven't tried to change the tempo at all. All you've done is the same old Kyle Shanahan stuff. Predictable formations, predictable run plays, and they're not working. And they're not working because your offensive line is not winning at the point of attack. So if your straight-ahead offensive approach is not working, you've got to change it up. And maybe you change it up by going to a little bit more of a quick offense. Get Jimmy in a position where he can stand back there and sling it a little bit. That doesn't mean throwing it down the field a ton, but maybe you mix up the personnel a little bit, because you mentioned Jeff Wilson. He ran it 12 times, and Deebo had 5 carries for 6 yards. The Deebo wide back, it wasn't working.
Nope.
So let's try something else, Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jeff Wilson actually was his yards per carry very effective.
Well, he had one big run. Outside of the one big run, he wasn't very effective.
What led to their 7 points. Let's go to Bo in San Francisco. Hey, Bo, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? I'm at work. Don't tell my boss, man, but
I won't.
10-minute, man, so I could jump on here and chop it up with you guys. I got some unpopular opinions, but the real fans know. People that have really been watching the game, they know. I mean, Trey is not ready. That's a false narrative. I mean, you look at the game last night, you know what I mean, and you ask the question, like, what is he not ready for? To have a safety and a pick six in the same play. I think the national media was wrong to say that the Niners are immediately better with Trey out and Jimmy in. I just don't see it like that. And I get, Jimmy has his strengths, and so, a good coach would be able to work with that. And, I put part of the blame on Kyle, right? Because he's not, calling an offense that plays into Jimmy's strengths. And he really didn't do it for Trey either. You know what I mean? Like, Trey isn't necessarily the best runner of the football, right? But they still called more run plays for Trey than Jeff Wilson last night. Trey runs an average of 13 times a game, right? So, I just feel like at this point, Jimmy's not the answer, and neither is Kyle. So that's where I'm at.
I mean, both. Well, first of all, they are the answer. It may not be the one you want,
right?
But these are your guys for this year. And
Kyle's going to be here for at least 3 more years.
Kyle, at least 3 more years. Jimmy may just have the rest of this year if he's healthy enough to get through it.
I can't imagine he's back. And again, we always have this hypothetical. If he goes on a run, then we might have a discussion.
Done it before.
Come January. But Jeff Wilson Jr., by the way, 11 carries for 38 yards outside of the 37-yard carry. So 3 yards a carry.
That's often the case when somebody has a bloated yard per carry. I mean,
right. But to say that he had a good game based on yards per carry is inaccurate.
He was their most effective runner.
He had one positive play, and otherwise he had nothing.
All I said was he was more effective than Deebo Samuel, and he was.
Of course, and that's what I was saying about why are we continuing to run Deebo as a wide back? Why don't we – I mean, we ran a screen from our own 2, which wasn't the time to run a screen, but maybe some quick throws. Maybe you get Deebo on a jet sweep where he can run around the outside. Deebo lining up in the backfield is now so predictable that it's not going to work.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. So I guess what gets me – is there's nobody on planet Earth who won't say these 2 things. I thought last night was a bad game for Jimmy, and I thought it was a bad game for Kyle, okay? But somehow the morning after a loss, it seems like we go, okay, we're going to base our decisions and our opinions on last night alone. And that's not what you can do. This is so much bigger than that. And I'm still waiting for somebody to figure this puzzle out for me. If you think Jimmy's bad, then, in my opinion, you have to think Kyle's amazing. I don't get how you can think both stink. If Jimmy's a bad quarterback, then Kyle is actually a genius because they've gone to 2 NFC title games with a bad quarterback.
Yeah, those 2 things are not mutually exclusive.
And their offense, by metrics, was one of the best in the NFL. So if you can do that. Yes. So if you can do that twice with a bad quarterback, don't give me Brad Johnson and Trent Dilfer because they were not good offenses that year, and they both did it once. If you can take a bad quarterback and go on multiple runs deep in the playoffs, well, holy hell, my goodness, you are quite a magician, young man.
Mike
What about Mike McDaniel? He's coached 3 games in his life.
Right, and he's not here now, and what has happened to the run game in his absence? Look at the evidence.
I mean, he literally learned under Kyle Shanahan. Who do you think taught Mike McDaniel everything he does?
So now that he's gone, Kyle Shanahan has forgotten how to run the ball?
So, that's
why
what I'm
is the run
you.
offense all of a sudden not what it was?
You're going to give all the credit. You're going to give the credit to Mike McDaniel.
Not all the credit, but I'm trying to look at what's different now. You want to cite the Jimmy Garoppolo success, and I give Kyle Shanahan way more credit than I give Jimmy Garoppolo.
Me too.
Look at the NFC Championship game from a couple of years ago when they didn't throw the ball and they dominated Green Bay.
Yep.
That was a Kyle Shanahan masterclass.
Pretty smart.
And now you look at this year, and what are you going to do, Kyle Shanahan? You've got a backup quarterback who used to be your starter, who you didn't have in meetings, and you didn't give him a playbook, so he wasn't really ready to go. Now he's your guy. You gave him a whole week to prepare, and that's what happens. You come out and you stink that badly as an offense. That's on Jimmy, and that's also on Kyle Shanahan.
And as stated, I believe.
Right.
Danker in San Francisco. Hey, Danker, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
What's up, Buzz? Not much. Just kind of compartmentalizing, going through what happened last night. I really think it comes down to the 49ers brass. Ever since the new regime has taken over, we are very reactive. We're not proactive. And it seems that a lot of their football personnel decisions come down to monetary decisions. And that is not how you run a football team. And I really believe we need to stop running this team like a Silicon Valley business.
Well, Daker, can I ask, like, what specific moves are you talking about?
Okay, I'll really get it. If you really want to keep me on the line and hear it.
No, I mean we're not going to give you 7 minutes, but like go ahead, give me one or two. You know what I mean?
With a rejoin, Danker on 95.7 The Game.
I'll give you 3. Buckner obviously should have moved him.
Okay.
The politics with our brats. Not to mention names, but the other D lineman's wife. He's a big medical doctor in Stanford. I thought there was maybe a little allegiance, a little pessimism there politically. They chose the wrong guy there. They said it was a monetary move, wrong move. And you could have got Khalil Mack. I love Drake. You could have picked up Khalil Mack for pennies, which people are saying he wanted to come here, and San Diego heard it. They hopped on him. And then you use that draft pick to shore up the line. They haven't shored up the line with the quarterback they like. They didn't do it with Cap. They drafted D lineman after D lineman for God knows why. And
I don't know. That part's working, isn't it?
Jimmy Garoppolo, in order to win, needs an elite defense. Needs about 4 or 5 running backs who will bear the brunt of his indecision making. And a real football fan, the real 49er fans, have been out on Jimmy for 3 years. Ever since his injury, he can't throw the deep ball because he doesn't load his leg.
Right, but Danker, okay, we're going to jump back in here. Here would be my answer to both of those things. Real 49er fans were out on Jimmy for 3 years. Yeah, the 49ers have been out on Jimmy for a year and a half. That has to be a part of today's conversation.
But they're not.
This is not
they're not out on Jimmy Garoppolo. He's their starting quarterback.
No, he's their backup, and they did not choose this.
They did choose it. They signed him.
They did not choose.
For you to say they didn't choose it, it's unfair, Mark. They signed. They put pen to paper.
He is not their starting quarterback.
But they signed him on August 29th.
As their backup. They did not choose that he start games for them this year.
They could have chosen Nate Sudfeld to start games for them or Brock Purdy to start games for them.
No, they chose none of them.
Jimmy Garoppolo to be the backup for a quarterback who had an injury history.
I'm not going to argue semantics with you. They clearly did not choose any of those people to be their starting quarterback. They chose Trey Lance to be the starting quarterback, and he got hurt. So they did not want this. They agree with you. Those of you who want Jimmy gone, the 49ers agreed with you, and circumstances have led us here.
See, I categorically refuse to accept that because they signed him to be their backup. But you know, Mark, that the backup quarterback is one poor play call away from being the starting quarterback.
True with every NFL team.
Exactly.
And you would not say that any other NFL team chose their backup to start. You would not. Who's Brian Hoyer starting this week? Did they choose that?
No. The Pittsburgh Steelers, their backup quarterback will be chosen to start. Kenny Pickett will be chosen to start this week, if not the week after.
Then that's actually choosing to start him, not being forced into it.
Right.
That's very different.
So you just said that no backup quarterback has been signed to be chosen to start.
Right, because that person.
Until they will.
Right, and then, the 49ers didn't do that.
But they signed Jimmy Garoppolo to be...
Nobody's choosing their backup. They can change their mind and say, now that's our starter, but nobody is choosing the backup to be the starter for the rest of the year.
But
I just want all of you 49er fans...
I want you to realize where I'm coming from on this, because you choose your backup, but you choose your backup knowing that your backup has a very high probability to be your starter.
That's not true at all.
How many backups do you think will start a game in the NFL this year?
Less than half.
You'd be surprised.
You'd be surprised. Look at the analytics.
How many backups after week 4 will we have who will have started a game? 4 or 5? 6?
Let's see. So the Patriots will be 1. The 49ers will be 1. I guess you could say the Jets would be 1.
That's a quick 3.
Who am I missing? Right, so that's 3.
Well, the Browns are already starting their backup.
Well, that's different.
No, it's a point.
It's not a point.
It's absolutely a point.
He was chosen to be their starter right now.
He's their backup who they have to start because their starter has a problem with massages.
Matt in San Jose, next on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Matt, what are you doing?
What's up, Mark? I'm believe it or not, bro, I'm in bed. I'm chilling right now.
Nice.
You're depressed is what you are.
I don't work until 4 o'clock, so Top Golf's not going to see me for a while. We're doing good.
Man, I wish I was going. That's why I'd love to be there at 4 o'clock. Can I meet you there?
Holler at me, man. We'll get you in.
My man.
Nice.
Okay, so look, I just had one question. I look around the league because my fantasy teams did horribly last week. Shout out to Tua not getting me a whole lot of points. That's almost 40 last week.
I feel you.
So my question really is this: like, does it bring you solace that you look around the league and the teams that we expect to be the biggest threats, Buffalo, Kansas City, Tampa, they all lost, and like Kansas City lost to the Colts. I know Buffalo lost to Miami. Miami's pretty good. Tampa Bay lost to Green Bay. Green Bay's pretty good. The Rams won, but they only scored 20 points against Arizona, who is not all that good. So, like, I mean, nobody seems to be figuring it out much around the league. Does that give you some solace? Feel like, okay, we have some time to figure this thing out?
Yes. Yeah, Matt, absolutely. And thanks, but it's always good to hear your voice. Like, I mean, if you look around the league right now, it does feel like nobody's running away with this. Again, we're already down to 3 undefeated teams, and one of them's the New York Giants. They may still be undefeated after tonight, but I don't think anybody thinks that that's really that big of a threat at the end of this. Right. Like, yeah, everybody's got warts. The parity is at a very, very high level so far this year. That doesn't mean the 49ers are in great shape. They're not, but we also know that we've watched this group figure it out before, and there's no doubt I'm going to be here to see if they do.
Absolutely.
Like, I mean, this is
favored Monday night too.
That's which I don't get.
Favored
that.
by 2. So let's just say that they beat the Rams on Monday night. Where's everyone going to be heading into a trip to Carolina and Atlanta? We're going to be talking 3-game win streak.
I know exactly where everyone's going to be. First place. That's where they're going to be if they win on Monday night. So that's where we're at. 888-957-9570. We're nowhere near done with your calls. That's next on Willard Dibs.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Baltimore Orioles are still in the wild card hunt as baseball enters its final full week, but their bats will need to come alive. The O's are sending Jordan Lyles to the mound to face the Red Sox, and Boston has hit him hard. The Red Sox have scored 15 runs off of Lyles in their last 12 innings they've faced him, but BetQL is expecting runs to come from both sides. With the total set at 9.5, the BetQL 5-star play of the day is to take the over in today's matchup at Fenway.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
If you were lied to when buying a timeshare and want out, you need my help. Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started the timeshare cancellation industry by exposing the ugly truth about timeshare and giving folks the straight facts. I've been fighting the timeshare giants ever since, so no one knows this industry better than me and my team. Today, we have 383 employees and have saved our clients an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Imagine putting those timeshare dollars back in your pocket. If you were told at a timeshare presentation that this was available today and today only, that timeshare was a great investment or your maintenance fees will never go up, call my office now. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454.
You and me are going to have it out, Kai.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's completely fair. That's totally...
It's raining in here.
That's inbounds. It's unlike Jimmy Garoppolo's feet.
So much drama in the LBC.
It is inbounds.
2 feet.
Inbounds. That's right. You got to get 2. It's the NFL. This is the pros. You got to get 2, not just 1.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of feet inbounds, this is fun.
I'll be the judge of what's fun around here.
Okay, well, interesting maybe is a better word. So I saw our guy Sam Monson, PFF, bring this up. Did you see any of the Bengals-Jets game early yesterday? There was a corner.
Flacco.
No. This is Bengals now.
Okay.
Burrow is throwing to T. Higgins. Back corner of the right end zone.
It's my guy.
Right? Timing play. There goes T. Now, follow me. T's front is facing the quarterback, so his back is to the back of the end zone.
Yeah.
And he's rolling back, and he gets the hands up. He catches the ball, and he comes down, toes inbounds. Then the heel hits out of bounds, but he's going backwards, right?
Yeah.
Now, think about if you were going forwards. Let's say T was running toward the back of the end zone and made an over-shoulder catch and did a toe tap and then fell out of bounds. We would be like, touchdown. But because he's going backwards and the heel, after the toe has already hit, the heel comes down out of bounds. Sorry, incomplete. And Sam Monson goes, why is a toe tap okay going in one direction? It's not okay going in another direction.
I don't like any of it,
I was like, that's a great question. It's a great question.
Boy, that's a great question.
I saw the thing at full speed. I'm like, that's a touchdown.
Yeah.
He's in. And they reviewed it, and he was out. And I'm like, but he was in. Why is he out?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Did you know that rule?
No, I did not know.
I didn't know that rule.
I didn't. And as a fan of the refs, I hate to admit that I didn't know that rule.
Yeah.
That makes absolutely no sense.
Zero.
No sense at all. So the toe tap going forward works, but the toe tap in reverse doesn't.
Right.
The heels have to come down because you're going backwards.
Like, that's just the human body. It's not his fault. Like, what's he supposed to do with his... You want him to run on his toes all the way to the back of the end zone? Like,
and what if he catches it going backwards and he goes toe-toe, and then his heels don't come down until he falls completely out of bounds? Then it's
okay.
a touchdown.
Yep. In other words,
stupid.
In other words, you got to hit your toes and then jump, which is not possible because you're landing.
And you're going full speed.
Like, he jumped in the air and you catch the ball and then come down and land toes up. The body cannot have your heels not hit.
Right.
Like, that's not possible. Essentially, like anyway.
I'm looking at T. Higgins on my fantasy team.
Yeah, you got robbed.
Yeah, well, I'm getting boat raced anyway.
Okay, so it didn't matter.
No, and
how'd T do yesterday? What was the rest of his game?
11.8.
Okay,
so yeah, he had
he should have had about 6.5 more.
He had 5 catches for 93. That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine, but he actually had 6 catches for 105 and a tuggy.
It's a pretty decent unit.
I had Tua as my quarterback, and so I thought that I was done at halftime anyway when he couldn't even walk. He was literally punch drunk, and then here comes Tua.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, that was a bad... And the NFLPA launched a deal into that immediately. Like, the game was barely over. That game had so much. You had Tua wobbling off coming back into the game. You had Josh Allen and the mismanagement of the clock going down. You had the Ken Dorsey destroying the entire coordinator room.
Shout out Miramani High School in Orinda.
and the iPad. Oh, my gosh. That was the best video of the day by far. That game had everything. Fantastic finish. 2 good teams.
I think Baltimore is probably my favorite team in the NFL outside of the Niners right now. They've scored 99 points, Mark.
Lamar or Jalen the MVP through 3 weeks?
Jalen.
Yeah, it's close.
I think it's Jalen because Philadelphia's 3-0.
And Baltimore, is not.
Yeah, but you were mentioning D'Amico Ryans earlier. There's only 2 teams that have played 3 games that have allowed fewer points than the San Francisco 49ers. One of them was their opponent last night. Do you know who the other one is, Mark?
Who've scored fewer points?
Allowed fewer points.
Oh, there's only 2 teams that
have allowed. The Niners have allowed 37. The Broncos have allowed 36. Now, the Giants and Dallas have both allowed 36, but they play tonight.
They haven't played a third game.
Only one team has allowed fewer points. Other than Denver than the 49ers.
I am going to say that the answer of that, like I'm just doing a quick...
We're back, Spadoni. We're back.
Is it Jacksonville?
No, but that's a great guess. They've allowed 38.
Okay.
One more than the Niners. The correct answer... Tampa Bay.
Oh, Tampa Bay.
They've allowed 27 points.
Tampa Bay. Yeah. Good job, Tampa Bay.
Yeah, but
you also lost.
Yeah. To the point of Baltimore, they've scored 99 points in 3 games. They are a lot of fun to watch.
99 points, and Jimmy ain't one. All right, here we go.
That's a 3.
Matt in Maryland. I think that's a correct assessment. Matt in Maryland, you're next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Matt. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Just working from home, using you guys to medicate my grief. Thanks for taking my call.
Medication sensation.
That's a buck.
Yeah. Obviously, the offense is awful, and there's plenty of blame to assign to Jimmy and our O-line, but Kyle has to start taking chances on these 4th downs past the 50. He really does.
So are you pointing to when they kicked the field goal to go up 10-5?
Well, somewhat that time, but there were 2 other times across the 50 where he punted it. And, the risk is so low. Our defense is playing so dominantly. And, he continues to punt. We've seen that game a million times.
Yep.
He puts everything on our defense, and they get tired,
It's just funny, Matt.
4th and 4 at Denver's 47.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt. And let's bring out Wisnowski.
Okay,
let's bring out the Schnow. That's when they pinned him at the 1, though.
I know. I'm not going to disagree. Like, I know that the trend in the NFL is for, 4th and short. You go for it now. But I am going to, I'm going to notice the same thing that we do as 49er fans, which is we go, Kyle should go for it on 4th down. And, oh, by the way, Jimmy's not good. Well,
4th and 4, Mark, you got options.
What's your opinion? If your quarterback's bad, then I don't want to take risks at midfield on 4th down either. I don't want later in the game, 4th and 18 at the 47, they punted. That one I understand a little bit more. And by the way, if Trey Lance was still the quarterback, I would probably be more quick to agree with you. Because in that situation, you essentially have 2 plays that you can call. The play and then the improvisation.
The play and the tray.
Thank you. Yeah. That's a 4. So, right. It's the play and then it's the tray, which is that if the play that you called doesn't work, then you still got a shot for Trey to scramble for something. So but with Jimmy,
4th and 4 at the 47, I think is one you should go on. The one I took issue with, Mark, is when Denver got their first field goal, there was a holding penalty on Denver, and the Denver Broncos would have been knocked out of field goal position, but instead, Kyle Shanahan declines the penalty. You bring out McManus. McManus drills the field goal. Why didn't he accept that holding penalty, push him back, way back, and make them make another play against their elite defense? You gave 3 points to McManus.
In that moment, I looked at that and I went, that's Russell Wilson PTSD. That's what it felt like. I go, he's taking the field goal because he knows if you go to 3rd and 15.
It would have been 3rd and 19.
It sounds exactly like the play that Russell Wilson always gets 20 yards on that play against the 49ers.
Well, not against this defense.
Yeah, I don't hear you.
So instead, you decline it, and McManus comes out, and you mentioned it, mile high air, 55-yard chip shot.
Piece of cake for him.
Yeah.
So
he missed a 53-yarder later.
And he did miss a 53-yarder later.
Bad hold.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Kyle addressed both of those. We'll let you hear the sound on that next. More of your phone calls and Steiny and Goo all ahead on Willard and Dibs.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. As you know, in sports, teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're considering remodeling your home, you might want to consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or building now about your upcoming project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays of doors and windows. You'll be surprised with the variety of styles that are available. For windows, there are double-hung, casement, awning, sliders, and fixed windows. Also, bifold windows and doors. Their respected partners include Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Doors' wide variety of accessories like hardware, handles, knobs, locks, and casings. You'll be impressed with the well-informed staff, ready to answer questions and help with orders. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click products, then windows and doors. Family owned for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is here to keep your car on the road with our free loaner tool program. Your local store has more than 80 specialty tools available to rent for your next repair. Refundable deposit required. Ask our professional parts people about the loaner tool program today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wildfire is coming. Get set by knowing what to take and where to go. If you need to evacuate, go early to protect your family and community. Wildfire is coming. Do you have a plan? Learn more at readyforwildfire.org.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
In Oakland today, partly cloudy and sunny, highs around 70.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit Ashley.com today.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Steiny and Guru are going to be in here in just a few. We got Monday Night Football coming up. Cowboys and Giants. We'll give you a pick here in just a few. Definitely want to get to more of your calls and reactions after last night's disaster. This is the number one television show in America, and it was embarrassing.
You lost 11-10 is the thing, Mark.
Just say the score. How many times have you done this? Just say the score back to yourself.
11-10.
And then do it without like huffing or shaking your head afterward.
I mean, it makes my stomach turn. And look at any other score from week 3 in the National Football League, including Philadelphia beating Washington 24-8. Now that's ugly. Washington, they were down 20-0. They didn't score till they got a safety.
Yeah.
Philly and that game was already over.
Philly wasn't ugly. Last night, both teams were ugly.
Right. Green Bay beat Tampa 14-12. That game was ugly.
But exciting at the end.
It was, competitive. And
Tom Brady took them on a game-tying drive, and then they didn't get the
deuce. Couldn't get the deuce.
Yeah.
But of all the other games, I mean, and you think about even Vegas, Spadone's Las Vegas Raiders falling to 0-3. That at least was exciting. They also, Derek Carr led them on a game potentially tying drive, and then they didn't get the deuce.
That was one of those weird deals where on 4th down, you're like, okay, last play of the game, and then there's a defensive penalty. So it felt like the Raiders were down there, playing winners outs. It was like,
totally.
Just take as many tries as you need until you get a touchdown. And then they did, and then you don't get the deuce, and the ball game's over.
Yeah.
But
at least exciting. I mean, the Niners lose 11-10, and I mean, seriously. And I mentioned this last week when we were talking about the game, and I said this. I might have actually said 11-10 as one of my score predictions. I know I said 5-4, and I also jokingly said this game might wind up 2-1, which it kind of felt like a 2-1 ball game.
I think it did. Yeah,
seriously,
I think it did. Yeah. So, all right, let's get to as many of you as we can before Steiny and Goo get in here. Jeff and Marin. Hey, Jeff, what are you doing?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
So I think you guys are great, but today I really got to agree with Dibley. I think this is really on Kyle. I think there are a lot of limitations to Kyle. I think he's become too predictable. I also don't think he really knows how to play a quarterback. I really don't. I mean, even in the Super Bowl, he throws a bomb. He tries to throw the bomb, and Jimmy overthrows the wide receiver in the end zone. Well, do you really think that's a high probability going to work when you never use it? We never throw deep, even when we got Trey. And Jimmy's plays last night was the reason why we drafted Trey Lance. And so what does Kyle do with him? He runs him like a halfback. He had more carries per game. I think Dibs pointed this out than Jeff Wilson did yesterday. Last year, Jimmy Johnson, when he saw how much the Niners were running, Trey Lance was going, you're going to kill your franchise quarterback.
So Jeff,
what Kyle did.
Jeff, let me ask you a question, because this is a very well-traveled conversation, and I think we are going to get fatigued by it at some point about the way he played Trey. But let me ask you, as someone who saw the majority of the Philadelphia-Washington game, what is your response to the fact that Jalen Hurts, who might right now be the MVP of the league, is averaging 12.8 rushes per game, many of them right up the gut? When I say that to you, what's your reaction?
A couple of reactions. One, I think it's very high risk and low probability of success. Two, Jalen Hurts is much more athletic and is twitchy quick. Can you say that about Jimmy? Can you say that really about Trey? Trey can have some, go-ahead speed, but he hasn't got quickness. You look at Russell Wilson, he's still got quickness. And if you're going to use the quarterback that way, you need somebody who's quick. And
okay, I think you're misevaluating Jalen Hurts. You're making him sound like he's Lamar Jackson, and he's not. Jalen Hurts is taking on a ton of contact in these games, and I hear you that maybe Jalen Hurts will get hurt. Which is not a pun. Maybe he will. And so I get that. But
the likelihood for injury goes up the more you get tackled.
Obviously. But the likelihood for success also goes up, in my opinion, when you use your players' strengths and say, let's go do that. You never were going to draft Trey Lance and not run the ball. That was just never.
But the problem many of us have is that it seems like that was the only thing that they believed that he was able to do at that juncture of the season, and thus he got hurt.
Yep. Yeah. No, it's totally fair that it feels like Kyle did not trust Trey to throw the ball down the field. Yes, that I agree with. Big Jeff. Apparently that was Little Jeff a moment ago. This is Big Jeff in Novato. Hello, Big Jeff. What are you doing?
Oh, driving a little DoorDash today. I got to kind of, I'm relating to Dibs today. I feel like, I think you have to notice a little bit of traumatic response from last week's game, and the Niners are, you're seeing some residual planning. And I think what I'm experiencing, and at least what I'm seeing, is that I think that Kyle Shanahan is he has some OCD, helicopter, codependent type relationship with his team, where if he doesn't have his hands on the game and micromanaging the game, that they're not going to win and they're not going to succeed. And I feel like last year after the Cardinals game, when he kind of just let go and felt some humility and he kind of just let go and let these guys play and have fun, it was a whole different experience, and it was so entertaining. It was fun to watch. So I feel like once Kyle gets a little bit less hands-on and more humility, the more that the team will thrive. And that's just been my experience the last few years, last 5 years at least.
So do you think that Jimmy's been the one maybe that's been driving the bus? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
What I'm saying is that I think that when it's like a codependent parent, like you want your kid to succeed so well, but when you like live his life for him, that he's not going to go very far because you're doing all the work for him.
Yeah, that's interesting. Jeff, thanks.
Helicopter parent, Kyle Shanahan.
It's interesting, but I have a hard time believing. So I guess is where some of you have arrived today, the idea that Kyle Shanahan is holding Jimmy back. I mean, it feels to me like what we've sort of felt for 5 years, and what I've heard more often than not is that Jimmy Garoppolo is a creation of Kyle Shanahan, and that he's almost the Draymond Green of football, and he would not be better if you put him on another team, and that's why nobody wanted him, and all of the things we've heard.
Well, and Washington wanted him. There's a deal in place, according to Schefter.
Right. So there's that, and then now today we've gotten to why won't Kyle let Jimmy cook?
Well, why won't Kyle let anyone cook? And we can all go back to Matt Ryan in Atlanta if we want. There's an established quarterback with a high-powered offense. This is not that. And this is something that I said going into this year. I was interested to see if he would let Trey Lance open up the playbook and actually throw the ball down the field. Well, now Trey's hurt. We don't get to see that. And now Jimmy Garoppolo's in, and so far through 7 quarters of football, other than the first 5 plays when Jimmy came on the field,
every game,
Jimmy hasn't been able to really cut it loose. Maybe it's because the O-line isn't giving him time. Maybe it's because of what the caller was saying about, helicopter parenting and Kyle Shanahan and his codependency.
Let me throw one other thing out there, because he talked about the overthrow of Emmanuel Sanders in the Super Bowl. I do think we make this mistake a lot. We see a play and the way it gets executed, and we go, why did he call that play? Well, a lot of times it's not the play he called. I mean, that's the whole point. The reason they moved off of Jimmy, you guys got to stop this. It has nothing to do with the fact that Jimmy used to get hurt. Like, they moved off of Jimmy because, as we've sort of talked about, Jimmy doesn't always see it.
Last night was an example.
Exactly.
Debo running down the sideline with his hand, waving.
So how do you know that the play you watched was called by Kyle? I say often, I believe. No, the Kyle play call didn't get executed. It didn't get seen because Debo was running by himself down the sideline, and Jimmy's like, oh, look, Kittle's open 5 yards from me.
Yeah.
And then we go, oh, why'd Kyle call that? Well, he didn't.
He called the play to the guy who was open down the sideline.
Didn't see it.
Yeah.
Right? So, listen, we can do this all day, and quite frankly, we will.
And we have.
Right, but Kyle, if you're going to talk about these two people and try to figure out which one has been more successful, which one has a bigger muscle on the football field of the NFL, it's definitely Kyle. They were both bad last night. There's no two ways about it. But if you're trying to tell me you want to see Jimmy stay and Kyle go, I don't know what's telling.
Well, that's not happening. So to me, it's a non-starter.
Yeah.
Jimmy's going to be gone, and Kyle's going to be here to stay.
That's. I mean, a week ago we were talking about both of them staying, but yes, on this Monday morning, that's exactly how it feels.
For sure.
All right, Steiny and Goo jumping on in here to continue right here on 95.7 The Game. Monday morning's always active. You can tell when Steiny comes in with a sport coat on. Good morning, boys.
What's up, guys?
How we doing?
What's up, baby? Dynamite.
Where you going, dude?
I've been
Where
there.
you go? You already
Channel
been
2.
there?
Monday's Channel 2 day.
Channel 2. Oh, is it every Monday now?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Some things?
I was pretty good today. We'll see if they bring me back.
What'd you say? What did you say that was so good?
I said, hey.
Oh, that is
the
good.
Warriors season just started.
Media Day.
Yeah.
I still don't understand that. I would have loved to go to Warrior Media Day.
But they're going to Japan, so
I understand, but there's got to be a new rule in sports. Don't go up against the NFL.
Wow.
Just don't.
It was awkward.
Don't battle. Why are you battling the NFL? Just take Sunday off. There's no point. You're
Speaking
not
of
win.
which, for the gamblers out there, I just want to give kudos to the Cleveland Browns, Cincinnati Bengals, the Philadelphia Eagles, and the LA Rams. The only 4 favored teams. Favorites went 4-7 over the weekend going into tonight.
Oh my gosh!
Yuck, Buffalo. They didn't do it. Raiders, Kansas City.
4-7. That's not enough games.
That's 11 games.
Yeah, that's not enough games.
Cleveland favorite, they won.
We need more games.
Chicago's favorite, they won. And Philly was favored, they won. Baltimore was favored, they won. The Rams were favored. They won.
I got them all down here.
No buys.
Wait a minute.
It should be
now.
16 games.
Yeah, one hasn't been played.
Yeah.
One hasn't been played. So
I'm
it's got to be.
I'm 10-5 on the week.
Look at you got that in
28 and
there.
19, by the way, on the year.
We need proof of that.
That may have been a college football.
Proof on that. We do it every
top
week.
20 stat.
Oh, okay.
If you're not following us on social media, Goo, that's a Goo problem. We post it every week, Goo.
So
it's spread
our
formation.
show didn't even start, and he butchered a stat.
Yeah, 4-7 out of 15 games.
No, I'm sure that
I went off of the games that I picked on Twitter.
11 that you mentioned, I agree, 4-7. I want to know what happened to the other 5 games. That's all, because there were more games.
Which
That's
were?
all. I don't know. I don't know what you picked on Twitter, Go.
4, 5,
You can regroup.
6.
You'll have time to regroup before the show.
I love it.
I'll tell you what. While
Favorites are 6 and 9. Favorites are 6 and 9.
By the way,
6 and 9.
6 and 9.
Perfect.
By the way, can I? Oh, go ahead.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app.
Let me tell you something. I gotta.
Man.
You want to talk victory?
Home dogs, by the way, 13 and 10 on the year. But go ahead.
I don't know if it was Thursday or Friday. But I'm listening to Willard and Dibs, and Dibs is steadfast about the under. So steadfast about that 49er Denver under.
He was.
And I'm pretty sure he said it's going to be like 12-11. He said 11.
I saw somebody
used
There are
11.
Which means he was wrong.
Yeah, wrong.
He was wrong by
12,
1 point.
He was right if you know what he meant.
He used 11.
Yeah.
Not 10.
Somebody was giving you love last night on Twitter.
remember that?
Yeah. Then I said it was going to be 5-4. Then I said it was going to be 2-1. I was trying to run.
No, but I think first was 12-11.
What Steiny said.
Yeah.
No, I believe it. I remember the conversation. I don't remember the numbers, but I remember it. Yeah.
I think 11 was one. It might have been 11-10.
Yeah,
no, 11-9 or something. 11-8.
Luckily, I don't gamble anymore.
I'm still trying to fix my stat, Mark.
The only thing I do now is fantasy golf, coming back in January, Kapalua. But those are the ones where you're like, man, why don't I gamble anymore?
I'm trying to figure out your gambling rules because they're about as clear to follow as Goo's favorites
And
record
I'm
from
still
yesterday.
trying to figure it out over here.
Here's my gambling
No,
rule.
but you just said to me at the beginning of the year, you don't do fantasy football because you don't want to gamble on things over which you don't have control.
Do it for fun.
And then you have a fantasy golf team.
Fantasy golf is different.
And then you also told me that it's different than blackjack because you want to do something over which you have control. And I'm like,
No, I
don't
want
know
no
what
control.
You don't want to.
I want
you don't
no
know what
control.
cards. Like
when I pick Colin Morikawa to win at Kapalua, I can't control whether or not he hits a 6-footer. I make my pick, and it happens. So, like betting on football,
we can't control anything.
You can control blackjack.
No, you can't.
If I've got 14 and the dealer's got a 5, the book says you don't hit, right?
Right. You can decide whether you hit or not the same way you can decide whether you want to take the over or the under.
And then the dealer gets a 6, and I'm pissed because that was my 6.
Right.
I lost. I made a mistake.
Well,
Even though the book says
no, but you don't know what the card is.
But that's the point. But I made a decision. If
figure it out.
Steiny and I go golfing,
This is
and we
hieroglyphics to me.
and we bet $20 on the round, and I get to 18, and I need to make a 9-footer to win.
That's different. That's bet on yourself. That's
so is
different.
blackjack. It's
No,
I'm
not.
betting on
No,
myself.
you're betting on the cards.
But I determine whether or not I get a card or I don't get a
you
card.
determine whether you bet the over or the under.
Yeah, but then it's out of my hands.
As is the cards.
It's different.
I don't
it's
think
different
it is.
because
Anyway.
when you make a pick in a football game, you've made your pick.
Right.
Blackjack, okay, I bet $20. Now I got cards. Now I have to make a decision,
Right.
a crucial decision.
Right.
In
When
real
you bet in
time.
a football game,
over which you have no control.
but you have control.
Okay.
Because I either hit. Do you not see that? I either get a card or I don't get a card.
Do you not see that you don't know what the card is, therefore it is out of your control?
But I control whether or not I
Yes.
get a card.
And-
Do you
and
see that?
I do. Do you see that you control whether you bet the over or the under?
Right, but once I make that bet, I don't control whether or not I can change my bet.
Same that once you
What
say
is going
hit,
on
you
here?
have no control over what you get
But I
next.
control whether or not I hit.
Anyway, enough.
The real reason I don't bet anymore, have you seen the cost of diapers?
Well,
Oh, wow. Look at my boy.
I actually haven't.
I just got you a bunch. Now
I've
you don't have
seen
to worry
gas.
about
No, I
diapers.
appreciate
yeah,
it.
now you can use that money
So
to bet.
Mark, very generous guy, good friend.
I don't know about that.
Love working with him.
What'd
Bought
he
me a
do?
box of diapers.
That's
About
bad.
100 diapers. You know how long that box of diapers will last for Sir Poop's lot?
About a week.
Yeah.
Tops, bro.
No, it'll last.
Last night she hit me with the classic 2-piece where
Oh.
she wakes up at 3. You're so cute. La li la la. We go in, diaper off, new diaper on, immediate storm.
That's just storm.
That diaper lasted about 14 seconds. I didn't even get the second Velcro on.
This is awesome.
And that thing was just... So now, and diaper number 2 off.
Diarrhea.
Seriously.
That's a
it's
4 back
Mila,
there.
do me a favor. If you got any more, speak now or forever hold your peace.
She doesn't understand English yet, though.
She got me with a 2-piece, Mark.
Yeah.
It's about 48 cents a shot. It's
gonna happen.
That's why I
It's gonna
stopped
happen.
gambling anyway.
I got a word for the Niners season 3 games in.
What is it?
A nightmare. You lose your
That's 2
young
words.
stud
That's 2
quarterback. You get it. Your young stud quarterback, your left tackle, and then last night you just watched the guy that you're lucky to still have. I mean, can it get any worse than this?
Yes. Well, so yes. 1 and 2 can turn into 1 and 3.
Jimmy getting hurt would be worse than this.
Not according to some.
Yeah.
You going Purdy?
No, I will say this to your point. I hope, I don't know, I hope there is no one play that is worse than that play, which you had Kyle Shanahan draw up a screen on the 1.
Oh, my God.
You had a quarterback run with not 1, but both feet out of bounds. You get a safety to ignite the crowd and the other team, and you lose your left tackle, your superstar.
With a high ankle sprain.
Oh, this is probably at least October, is
my
my guess.
goodness.
This is probably going to miss October, and that's if it goes well. So that's about as bad of a play as I can imagine. And I hope that's the worst one the 49ers have this year. I hope.
What do you think, Goo?
Shawshank Redemption.
I said this team could go to the Super Bowl. I thought they had the ingredients to do that.
But don't do that to yourself week 3.
Listen, I've been coming at Kyle's head. I'm not. That was the reason they went to draft Trey Lance last night. That was Exhibit A. Your boy is not mobile. It works for some quarterbacks, but last night he was awful. Yep. And the Cheech and Chong ball, everything's high. I mean, every pass is high. A screen.
I'll give you a 4 on that, too. That's pretty good. You already gave 1 5 there to Spinoni.
Cheech and Chong.
Well, you forgot about the one he bounced to Brandon Ayuk. That one was low.
Dude, that's just... He has to own that. But what about him in the presser saying, I didn't get a chance to work? I don't know if I would have played that call.
Well, you can't say that after the week before. It's like riding a bike, guys.
But I do think they may have paid the price this week for not having him there all summer. And I know they thought he was gone, but there was a sentiment that said you couldn't have gotten him into training camp a little bit to do some stuff.
At least be in a meeting room. I mean, I know you're afraid of him getting hurt on the field because then his contract's fully guaranteed, but you tell me you're afraid of a paper cut in a meeting?
Well, but again, I'm still going to say that and we'll never know exactly when this moment was, but until you knew that he was going to be back on your team, why on earth would you let him into a meeting room? You thought he was going to play for someone else.
No doubt.
So why would you let him in? If the concern was Seattle or the Rams, well, like hell, I'm letting that guy into a meeting room. So I get it. It's very circumstantial. It's just weird. We've said it for 4 weeks. We've never seen a comp to this.
Did you think they were getting the field goal? I thought they the second time.
When he hit Ray.
Pick, they used 3 timeouts. They D up, get the ball back. Then I'm like, this is the one.
No, I definitely thought no at that
felt
point.
200 yards.
When Ray got the first down, I thought now we got some action. Right? You're out to the 40-something yard line. You only need another 15 yards, and you're going to give Robbie a shot. And then it was the very next play that he hucked it into triple coverage and threw a pick. That, for me, was the moment. I know we all want to talk about the safety, and we want to talk about that last drive. That throw
that's
to
what I'm
Debo.
talking about, the fumble on the last one.
No. I'm talking about the
Wilson fumble.
I'm talking about the pick that was thrown to Debo on first down.
Yeah. That was just
into triple coverage.
I told Steiny, what did you see on that?
Yeah.
And it was way over to that was off target.
Back leg, off target, bad decision, first down, throw it away I don't know. I don't know what he saw.
The other play that got me, and I told Evan this, was the last drive where he tried to scramble and he got tackled at the 3 before the Wilson fumble. He really struggles to evade people.
Yeah, he does.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, he does.
He couldn't even get out of the pocket there to just...
Do y'all think that was offsides? I was screaming.
Very
close.
I did.
thought
I didn't scream.
I was shocked that a flag didn't fly up. I thought for sure.
I wasn't mad at Kyle for bringing that up.
Yeah. I mean, I don't look. It's all happening in real time, and we're looking at the highlight of the very next play. It was actually a cool improvisation that was going to get the 49ers out to a 3rd and 1 on the very next play, and Wilson fumbles. So
yeah, Kyle was complaining about that on the following play. After the fumble is when he said what happened
where's
on
the
previous
offsides?
play.
Yeah.
They were going to, I mean, yeah, you're right. They were going to have a 3rd and 1 there. They still had a long way to go, but
the defense is Super Bowl caliber. Though. That's the sad part in all this.
I was telling
that
Mark,
was a masterpiece.
Only 2 teams have given up fewer points through 3 games. It's Denver that we saw and Tampa Bay. This defense is absolutely nasty, and yet you sit at 1 and 2. And we're kind of saving this for later in the week. Today's about pure, unadulterated rage. But as we step away and you look at it, you're favored against the Rams, guys. You're favored
really?
by...
Isn't that shocking?
Why? With no Trent Williams?
1.5 and 2 is where I saw it open.
I don't know.
Monday night at home. And let's just say form holds and you beat the Rams, which Mark's right. You've owned the Rams in recent history. You got a Carolina and Atlanta. Those are winnable. We could be.
But you lost the last time you seen them, even though I know that was postseason.
Yep. No.
Right. But all I'm saying is, I mean, it's not like you're 9-point dogs against the Rams. So today's about rage and anger. But as we get into tomorrow, we can take a look at maybe going on a run.
We have an update.
An update?
The 49ers are no longer favored by 2.
It's moved?
It has moved. They are favored by 2.5. The money is coming in on the
Trent must be playing.
What do we not know? What do we not know?
Well, they beat him 6 straight times in the regular season.
That's true.
That's one thing we know.
Is Stafford hurt? We don't know or something?
Well, Jimmy's got arm trouble.
Right?
His arm's a little sore.
By the way, if you sit Trent 5 games, then he also would benefit by the bye week, which is the next week. So I think, honestly...
Seems likely.
If we look at 4 weeks, you might as well make it 5. That way it becomes 6 with the bye. Then we'll see you in November.
Well, what's their record? What's Trent saying? This is this similar injury that he talked, and I get it was the playoffs, so that's different. But he talked his way into the starting lineup against the Rams last January.
You're right.
Afterwards, said he probably shouldn't have. But they don't. He's irreplaceable. He's irreplaceable.
Is there any one of us that would feel comfortable putting money on the Niners to win this game?
Oh, hell no.
Outside of just the history of it?
The only reason I'm intrigued to do so is because I'm like, okay,
Mitchell's gone.
Somebody knows something
Williams
that nobody
gone.
like. What is going on?
Man.
Favored?
If you like the Niners, I would wait until Sunday or Monday because there's no way this line goes any further up. It's not going to get to 3 it's not going to get to 3 or 3.5, which is the magic number.
But the world saw it at 2, and the 4 of us sat here and went, huh? And they bet it up. So
I
the
bet
rest
you
of the
it's down
world,
near
what do they
pick 'em
know?
by the time we get to Monday.
Somebody knows something, man.
You know what I did disagree with yesterday is Shanahan not taking the penalty when they could have pushed Denver back to a 4th and 17 at the 48.
Mm-hmm.
They were at the 38. They declined the penalty. Then Denver hit a 55-yard field goal.
Agreed.
To me, that's like, and I know those are, but your defense is your bread and butter. Like that's the best unit. They hadn't scored. I know it's Russell Wilson, but go ahead. Go ahead. Try to get 4th and 17 on us.
You could get a sack and knock them out of field goal.
Well, actually, at 48, even an incomplete pass, they're probably not going to try that, especially with what Hackett's been through. I don't think he's sending anybody out for any 65-yard field goals in the first half. So it was a little bit of a head scratcher to me, and I said this out loud right away. I go, oh, this is Russell Wilson PTSD. I think if it's a different quarterback, they accept that penalty. But he's like, I've watched.
Your boy said so, Kyle, in the postgame
he's
presser.
like, I've watched Russ convert
get a
too
flag.
many third and forever.
He brought up flag.
Defensive hold. Absolutely. So that's what that felt like to me.
But I'm hearing too much of he played bad. I don't think Kittle, Ayuk, and I was telling Steiny this, Debo played bad. It was the coach and suspect play calling and the quarterback. But don't tell me Debo and Ayuk and Kittle played bad.
I do.
What do you mean, oh God?
I do
Explain,
oh
week.
God. Every week I do closer of the week, and I had to pick somebody.
Yeah.
And I picked Brandon Ayuk as, I guess, the glorified MVP. I didn't think that Shanahan had a bad game, personally. I thought it was Jimmy Garoppolo who had the bad game. He stunk.
But Steiny, why are you
I'm sick of hearing about these weapons. That's what I'm sick of.
But if you know the quarterback is not doing his
4 catches for 28 yards.
Man.
I mean, Brandon Ayuk's 3 games, 140 total yards
Did you see
through the
Debo wide
air.
open where Jimmy didn't even look at him? That is negligence.
That's not negligence.
Dude,
it's Garoppolo.
Garoppolo. Well,
it's not Jimmy.
But you can't say
I can't.
You can't come back, Steiny, and say, "Oh, Kittle didn't do anything." You don't know how many times he was open and the ball didn't come to him.
Well, why? How come we never blame the playmakers?
Well, because we don't see video of Debo wide open and the quarterback not even look at him.
I don't know how we can. Like, I guess they would have to drop balls. They'd have to drop balls.
And that's, man.
You know, I don't think that they have trouble getting open. I know Debo's not like a perfect route runner. Brandon's very good. Like, I don't know. The plays are all Jim. You know, they had that stat pop up at one point. They're like, Jimmy Garoppolo's leading the league and getting rid of the ball the quickest. Like, yeah, because everything's breaking down if you try to drop him back and let him look. He's going to get sacked. So you got to get the ball out. By the way, there must be something in the water here. Now I got all of next week's games pulled up. How about this? If I just said to you guys, Thursday night football.
What if I told you?
The Miami Dolphins at Cincinnati. What's the spread?
I already saw it, so I'll direct this to those
I'd
guys.
say Cincinnati favored by 2.5.
Go.
I'll say 3.
Why do you guys think that the Bengals would be favored?
Because they're home.
Yeah, and they just got off the snide yesterday.
Right, against the Jets.
Oh, is it still
the Dolphins
Robert
beat
Saleh?
the Bills, and they are the only 3-0 team in the AFC.
And Tua, by the way, not in the concussion protocol.
That was not.
Why would he be?
Did you see that yesterday?
Back.
We just won.
He broke his back.
Oh, yeah, that was his back, right?
Yeah. His whole back buckled.
Oh, yeah, that's what that was.
Allow the radio audience to know that Steiny has a sheepish grin on his face right now. No, you guys are right.
He had about 17 tequila shots is what that looked like.
But it's even higher. They're 3.5.
3.5.
They're telling you that on a neutral field, apparently the Bengals would be favored over the Dolphins right now.
Spinal.
Huh?
But that's
what?
But that's based on what we still think those teams are.
And there you go.
Or I guess it's got to be what Vegas think those still.
What week do we start going? Let's look at what we see now as opposed to what we thought in August.
It's a good question. That's a good question.
The Bengals are fine.
Why are the 49ers favored?
Right. Great question.
That is wild.
It's a great question.
Help us out.
What do you know that we don't? I see spreads like that and I run.
Well, the home team on a short week, it's 10 on a Thursday night. It tends to be the smart play.
Yeah, I mean it's a short week for everybody.
Yeah, but you're the home team.
I know.
So
I know.
Miami's coming off a body bag game, literally in Tua's case. Although, hey, not in the protocol.
How about McDaniel?
Yeah, looking good.
Look at your boy.
And Kyle Shanahan's just bereft without him.
The Miami thing is a bad look for the Niners. I don't think there's really a whole lot there, but it's going to make people. Oh, see, it was Mike McDaniel the whole time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was Mike McDaniel.
Was McDaniel here for 5 years?
I don't even know how many years he was
here
for.
Me neither.
Yeah, but I do know that whenever he got here, he was taught by Kyle Shanahan. But apparently now he made Kyle. Well, based on the last 3 weeks.
Luke Skywalker was taught by Darth Vader. How'd that work out, Darth?
Yeah.
That's a 3.
Mike McDaniel got to the 49ers in 17.
So 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20.
Yeah. But
so at the beginning.
But he was only
stepped out.
Yeah. It was the run game.
So he was here the whole time.
But he's the run game coordinator, then he was OC last year.
Gotcha.
OC last year. All right. Here we go. Steiny Guru next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. They're 1-2. What'd you think of the game last night?
Man, I got so many thoughts going through my head, and I just...
One at a time.
A lot of people are coming for Kyle Shanahan. I just don't know if that was Exhibit A, if that was the game to do it. Jimmy was bad, but Steiny, what if I told you this, just like I tried to convey to Willard and Dibs? you're lucky to have number 10. So he's all you basically got. So last week, they were the smartest. The front office, the regime was the smartest people in the room because they held on to Jimmy, and he looked bad. Michael Jackson bad yesterday. That was awful. He cost him the game.
Who?
Jimmy.
Get out of here. Get
not
out
till
of here.
3, Steiny. Yeah.
What's that?
I said not till 3. 3 o'clock when I get out of here. But
that's a team loss. That's a team loss.
Okay, so we know who you're not talking about. That's the defense.
Well, they broke down late again. You know, it's funny. It's funny.
They broke down.
We all talk about Garoppolo not being able to make big plays late. It's like defense has let him down twice in fourth quarters now. Of course, they're not the reason they lost, but you got to work in tandem there.
But how many times
defense has to help the offense until the offense gets on track?
How many times do you look at your defense like you can't give up a score? You know what I mean? And there were some similarities between Chicago. You're right. They got their points in the second half, but man,
you know what? Here's the other thing. Okay, Jimmy blew it. Big deal. He's your backup quarterback. What do you expect?
And
what
I
do you
guess
expect? Who said this was a Super Bowl team?
Vegas. And the fact that my eyes, I thought they had action. It ain't over either, but, I mean, now you're telling me Jimmy doesn't have Trent Williams, and that's no big deal? I mean, and I know we'll get to that in the Ram game later on in the week, but damn, that was my biggest takeaway. I've been through the Jimmy Garoppolo experience. When it's good, okay, and bad. I told you I thought it was Michael Jackson bad, but Trent Williams not being available for the foreseeable future, and you're rolling your eyes.
Yeah, because they were so great with him.
No, see, but it changed after. You saw that. Jimmy was running for his life.
He was, the protection
and he's not
has been
good
bad
at it, as you pointed out.
The protection's been bad all year. All year the protection's been bad.
I'll meet you halfway there, but Steiny, when your boy Jimmy had time to throw, he was off.
18 for 29. I mean, seriously, Trey Lance goes 13 for 28. Yeah. He doesn't even complete 50% of his passes, and Garoppolo's up around 67. Of course he wasn't great, but that's who he is, and that's who and see, this is where I gotta figure. Okay. You know, this is where the season could really get sidetracked. Is if you're not going to win and Jimmy's quarterbacking. That cannot happen. It cannot happen. That's what's going to do Kyle Shanahan in. If we're watching Jimmy Garoppolo all year long, and they go 7-10,
and didn't you say, hey, Goo, if that happens, obviously that wouldn't get them to the playoffs. That would be a nightmare scenario for the 49ers. But we talked, the last time I saw you, I said, who is this Niner team this year? Are they the 3-5 team that we saw the first half, or are they the team that got hot after the Ram game Monday night last year? That looked like the team that was 3-5. And now you got questions left and right. And I'll say this about Shanahan. What more can he do to get the ball in the playmaker hands? He can't throw it to him, Steiny. So when the people are coming from Kyle, I'm not defending them, but I'm like, damn.
Jimmy Garoppolo threw for 211 yards. It's not a ton, but it's not like 150.
But what about the fumble, the safety? I mean, you're giving the team points or opportunity on the fumble point, and then the interception to Debo. Like I don't know what he saw there. He just threw it, but that's one of his top 5 worst games to me. Tennessee, the Dallas game, playoff game that he almost gave away, and you could slot this one in there, Steiny. But he is who you better appreciate him because you got nothing else.
I'm just the one thing that I think I'm sick of hearing. I'm sick of hearing it. Is weapons. Oh, they got weapons. All right, first of all, Elijah Mitchell's out. Secondly, Trey Lance is supposed to be their starting quarterback. He's out. All right. George Kittle is a glorified lineman.
How many did he have?
4 catches, 28 yards, 7 a pop.
Yeah.
You know I'm doing that for effect. But they do not use George Kittle like a dangerous tight end.
And
Brandon Ayuk.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Come on.
What more can he do, though, Steiny?
He can try to get open. Like, this is what I can't stand. It's like, how do we know it's all Jimmy? Like, everybody says, well, Debo doesn't know how to run routes. but then we leave it there. Is that true?
Well, Debo was wide open again for a touchdown, and Jimmy didn't see him.
By the way, that was not going to be a touchdown.
No,
the safety was coming.
No, you're talking about the one he caught. There was another play. Debo was wide open, and Collinsworth, everybody saw it, but Jimmy didn't even throw him the ball. He went somewhere else, which is telling me he might be making up where he's going with the ball before his height. Debo was wide open, Steiny.
Okay.
And I'm not in here telling you
why would you come in today and why would you come in today?
Because you're defending the weaponry of the Niners rather than the guy that controls the weaponry.
I'm not defending the weaponry. I'm criticizing the weaponry.
Jimmy was awful last night.
Debo Samuel is not the player he was last year because everybody knows what he's going to do. Everybody knows what Debo is and what he's going to do.
So you're saying that it kind of
caught up to that? Ayuk's, it's his third year, and guess what? He's still got potential. And they got this supposed great tight end that they don't throw to. And you know I laugh about it, but they don't throw the ball to George Kittle.
Steiny, and I watch a lot of football. A lot of teams wish they had two receivers, the quality that the Niners do, and a tight end. I don't know if it's the coach's fault. We can start there. I'm not mad. But last night, Rob Lowe, about last night, that was Jimmy Garoppolo. And I know you can give me those numbers, and we run out of toilet paper, and I can use those stats. But, man, to the naked eye, he wasn't on, and he had two times at the end, like Russell Wilson, who was awful in his own right. But when it counted, he got his team to the promised land.
Where's this play caller?
Where's
this big-time play caller?
Man.
Where's this big-time genius play caller?
Okay, I'll say
Where's this big-time gutsy, but we're going to decline a penalty?
Wide open and the quarterback doesn't see him.
Well, that's
like
you know what?
That means
that's Kyle's fault. That's Kyle's fault. I thought he schemed guys open all the time.
Steiny, he was open. The quarterback didn't see him or even look his way.
So it's all Jimmy now.
No, on that instance, the
49ers offense stinks. It's the worst offense in football, pretty much. They have no explosive plays, even though they're supposed to have explosive players. That's on Kyle. That's on Kyle. And Jimmy, apparently in 17, threw it around a lot, and they were successful. Kyle Shanahan. Show me something. Show me one thing.
I'm waiting.
Hey, is Lamar Jackson the MVP, and is Green Bay back? Those are the questions that were answered on Sunday. Learn everything you need about Week 3 by listening to First in Pod. Danny Perkins and Andrew Filipponi bring you the latest takes from some of the most passionate NFL cities in the country. Follow First in Pod on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. 888-957-9570. Let's talk about it. Niners are 1-2.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best 6 for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good. All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
BART is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of BART's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate BART's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go!
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Are you seeking job opportunities or employment with major companies in the Bay Area? Then check out East Contra Costa Hiring and Resources Fair on Wednesday, September 28th. The Workforce Development Board of Contra Costa County, City of Antioch, and Urban League of Greater San Francisco Bay Area are partnering together for this special event. Register for the East Contra Costa Hiring and Resources Fair at wdbccc.com/events-calendar. Again, that's wdbccc.com/events-calendar.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
To the 48-yard line. Denver bringing four. Garoppolo protected in traffic. It's intercepted. Jonas Griffith on the deflection. Has it for Denver.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Mike Tirico. I like Mike Tirico.
You like him?
I do.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He complimented me once, so I like him.
You want to say what it was?
He just said I did a hell of a job covering the Warriors.
Where were you at? We're at
the arena.
Okay.
Okay.
Come on, man. Let's get to it, Steiny. Call them out now.
Call who out? Call the guy out that everybody acknowledges stinks? Jimmy Garoppolo?
Dude.
Why?
What
Here's
about
the other thing. Okay, so Jimmy Garoppolo's not very good. Okay, he's not having a good game. Why does Kyle Shanahan throw 30 times and run 20 times?
Because he has or thinks highly or higher of the three guys, his two wide receivers. I'm throwing Jennings in there. I'd like to see Ray with the ball a little more. And Kittle, like they got to do something. And I get everybody coming at me about this Denver defense. I understand they're a good defense, but I saw a quarterback from the Houston Texans put a scare in them. Geno Smith beat them, and it wasn't just by throwing for 500 yards, but that was just the 18-29. I hate that you're giving, like, Google wasn't that bad. The eye test tells you, I mean, he was awful.
We got Lorenzo Neal coming up at 1 o'clock, as always, on a Monday, and then John Dickinson's going to join us at 2 o'clock. He was in Denver watching that game. Here's where I'm at. We've seen Jimmy Garoppolo before. All right? If Kyle to me, this is more about Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan decided, all right, he was going to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo because he didn't like Jimmy Garoppolo for whatever reason.
Facts.
Didn't like him enough. So here they bring in Trey Lance, a guy who's not even close to ready, all right, who played Division I AA football. But Kyle's going to make him a star. Well, he's not going to be able to make him a star in 2 years. That's one thing we know. So that guy's out of the picture. But Kyle, because he knows more than everybody else in the room, now says, let's just go out and get Jimmy as a backup. Just because Jimmy's playing as your backup does not leave Kyle Shanahan off the hook. And you know what? It does take Garoppolo off the hook. Because I'm looking at Garoppolo now like he is. He's a backup quarterback. He's the number 2 quarterback. Kyle made that choice. Kyle said Trey's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay? Well, now you got to use Jimmy Garoppolo. And you didn't get it done yesterday.
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying. We both agreed when Jimmy came back, I never would look at you or Jimmy and tell anybody that it's Jimmy's fault. I don't think he's going to give you 15 more last nights. He was awful last night. We'll call a spade a spade. And when he's good, when that day does come, I'm going to give him his kudos. But again, what's his record now, Kyle? You said it to me in the green room.
Well, you're not criticizing Kyle
I'm
now.
about to.
40-44.
Okay, 40-44, and your ass is lucky as all outdoors to have number 10 as an option. And number 10 last year after a 3-5 start got you to the NFC Championship game. My only thing is this going to continue? Kyle, you have to do something. And Jimmy, I don't know if he was hinting during the week about let Jimmy cook. Well, you burnt the meal up last night, Jimmy. That was more. If pass out blame pie, a big part of it, a majority of it goes to Jimmy Garoppolo. And I'm not sitting here telling you at 1 and 2 they're not going to make it. But more, if we see more last night, you ain't beating the Rams Monday night. Not with no Trent Williams, not with no Elijah Mitchell. And my boy ran, what'd you think of Wilson Jr.? He ran tough.
Yeah.
12 carries.
But see, everything's mitigated by the fumble. Can't fumble.
What about the safety?
That was a terrible play design.
Okay,
Are you kidding me?
It was an F.
That's the closest Kyle. Here's the other thing. Oh, they said Kyle took responsibility.
I was about to say
he didn't. He said, "Yeah, I didn't account for him." He said, "I put him in a tough situation." That's not accountability.
How would you have wanted to hear it?
That was a terrible play call by me. That's on me. Something like that.
Damn, man, they're 1 and 2.
Shanahan.
And you lost it to Shy. And I will not say a damn thing about this defense. Yeah, you're right, Steiny. They were out there. Denver had the ball for 34 minutes. You want to say they were fatigued? I don't know. But damn, if this ain't a top 3 defense in the league, I don't know what is. But we've seen this story before where you got D, but the O doesn't do their job, and then you got a loss. You're smiling.
Oh, man. First of all, if you're watching on YouTube, thank you. You can watch us on YouTube. We got 500 right now.
Yeah. Well,
just Google or just search Steiny and Guru or search 95.7 The Game. Trustus Jones. What an observant person. Did Steiny just stir his coffee with a yellow highlight marker. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Boy.
I didn't have a spoon. So what?
No, I'm with you.
I always do that.
Yeah.
If I don't have a spoon, you can use a pen upside down.
I've used a toothbrush before.
Well, of course.
The other end of it. Yeah,
of
not
course.
the part you put in your mouth. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
We're men, real men.
Good eyes, trust us. Good eyes. Let's go to Brian. Get us started in San Francisco. What's up, Brian? How you doing, buddy?
Good. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just wanted to. All right, I'm with this. I think it's all Shanahan right now. I mean, this guy needs to he's blown so many leads. It's killing me as a Niner fan that every single year this big thing happens, and then I mean, I'm not going to put 100% on Shanahan, even though that safety was a terrible play call. But I mean, Jimmy G, he has to throw the ball. I mean, and I don't understand why he always does the same thing. I mean, I don't know if you guys have an answer to that, but it's a mix of both. And I just feel like next year we need to start fresh.
Yeah, well, this year was supposed to be the start fresh with Trey Lance.
So, you know how coordinators get their gigs. They master or perfect what they do. We see Robert Saleh, McDaniel in Miami. If you're not watching DeMeco Ryans and looking at him like he won't make a great future head coach, I know it's only 3 weeks in, but Steiny, that unit was so suffocating, flying around, and yet they did give up points. Who can call this show or text or Twitch or tweet and say you got an issue with the defense? They were out there forever. So I'm not giving them a pass, but are you telling me, Goo, this is the NFL. You're going to give up something. This was your quarterback missing a wide open Deebo Samuel. You didn't even look his way.
See, this is the thing. It's like we've been through this. We've been through this with Garoppolo. Stop blaming him. Nobody thinks he's any good. But you know what? Here he is. He's the quarterback. You know why? Because they were afraid to get rid of him. They were too scared to get rid of him. And good. Now he's playing. You can't,
No, and they should be.
What do I think of Jimmy Garoppolo?
He's still here.
I think the same thing about Jimmy Garoppolo. I thought for the last 3 years, he's average.
Okay.
He's about 15th.
And last night he was bad at
He's about 15th.
Yeah.
16th quarterback.
But man,
what?
I didn't see this season. Now you're without your left tackle. Okay, we went at him all. I get it. But what about the season now? You're right. You were saying, 3-5. They shocked the world, beat Chicago, beat the Rams. I don't know if they're going to beat the Rams this time after just losing to the Rams, the most important game that you ever faced them in the NFC Championship game. Now, and you talked about, you said, Garoppolo's not the fastest guy, and I don't want to rob anything from whoever's at left tackle, but last night, if that's any indication, he's going to be running for his life. And he's not good at that. Throwing the ball across his body, across the field. And Aaron Donald, who I know is not lined up, usually doesn't line up over Trent Williams. But, man, this could get ugly fast.
Is this
it
true?
Ugly now? 1-2.
Is this true? What? You were saying Jimmy Garoppolo should have been the starter from game one.
No.
It's Ahmad Z.
No, I love Ahmad, but no. You're my partner. You should know this.
No, you
I
did.
wanted
You said
when the inception of Trey Lance, I wanted him to start.
No, but you said Garoppolo's better quarterback right now than Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Okay. So think about how badly Trey Lance would have done.
Now, see, that's what he looks downfield more than Jimmy. So maybe that's all it took, because when they did go downfield, they had some action.
Carlito in Alameda. What's up, Carlito? How you doing, man?
Hey,
gentleman. That's going to hurt him. You know what? He gets the little T. Little T for Carlito.
Before you grab the next one, is it ugly 1-2? I mean, I know it's 3 weeks in. We talk about what we see. 1-2, is that what you thought? When you had Seattle, Chicago, and Denver.
I was under the assumption that Trey Lance would be the quarterback. And I thought a 2-2 start would be acceptable with Trey Lance at quarterback. So, with Jimmy Garoppolo, I'll give him 2-2.
Standards were raised, were higher. Remember, we said now it's Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah, 2-2 still fine.
That didn't look good last night.
2-2 still fine. They were in a lot worse shape last year.
Somebody calling you a Kyle hater.
I'm not a Kyle hater. It's just I don't, I mean, For somebody who hadn't done anything and had never been a head coach before, the guy was overpraised. That's a fact. Here's the other thing about Kyle Shanahan that's starting to drive me crazy. He's supposed to be creative. He's supposed to be a great play caller. Yeah. He's got all this stuff up his sleeve. You know what? He coaches scared. It's like, it's okay if you're, you want to be arrogant. You want to think you know more than everybody. You want to think you can scheme up a play left, right, and the other. He coaches scared.
That's real. Let him hang. Let him hang once, Kyle. I've been saying that. We can go to the 2019 Super Bowl. But one more alarming thing I'm seeing through a trend, Steiny, through 3 games. I'm not saying abandon it, but I remember when the Wildcat hit and defenses, the hair was just on fire, just seeing the formation because they weren't familiar or accustomed to it. Debo last night, and again, it's a Denver. 5 rushes. Guess how many yards? 6. Is that getting, I don't want to say stale, but are you tricking defenses with that now? Do we got to work on getting him the ball downfield? And he did have 5 for 73. Probably would have been $180 had Jimmy hit him on the one.
Yeah.
Jimmy didn't even look his way. I'm like, damn, Dad.
What'd he say?
That's Jimmy. Good, take the good with the bad.
Norm should have said, this is the guy you wanted.
No, the team wanted him. And man, Steiny, could you imagine if it was Brock Purdy last night? But who's to rob Brock and say maybe he's not? Okay, you willing to go out there and do that with your chest out?
Pretty soon. Pretty soon.
Well, if Jimmy keeps performing like this, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, if they're like 2-5, then I think you go to Brock Purdy. Why not?
1-2.
Robin in San Francisco. Hey, Robin, how you doing?
Hi. I'm doing fine. Listen, thank you for having me on. I waited specifically for this show because, Matthew, I knew that you would bring some type of perspective to this because all morning long I had to switch the channel. I cannot stand. Hey, D. I just cannot stand this blame Jimmy Garoppolo. He was awful, Daryl. He was terrible. His timing was off and everything. And also at the podium, he looked the most uncomfortable that I've ever seen him. And he was sharp, but he was sweaty too. I was like, Jamie does not look good. He does not look confident in himself at this podium. So he did not play good. But we don't give him, yes, it's the same old Jimmy, but we don't take into account that he has rehabbed all year. He has not practiced with this team. And let's take into account, Matthew, let's go over a few plays, and then you let me know if I'm wrong.
All right.
The center, the fumble, that's put on Jimmy. But the center, he's a rookie center. Give me a break, okay? And then let's talk about that interception. It looked to me, even though he's doing the triple coverage and he was way off, it looked like he expected the damn receiver to be over there, okay? So, I mean, am I wrong in that? I've looked at it twice because you're talking about who is he throwing to. He was throwing to where he thought the man was going to be because if he had been over there, he would have caught the ball. Maybe I'm wrong on that. And then the O-line, they gave him a glitch. Come on, Kyle's the personnel choices. And then the running game. Everybody knows what Debo's going to do. And then you just, where's the receivers? How come we don't have slot receivers? I can go on and on and on and on. But let's just look at what's only in front of us, that Jimmy Garoppolo sucked. Bye, you guys.
Robin.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That interception was a quarterback that just wanted to get rid. The ball was a hot potato. It should have never been thrown. You could have threw it out of bounds. You could have went any. And you had everything riding on it, and you kind of just forced it. Yuck. So I'm not going to dare say Debo ran the wrong route.
Oh,
Steiny.
hell
that
no.
That ball should not have been thrown.
No, it shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have been. Why keep throwing over the middle if that's where Jimmy likes to jam it?
I thought that's what he does his work. I thought that's where he's comfortable.
Yeah.
That was you got to love it.
How about a little Kyle Shanahan? How was the offense today, Kyle?
No, I wasn't trying to play as safe as possible. We were trying to get someone going. Felt like we had a lot of shots in the first half. Kind of went exactly how we wanted in terms of moving the ball, getting some big plays, but had a number of penalties that I thought hurt us in the first half, and then we didn't convert a third down. I believe we were 0-4, so I thought we should have a lot more points to show for what we did in the first half. In the second half, never got into a rhythm. When we did, we had that fumbled snap, got backed up, went into the safety. Had another turnover, didn't get the run game quite going, and just never could really get in the rhythm in the second half that we had in the first. And when you don't convert a third down till, I think, that last drive, that's usually not a good recipe.
Guess what? Man. Guess what? And I'm not putting all the blame on him. You're 0 for 9 on third downs. I thought you were a good play caller.
Wow.
0 for 9 on third downs. And I go, guess what?
That's
2 out of 3
awful.
games he's talking about penalties. That's coaching. Come on. I'm not saying fire the guy. Sal Castaneda, KTVU-TV. A lot of people think he's very level-headed. He asked me today on the 9, Kyle on the hot seat. I said, no, Kyle's not on the hot seat. And he said, really? I said, no, it'll take a whole year of being lousy for Kyle to be on the hot seat.
But see, and Steiny, I know you're not like me. You're not a fan. And this, what I'm about to say, like you don't care about this. The court of public opinion, he's on the hot seat there. And this debauchery of how he handled the quarterbacks, people are losing confidence left and right. Now, the 0 of 9, and you're telling me the quarterback, forget his name is Jimmy, gave me that performance. And then you have a wide open Deebo Samuel, and I don't even know if that was third down, Steiny. Point being, he's calling the right play, and if the quarterback's not going where the ball should go, you don't get the reward for calling a good play. But 0 of 9, that's teamwork. That reeks.
This is from where's the Sammy K. This is like, I don't get it. Like, I didn't. Can you please read the room? He let him kick a 55-yarder rather than taking a penalty. It's like, okay.
That bothered me.
Like, okay, even if we call it a 50-50 decision, which I don't think that one was, you've got to, lean into your team. Your team,
right?
Their strength is defense.
And they were
Why would you not give them a chance to keep Denver off the scoreboard when they hadn't given up a defensive touchdown the week before? They hadn't given up a point the game before their defense. Now it's the second quarter,
and you're beating them upside the head. So that just makes Steiny, that's a head scratcher. I'll give you that. And he kind of spoke to it. Oh, Russell would have threw it up and we got a flag. Like, dude, why are you being positive when it comes to the other team, but yet just not letting them hang or letting it ride? Which man, oh man.
Let's go to Ryan in Sacramento. Hey Ryan, how you doing, man? What do you got?
Hey, I'm doing good. Hey, appreciate all the chat going on today, but I wanted to cover the topic of Shanahan and the offense and just, my observations from watching. But just a couple of questions I had. It just looks like we're running literally the same 5 plays over and over for the last 4 years. And all I hear, all this stuff about Shanahan being a genius, it always comes back to, look at these sexy run packages. Look how exotic they are. Look how great. It's BS. It's awful. I'm seeing the same 5-6 plays, bubble screens to Deebo, the same stuff over and over and over again. And it's really frustrating as a fan. I just want to get your guys' thoughts on that.
Man, I'm with you. Their offense is terrible.
It's like 4 corners basketball. Like, I feel like I'm watching a basketball team run 4 corners. Like he calls plays almost like you don't have that talent available to you. And then let's put the right on the table. We saw Trey play a whole game. It wasn't different. It wasn't any different then.
No. 49ers have looked like the exact same team 3 straight weeks, regardless of who plays quarterback. And given that they won their second game of the year over Seattle, because they weren't great against Seattle. Seattle was terrible. They turned the ball.
Man, if you and the defense, it's a shame, but you feel like if they could have put 17 points up, 20 points up, I'm just like, man, I can't wait to get Lowe's assessments done.
We got Lowe in 5 minutes. Here's more Shanahan.
I thought he played real well in the first half.
Garoppolo.
I mean, I thought he made some plays, hit the ones that were there, and then made some that weren't there. In the second half, I don't think anyone on offense did good, including myself. I mean, we didn't really get into rhythm the whole time, and our defense did a hell of a job keeping us in there, but we weren't able to get it going.
And that's Jimmy's word. I hadn't heard that one. What's that, Steiny? Rhythm. Rhythm Nation. Janet Jackson, that's all Garoppolo kept saying. So how do you get in a rhythm? Ask the defense to step off the field and let you do what you want. You go get that rhythm. You go take it. You make that rhythm. Snap your fingers, move your legs, bend your knees.
49ers had 7 points. And this is what your coach said the quarterback did in the first half.
I thought he played real well in the first half. I thought he made some plays, hit the ones that were there, and then made some that weren't there. In the second half, I don't think anyone on offense did good, including myself. I mean, we didn't really get into rhythm the whole time, and our defense did a hell of a job keeping us in there, but we weren't able to get it going.
So he said Jimmy played great in the first half.
He said he didn't coach well in the second half.
Yeah.
Man, 3 points.
I know, though. He's
I'll tell you what, you can sit here, and I'm not saying you're doing it.
You better be careful.
Living
right
in the past,
you better be careful.
About this
right
is
here.
the perfect remedy. I've been hearing that, reading that. The Rams coming to town, and they just beat your ass to go to the Super Bowl. So now, what if there's no Trent Williams? Let's go after him. No Mitchell. Let's get Jimmy's. So was Jimmy saying he needs more practice? Can you help clarify?
Jimmy said he's not in football shape.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Wow. He said he is. Here we go. Real quick. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh yeah, my arm's feeling it right now. It's I mean, just it's different. You try to do all the practice and preparation you can on the sideline, being the number 2, and then when you get tossed into it, you just I didn't go through OTAs and training camp, and I'm not trying to make excuses or anything, but I just got to get in game shape and get rolling now.
Yeah.
He put an emphasis on being the number 2.
Yeah, he got to be.
Like if I was the number 1, I would be. That's what I took from that. Yeah.
How many more excuses do we need for Jimmy Garoppolo? But Lance has no room for error. That's not true. Trey Lance got hurt, or he'd be quarterbacking right now. Trey Lance got hurt, or he would be the quarterback of a 1-2 team right now.
No
Trey Lance doesn't win that. He doesn't win that game.
No power runs.
Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't win the Chicago game, and Trey Lance does not win the Denver game.
You don't know that,
I'm
though.
concerned.
Yeah.
Well, they're 1-2. That's what we know, and we know Kyle Shanahan is above reproach. We can't criticize Kyle Shanahan. Why? Because 5 years ago, without ever seeing him, Guru called him a genius. So you got to stick by it. Shoot, I'm trying to get under Goo's skin, and he won't bite today.
That was pretty good.
I'll try to get under Lowe's skin on the other side. Hey, how have your bets been doing? The BetQL app uses proven data and analytics to help you make smarter bets. BetQL looks at every bet from every game and ranks them on a scale of 1 to 5 stars, with those 5-star bets being your best chances to cash in. Losing money? It's no fun. Winning? That is. Get started today. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com. Lowe Neal on the other side.
It was the safety heard round the NFL.
Rolls out of the end zone, it's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that, so it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
And yeah, there's a whole season. I know how this ends. This ends with Brock Purdy getting multiple starts.
Oh, my God.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. Take it out! 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at Bay Area Chevrolet Dealers.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
O'Reilly. Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Like 5 quarts of Mobile One Full Synthetic, now just $33.95, plus earn double O Rewards points. Extend the life of your vehicle, improve performance, and protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobile One Full Synthetic at O'Reilly Auto Parts and O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy-efficient appliances. You can also use less water with WaterSense bathroom faucets, starting at just $19.98. Plus, find other great energy-saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Meet Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boosts that make you feel like
I like to boost it, boost it. My vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it, boost it. We like to boost it.
Boost effervescent vitamins turn your H2O into H2O to give you a fizz-tastic feeling like
I like to boost it, boost it. My vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it, boost it. We like to boost it.
Because it's not just vitamins, it's Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boost.
Boost it.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold, and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Garoppolo just trying to get it out. Wilson has it on the run. Lost the football. Denver's got it. And Denver's got this one.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to it. Every Monday at 1 o'clock, he joins us, Lorenzo Neal. You can also hear him tonight from 6 to 7, Football Hour with Sean Salisbury. What's going on, Lowe? How you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm great. I watched that game. I know you guys got to have a lot of great communication about this game.
Yeah. Who do you blame? Because everybody wants to blame somebody, Lowe.
With me, it's simple, guys. I looked at this game, and you watch the quarterback, and I told you guys last week, everyone's, oh, this team is better off. Lombardi talked about, well, golly, this team now is ready to go to a Super Bowl because Jimmy G and Lombardi. And I was like, when he said that, I do my show, and I was talking to Larry, and I said, I think Lombardi should look at his brother, look at the decisions they're making, his family member with the Chargers. I said, it's easy to point the finger after the fact. I said, is Jimmy a better quarterback than this Trey? Yes. But he's not athletic, and he doesn't have the upside that I keep telling everyone, the potential to be great. If this is week 8, all Cal Shanahan was saying is looking at this guy and saying, by week 7, week 8, this young man, Trey, will know the system, he'll know this offense, and no one would have been having this conversation because of the fact by week 7 or 8, this team, to me, would have been humming. Last night, when you watch Jimmy G, you don't think that Trey hits that pass where he underthrows Debo, and if he throws that pass on the money, it's a touchdown. He's still running.
No, Lowe, I'm with you. I've been trying to tell Steiny, man, hey, the Niners are lucky to have Jimmy. He was awful last night. But the locker room dynamics. Lowe, is there a person walking around this earth saying or blaming the Niner defense? They were outstanding. They were a top 5 defense, but they didn't get any help from the offense, Lowe. Where does that dynamic come into where, they shouldn't have gave up anything? Like, how do you look at that?
Hey, it's a great question, Guru, and I'll tell you what you saw. Last night, that was a mirror of the Niners. If you look at the Denver Broncos, they have a good defense. People can say they don't have a defense. That defense is a good defense. Look what they did against Seattle. Held them, 16 points. Someone came over turnover. Look at the games even the games when they lost. Defense didn't play necessarily bad. Yesterday, it's all defense. Defense won those games. You look at the safety. Jimmy G walks out of the end zone, gets a safety, fumbles the ball in exchange. If you look at the game, the Niners defense played well enough to win that game. Both defense played well enough to win the game, and too bad both these offense stunk it up last night.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. He joins us every Monday at 1 o'clock to talk about the 49ers game from the previous day. Let me ask you specifically about when Shanahan declined the holding penalty in the second quarter. I didn't understand that, Lowe, because your defense is the heart and soul of your team. Why wouldn't you push them back 10 yards to make it a 4th and 17 from midfield as opposed to we're going to decline it and take our chances with a 55-yard field goal?
Yeah, he could have did that, and he could have probably declined it if he could go back. He would probably took the penalty instead of declining it. But I just think we're nitpicking, and I know it's easy to do the next day and the day after. But if you watch that game, it's too bad that the Niners lost that game. They had opportunities. If you don't give up the safety, and if you don't fumble the ball, if you just take care of and say, okay, let's go win a boring, lethargic game, you could have. But when it was in Jimmy's hand, and this is what everyone wanted to say, this team's better off. Yes, Jimmy knows football way more than Trey. I agreed with you guys there. But when it came down to just athletic ability and being able to throw the pass, Jimmy throws the balls. A lot of his balls are in the middle of the field, everything in front of him where he sees it. You see, when do you watch Jimmy? Let's see him throw a 5 route, a comeback route where we're running 15 yards and come back. Let's see him throw those quick outs. Certain things Jimmy doesn't do well, guys, but he's smart. He knows where to go with the ball. sometimes he lacks, and especially when it comes to the outside. If they just don't turn over the ball and he's right there, that game right there is still could have been won. And I don't care, guys. I still think Chicago, both those quarterback loses. This game yesterday, I think Trey wins that game. He makes that throw. He's a little bit more elusive in passing. He doesn't get sacked as many times as Jimmy. He's going to make some teams scramble. Guys can't rush and pin back their ear. You think Trey gets sacked in that end zone for that safety? Do you think those outside pass rushers can just pin their ears back and speed rush because they know he ain't going to run? Do you seen those lanes? Go back and watch the all 22 and go watch those lanes because those two outside pass rushers were speeding up the field and the tackles had to hurry up and get back. There was all kind of run lane that they would never, listen to me guys, they would never have played that type of defense and played those type of rush lanes with this young quarterback, Trey. Guarantee it.
Wow, Lowe. It just kind of hurts again that we don't get to see what Trey would have did. But listen, I respect Denver's defense. You mentioned they're a good defense. I'm looking at Deebo Samuel, 73 yards in the air, 5 catches, Ayuk 3, Kittle 4 for 28. And I'm telling Steiny, the trifecta, these dudes, they're weapons, but week in, week out, Lowe, they're not putting up numbers. Is that the quarterback? Is that Kyle? How do you answer that?
I think that's a great question, Guru. When you think about the team and what they have surrounding them, you talk about Ayuk and you're talking about Kittle, one of the best tight ends, only one has more yards than Kelsey. You look at Deebo and you look at Ayuk, the receivers that they have, and the speedster that they just got, the rookie. Let me tell you, it's the inability of the quarterback situation right now and the offensive line. I was telling you guys at the beginning of the year, and Guru, you said it was a concern to you. When your offensive line can't protect a quarterback, especially a quarterback that's not mobile, like I've been telling you guys with Jimmy, you're going to see a plethora of more problems, because if you can't hold up because your quarterback can't get out of harm's way, which he doesn't need to be, the line needs to be better, but that line is not a great offensive line. So now you compound interest because of the fact you have a quarterback that can't get out of the way. Your offensive line is not that good, and now you can't necessarily staff. So when you had a quarterback like you had with Trey, now you can extend plays, do certain things. On a broken play, the guy can flick the ball 60 yards downfield. He had the speed and other things that he could do for you in tough, dire situation. Like I said, once again, he's not better than Jimmy G, but athletically, he is better.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Lowe, let me just put the rat on the table. How do you assess this 49er team with Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback? I mean, to me, Lowe, this was a 3-5 team last year. Then they got it together, 10-7. Then they made a little run. It almost feels like 49er fans feel like, well, Jimmy will get us to the playoffs. Do you think that is something that might be in jeopardy?
I think so, because you already dropped 2 games that you should have won.
Yep.
You could have won that game last night, and you should have won that game last night. And in Chicago, the weather came at an opportune time, and they were winning that game, and they found a way to lose it, got backdoor. So those are 2 games that you looked on that schedule this year, and you said those are 2 wins. Now I'm looking at this team. I said they'd win 10 games or maybe more, 10 or 11 games. It's 11 games would be they can get 11 wins, 12 wins. So now you got to take 2 games off, because they already lost 2 games that they wasn't supposed to lose. I'm just telling you, they've lost 2 games that they were not supposed to lose. So now whatever you guys had their mark at right now, if it was 10 or it was 9, then they're only win 7. Because I think when you look at this team, I thought it was 11, but right now it's got to be 9 wins, because what they're going to face in the future in their schedule, and if they can't clean things up, get a better offensive line, and hold up, because you have the weapons at the receiver and tight end position that you can win, even though you're not able to run the ball because you don't have necessarily a go-to running back. You know, Wilson played well, but do you have a go-to every down back? You don't have that guy on the roster. You don't have a great offensive line. Trent's hurt now, and your offensive line is not necessarily great. But you have weapons like you are alluding to, Guru, on the outside in your tight end position. But if you cannot have time to throw the ball and let these guys come open, you're in trouble.
Lowe, that's what I'm about to ask you. I know I get criticized. People, Goo, you like to panic. When I turned that game off last night, my biggest takeaway, I mean this, Lowe Neal, was Big 71 might be out multiple weeks. And I don't feel like it's getting a lot of run because under Kyle, next man up, next man up. Jimmy's telling you he ain't in football shape. We know he's not. The mobility's an F. How big of a loss could this be for this team?
It can be a huge loss, especially when you know what he brings to the table. He is the common factor on that offensive line. And now you lost your calming factor. You lost a guy that is the glue up front. And so, yes, you still have some guys, Kittle and Juszczyk, those guys that are going to fight. You got some fighters and some scrappy guys on that offensive line that's still going to be scrappy. But now, where do you hold your hat? Where do you run? You knew that you can turn protection to that side. You knew that at least if he was a guy on him, he's going to create a new line of scrimmage. You knew you can run to that side. If he's going to block down, if they're inside shade, if he blocks down, he's going to move the whole defensive line front. But now you lost that guy. And now you're going to substitute him for just a guy. So now where is going to be your focal point on your offense? You can't just continue to do gadget plays because of the fact you have an offensive line that can't hold up. So you can't just think that you can just sit back there and hold on to the ball. He can't go a 7-step drop. Look for Jimmy to stay in the shotgun. Look for more shotgun plays, and he's going to have to get the ball out of his hand. I'm telling you guys, this offense now is going to have to be able to say, we got to get the ball out of his hand. 1, 2, 3, the ball's got to come out. Look for this team to get more bunch sets. Look for them to get in trips and be in a bunch set because you got to make sure that you create windows or create opportunities. So you got to make sure moving forward that this quarterback and Jimmy gets the ball out of his hands quick. So Cal's going to have to come up with schemes that's going to cover guys up. So guys have to play off and have to make sure that they can widen the defense and make the defense cover every blade of grass. That is going to be the new game plan for this Niner team because they don't have the guys up front to hold up.
Lorenzo Neal joins us on 95.7 The Game. Joins us every Monday at 1 o'clock. He also does the football hour with Sean Salisbury. You can hear that tonight at 6 o'clock every Monday at 6 o'clock, except when the Niners play a Monday night football game. Listen, Lowe, you and I like to have some fun. You obviously know football inside and out. And, I love to watch it. And when we were talking about the 49ers before the season, I kept coming back to one thing. Everybody said, ooh, there's Super Bowl window. But the one thing I kept thinking was, but they have instability at quarterback. They either have a young quarterback or they have Jimmy Garoppolo who hasn't gotten it done yet. Like, did we overlook that?
No, you're right, Steiny. Steiny, when you made the point that you said, look, but you're saying Lowe with Trey or Jimmy, these guys can get to the playoffs, and people are talking about Super Bowl. For me, it was simple. I knew, and I listened to, a former coach of mine, Rex Ryan, said, oh, man, this team now is going, the Super Bowl, they're better with Jimmy. See, I agreed to disagree because I thought that they were better short-term with Jimmy, but by week 8, week 9, don't you guys think, Trey, what he would have been able to go through to week 8, week 9, and then week 10 and 11, and so on and so forth, I think then he'd have been coming into his own that he have seen enough, and then Cal Shanahan could have took the kid gloves off and make sure that he knows and he's going through the progressions. So I think this kid was going to have a lot more upside, and I think he would probably start to hit his stride in week 8. So when I was saying this team could get to the playoffs, I meant that. And I think now they still have a chance, but the biggest question now, like Gurus was alluding to, Steiny, is losing Trent. If you have an offensive line problem, because now you can't run the ball. We talked about the importance. Yes, we said one thing. This team has championship defense. We know this is if you took this team and said, okay, let's put this team on, give me a high power offense, Kansas City. Take Kansas City, that offense, what you know it can do, and you took them and gave them the Niners defense. Come on. You're taking Kansas City to win the Super Bowl because of the defense. Now, the thing that we have to fast forward and say, that's why we said this team is still optimistic and they can have a chance because defense wins championships. But now when you look at this offense, what did we all say about this? And what did everyone, Steiny used to say it all the time? The quarterback doesn't have to be great. They just need to make sure that they don't lose a game because how great Cal Shanahan's running game is. But guess what, guys? Newsflash. This team, go look at the running game. Is it a dominant run game? That's the question that you got to ask. And that, to me, takes this team out of the Super Bowl question because you predicated it on great defense and ability to run the football. And right now, they don't have that.
Lowe, you're on fire, but I will say this about that last point you made about the run game. Jeff Wilson Jr. almost took a couple to the house, 6.3 yards per carry, 12 for 75. Do I dare say he should have got the ball more? And then the other flip side of that, Russell looked, I called him football fat. He's not taking off to run. He looks pudgy. And I was embarrassed for him much of that game. I didn't think they were going to score. What are you making of him in Denver? And did you know, okay, he eventually is going to get it in the end zone because the Niners, couldn't do crap?
Absolutely, Guru. To the first question, absolutely, Jeff Wilson should have ran the ball a lot more.
Okay.
Because of the fact you were averaging that, you got to win on first and second down. And I would have kept running the ball and pounding the ball because that's a game you should have won and it could have won. But yes, if you let a quarterback like if you let a quarterback like Russell Wilson, and we've seen it. Guru, you've seen this same book. You've seen this movie. That was the same movie. How many times you saw the Niners beating Seattle and winning the game by 2 or 3 points, and how many times that Russell Wilson at the end of the game broke your heart? Come on, guys. It was no difference. That was just him in a different uniform, and every time the Niners usually dominate and then comes to the fourth quarter, if you let him stick around, he'll find a way to beat you because that's just the way the guy's built.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you this, Lowe, and here's the one thing I've always noticed is players realize how long a season is. We're only 3 games into this season. Where do you gauge the 49ers? Are you, let's settle down, everybody, they've gotten off to a bad start, or are you know what, they better fix some things or they're in for a long season?
Well, I'm at the point now that I just think that you have to get things fixed because history has a way of repeating itself. You look at the game last night, turnovers, self-inflicted wounds. You look at the game they lost in Chicago, turnovers, self-inflicted wounds, 99 over 100 yards in penalties to 28 yards against Chicago. So when your team is not a great team, especially offensively, and you can't do the things that you can that a lot of teams can do far as offensively, you can't afford to make a lot of mistakes. So you have to fix these mistakes. You can't turn the ball over and give up a safety. And if he was, thank God it was a safety because it would have been a touchdown because they caught the pass and the ball got intercepted anyway. So you can't fumble the ball. You can't kill yourself. So those things, Steiny, they have to get fixed, and they have to get it fixed right away because, yes, it will be a very long season if this team continues to play like that and blunder and stumble around on offense because your defense will get wore out. Your defense will start getting more injury because they're on the field all the time, and your defense will start losing faith in the offense. And yes, and it's only 3 weeks in, and I get it. It's a long season, but absolutely, you better get this thing fixed, and it starts with the leader, and that's Jimmy G. Regardless how you look at it, we know this is a quarterback-driven league, and they talk about the quarterback. Well, guess what? Last night, Jimmy G stunk it up. He wasn't good enough, and Jimmy knows that. He wants to play, and he wanted this situation. Everyone wanted to see Jimmy back to finish his book. Well, guess what, Jimmy G? You got it, and it's on you.
Lowe, you know I like to play the ponies. I'm watching all these games. Speaking of this Niner defense, I know in 2 games they didn't close out in Chicago and last night, but would you take another defense in the NFL over this one? And the reason I asked that, no Ward, no Armstead last night, but Lowe, they're flying around. You hear them cracking cats.
Man, this defense can play. When you talk about this Niner defense, I'm trying to think collectively, do I look at Miami or think about Buffalo?
Yeah.
If I'm trying, you just ask me to name me some defenses that I just respect. Listen, I saw what Buffalo did to the Rams defense. You're not doing that to the Niners defense. I'm just telling you, if you asked me, if you told me to take a defense, it'd be the Niners defense. And like you said, Ward's not there. Armstead didn't play. You're absolutely 100% right, Guru. This defense is lights out. They are show stoppers, and that's why I said this team always has a chance. And that's another reason, Steiny, that we talked about. This team can go to the Super Bowl because of its defense. Offense just got to carry a little bit of the weight. And last night in Chicago, they didn't do it.
Lowe, thank you as always, buddy. Appreciate it, man.
No worries. Cheers, guys.
Take it easy.
Lorenzo Neal.
We'll see him next week.
You can hear him every Monday, 1 o'clock. You can also hear him tonight at 6 o'clock with Sean Salisbury, the football hour. Lowe Neal. Second greatest fullback of all time, next to Juszczyk. Did you see that catch he made?
Oh,
wow!
You claiming him
Woo!
now?
Woo!
That was a hell of,
Every
that was
3
a hell of
games
throw,
he makes
too.
a play. Mm-hmm. Yeah, how come we don't give him credit for that throw?
I've never had him on my list. I like him. I'll say this: Booby Roots with the line of the day,
I have
and we got
no idea who that is
on Twitch. One of our
Are you allowed to
Twitchers.
even say that?
Yeah, Booby Roots. Yeah. Anyway, he said Trey's legend grows with every loss.
No, it doesn't.
And Lowe kind of spoke to it.
Trey's 0-1.
We're always gonna watch like last night. Now he could have got away.
I disagree.
But see, no, it ain't
No,
about
I
what
disagree.
we know, yes or no. You didn't have that thought last night of what would Trey do?
No, because they wouldn't have the same game plan. They wouldn't
Well,
drop him back like that.
I don't know.
They wouldn't. Trey and Jimmy are the same quarterback. They're the same quarterback. They might be different in terms of style, but they're both right now extremely mediocre quarterbacks. Can the 49ers, you know what? And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going to say it. And I'm being a prisoner of the moment. But I used to look at the 2 runs that Garoppolo had with the 49ers, won the Super Bowl in 19 and one getting to the NFC Championship. And I thought, how can you say that he definitively can't get it done?
Right. That's big of you.
He can't. Now I'm starting to think he can't.
Yeah. Oh, he
can't.
Oh, with a T.
Cannot.
Right.
Cannot. They're going to have to. So they got to go through a whole year now with Jimmy. He's got to stay healthy
with no.
He's
Trent
got to
Williams.
overachieve.
Yeah.
All right. He's got to figure out a way to win without making mistakes. Their defense has to stay great the whole season. I don't see it. They're not good enough at quarterback.
And you know what?
They're not good enough on the offensive line. They're not good enough.
And I'm going to say this about Jimmy, who, again, cannot be defended last night. Steiny, he's a human being. Something's going on upstairs, and we don't give enough with Jimmy. And the fact that he knew he got a divorce, he came back. Now he's at the podium saying, my arm's barking because you treated me like a stepchild. I wasn't even getting that's what, to me, he's insinuating. And regardless if you think it's right or wrong, this is not those years. He was Arthur Fonzarelli in 19. Last year was his show. This year is different. I'm just wondering that mental residue where he's at to where now he doesn't have Trent Williams. That's got to be at least 3-4 weeks. I'm not trying to press the panic button, but be very careful about just saying, we're going to beat the Rams if you're a Niner fan. This could get ugly before
Why
it gets
would you
better.
say that?
I'm not.
Why would you
this
say
ain't last year, y'all? If you think that. This ain't last year, and the Rams got bling now.
Nobody thinks that. No 49er fan thinks, we'll waltz in and win next week.
I was watching the post-game show last night.
Which one?
NBC Sports Bay Area. And that came, it's the Rams. We got success against the Rams. You wanted the Rams. The hell you drinking?
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number you want to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. Are we watching a team that can warm up, make a deep playoff run? I'm trying to win a game.
Playoffs for his soul.
Hey, take us and all your favorite shows with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. You can also listen to Monday Night Football every week. Tonight, it's an NFC East clash. Woo! Giants against the Cowboys. Coverage begins at 8 Eastern. That's 5 West Coast time. And it's on Westwood 1. All right? We'll take some calls. And then John Dickinson at 2 o'clock. He was in Denver. Don't go anywhere.
Jimmy G was terrible against the Broncos.
Snap issue, and Garoppolo gets down Denver ball. Intended from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone to safety. Garoppolo protecting in traffic. It's intercepted. Jonas Griffith on the deflection. Has it for Denver.
How do the Niners turn this season around? I want to go back to the playoffs! Find out right here on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into video only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
It's the bottom of the 9th, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing that doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2022, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/joy.
Second and 10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. That was Mike Tirico, NBC Sports.
I'm laughing.
Coming up in a half hour, John Dickinson. As usual, JD on site yesterday. He was in the Mile High City watching that barn burner. Yes, Goo.
So, I think I got a pretty good sense of humor, but, I'm not a pull my finger type of guy. But the verbiage, butt punt, that just makes me, Steiny, come on. When you saw it, you heard it. There was the butt fumble, but the butt punt is even better.
I mean,
I just laugh when I hear the butt punt.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be surprised when I tell you I don't think that's funny.
Dude, the butt fumble, okay, but now we have the butt punt. It just
sophomore humor's got to be. It's got to be really good. It's got to be, and that's just mediocre sophomore humor. So that doesn't do it for me. When you got people in jackets
and ties talking about the game, they say the women to the butt punt. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't be Matt Steinmetz if I thought that was funny. You know what I'm saying?
I had to get that out, yeah.
By the way, are there people out there who are, I shouldn't say, I know there are people out there who, here's some people in my ear about, did you see Jimmy Garoppolo laughing after the game when he was talking to Cameron Fleming?
I noticed that.
The game was over. But he wasn't laughing when Jeff Wilson Jr. fumbled. Mm-hmm. The game was over. The Hornets.
But you know what people whisper. What they're getting at.
What are they?
What's so
what are they
effing funny?
at?
We just lost the game. We should have won 100 times over. This is why I said I went back to his psyche. Is there an element of too short? He's not tripping as much as he normally would in the past. I just saw, and he looked great. The dude's phenomenal. Not his brother.
He's not in football shape, though.
But
a little heavy.
Why are you smiling? You do that after wins. When everything's jolly. It was a mental note, like, Jimmy's in a comfort zone, almost like he ain't giving a damn.
Drew down Money in the Bank on the on YouTube. Steph Curry laughs on the bench during blowouts sometimes. I agree. By the way,
wow.
You want to check us out on YouTube or Twitch, you can do that. Just go to youtube.com and search 95.7 The Game. Let's see if we can get over 500.
Yeah.
And you know what? This is where people
bother you?
No. Oh. Are bothered by you.
Okay.
I always think of myself as I'm on the radio. You can't see. You're in your Dallas Cowboy uniform almost.
It's a jacket for one.
Well, I know, but
it's winter.
It's a kind of thing that the 500 people who are watching now, and it's going to be 600, 700, 800 pretty soon. Like we're in the Bay Area. You
want me to come in the mascot tomorrow? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I'm just saying people who see you for the first time are probably like, "What? Wait a minute."
They know
Why
about me.
is he wearing a cowboy?
They know about me.
And they don't like it.
And it's about being objective.
You're on a short leash.
No, I ain't on no leash. I'm just telling you, you and Ray Ratto are probably the only two humans that think the word butt is not funny. Comcast business text line, I agree. 415. Butt punt. Come on. You laugh by yourself when you first heard it.
Yeah, I didn't.
You're missing out.
I'll tell you who I do think's funny, though.
Who?
You don't know who he is. His name's Scott Seiss. He's a comedian. He's the guy who does that bit. He does those bits where he pretends like he's an IKEA worker.
You showed me him.
That guy.
He should be more famous, though.
He will be.
Yeah,
he will be. That's funny. Yeah, Ed Orgeron. I think that's how you say it. Oh, we got to go to Rob. Rob's in Philly.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Philly, Rob? How you doing, man? You know what, Rob? We say you and me just talk for a while.
Oh,
forget this West Coast crap.
Yeah, listen, right. I'm a Niners fan, but I do live in Philadelphia, so this is like double the pain right now because the Eagles is undefeated, and you know, man, my boys ain't looking too good. But what I want to say, right, is thank you for taking my call. I'm at a point right now where I was telling the guy who, when I first called in, like, I thought last week was bad. Like, I just felt like the world was over when Trey Lance went down because I was so looking forward to seeing him play because we hadn't got a team and everything like that. And everybody seen what Jimmy could do, what he can do, this, that, and the fourth. But at this point now, it's like I want to know, how they say overreaction Monday. What y'all think? Like, do y'all think? I think, me personally, I think Jimmy and Kyle, they need to go.
Wow.
Like I just.
You know what? You know what, Rob? Thanks for the call. Or is it Bob?
Rob from Philly.
Philly, Rob. Yeah. Great city, by the way, Philadelphia. Just a great city.
A lot of crime. Dude,
hello.
I've been on Twitter.
You're in San Francisco and Oakland.
Right, but no, Philly is off the chain.
Every city's the same.
But Philly is hot.
Every city is the
I've
same.
been watching. I'm like, I'm not going to Philly. Off the chain.
Don't do this, Goo.
No, I trust my sources.
Don't do this. You don't know anything about Philly. How many times have you been there?
I haven't.
Thank you.
Yeah. I love it.
I would not let you.
You wouldn't let me what?
Badmouth Philadelphia.
It's high crime area.
No, it's
not.
not.
The mayor's not doing a damn thing. Just
You don't even know who the mayor is. You don't even know who. You don't even know what a mayor does.
My uncle.
I got some news. All right,
Mayor of Houston. Yeah, Jim Kenney, by the way.
Yeah, okay. 49, Kyle Shanahan. Oh, here we go. Here's where Guru goes, dude, what's in the water? Kyle Shanahan told reporters that left tackle Trent Williams, he'll be sidelined sometime due to a high ankle sprain. That's Adam Schefter, ESPN. Boy, it's football. I don't understand why people keep getting hurt.
It's not like this
weird.
team, man. Now you're without Trent, and you got a quarterback that can't move. I mean, man, your starting running backs down. You lose your stud quarterback in his second season. Nothing to see here.
Stud quarterback?
Oh, 3 number 1 picks
Let me tell you
qualifies to
something.
me as a
Don't call Trey
stud.
Lance a stud quarterback.
No, he's the
Go
future.
call Herbert a stud quarterback. He came into the league, and after 6 games, you said, that guy's a stud. Trey Lance has come into the league.
Trey.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
So don't call him a stud. We don't know what he is.
He's the savior.
No, he's not.
And on a good day, he's supposed to be better than Jimmy. To Philly Rob's point, I don't think Kyle and Jimmy together can do it. One don't trust the other, and now you tried to get a divorce, and you had to take him back, Kyle with Jimmy. Maybe that's why he was up there smiling. Not happy they lost, but there was just he's in a good place of like, you guys will never break my heart again, Jimmy. Up there cracking jokes.
Hey, man.
Looking good.
Bottom
they
line
should do a
is,
James
and
Bond with him.
I said it. I said if there is an issue between Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo, and I don't know if there is or isn't. I'm sure Jimmy Garoppolo thinks that Kyle Shanahan's a tricky guy to play for. I don't think he can't stand him. But I'll tell you this, if they do have friction, ain't going to work. And if Jimmy is not there 100% mentally, ain't going to work. Ain't going to work.
But you turn in your worst performance in umpteen years, Jimmy, after insinuating all week, let Jimmy cook.
Yeah,
and you go in the kitchen and burn everything.
Dan Dibley and I talked all last week about the Denver defense. Did you just not listen?
I picked them to go to the Super Bowl in the AFC.
Right, and you had already given up on them after 2 games.
You have no proof of that.
Yes, I do.
Now look at you. Well, you have no proof.
Just go back to any show.
I don't care if you play a good defense. You still cannot lose the game. Jimmy lost him the game over and over again. It was like that.
You know what? How did Denver win? But Russell Wilson, you know what I mean?
He got his team in the end zone, Steiny.
Yeah. Late in the game.
Dude, he looked bad for much of it.
Well, yeah. Let's go to Roy and San Leandro.
He stinks.
Hey, what's up, Roy?
Hey, how's it going, Guru?
Hey.
Hey, look, man, I just wanted to say going forward, okay, the 49ers going to really be in trouble if with Garoppolo, which I'm thinking that he's going to get hurt again, and then this new guy they got, the last player they drafted,
Brock Purdy.
They need to start to bringing that guy in and seeing what he can do. Because what I'm saying, the 49ers defense played like champions last night. But the 2 things that bother me is, number one, Garoppolo is still here again because we know what he's going to do. And number 2, Shanahan and that play calling. I mean, that stuff using Ayuk as a running back and all that kind
Debo, yeah.
All that stuff is not, I'm sorry, man, fellas, but it's not going to work this year. I'm sorry. That's all I had to say.
Appreciate it.
The element of surprise is gone, Steiny. 5 for 6 yards last night, Debo.
Well,
and I would still go to it because Debo's that fantastic, but just again, I keep going to
run a route.
The Wildcat. He did 5 for 73 and would have had 150 had Jimmy threw it to him.
Led the league
open.
in drops last year.
You are something else, boy.
Those are facts. 12 drops.
But we never
so
once
good
came
chance
in
that
here
one
and
would have
said,
been
you know
the
what,
drop.
Debo's hands. Because he does every damn thing else.
I just wonder. I wonder about this team. And following up on what Roy said, and I've been feeling it, just because Jimmy's back, like everybody kind of just, I got 10-7, make the play. We'll go 11-6. And Roy's right. It's the same, like, I get it on the one hand. It's like, we're basically the same team, and last year we got cranked, we started cranking up the second half of the season, got to the NFC Championship game, so, I mean, that's what we should do. No. Like, you're the same team.
Yeah.
You're the same team. That doesn't mean you just go back there. Every year's different. Garoppolo might be worse this year than he was last year. Lord knows they're not. The running game's not going to be as good.
He's telling you he ain't had time to practice or get ready.
The offensive line's not very good.
And I told you this. Back me up here now. I told you and the listeners, tomorrow is not promised. And Kyle has no hardware, but his biggest attribute in his tenure as a Niner head coach is the fact that he can say he took a non-top-tier quarterback to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC championship games. He can't go out there and throw him. And with that, I'm just wondering now, was that the best they had together? Have we seen the best? The Super Bowl in 19 and the NFC championship last year. To expect Jimmy, it's a quarterback league. You said it Friday, and you don't even remember you did. You said it's a quarterback league. Let me tell you something, Steiny. The Niners don't have a top-tier quarterback, if that's the truth.
No. Stop it. Stop it.
I feel like the cologne bottle's on empty. You ever had a cologne, your favorite cologne?
I don't use cologne.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you use enough for me.
You gonna anchor man? You calling me anchor man? Not like cologne. No, you gotta smell good.
Oh, my guy, and by the way, always check us out on YouTube and Twitch. My guy, Hassan, a man after my own heart, going. George Kittle's more of an offensive lineman than a tight end.
He did that for you.
No, he's responding to somebody else.
Why do you think Jeff Wilson Jr. only had 12 carries? I brought that up with Lowe.
It's a great question.
75 yards. Look, a couple times like he was going to take it to the house. How do you just stop at 12, Kyle?
Well,
you had the lead. You had the lead for all of the game.
Wow.
So now I'm going to hone it. It just hit me.
Hold on.
It just hit me. Oh, he'll get
Guru
hurt
just
if he
got
carries
hit.
15 or 16. Like, why did it stop at 12? And you were up the whole game. To me, run it,
Buried the
bleed the
lead.
clock.
You
But
buried
no,
the lead.
Denver had
Shame
36
on you.
minutes. They had the ball,
Shame
time of
on
possession.
you.
What's going on with Wilson Jr.? Talk to me now.
You should have been saying that at noon about Kyle Shanahan.
No, the whole game is still being replayed in my head.
You ought to be more organized then.
Please.
Because that was your best point.
That's my Steiny.
That was
Please.
your best point.
12 rushing.
I asked you that in the first segment. You didn't want to answer it because you wanted to pile on Jimmy Garoppolo, who, yes, stunk. If Jimmy Garoppolo is that bad, why did you throw 30 times and only run 20 times?
Kyle's brilliant.
Why did you throw 60% of the time and throw 40% of the time when your MO as a team is to be 50-50? You were winning and you were running. So what are you doing?
And you called the that wide receiver screen on your 1 yard line that got your lineman hurt, your left tackle hurt, when you should have been running the ball and live another day.
You can't do that. You cannot say that he got Trent Williams hurt. You cannot say that. We didn't allow it for Trey Lance.
Hey, that's just how it played out. I'm not saying
Right,
that's
he
why.
did not get him. Kyle Shanahan did not get Trent Williams hurt.
What if you ran the ball straight on the ground? We don't know.
So did he get Trey Lance hurt?
So
did Kyle Shanahan get Trey Lance hurt?
It was trending that direction because you kept calling bad power runs with your quarterback.
Okay, how many screens in the end zone have they called?
That I wouldn't know, but it's very
Not a
rare. It's
lot.
like my steak. It's rare.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
It's rare, Steiny.
Let's see.
I'm getting more upset now for Niner fans. Why did you throw all that?
You ignored me in the first segment.
I don't.
Because Kyle, at that point, it was still early in the show. You still thought he was brilliant. Now you're coming around that maybe he's not.
And I've been backing off him. Our relationship has been rocky even before the season started.
Who?
Kyle and myself.
It's a bunch of crap.
Dude, the 10-point lead.
Have kissed his rear end.
He lost
for
all
5
credibility
years.
with me in the NFC
Oh,
Championship. You were like,
sorry.
why you 10-point leads always get. Come on, Guru, you're being too hard.
No. You don't get to do that.
Yeah.
No. Let the record reflect the original criticism was by me, and I said, why is everybody praising this guy as a head coach before he's ever been a head
There's
coach?
a file. It's getting longer, thicker, and thicker.
No, this was
man.
when he was hired.
Yeah.
So just promise me you won't do that anymore.
Oh, no. What he did to the Niners, changing this team's fortune around is what made me.
Well,
it wasn't
it took him
nothing
2
he did in
years.
Atlanta or Washington. It was here. And you should have won the Super Bowl in 19.
They were
he's the
they
reason
were 10
they lost.
and 22 his first 2 seasons.
Yeah, but he took Sanford and Son. He had junk. He had to get stuff out.
So why upon his arrival was he heralded as a genius or a wizard
It didn't
or
come from
play
me.
calling?
His daddy, his last name.
It did come from you.
It didn't. I didn't praise him until I saw the Niners turn around.
No, you
Now
called
you're-
him you called him a genius.
This is when a comedian's struggling. That's what you're doing right now, and it's not. But go ahead. You want me to? But you know what? Just move on. Come on now. It's Overreaction Monday. Let's go. You know when you struggle to tell a joke and kind of bomb, Steiny. I didn't give him love until I saw him take this team to the Super Bowl. But I think he's got a problem, man.
Eric in Oakland. What's up,
guys? Allow me to rant a little bit. I'm not too happy today, as you can probably tell by my voice. But to answer your question, why they ran 30% and threw 60%, it's because Garoppolo is facing an 8-man front. He can't throw the ball. The NFL has figured it out since the Kansas City Super Bowl game. Just stack the box and good luck throwing outside the number. So that's the problem, and that's why our running backs are getting hurt too. You know, I'm pretty upset with the play calling. I'm pretty upset with all the injuries we have. I'm pretty upset with a lot of stuff. And I have a question because I don't want to take too much of your time. I know that Shanahan has a responsibility towards the veterans on the team, but when does the Brock Purdy conversation start? Because I'm pretty much done with Garoppolo. He is what we know he is, And if all fails, I mean, yesterday the guy couldn't run out of anything. You just blitz anywhere, he's going to go down. No mobility whatsoever. I'm not going to talk about how cold he is because of the situation and he running out of the end zone, how embarrassing. But the guy's not mobile. He's not been the same since his ACL. And now at a shoulder, at 15 pounds to that gut, you know. And then for all the Garoppolites out there that just want to apologize for anything, I know he's a pretty guy to look at, but come on now. If you're a real 49er fan, you guys need to know he's not the answer. So I'm ready to move on. I'm ready for something else, you guys.
Appreciate it, Eric.
Let's dissect that call of 15. You weren't saying that last January when you had a 10-point lead going into the fourth quarter. And what he said, a lot of validity about Jimmy, but to say Brock Purdy is the answer, he's hurt. That's hurt talk.
When do you go to Brock Purdy? You're 1-2.
Well, if Jimmy gave us 4 or 5 more of these, I would think about it. But
4 or 5?
Steiny, no, come on, man.
I bet he doesn't have 4 or 5 in him.
What are you saying?
Well, no, what I'm saying is,
Kyle,
when you say 4 or 5, I always go to 5.
Okay. Where week 8 will be about week 8.
I think he would get pulled before he has 4 or 5 of those in a row.
Wow.
That's just me, though.
Yeah.
I think if Shanahan's in a pickle, and if the team wants Jimmy Garoppolo, but he can't get it done. See, the 408 says, I'd rather lose with Brock than lose with Jimmy. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm with you there.
Drew down on Twitch, the YouTube, Steiny. If Purdy plays, the season's over.
I don't know about that. See, you can't.
We went from Trey to Jimmy and got up off of Jimmy to Brock Purdy, and we still got aspirations.
Listen.
Oh, it would be bad.
Let me tell you something, and you may. I don't care if you laugh. We don't even know. Brock Purdy might be their best quarterback. He might be their best quarterback. And yeah, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and I'm going to poke the bear. But he didn't play his best quarterback week 1. Oof. Is Trey Lance the best quarterback on the San Francisco 49ers?
That one.
I know a lot of people that don't think so. So you know what? I'm not giving up on the year if it's Brock Purdy. You know why? There's 2 reasons. One is I've never seen Brock Purdy. And 2 is half the fan base thinks Garoppolo stinks so bad, then Purdy's got to be better. No outs. There's no outs for Kyle Shanahan. There's no outs. It's playoffs or bust with this team.
This has the ingredients of bust real fast. And again, he can go shock the world like he did at 3-5. But your left tackle is out. Your starting running back is gone.
Let's go to Rob.
Man.
Rob and San Bruno.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Yeah, he's going to kill Garoppolo. What's up, Rob?
What's going on, fellas? Let me speak a little bit, man. Hey, look, we see now Trey Lance, he converted 9 first downs out of 16, 17 in a storm from running and feet, from using his feet and his arm. Jimmy was 1 for 10.
Yeah.
And my God, look, we got to realize this, man. Jimmy Garoppolo missed countless plays down the field that was open. Now, I'm not a big Cal fan, but that one play where Cal put him in the backfield and he was matched up one-on-one with a linebacker that he beat, and Jimmy couldn't hit him. That was a great schematic. What's the name right there? He did not hit it. Bottom line is this, man. Jimmy has shown who he is. I'm not even going to mention the 3 turnovers. I'm not even going to mention that.
Well,
but he's shown what he is. Jimmy cannot throw the football. He's not accurate past 20 yards. You say Trey can't throw. Trey ain't missing that many deep balls downfield. And by the way, this year, Trey, 3 for 4 on balls floating 20-plus yards. Garoppolo, 0 for 6.
Gotcha. Thanks, Rob. I mean, unfortunately, and I'm not being a jerk, doesn't matter if Garoppolo's better than Lance or Lance is better than Garoppolo right now. Garoppolo's a quarterback. Trey's hurt. Like, if
you surprised at the vitriol Jimmy's getting? Because he's been back
of course
2
not.
games.
No, I'm not surprised by anything. I'm not surprised by the Jimmy vitriol, and I'm not surprised by your kid gloves for Kyle Shanahan.
Please.
Exactly. 888-95. Oh, we got JD on the other side. John Dickinson on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
It was the safety heard round the NFL.
Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
And yeah, there's a whole season. I know how this ends. This ends with Brock Purdy getting multiple starts.
Oh, my God.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. Take it out! 95.7 The Game.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
O'Reilly. Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Like 5 quarts of Mobile One Full Synthetic, now just $33.95, plus earn double O rewards points. Extend the life of your vehicle, improve performance, and protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobile One Full Synthetic at O'Reilly Auto Parts and O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and Biontech.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. So get this, Goo. Get this. You want to talk about a letdown. Unbelievable letdown for Steinmetz on Saturday. I'm listening to 95.7 The Game, and I hear my main man, John Dickinson, on with Whitey Gleason.
I had it on too.
12 to 4. It was a 4-hour show from Friedman's.
Look at it. I was lying.
Great show. And I was a little idle on Saturday. So about 3 o'clock, I text JD, and I go, JD, I'll make a little creek run at 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
He's like, yeah, I'm going to Denver.
Right. I knew
JD,
that.
you're killing me, man. I was itchy on Saturday night.
Yeah, you had action, and let me tell you, any other Saturday there would have been action in Walnut Creek, and you know I'm always good for it. And glad to have a couple and talk about everything that's going on.
But Jay, you were
at
the Rocky. You caught some baseball too. Now I saw you. I said my boy gets it in. Steiny, you don't know you went to the Rocky game.
When?
This weekend.
So you wait, but it had to be Sunday.
Yesterday. I got 2 innings in yesterday because I was too late Saturday getting in. Because of the Friedman's remote. So I said, well, you know what? I'd never been to Coors Field inside. I walked by it a bunch of times. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go early to get a little bit of the early kickoffs. I found a sports bar right by there, was checking out some of the early games. And I said, you know what? I'm going to stay for an hour.
Love it.
And then cut out and then head over to the stadium. And so, yeah, I saw the first couple of innings and big fan of Coors Field on the interior. I went up to the rooftop, big bar area out there. They had a bunch of the NFL games on there too. So it was multitasking like I like to do in the lab, guys.
Nice.
Watching baseball down below and watching a lot of the NFL action and a crazy morning on some of the big screens at the bar.
Well, listen, JD, the one thing, we're going to get into Garoppolo and Shanahan and everything, but the one thing that I was thinking about as we led into the week was the atmosphere in Denver. It feels like Denver isn't an easy place to play. I mean, I don't know if you've been to Mile High before, or it's something at Mile High now, I don't know. But what was your impression of just the venue as a place for a visiting team to play?
Yeah, Empower Field at Mile High is the formal name now. It's had a couple of different ones, but they always want to let everybody know that you're at a Mile High to maybe a psychological component. I know the Nuggets love to put 5280 and Mile High all over the ball arena as well to maybe put it in people's heads as far as some of the players. But no, this was something that I had made mention of on social media and on the show Saturday with Whitey. The Denver environment and in that stadium is, I think, top 5 in the NFL. And anytime you rank them. Well, New Orleans and Seattle always gets mentioned, Kansas City. And you can pick a wild card that maybe I'm not mentioning, but I think Denver is in the top 5. And they didn't disappoint. And I'll tell you, from going down on the field pregame, there were a lot of Niner fans there, and a lot of them came down to watch the warm-up close to the front row of the stands, and they all had their signs, and they're yelling for people, and Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, others signed a bunch of autographs. And I thought to myself, man, there's a lot of Niner fans here. And then I went back up to the press box, and it gets to be inside a half hour before kickoff, and I couldn't even really see any patches of red because there was so much orange. And I'll tell you the other thing, it was like it had the feel of an old school basketball arena in the sense that the way it's built, and Seattle's kind of like this too, the stands are steep. So the fans are on top of you, which I think creates another part of the environment, which can be a little bit jarring. And look, NFC West team, you're only going there once every 8 years. So I thought this was a sneaky tough game for the Niners just based on the environment. And then I'll tell you, final point on it, there were moments consistently throughout the game when the Broncos were on defense and the 49ers were on offense where the press box was shaking because I think the people above or the people down in front were stomping their feet to the point to try and make a lot of noise to where you'd hear the press box and feel the press box physically being rattled. Now, look, didn't look like it was much of a problem early on in the game for the Niners, but it definitely wasn't nothing from being there in person.
Jay, I can't, man, the noise is loud. You know it. Fans are mad. They're yelling for Shanny's head. And I got to be honest, when that game was over, I was like, how the hell did the Niners lose that game? But my blame was mostly at Garoppolo. And I'm up here talking to Steiny, and I'm playing the game back in my head. Jeff Wilson Jr., 12 for 75, almost broke a couple, averaged 6.3 yards on the ground. Jay, why only 12 carries is what all of a sudden I'm fixated on, and that is Kyle. That's a question for Kyle.
Yeah, it's 12 for 75, and the average looks nice, but it was really 1 for 37 and 11 for 38. Which is it's because the longest carry of the night was a 37-yarder, and then he had 11 carries for the other 38 yards when you add it up and do the math. And look, I think the Broncos did enough and gave the 49ers enough looks and stopped the run enough to where clearly, and the Niners had success throwing the football in the first half, clearly they thought there were openings in plays to be made, assuming they could protect. So I know in hindsight you look back and you go, well, they should have run it more. And I think there were times where they ran it on first down and they didn't get much. There were times where they threw it on first down and it was incomplete. And then what are you going to do if you're going to run it on second down? That's not really a high percentage play there. So I think Kyle did get caught a little bit in between in terms of some of the play calling, and then they couldn't protect, which I think obviously impacted the passing game, and got behind, and Jimmy Garoppolo forced one into double coverage to Deebo Samuel, and it winds up getting batted and tipped. I thought it was interesting. I'm not sure if you guys talked about this, but obviously you've talked about everything in the third downs and all that, but in Shanahan's conference call, I was listening to that. He put the blame on the fumble on the center, who snapped the ball too late. Shanahan said everybody went and the center snapped it late, and that caused the miscommunication. So as bluntly as anybody could, I know Garoppolo was taking a lot of heat for that, but he put it on Brendel, the center, specifically for going late and being off count with the rest of the offensive line and Garoppolo.
You're listening to John Dickinson. He's in Denver. And we'll have more from Kyle Shanahan. He just talked to the media, but the one thing he did also say, JD, is looks like Trent Williams is going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. So, obviously, he's their best lineman.
Tough. And that means Colton McKivitz is going to have to step in like he did in Week 18 when the 49ers, ironically enough, were able to come back and beat the Rams, and he held up okay. I thought it was really curious, and I know it did get explained after the game. Why did Jalen Moore go in at left tackle when Trent Williams went out? And Jalen Moore was awful in the limited snaps that he played. I mean, it was a turnstile, and to the point where Shanahan explained after the game that McKivitz had been banged up and hadn't got the reps at practice over the course of the last week, and so Moore was more prepped in terms of having reps, but he couldn't handle the bright lights or the environment at all, and it was so bad that they had to rip him out of the game due to ineffectiveness and go to McKivitz, who hadn't practiced as much. So, yeah, it makes it tough, but the Niners have shown that they've been able to win big games and even win big games against this specific opponent that they're facing next week with McKivitz. And hell, I think Tom Compton was the right tackle last year, and Tom Compton was somebody that nobody wanted to see playing on that offensive line for the Niners over the last couple of years. So, look, when you don't win games that are right there in front of you and guys get hurt, they're missed opportunities, and that means you got to make up for it at some point. But if guys get hurt, that means it's going to be that much more difficult. I mean, this is 2 losses, really, you could put in the category of, man, if you win either one of those games, you're feeling okay about where you are, but you didn't, and now you're feeling like you're up against it a little bit and having to make up for that missed opportunity by winning another game later on down the line.
Jay, I need your help. We had Lowe on about an hour ago, and I am so impressed with this Niner defense as a whole. But if I go around telling people that, and they look at the Chicago game in the second half where they gave up the lead in this game last night, how do you settle the score for that? Because this is a top 3 defense, but yet again, they allowed the team to score at the end. How is D'Amico Ryans addressing his unit?
Well, the lead needs to be bigger. First and foremost, the leads that the 49ers have had in both of those games needed to be bigger. I thought Fred Warner, it was interesting what he mentioned last night, the fact that it doesn't matter how dominant they are, that they have to finish games better. But as far as the specifics as to why, it was one drive where Russell Wilson made a couple of plays that are Russell Wilson-like plays. And I think, you tip your hat, but at the same time, if you have one drive where Russell Wilson does something heroic against you in a game, you got to consider yourself fortunate. And again, I keep coming back to the fact that the lead needed to be better. It needed to be bigger at that point. But the last night, I think, is in a different category than the Bears game, because the Bears game, the defense was not there were 2 specific breakdowns in coverage that led to explosive play touchdowns. That is more in line with what can't happen. And on if you wanted to say, hey, that game was more on the defense. Last night, you can't put on the defense at all. The Bears game, I'll give you if you want to share the blame, Goo. I know you, but last night to me has got to be.
I'm with you.
You need to be up 2 scores at that point, and if Wilson punches one in, you're still up 20-11.
All right, JD, get home safe, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, John Dickinson from Denver.
Yeah, and Steiny, you kind of mentioned it or alluded to it early on in the show. I'm not saying the defense cost him this game. We know, of course not. Units get tired, but damn, you just kind of that was a wasted effort. And yeah, one Russell Wilson touchdown shouldn't do you in. And then he's mouthing off. Did you ever say he had the Niners number? What it was, which he does.
17-4.
That's damn good, but damn, you just want that one back, man.
Yeah, defense has been great. Except when the chips are down.
This Trent Williams thing has me, man. This
does that
get
bother?
ugly.
Does that bother you when I say that?
Oh no,
the 49ers defense is great, except when the chips are down.
Oh yeah, because it's foul. I'm going Dick Pavetta.
Okay, well they've given up leads now in 3 of their last 4 games
because they're getting nothing from their offense.
Okay. Yeah. So
You know where I'm going.
Yeah, fourth quarter scores, I guess, don't matter.
That's funny. They do, but you got to get something from no.
Yeah, they gave up.
Shout out to town.
What did they give up last year in the NFC Championship game? They were up, 10?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. By the way, Jimmy, 1 turnover, 1. The interception. Kyle Shanahan said it was on Brendel. By the way, who was on last week? Gosh, is Kyle Madsen back there at all?
I'm laughing. I don't even know where you're going.
He was somebody was talking about Brendel and Burford.
Right.
Oh, these guys are unbelievable. These guys are incredible.
You didn't hear unbelievable.
So, but I did hear Kyle say, he got in my ear and he said, Steiny, go ahead and tell everybody about Spencer Burford. And I was like, I do know who Spencer Burford is. Anyway, apparently he's not as good as everybody thought. Jimmy in Dublin. What's going on, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Good. Jimmy. Okay, go ahead. Jimmy, call back.
Yeah.
There was a lot of static in the back. So anyway, the fumble wasn't the fumble. Apparently,
I don't care whose fault it was.
Sure you do.
It was a fumble. It was a turnover at an inopportune time. Get it together. It's too much.
Hold on. But that's important.
Yeah, it's
very important.
I read, I watch, I look, I see, I react. It's too much. Oh, was it Steiny or Guru's fault? It don't matter. An error was made.
Well, that's right. You're right. An error was made. So stop saying it's always Garoppolo. Jeff Wilson Jr. fumble when you're trying to win the game.
Why didn't he protect that?
The center doesn't snap the ball right. The center, according to Kyle Shanahan, Brendel was late on the snap.
Where are you calling from again? Yeah. Apparently, everyone went on one. Jake Brendel went on two. That was from Kyle Shanahan earlier today.
Oh,
and we're going to hear some more Kyle Shanahan in the last segment today because
I'm sure that beard got a little more white again today, Steiny. I've been watching it.
Jimmy back in Dublin. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing? Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah. But I was just gonna say it's like Shanahan has no accountability. I mean, like every time you look up, they're pointing the finger at either the defense or more so Jimmy Garoppolo. Which even on Jimmy's behalf, I mean the guy has been pretty much toyed with. I mean the dude's a grown man, and they toyed with him the whole year, the whole summer off season. I mean, he's out of here for sure. Yada yada yada. Trey's our guy. And then, I don't know if you want to call it karma or whatever you want to call it. All of a sudden now he's back starting again, but the guy didn't practice, at all, training camp or nothing like that at all. But rest assured, if they would have won yesterday, we wouldn't even be having none of this conversation. And if they win next week, the conversation, about Denver is going to be either on hold until he messes up again, or and gets the blame at him again. And the last thing, Guru. You said you didn't like when they were laughing. When he was laughing after the game.
Yeah.
Hey man, so if that's the case, then man, what about when everybody else, LeBron and everybody else after the game, and one of the people have to lose because when they're swapping jerseys, both teams can't win, and they're smiling and covering their mouth, talking about linking up at the club after the game and yada yada yada. So what's up with that, man? You guys have a good rest of the day.
Yeah. Oh, point taken, Stein. I hate the jersey swap. I can't stand it, but I get it. All these guys are friends or whatnot. And look, that's the least of Jimmy's what he did wrong last night. I'm looking at this guy and I'm thinking if I were him, I would give double birds to the fans. And the reason I'm telling you I'm not ready is they treated me like trash because they thought I was up out of here and they thought they didn't need me. So I'm seeing some of that. And then last week, the podium gate where he's talking about let him cook or throw it downfield more. And he's doing it's almost like he has earned that license to be like, oh, y'all didn't want me? And how I'm supposed to sit up here and cry for you when you threw me away like some bad chicken?
Let me ask you this, because people are obviously misconstruing my point about the defense. The defense is great. It's the strength of this team.
Right.
All right? Wait, I can't point out that in their last 4 quarters of football, they've given up 31 points. So the last 4 quarters of football that they played, they gave up 13 to the Rams, they gave up 6 last night to Denver, and they gave up 12 in week 1 to Chicago. And it probably should be 34. It's a good thing they always went for 2.
That's valid. But
I'm just saying, the 49ers defense, as great as they've played, and they've played great, 3 times in their last 3 losses, they could have shut the door.
Which would have been impossible like, you're asking them to do something. That would have been a football version of a no-hitter last night.
No, it'd be the football version of like the Chicago Bears of '85. It'd be the football version of the Ravens. They're not that dominant.
Wow, okay.
They're not. They're great.
You ain't the only one saying that. I saw some guys last night talk. I'll give you, hey, you could have not let them in the end zone, but you did. And how many points you say, 31?
31 points in the last 4 fourth quarters.
But still, they deserve better, Steiny.
3, 4,
they are
5.
They are lights out. D'Amico Ryan, star up. I mean, that dude, he's following in Salah's footsteps. Well, the defense got him a job. But they ain't slipped a beat. That's just sad last night.
Anthony,
and then, this is what bothers me about Jimmy in the offense. Technically, the game's over with the interception. Should have never been thrown there. They stop him again. Yeah. No, like you knew Denver wasn't even going to attempt to try to get it first outside of running the ball. You get it again, and the fumble. Heartbreak Hotel, man.
Anthony and Vallejo. What's going on, Anthony? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, fellas. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Talk to us.
So I think, yesterday's game, it shows you exactly why Trey was drafted. Just having the ability to escape, what they call the escapability, that's the difference between Russell and Jimmy G. Like, I know our line isn't that great right now, and then we lost Trent. Suge Knight is what I call him.
Trent.
Yeah, but we lost it. Yeah. But I'm like, I think about like why we drafted Trey in the first place was just to be able to extend the plays, and that's what Russell does so well. But the other part, and you kind of see where the league is going with like all the quarterbacks that are mobile and not statuesque and that can extend plays and like beat you in the air and on the ground. I mean, they're all doing very well for the most part. You see the jump that Jalen Hurts and even Lamar Jackson have made. But I also wanted to ask, like, who said our defense was great? Like, who's throwing these words out there? And I'm not saying we don't have a good defense, but if the defense doesn't hold up in the times where you need them the most, then it can't be great. Like, the reason why the Rams got that ring last season was because when they needed Aaron Donald to step up, he got those stops. And guys like Aaron Donald and a couple of other defensive linebackers are the reasons why, we didn't get as far as we can get, obviously, with Jimmy as well. But, like, I wouldn't say great. Like, we do have some improvements, but you can see where having someone like Trey,
no doubt,
to a benefit. Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to point that out. Like, I don't want to point the blame at anybody, but you can see now why, because Trey, he can extend those plays, and that's one of Russell's staples, is extending the play and kind of getting out the pocket and seeing what else is out there and making something out of nothing.
Good call. Appreciate it.
And what a call. And that's what we envision Trey Lance doing. Some bootlegs to where he can run out there, look, survey the field, and launch it with his rocket launcher. Steiny, he never got the chance to do that.
Who?
Extend plays with his legs.
Trey
Was a
Lance?
power run. Power run right, power run left, up there. That ain't what we're talking about. We're talking about pass first, and then if nothing's there, you take off. He never got used that way, and the one man that was in control of that didn't believe he could do that. But through 2 games, I never once saw Trey Lance used like Russell Wilson, and it's shameful. And that second part, I felt like he was coming at me. Do I sound like I'm calling the Niner D great?
Yeah.
If you're watched that game or any game this year and even last year at the end, whatever's before great, F, they're right there, and they did it without Armstead and Jimmy Ward. So that defense is flying around. Watch other defenses and tell me if they're playing with the intensity that the Niners
Jacksonville is.
Well,
the Jacksonville Jaguars
they
are.
got a coach. And how's Trevor Lawrence?
The 49ers have one of the best coaches in the league.
I told you, I got the divorce papers written up. Like, hey, talk about Trevor Lawrence.
All Shanahan's got to do is be like, Daryl, honey, don't go anywhere.
No,
I know I've been lousy, but don't go
I'm
anywhere.
going to give you a 2. But listen, you ain't said Trevor Lawrence. Looking like the lights on, huh?
925. It's a disingenuous take with absolutely no contest. The offense being hot garbage has left them on the field all game.
Like that's a byproduct of being out there forever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. You know what?
You're tired.
You know what? Somebody go look at the time of possession for those games.
34 minutes for Denver.
That's last night.
Oh, okay.
What about the NFC Championship? Do we even know?
I'm gonna go look at break.
Give me a break. How many turnovers does it? That's not a great defense. It's a damn good defense.
Yeah.
It ain't great.
It has a potential to be great.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
But
last night they were great up until
3 minutes left in the game, and they let Russell Wilson drive 85 yards on his last drive. Chicago, and you know what? Chicago's another one. Stop telling me how great their defense is and say, well, it was just 2 broken plays. Okay.
I'm feeling
2 broken plays just cost you 14 points, 2 touchdowns.
As I love Hufanga because he's a baller. He's a new Troy P.
It is absolutely fair to point out that the 49ers defense is hella good, but guess what? They've given up points and leads in 3 out of the last four quarters. Don't tell me I can't say that. I just did.
Well, he ain't the only one either.
All right, we're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan. He just got done meeting the media down in Santa Clara. Has a lot to say. We're going to get to that on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
The Niners came up short in the Mile High City.
Intended from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone to safety. And Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
We're reacting to the Week 3 loss all day long.
Hey, you guys are way too kind to Garoppolo. I mean, seriously, the guy, does he have any kind of field presence? I mean, 3 turnovers on this guy alone. Realistically, this guy is a joke.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
We see a lot of trash on our highways and in our waterways. This isn't what we want. Clean highways, clean water. Now that is what we want. You can help change this to that. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com from the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest Bespoke Skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
In Oakland today, partly cloudy and sunny, highs around 70.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit Ashley.com today.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead. I'm just shocked. I'm ashamed. As a show, as a station, I keep receipts of a lot of things. And I'm a guy that likes to publicize his own birthday. You know, I say I don't. Damon's had a birthday. The station tweets out it's his birthday picture. D, we love you, D. Dibley's kind of holiday feel. And today, I'm doing a 3-hour show with you, almost over. And you say, Goo, I might go get one at the cafeteria. It's my birthday. And I'm saddened that it's your radio partner. Mm-hmm. I didn't know that. And I'll never not forget it. So from the Johnson family, happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
How do you just keep it under wraps and act regular? I'm blown away.
It's not that hard to do. It's not that hard to do. And
we should all be ashamed. Dibley, too, is your guy. He didn't know because he didn't say it to you.
But the reason you guys should all be ashamed isn't because it's my birthday. You should all be ashamed by how you publicize your own birthdays. That's the real crime. Hey, seriously, let's get to some of this Kyle Shanahan sound from today. This is hot off the presses. This is Kyle Shanahan today on the conference call with the media. I haven't heard these, neither has Goo. So this is on Jimmy Garoppolo saying he wasn't in game shape yesterday.
No, I mean, I think that's the same for any player that didn't do preseason. It takes guys some time to get into game shape. I mean, you don't really simulate exactly games on a practice field. That happens in the games, and I think that'll come sooner than later. If he said that, I'm sure he was tired as the game went, but you just got to get him practicing more and get him playing in games more. The game shape will come.
All right, the game shape. He's in game shape. It's not game shape, but it's going to be game shape. It'll be game shape sooner rather than later. All right, this is looks like Kyle Shanahan was asked about Debo's runs not surprising the defense.
We're not surprising anybody, that's for sure. Everyone knows how committed all 11 guys got to be when Debo's back there because they know what he can do. So that always makes it harder when you can't surprise the league because everyone knows how good he is. But I do think there's a few opportunities. I mean, he's still got his numbers to a degree. Didn't get them last night, but I still believe if on a number of those plays, if we can execute the blocks just a little bit better, I think Debo's got a good chance to get a big one. And that's why he gets those opportunities because he's the best guy on our team that has the chance to get the big one. And we just got to get him back there when we have a better look for him.
Anything?
Yeah. Earlier in the show, I kind of acted like I was over the Debo run element of this team. No, I'm not. That was just Denver is a damn good defensive team. But you want to talk about overreaction? I got 2 from you for the Comcast business text line.
All right.
Both Jimmy and Kyle stink. Give me Sean Payton with Trey Lance next year. Okay. 510, quit crying, Goo. It's all Shanahan's fault. If he would just stop calling silly plays, maybe they would win. Now that's coming at somebody's neck.
Yours.
Dude, I told you,
read
situational.
But read it again.
Guru, quit crying.
Yeah.
It's all Shanny's fault if he would just stop calling silly plays. I told you, situational play calling we're focused on that area for Kyle. And again, he didn't fumble last night, and he didn't. Dude, you just don't. For your birthday, I'm going to send you the video.
Okay.
Where he looked. Now there's proof. He looked at Debo's area, didn't even see him running wide open like a deer.
I don't know. Okay, see, you came in here today and you want to hammer Jimmy. That's fine. Everybody wants to hammer Jimmy.
No, I reacted to what I saw.
Jimmy's so ordinary, and we've known it. He's ordinary, and we've known it.
But now he's out of shape.
Whose fault is that? That's the San Francisco 49ers' fault.
Keeping them over there in the corner when we were out there. Yep. How about chickens are coming home to roost, man?
Here's the defense thing. And now everybody, like, people are going to think, oh, Steiny, this is your use check.
Because there's some good examples coming in. Logan Webb throws three hitters, but still, and he gets no run support.
Listen, a big part of defense. Yeah, okay, they're good. They're not great. Turnovers forced week 1 in a monsoon. 1. They forced 1 turnover, a second-year quarterback in the rain. Last night, Denver turnovers, 0. They didn't turn the ball over. Great defenses turn you over.
I'm going to meet you. They got the potential to be great.
They don't swarm
but they're damn good,
like a great defense. Like, I didn't see balls.
For 13 rounds of that fight, they did.
I did not see. When Russell Wilson was throwing, I didn't see 6 almost interceptions where they're flying around and that. I'm just saying, look, the defense is fine. The defense is a strength of the team, but they're not perfect either. Turn somebody over.
Well, this has a recipe for them to almost have to be perfect, man. And that's not reality.
Well, look, the defense isn't going to be this good all season long, probably. So they needed the defense to pick them up. Maybe the offense will pick up down the road. All right, this is...
Good luck with that.
Yeah, let him off the hook. This is on George Kittle. Kyle Shanahan on George Kittle.
You can't underestimate how much, when guys miss time, how hard it is to go out and play a game like that. So, yeah, George, he did some good things, but he's not there yet because hasn't been playing much. It was nice to get him back in practice more last week. It was nice to get him through the game healthy. And if we can keep that trend, I know he'll keep getting back to himself.
Yeah, my dad said excuses, son, are like, you know what? Everybody has one. Dude, what? It's like the same book and movie we're watching. And now let's add Trent Williams to the, this is MASH, the new version of the TV show MASH. Wow. I know injuries happen in the NFL.
Right.
But meet me halfway now on your birthday and tell me you know something's odd with this team. It seems to be more injured with great players than any other team. It's out of control. I don't know who to blame. But don't tell me nothing's going on.
Here's what I know. You and a lot of Kyle Shanahan apologists will certainly use the injury excuse. No doubt about it. That I do know.
We like how he's been looking. You know, we're going to always try to put the best people out there that we think gives us the best chance to win. And just from the last few weeks and watching him practice and everything, we felt that was Demo, and I was real happy with how he played too. You know, I thought he was one of the better guys out there last night.
Dominic Lenore.
Yeah,
they call him Demo.
He was balling. Hey, 650 Comcast Business text line. I can't wait to hear this answer. Steiny, we're going to just act like Denver didn't fumble 3 times and got it back?
Yeah, we are. Were those fumbles forced?
I love that ammo, but no, you know, you're getting hit hard. The Niners were fumbling. The Niners be hitting. The Niners be hitting. That's a shirt.
But this is unbelievable. Yeah, you know what? Okay. This is why fans are fans. We're just going to act like Denver didn't fumble 3 times and get every one of them back. They got every one of them back. The 49ers defense in their 2 losses have forced 1 turnover. Their offense has been terrible.
Now that's a
if
fact.
Their defense were worse, they'd be 0-3 maybe. Yeah, I get it. But if their defense would truly be great, they'd be 2-1 at least right now.
I can't believe they're 1-2.
I can. They have a problem at quarterback.
And staying healthy. Now the quarterback is telling you it ain't going to be, but let me do my math.
Did you watch the Chargers
changeover? Yeah. Lost some money on it. Yes, I did.
So you're going to bet Trent Williams. They lost Nick Bosa. Or,
his brother.
Other Bosa, Joey.
Yeah.
Every team's got injuries.
So they didn't just not show up. They didn't just take all the players off the field. They went back out there.
I'm gonna go find the injury thing and make it clear.
I'm wondering if he's part of the problem.
Who?
Kyle. He got I got you. He got hurt on the screenplay, which resulted in a safety. Trent.
Okay.
When you should have been running the ball, smart ass. I'm talking to Kyle. But you don't give
you want it both ways. Stop wanting it both ways.
The football gods are making you pay for dumb calls. Oh, okay. You want to run a screen? Now your tackles got 4 to 8 weeks. So I ain't laughing. It hurts.
So you and me are paid to be on the radio 15 hours a week. We're supposed to watch sports, analyze sports, give opinions that are based on fact.
Yeah.
And all you have is the football gods.
I'm in the
football gods.
On that specific play. There's a thing called being too stupid for school. A lot of people thinking our relationship ain't what they thought it was because I didn't know it was your birthday.
It's not.
But when's mine?
You know what, Guru? I'm not even. You know what? I'm not. That's insulting. You just insulted the hell out of me.
It's one of those things where, I know you don't know. You know a lot of stuff, but boy, if I'm saying, when is your boy's birthday?
Of course I know when it is. I cannot believe you just asked me that.
John Curley, our former producer, would know. Did he text you?
Let me tell you something. All I know is on your birthday, your boy will know. And you know why? Because I know right now.
He probably whispered in your ear.
Who?
The boss.
What the hell does he know?
That's my dog.
He's a boss. What does he know?
Hey, getting his hands dirty. You got to love that.
See, that bothers me. I was the guy who said that.
But I appreciate that's what I'm made of. Like, I like me. The wife would love Matt. Yeah, the boss.
My point is I brought that up 2 weeks ago to you.
And it stayed with me.
I walked in and I said, Goo, you know what? I mean, 99% of what our boss does is a bunch of crap.
Dirty. Yeah.
But I'll tell you what,
I don't want to win.
My point is, I said I respect him for being back there on a short day and he's screening calls. And you're like, yeah, that is pretty cool. And now, you take it as your own.
Dude, somebody texted in the real birthday. That's special.
I'm not going to look.
On the Comcast business text line.
No.
I'm getting that down. Yeah.
What's up, Sam?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
We're having fun, man.
Real quick on that whole birthday thing. When somebody says it's your, you don't remember my birthday, be like, I got you the same thing. I got you something you got for me last year. Same thing. Nothing. All right, real quick. Want to just shout out to my defense, man. I love that defense. Yeah. Ufanga, Ward, these guys are some hitters. We're making turnovers. I mean, we're not making turnovers, but we're getting that ball loose. We're tipping it. It's rolling. It's just bouncing the other way, man. But it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
All right.
As far as Shanahan goes and Jimmy, same story as last year, man. We've seen this book. We've seen this story. Jimmy can't get it done. He's going to give you a turnover for sure per game, a boneheaded turnover. And Shanahan, man, I get it. You want to run with Debo. But, man, it's got to stop at some point. He went for it 3rd and 3, ran it with Debo, midfield, nothing. Then you got him rolled up on his ankle, and then you want to run him the next play? Oh, that's real smart. Did we not learn from Trey? Come on, man. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, no, we appreciate you, Sam and Hercules.
Yeah, but, man, that ankle, Debo got lucky. You know what he's talking about? Man, that could have...
Hey, Rihanna's going to be doing the Super Bowl now?
Out of nowhere, after she bashed doing it, I'm in.
What happened? Why did she bash it?
I don't know her like that, Riri, but...
I like Rihanna.
Yeah.
I like her.
She's got a kid. Maybe she needs some chicken.
She just has one kid?
Yeah. Her and A$AP Rocky is the baby daddy.
No,
he's a rapper.
No, she had another boyfriend before that, I thought.
Yeah, but they didn't...
what was his name?
Chris Brown.
Yeah.
He put hands on her. We're not with that.
See, I like Rihanna more than Beyonce.
Yeah, I ain't mad at either one. Well,
that's just me.
Halle Berry for me. God,
Easy. I'm talking about as a performer and an entertainer.
No, yeah. I was thinking some of her roles. Oh, man.
We'll take it there.
Yeah.
We'll take it there. 49ers have 2 mediocre quarterbacks, and one's a veteran.
Well, we don't know
That's
what
on my
Brock
note sheet.
is. You got me thinking about Brock. And who did they say?
Stop it.
The Twitch said, go look at JT O'Sullivan's breakdown on YouTube on Brock Purdy in college. The dude can play. I'll just leave that there. I'm not.
Rick's in Stockton. What's going on, Rick? How you doing, man?
Hey man, y'all gotta lay off that defense. Hey, happy birthday though, yeah.
Thank you.
As caller said,
Thank you.
They not bouncing our way, them turnovers. But if you check them 3 and out,
that's true.
Those first
they only had 9 of them last night. Nah, you're right, Rick. Go ahead, man.
Check them 3 and out and check those first downs. And I guarantee, as you check 3 and outs for the last 2 years,
man,
Jimmy G got the most. We got the most 3 and outs. I guarantee there's nobody beating us with 3 and outs. But yeah, man, I like when Jimmy G out there because it seems like Cal is kind of like attacking with the offense. But I don't know, it seemed like we was restricted, even though we all say Jimmy's offense is restricted. But it still seems like he's trying something. Like, why he didn't do that with Trey, man? I don't know, man. I'm a Brock Purdy fan too, but I ain't gonna say bring him in yet.
Not yet.
Oh my goodness.
Not yet. And we're not. Thanks, Rick. And we're not going to do a show yet of when do you bring Purdy in,
or will the great NFL network analyst, one of my favorite quarterbacks. Ooh. Kurt Warner, remember he hyped up Nick Mullins and had me thinking Nick might be able to get the job done. Until that happens, I'm going to lay off. But I'll tell you what, partner. A couple more of these for Jimmy, that Brock Purdy could be Pee Wee Herman. The noise is going to get louder.
It's going to take... Well, the noise is the noise. I think it's pretty loud now.
For Kyle or Jimmy?
Jimmy.
See, I think it's for Kyle.
No.
Jimmy.
But
Jimmy.
the noise for Garoppolo is more important than the noise for Shanahan.
But the noise for Garoppolo should be muted because the coach said bye. The fan base thought he was gone. And essentially he was. So don't double back now and act like the relation. Jimmy, I was talking to the boss during break. He was like,
who's doubling back?
The fans.
What do you mean?
Like he was up out of here. He's saving your ass right now. So before you overly criticize Jimmy, which we all understand when you talk about, we've seen this movie, heard this album, you better be glad you still got him.
That's all.
So you can't throw tomatoes at him like you used to in the past. He's saving your ass right now. What if Brock Purdy was in Denver and it didn't go well? Then what are you talking about? Where you drafting? Are you going to draft another quarterback? Did I hear Damon Friday or Damon and Ratto say, who did he ask? Might have been Peter King. What did the Niners do for Jimmy re-sign Jimmy or draft another QB? We're not too many corners away from that. And we're talking about Jimmy. Who was it? Baldy. He was talking to Baldy.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I lost you somewhere.
Yeah.
I got crashed in a moped. So
TC's in Sacramento.
Yeah.
What's up, TC?
Guru Steiny, what's up with my brother?
Hey.
All right, look, man, just a few points. First and foremost, Kyle Shanahan lost the brains when Mike McDaniel and the LaFleur brothers left. He ran out of plays. He doesn't know how to design anything. He lost the brains when McDaniel left. Jimmy's Jimmy, bro. We already know who Jimmy is. You get what I'm saying? So keep going back and forth on Jimmy Garoppolo, Jimmy. We know who Jimmy is, bro. That's why we were moving on from him. And we cannot stop overlooking Kyle Shanahan. A lot of this blame goes to Kyle Shanahan. Defense, Jimmy, but a lot of it has to do with Kyle Shanahan, bro. We cannot overlook that guy. We sometimes want to put it on him. Sometimes we don't. It's on Kyle Shanahan. He's the main issue, brother.
Appreciate the call.
And you know what my last thought is?
Is he the main problem?
If he's the genius that you said I've been calling him and others serenading him,
mostly you.
Go make it happen then. Go make a stew out of. Where's the fireworks?
What do you mean?
He's being too he ain't even letting them hang. Go take chances. If you're this guy that I think he is, Steiny, why are we not seeing fireworks? Why do we have problems?
Because he's conservative.
On 4th and 1 and need X-lax. This Niner offense because it's backed up.
It's year 6. I think by now we'd all know he's conservative.
See?
And he's scared, dog.
And you can't be great with those traits.
Shanahan's scared, dog.
You can't be great. Scared money don't win.
He's too conservative. He coaches scared. Think about that one tonight.
Yeah. I got my daughter's volleyball game.
What time?
6:45.
You gonna buy me a birthday drink? How much time we got here?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Got about 20 seconds.
Tell them what they have.
The playmaker, Michael Irvin, coming on at 5 o'clock with Damon Ratto.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Shanahan couldn't get Michael Irvin open, for God's sakes.
Why did
I'm kidding for
tell
you.
me turn your mic on, but he kind of yelled it. He ain't never took that tone.
Who?
Producer E. I thought we were done.
Gotta go.
We are now.
Oh, my God.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Wilson has it on the run. Lost the football. Denver's got it. And Denver's got this one.
We're reacting all day with O'Neal, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh, my God.
Dylan wants to weigh in.
Jimmy G is just not that guy, man. He's just another guy on the field who's average at that.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. Sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more. All for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just
just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Hey, I'm Ben Kaspick, host of the Locked On Giants podcast, a daily podcast covering your favorite team. The Giants are all in on analytics, and on this show, we talk about the Giants in a way that's data-driven and rational, but also simple, passionate, and accessible to all. We understand sabermetrics, but we also understand what it's like to play this game. Listen to the Locked On Giants podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Corner of Broadway and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Welcome to a Monday afternoon. Wow, we got an awful lot to talk about. Michael Irvin, our one and only guest today at 5 o'clock. Until then, it's you, it's me, it's Ray Ratto. And it's the return of Jimmy Garoppolo, looking an awful lot like Jimmy Garoppolo, doing Jimmy Garoppolo things. And I'll just tell you right now, the 49ers aren't wasting this defense on a rookie quarterback. The 49ers aren't wasting this defense on Jimmy Garoppolo. 49ers might be wasting this defense on Kyle Shanahan. And if that's what's going on here, we got a problem that is too big to overcome without radically redoing a lot of things. So everyone better hope that that's not it, because my man's got a guaranteed contract to 2025. And that wasn't good last night. Jimmy says he needs to play himself into shape. You know, I'm going to give him a little leeway on that. I know people are coming down his chimney on that soundbite alone. I think that goes into how Kyle Shanahan walked his entire football team up to this season. Just a little bit anyways. It's year 6. All of this is Kyle's. All of it. His vision, his plan, the plan that he tried to undo, the plan that he couldn't get away from when it was all said and done. And here we are, Feels like we're stuck in the middle of another year, which is going to have some weeks that go really, really well for the 49ers. And then some weeks that feel like last night did. Ray, hello, good afternoon. How are you?
I won the under.
Wow, I mean, come on.
It's a hell of a game for me.
There you go. Ray Ratto enjoyed it. That was in the barn early.
Hilariously bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so genuinely bad. I watched it again just for fun.
So I watched it last night.
I didn't watch it for any details at all. But when you have two teams that are that awful for that long, you just have to marvel at it.
Well, I mean, I rewatched it today, and it didn't get better overnight. That's for sure.
If it had, you have a story.
Knowing where to kind of put your eyes, knowing what was coming, it was a little interesting knowing the results as you watch it all unfold for a second time, and it all sort of makes more sense as you're all watching it unfold, as opposed to how confusing it all looked in real time. Why do the 49ers make offense look so hard? Why? I mean, the simplest of like, hey, we got to gain 5 yards here. We got to, we should be able to do that in a lot of instances. Why do the 49ers make offense look so difficult?
Well, in part because teams have figured out that Jimmy Garoppolo is not to be respected as a passer. So they just basically load up, go ahead, run. We dare you to run on us because we don't think you can, so we don't have to worry about the pass. I mean, last night, and you mentioned it before, when you're playing 5 defensive linemen, you're basically saying, we're not blitzing you. We're just going to plug up every gap. Let's see what you do with that, because we don't trust that you can get the ball downfield. It explains why they drafted Trey Lance. It explains why they wanted to start him. And now that we're in this situation again, and now without Trent Williams, I don't know what they do, because I don't know if they know how to pass block. They might be hitting their heads against a brick wall for weeks, because this is who they are. Everybody knows that this is who they are. And if you have a decent defense, you will expose them for what they are.
I think a month of Trent Williams' absence is going to be tough to get through. Getting Garoppolo back up to speed, apparently that's something that, if you had counted on it already happening, and just last week he was talking about how it's like getting on a bike and riding it again. Well, that bike was stolen.
It's getting on like a bike with no wheels.
I mean,
fall down a lot.
Look, it was such a weird game last night. The amount of it looked bad is obvious. The amount of looking at it a second time and how much worse it could have looked. This is the rare team that actually got bailed out by its safety. Because Jimmy was going to throw a pick in that moment. He did, but unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess the way that the Niners need to look at it, him ending the play by stepping out of the back of the end zone saved him an interception. The 1 third down conversion of the night was an incredibly interceptable pass. When Jimmy's ball got batted down at the line of scrimmage by DJ Jones in that game, thank God that it happened, because where he was looking to put that ball was an interception waiting to happen. Jimmy should have had 4. Well, that's probably exaggerating just because 3 feels like it's. He should have had 3 more turnovers last night. That's where that game could have gone. Now, since everyone just concentrates on quarterbacks and head coaches, and I'm afraid we're going to fall into that trap just a little bit today ourselves as well here.
A little bit?
Let me say, just a little. Let me say what a great night it was for the defense. That was a spectacular night of defensive football for the San Francisco 49ers. Shame on that offense for not being able to figure out a way to complement that effort. Now, I told you that Denver was going to be better than you thought. I told you. Not you, Ray, everyone listening, but you specifically. I told you that they were going to be better because that's a really good defense, and they've got a quarterback who, even though he's not figuring it out in red zone appearances or over the course of 4 quarters, Russell Wilson just needs I figured it out for a drive. And that's all he needed last night. And unfortunately, Russell got his drive out of him, where neither Kyle Shanahan nor Jimmy Garoppolo could get the drive that they really needed out of themselves. And I'll also say this. The 49ers touchdown should not have counted. That was an illegal pick, and that play should have been a 5-yard penalty. Do it again. So the Niners just got all kinds of lucky in a game where they had no luck really to look at all at the same time. And if we're talking about the ultimate sins here, like what's the ultimate sin of any head coach? Because look, things can go wrong at any time in a football game. We know that about this league. But the ultimate sin is predictability. And that's why I'm afraid that today Kyle Shanahan might be our biggest sinner among us, because his offense has gone from, lots of wrinkles and running guys open to, still running Debo open every now and then. But I'll tell you this right now. I am calling what is about to happen in every play before it happens with about 80% accuracy. And that's just me, a boob, sitting on my couch. If I'm picking up these tendencies, what are other NFL teams and head coaches doing? I'll tell you when Deebo Samuel's about to run with the ball. You know when? You want to know the clue that Deebo Samuel is about to run with the football is? He's in the backfield. If Deebo Samuel's lining up in the backfield, he's getting the ball. It's so predictable. And predictable is...
Sorry.
What
happened here?
There you go.
My computer started to spit out an interview.
It's all right. At least your computer's into the show today.
I'm in.
I know.
Don't start that with me.
I'm just kidding.
I watched a crappy game twice.
But you did that for joy. That was personal pleasure.
Well, true, but I still watched it one more time than it deserved.
That was something else. That was something else last night. And where we go from here is anybody's guess. I mean, I guess that's the beauty of the year. What's about to happen next? I got no clue.
Oh, no, that's the thing about this, is that every week is going to be a different thing. There will be some common themes, the first of which is they cannot pass block, especially now without Trent Williams. And two, they're going to have to figure out a way to either make Jimmy Garoppolo a more credible passing threat, or they're going to have to figure out how to run the triple option. Because you saw in Denver last night sort of what Seattle tried to do the week before, but doesn't have the players to do it, which is we're going to play like you're Bo Schembechler, because we assume you're going to run the ball 55 times a game. If you throw the ball, maybe you'll have some luck with it.
And what's crazy is they didn't even run the ball as much as you figured they would have in last night's game. None of the numbers getting cranked out of that game make an awful lot of sense, including the final score, 11-10. Are you kidding? That's a beer league softball score. That's not an NFL game.
I got one for you. That's happened one other time in NFL history.
It's the second time.
But the other one, 2008, Pittsburgh against San Diego. Pittsburgh wins, then beats San Diego again in the playoffs and ends up winning the Super Bowl. It's the last time they've won it. So we could watch those two teams play again in maybe the least watched Super Bowl ever.
It's a harbinger of good things, is what you're saying.
No, it's a harbinger of more bad football, because I think that's what these two teams both are. They are hard to watch.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. We got ourselves a great show today, and lines are open. We want to talk to you about what you think you saw last night, a game that is very open to interpretation. A lot of different ways. An outstanding night of defense was sunk by a night of offense that was just awful. Now we have some Kyle Shanahan sound to get from you. We have to go back to the podium last night where Jimmy offered up excuses, which, had this offseason been conducted with a bit more care and foresight, maybe weren't baked in excuses. But man, oh man, oh man, what a night for the San Francisco 49ers. And the cherry on top of it all is the best player that they have is now hurt. Trent Williams probably out 4 to 6 weeks. So another weird game, another disappointing night of football, and a major injury to an important player. If you don't like that, you don't like 49ers football. We got our one and only guest booked for 5 o'clock. Until then, it's you, it's me, it's Ray. Let's do it. 888-957-9570. We are brought to you by Pfizer and Biontech.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and Biontech.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good. All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
When you bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive, you could save money, but it doesn't cover any terrible memories living rent-free in your head.
You remember that time you were singing in the shower, and then you heard a knock on the wall, and then you realized that your bathroom shared a wall with your neighbor's bedroom, and all you could do was stand there silently, thinking about all the other things they may have heard in the 4 years you've lived there? Yeah, good times.
Sorry, we can't save you from that memory, but we could save you money bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Renters insurance and bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Second and 10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Tirico and Collinsworth on NBC. Welcome back. Damon and Ratto, not only on the radio, we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. Celebrate the glory that is. You can tune in, you can watch this. You will be blown away by the machismo that is just pouring through the Twitch or YouTube feed. We want to say hello. Hello to, who do we got today? Mr. Bridge 4. DOD Spec Ops, Danker. Oh, I don't know if we've seen a Danker before. Of course, our king is Otis Bird III over on the Twitter, Hey, How Are You page on the top chat. Or no, what is this? YouTube top chat. So there you go. Good to see the whole group is assembled. And today, mandatory meeting about 49er football. Hello, Jordy Chill. Hello, Fleur Leary, City Lock. There you go. I see you. I also saw a team last night just give it up over and over and over again offensively. I mean, what the hell are you guys doing? How is Jimmy still missing the same open receiver in year 6 as he really wasn't missing in year 1? That's the weird thing. And somebody here, back on the normal Comcast business text line, says, Damon, if you think that Kyle was the problem last night, you are mistaken. Kyle put Jimmy in many more positions to score and make literal wide-open throws for touchdowns, but he missed them. The first thing you want to bring up is Kyle? Nice going, dingus. It's all Kyle. Every missed receiver is still an uncoached, unimproved upon Jimmy Garoppolo. The coach has got to tell the quarterback where to put his eyes on the gosh darn field. I mean, this is year 6. It's all Kyle now. There isn't an element. There isn't a singular detail. There isn't a way that any player does or does not play that doesn't come back to Kyle. Coach your team up.
Coach your offensive line to pass block, for starters, because that's one of the common themes in his time. Getting Trent Williams was fabulous, but they're not a pass blocking team. They're a run blocking team. And there are very few teams that can do both excellently, because it's hard to keep offensive lines together for very long. They're flightier than bullpens are. And I think that's where all of this starts. It's philosophical, but it's also trying to get by with a 1.5 dimensional offense, because your offensive line is 1.5 dimensional. And I think that's I think that's the genesis of where this offense has become. But everything else is built on that. It's still play calls based on, I don't know how long we can block this for this guy.
But here's the thing. Congratulations. You have the best pass-blocking offensive line in the history of football. In the NFL, that still means you got 3 seconds. You got 3 seconds to get rid of the ball. I don't want to hear this level of, well, it needs to be perfect for anything to work, because perfect ain't coming. Perfect is never going to show up to save the day. There is always a studly defensive lineman who is there to ruin whatever great pass blocking day that you are about to have. That's just the way the NFL is. Everyone's got talent. Everyone's got about 3 seconds to get rid of the ball. If you're still holding on to that ball at 3.5 seconds, you're begging for it. I don't care who you are.
But when it's not 3.5, or it's not 3 seconds, but it's 2.5 or 2, what kind of pass are you going to get?
But
something short,
the
which
only
means
passes that the 49ers throw.
That's my point. If you could block for 3 seconds, maybe you can make an argument that they should be going downfield more often. But they don't have that either. And I'm not exonerating Garoppolo because he is what he is. But when you start with that, because all offenses start with what your line can do. And when your line can run block but not pass block, you're going to run the ball more. And the more extreme that becomes, the easier it is for a competent defense to stop you. And I clearly underestimated the level of Denver's defense, because it's been very good for now 3 weeks, because they've got better players than I thought they did. That said, they just said, please throw.
Yeah.
We're begging you to throw.
Well, in a copycat league, the Denver Broncos just gave everybody in the NFL the blueprint. Just go 5 down linemen against these turkeys and see what happens from there. Just start from there. Like, that's the baseline of where you start your defense, and then adjust in-game accordingly. But start with 5 down. Like, it doesn't even matter. You run a 3-4 defense, you should throw that concept out the minute the Niners are on your schedule. Just go 5 down defensive linemen. See what they do with that. You know, these people who want to say, look, it's not Kyle Shanahan missing the open throws. You're right about that. You're right about that. But, you know, there's no excuse. There's no shelter for Kyle Shanahan anywhere. There is no tree for him to duck under to prepare him or save him from the rain that's coming. There isn't. Like, Kyle Shanahan has, in 3 weeks, lost. And whether you want to say, was he outcoached by? I don't even, what was he outcoached? He was outcoached by. He was undressed by. He was exposed by. I don't even know that. But I do know that he's lost to 2 of the least qualified to win football games at this point in time in their coaching tenure coaches in the NFL. Kyle loses to Eberflus week 1, week 3. He loses to Nathaniel Hackett, who is the one guy everyone agrees probably shouldn't even be doing this. So that's a really bad look for Kyle. When you are getting tripped up on the 2 bottom rungs of the NFL's coaching ladder right now, that's bad. That's a bad look. Full stop. You can't justify it. You can't explain that away. I don't care who your quarterback is. And Ray, there is one more lever to pull. You ready to launch the Brocket ship? You ready to go? You ready for Brock Purdy to come in here and bring us all to the Super Bowl, and then the parade goes up Market Street?
What year do you think that's going to happen?
Brock Purdy this year. Right? No, I'm just kidding. But look, I'll give Jimmy 3 weeks. I'll give Jimmy Garoppolo 3 weeks. You got 3 weeks to get yourself up to speed here and show me something that didn't look like last night. If all you got 3 weeks from now is more of the same Jimmy Garoppolo, then it is time to go to Brock Purdy. It straight up is. And may that change things? I don't know. But trying to do the same thing over and over again, that sounds a little nuts to me. The tightest spiral in football is the Jimmy Garoppolo downward spiral. Saw this, I believe it was Al Sacco of 49ers Web Zone, has some pretty revealing numbers on where Garoppolo is just in his career right now. Starting at 19-5, after starting 19-5, The 49ers are now 12-10 since 2022 with Jimmy under center. He's thrown 18 interceptions and lost 4 fumbles in those 22 games. In 46 regular season starts, Jimmy's thrown 39 interceptions. He's lost 9 fumbles for a grand total now of 48 turnovers in 46 starts. And you can bring that up to 49 if you want to count the world's dumbest safety last night, which is sort of like a turnover without it counting as one. Seriously, that is a safety you don't get in high school games. Does Jimmy not know the length of that end zone? Has he been rehabbing that shoulder so long he forgot the depth of the end zone? This is what happens when you got a quarterback who's got the loudest feet in the NFL. Jimmy's feet aren't quiet. He is jitterbugging all over the pocket at all times. He has no mechanics to his throw, which is why that ball either comes out diving like a sinker or floating like a slider, a hanging curveball. And Jimmy last night said, 1 for 10 on third down obviously isn't good.
It's our rhythm. I don't think we weren't in a rhythm at all in the second half. And you could feel it, you could see it. We were talking about on the sideline, but just I don't know. I was just thinking about it. It was kind of my first week with these guys, and I just got to get in a rhythm with them, especially like third down. I mean, we were terrible today, and I just got to get on the same page with those guys, and we got to convert those.
First week for newly acquired free agent backup quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo with these guys. First week with these guys. I mean, that's lovely. I get what he's saying, but I'm also going to spit on what he's saying because it's week 3 of the season. And you've been around since training camp, and training camp was so squandered by I still haven't really got my plan for what I'm about to do with my year, Kyle Shanahan, that it's not. By the way, the market of nobody's coming for Jimmy was blinking neon over and over again weeks before they'd actually decided to pivot back to Jimmy Garoppolo. They could have made that decision that Jimmy's going to be stuck with us a lot earlier than they did.
Well, more to the point, the excuse sounds particularly hollow because even though his shoulder is healing, he's still there. And all we heard was, well, he's not in any of the meetings. Well, if he's still on the roster, why isn't he in the meetings?
Why isn't he in the meetings? Why doesn't he have a playbook? Why isn't he getting mental reps?
And even if you want to ignore that, this isn't week 3. It's week 48. He's been doing this for a while. I mean, the truth is he tries to throw the ball in places that he doesn't have the arm to throw it. He throws it in the tight spots a lot. The one pass to Samuel, it's a step behind him. He's erratic. He's just erratic. And that's, I think, another one of the reasons why Shanahan loves to run the ball. He's built an offense that is, trying to hide the inadequacies of his offensive line and the inaccuracies of his quarterback. It makes sense until you realize that Kyle Shanahan is also in charge of the roster. And that's where I kind of get off the train here is how can you have a mediocre offensive line for all of it? For all of it. I mean, the first 2 years I'm giving him because the team had to be stripped down to parts and then rebuilt.
Well,
but it's now 3 years and change.
Right. Before Trent Williams rose to the status of I might be the best player in football, which, by the way, is a totally radical overbilling of who he really is.
Best offensive lineman.
He's a very good. He's the best left tackle in football, which is a hell of a perch to be sitting on. They got rid of the guy that was their best offensive lineman last year, Laken Tomlinson, number 1 with a bullet, and they let him walk. Why? Why did they do that? It doesn't make any sense. Again, whatever the reason is, the 49ers aren't clicking, it's Kyle's fault.
Well,
I sound like Cartman. I sound, hey, Kyle, it's you, Kyle. But it really is. It's all Kyle's fault. We are deep enough into his grand vision where it's all his. All of it.
Well, that seems obvious, but it is true, because he's also the general manager. He's also the guy who selects the players. So he can't look at the front office and go, why aren't you helping me here? I mean, it's good angel, bad angel on each shoulder. And either way, however you slice this, you're getting him. And when it's working, it works really well. And it might work this week. Who the hell knows?
Right. The familiarity brings out some of the best in Kyle. He knows how to beat the Rams. He knows what McVay's good or not good at. Like he seems to be all over the Rams on game day, except for the NFC title game.
And if Jaquiski Tartt catches the interception, he's got that one too. That said, it really is about, did our guys do what I like to do better than their guys could do stopping it? There's not a lot of thought here. There's not a lot of, we got to out-scheme those guys. No. If your guys do the stuff you want them to do better than the other team can stop you from doing it, they get 27 points like they did a week ago. If you can't do that, you get 11. Or you get, 10.
There's an element here on the text line saying, well, if you know so much, Damon, why aren't you a coach? Hey, look, if I didn't know this much, why are you listening? What do you want me to say? It's my job to talk about what I saw. What I saw, to me, looked predictable. How did I run it through the that's predictable filter? Well, I'm saying what's going to happen before what's going to happen. The minute Deebo Samuel's lined up in that backfield, Deebo's getting the ball. The minute Kyle Juszczyk is in this is an abnormal motion that Kyle Juszczyk is in, Jimmy's going to throw him the ball. It's predictable. And predictable is where good football goes to die on every level of football. And the whole point of Kyle Shanahan having the brains that he does is to do unpredictable things. He hasn't fooled a single opponent on a single snap in a single game so far this year. Everybody knows what the Niners are about to do. They see it coming, and they stop it.
But how many times has he actually fooled teams? Because I think you pretty much know who they are week in and week out. You knew it last year. They didn't go from we're doing something we never did before poorly, and we're 3-5. Now we're going to do the stuff we like to do, and now we're 7-2. That's not how it happened. It's when they are good at what they're doing, they win.
Right. It's
just that they're not.
That's the equivalent of saying it's a make or miss league.
Yeah,
it really is.
Okay, but he's been this for 4 years. Like I said, I'm throwing out the first 2 years, and I'm not going to give him the mulligan on the massive injuries because every team gets injuries. Deal with it, and that's going to be the mantra now. Every team gets injuries; they have to deal with this again. No Elijah Mitchell, no Trey Lance, who still their presumed starter, the one they want, and now no Trent Williams. I don't know how you pick three more important guys to what Kyle Shanahan does.
I guess you could put Azeez Al-Shaair on top of it.
Trent Williams ended up having a high ankle sprain. He'll be out some time. Azeez had an MCL sprain. It's very similar to what Elijah did. So most likely won't require surgery, but probably the same time we'll see. But I know we gave Elijah, our guess was around 8 weeks. Ross Dwelly has ribs. He'll be day-to-day with those.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Our one and only guest is going to come up at 5 o'clock when Michael Irvin joins us a little bit later on today. Until then...
He's going to be distracted,
Why? Cowboys? Yeah, well, I'm sure he'll give us his very best effort.
Given the limitations of his attention span.
We have Aaron in San Leandro. Hello, Aaron. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Damon. Hey, Ray. How you guys doing?
What up?
Yeah, I just, that was a game last night in which I'm pretty sure Joe Kitna's 2006 Lions probably could have beat the Niners just with the offensive inefficiencies. But all jokes aside, I don't understand what rhythm Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy G are talking about in that first half when you went 0 for 9 in the better half of 3.5 quarters of football.
Yeah, Kyle's talking about how he liked his first half offense. Why? Why? Why did you like that?
7 points and a half. You just any other offense in this league would have steamrolled the Niners last night, and it wasn't even close. I just don't understand what they were seeing.
Well, here's the thing. Hold on, Aaron. Thank you for the call, man. Appreciate it. I don't know if any offense is going to be steamrolling the 49ers because that defense can play. And that's going to be the utter crying shame. Like, I can already see that was a shame ending of this year. The Niners are going to throw out what is going to be a top 5 defense all season long. Unless radical injuries start catching up with them on that side of the football, this team is built to win. They won last night. That 49ers defense did everything you could possibly ask a defense to do to win a football game. They held their opponent to 11 points. What more do you want of a professional defense? What more do you want? Russell Wilson wasn't comfortable for a minute of it. They had 8 3-and-outs. You're serving up 3-and-outs like they're pancakes at Sunday morning breakfast. 3-and-out. Would you like another 3-and-out? How about another 3-and-out? 3-and-out for you? How about another one? Well, what more do you want?
7 for 29, the two teams on third downs.
With 8 being on Denver's side of the equation.
Neither team moved the ball at all at any point. Each team had one drive. The rest of it was Patriot League at its best.
I mean, is all the razzle-dazzle in South Beach now? Is this because Mike McDaniel's gone? I don't know. I really don't know, but I'll tell you this right now. The Miami Dolphins are the most arrow-pointing up ascending franchise in football this Monday morning, aren't they?
Well, how much razzle-dazzle did they have when Mike McDaniel was here? Not a ton. Ultimately, he's running his own shop, but it's not like he could have run his own shop here. So, whatever razzle and or dazzle Kyle Shanahan has, he has made it unlikely to be seen by roster choices and philosophy. So, I don't know that Mike McDaniel's presence or absence makes a difference, because when he was here, he wasn't going to be able to show it, because ultimately, Kyle Shanahan makes the final call on what plays get run.
By the way, I will say this. We do like to correct mistakes in real time. A few people have brought up on the text line. Damon, the defense didn't give up 11 points. They gave up 9. One of Jimmy's back heels gave up the other 2. You're right about that. They only give up 9 points. Jimmy. Wondering where that end zone ends. Come on, man.
Hey, it worked for Dan Orlovsky.
Dan was running for his freaking life. Jimmy was just like trying to set his feet and throw.
Yeah, but Dan ran out of the end zone for about 4 or 5 steps. At some point, you have to self-correct.
Yeah, no, he was running to East Lansing there in that game. That was bad. This is Sebastian in Fremont. Sebastian, what do you got?
Hey, gentlemen, good afternoon.
What's up? Hello. Yes, gotcha.
Hey. All right, there we go. Hey, I was just calling. Ray, you kind of touched on it. My question is, are they missing Mike McDaniels? Because I hear everything else. It's either Jimmy or the O-line or Shanahan. Is it Mike McDaniels that made the difference, do you think?
I mean, were they a dynamic offense last year? I don't think so.
No, I mean, it's a theory. I think they look at it this way. With Mike McDaniel last year, they got more out of their offense than they've been able to get out of their offense this year. Now, the first game was a monsoon. Second game was your starting quarterback going down. So last night was our first real look at the Niners in a normal football setting. Did not like what I saw. How much does Mike McDaniel's absence have to do with all that? I guess, further time will tell us. But man, that was just a rough watch last night. It was a really rough watch.
Not if you had the under.
If you had the under, it was easy street.
Oh, put my feet up, enjoyed the entire second half. And I particularly enjoyed it because they both played it for comedy.
At what point do we actually start talking job security? With Kyle Shanahan here.
2 more years.
That just, the NFL can't work like that. If results are coming back like this, it can't work like that. And we'll get back into that. Trey Lance scored as many points in a monsoon as Jimmy Garoppolo did in perfect conditions. That's not good. We have an awful lot for you this afternoon. You good people listening, you're invited in. 888-957-9570. When do you think the seat under Shanahan should officially become a hot seat? Are we there right now? Obviously, there's only one person that needs to believe that, and his name is Jed. We got an awful lot for you, including Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal coming up tonight. It's the football hour starting as soon as we're done at 6 o'clock. We will keep Ray here until 5:54, and then we'll bring in those guys to further explain what the hell we all saw last night. Don't you go anywhere.
There we go. That's what I want to hear.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises.
Expect a slugfest on Monday night. I'm Joe Gilliard here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Cooper Rush and Dallas look to hand unbeaten New York its first loss of the season in primetime tonight. Primetime unders are 7-2 so far this season, and the BetQL model is targeting some running back props to go under. Saquon Barkley under 77.5 rushing yards, and Ezekiel Elliott under 14.5 carries are both 5-star best bets. I'm Joe Gilliard. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take-Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycle.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
The following is
is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
To the 48-yard line. Denver bringing 4. Garoppolo protected in traffic. It's intercepted. Jonas Griffith on the deflection. Has it for Denver.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Mike Tirico calling the Jimmy pick last night. There was a Jimmy fumble. There was a Jimmy safety. There could have easily been 2 more picks from Jimmy. There could have easily been 3 touchdowns that Jimmy just did not see because his eyes were looking right at a wide open Deebo Samuel, but still he chose to throw the ball to Ayuk. It was a weird night. It was a bad night, and Jimmy said, "Hey, I am out of rhythm. I haven't been here for 6 years now? No, I haven't been back in the mix this year very much, so I'm playing myself, back into shape, if you will."
Oh yeah, my arm's feeling it right now. It's it's different. You try to do all the practicing and preparation you can on the sideline, being the number 2, and then when you get tossed into it, you just I didn't go through OTAs and training camp, and I'm not trying to make excuses or anything, but I just got to get in game shape and get rolling now.
Is he blaming Shanahan there? He's like, "Man, being the number 2, this is what you get." Held off on me. And look, He's right. I will say I'm not going to hold Jimmy for not being in game shape because he played his first football game of the season last night. Really. He got thrown in week 2, but that's the first one he saw coming. He felt it coming, got ready for it, still says couldn't get ready enough. Well, sports do work like that. So, a little time. Is that what you're telling me? Jimmy, the difference here is going to be time, and you will be markedly different, noticeably different? Because that's where the bouncing logical ball starts to roll flat for me.
Well, it was his job to become a pest in training camp. I want to be in all the meetings. Give me a book. Give me a tablet. And it was Kyle Shanahan's job to say, okay. At some point, either they were both sure that he wasn't going to be there anymore, or they just assumed that it wouldn't matter.
Either way,
but
it's
either way, it's as long as you're on the roster, you're putting in the work.
Yeah,
as long as you're my coach, I'm going to be in your face.
There's a level of arrogance there, a level of I'm so arrogant that I think I know what's about to happen with this guy. Therefore, it's all. The cosmic tumbler's already been shook, and it's going to come out where I know the outcome. And then you're wrong about that.
Yeah, it's mutual. They both, They both have that. And even at that, even with a training camp, if they were both engaged, I don't know how much of a difference that makes last night.
I mean, I think they're
because, I mean, they had 3 touchdowns the week before. I mean, I think the problem here is that their offense cannot be trusted week to week to perform.
And that's been a rolling theme of the Jimmy Garoppolo experience. And we are still inside the Jimmy Garoppolo experience. And I really do think, like Kyle Shanahan, when I said this last week, he really might be the Jimmy Garoppolo of NFL head coaches. Think about it. Both are completely carried by their defenses. Like Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans have done more to put this team into the winning side of the ledger column than I think either of those guys can make the argument that they've done. I think there are certain aspects of both guys that are absolutely tantalizing. There are reasons to want both around. I think that the people who, pay all sorts of universal respect to them, like it's earned in some ways. These guys have won games, and that means something in this league. I also think that they're, as much as we can't deny their success, their struggles shouldn't be ignored. I think they're very good when things are set up to go well, and both of them fold like cheap suits or tents when things start going badly. Regular season success, big game letdowns, same mistakes, same issues, ever-present problems, unfixable, uncorrectable issues over and over and over again. Sometimes you say, well, that issue didn't come up this week, therefore it's over and done with. No, it'll be back in a week or two. And it's Groundhog's Day.
Yeah, you just don't know when it's coming.
And now I think here's the defensive goal against the 49ers. Throw a five-man front against the 49ers and wait for Garoppolo's mistake. It's coming. It's coming. It's going to happen.
But again, whatever scheme you design, numbers alone don't get this done. Because there are other teams that have tried to pack the box against 49ers, and the 49ers have run rampant against them. I mean, Seattle tried to do that, and 49ers had no problem running. The thing is, you not only have to design the defense to throw against them, you have to have the guys who can do it. And the truth is, Denver does. Seattle didn't. I don't know what the Rams produce, because the Rams seem to have a problem stopping the 49ers running game. They can terrorize whatever quarterback is trying to throw the ball, but the 49ers gain their yards against the Rams. So some of it is personnel. I mean, a lot of it with the 49ers is personnel. When they've got the right matchups, they'll win. When they don't, they won't. I mean, last year was literally who they are. We're not very good for a while, and then, man, we're hard to beat for a while. That's who they are.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to watch them beat the Rams. I wouldn't.
No.
It's kind of who they are.
I'd bet the under again, though.
I'd be hammering unders all year based on that defense and that offense so far. Yeah, under is the universal play. Somebody here on the 650 says, Damon, it doesn't work like that. Sports is a next man up concept, so backups are always supposed to be ready. Yeah, but this was the weirdest get your backup ready walk up in football history. I mean, there was a mutually we're ready for him, yet he's not ready to be here, and we're not quite ready to have him yet. So it was weird. It was all weird. We're not just complaining. This is a rare instance where we're not just complaining about the flight path, and we're not just complaining how it landed. The launching point is also weird. It's all weird. 888-957-9570. We will get to the Kyle Shanahan press conference. His conference call, I guess I should say, he had with some media. And at the top of the hour, we'll give you the best of the highlights, if you will. Michael Irvin joins us at 5 o'clock today. You join us right here and now at 888-957-9570. This is Rob in San Jose. What's going on, Rob?
Hey, David. Real quick, about your point about Shanahan being predictable versus unpredictable with his play calling. When you wanted him to be predictable last night was on the goal line. Run the ball, take your medicine, punt it away, let your defense keep doing what they're doing. He tries to be unpredictable. He even admitted that he left a blocker unblocked. there's a double team that gets the guy, DJ Jones, gets thrown into Trent Williams, which gets him hurt. And you could argue that his play calling is the reason why we are missing some of the players that we have. And yes, it's football. You can get hurt on any play. I completely get that. But to call that play in that situation, to get Trent Williams hurt, to continue to run Lance the way that he has and getting him hurt, again, I think, like you guys have said, it all falls on Channy because he's the be-all, end-all.
That's it. And we're way too far down the path of him being the X that marks the spot of any decision to where it isn't all on him in some capacity. It just truly is. And I know I asked you this when we were going into break, the whole how much time does he really have before the seat underneath him gets really, really hot? Well, that's up to Jed York. And if I'm Jed York, one of the biggest reasons why, I am totally pot committed to Kyle Shanahan is because I really didn't have a better option out there. Well, every single time Sean Payton says he wants to coach again, that to me sounds like a better option out there. I'm just saying this, that there has to be some sort of enough is enough. And it just can't be because that contract says what it says. Contracts are torn up and spit out in this league all the time. The Niners are worth $6 billion on the open market. They can afford to buy Kyle Shanahan out of his contract. Believe me. Jed York doesn't lose a single bit of square footage in his gazebo if he buys out Shanahan today.
No, but remember how he got into trouble with his mother was by having to pay 3 coaches at the same time.
I don't want to hear about the mother anymore.
No. But it's true. It's her name on the deed. And when he was paying 3 head coaches simultaneously, that was one of the impetuses for give this guy a contract so we can get all those other contracts off the boards. Don't start doing this again. That's why I say it's 2 more years.
Right. I mean, I would just look at it and be like, Ma, the meatloaf. Let's go. We got to go.
Okay, that's all well and good, but all sports is also politics, and internal politics decide stuff. I mean, the Phoenix Suns 3 months ago were one of the best teams in basketball. Now, who the hell knows who they are?
How about them Celtics?
Yeah, I mean, the Celtics were doing fine, and then all of a sudden, now they're in turmoil too. That's always part of the equation. So it's not, when you're talking about the kind of money that they're paying Kyle Shanahan, it's not just a, hey, we run the ball too much, give me something else. They don't think that way.
I just think that you just got to say, Ma, you gave me the franchise. This is me. The two of you decided to walk off into the sunset twilight years. So just literally, when I ask you for the money, just give it to me. Yes, chef. I mean, that's what this team needs. This team can't have any more, votes at the top as to what to do with its money. And if I'm Jed, man, oh man, oh man, I'm starting to think that this might not be my guy. We really wanted him to be. Really wanted him to be our guy. I don't know if he's a guy. I don't know. I got more doubts in Kyle Shanahan in year 6 than I did in any other year. And I think we all share that sort of knowing how this was planned. That knowing that, here's the thing, Kyle tangled the knot. He untangled the knot. We know what he wanted to do. We know that he wanted to get rid of the guy who's supposed to be the savior, yet still isn't the savior, even though he's here to be the savior. So how many times can you miscast someone? By the way, welcome everybody to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Tell you what, we'll get to this Kyle Shanahan conference call here in just a second. In the meantime, Matt in San Rafael. Hello, Matt. You're on 95.7 The Game. Thank you, Matt. Great stuff. Awesome execution. John in San Francisco. You're on 95.7 The Game, John.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I offer you guys a challenge. Name one quarterback under the Shanahan regime that's got better from the day they started here. You can't do it. They've all gone downhill, every one of them.
I mean, I'll give Kyle Shanahan credit for getting the best football we're probably ever going to see out of either C.J. Beathard or Nick Mullins. So he's got that. But no, I hear you. You're not barking up a wrong tree, John. There seems pardon me, there seems to be a level of either regression or it's just static. Like nothing's improving. It might not be getting markedly worse, but it doesn't ever get markedly better. And it feels like that over and over and over again. And now you got basically Shanahan saying, the stuff I'm doing doesn't really surprise anyone anymore. He admitted it.
We're not surprising anybody, that's for sure. Everyone knows how committed all 11 guys got to be when Debo's back there because they know what he can do. So that always makes it harder when you can't surprise the league because everyone knows how good he is. But I do think there's a few opportunities. I mean, he's still got his numbers to a degree. Didn't get them last night, but I still believe if on a number of those plays, if we can execute the blocks just a little bit better, I think Debo's got a good chance to get a big one. And that's why he gets those opportunities because he's the best guy on our team that has the chance to get the big one. And we just got to get him back there when we have a better look for him.
Again, show me the football play where if everything is blocked perfectly, that doesn't work well. So that's the thing. We need to start coming up with some football that works without 11 guys executing absolutely crisply, perfectly at all times. There is a level of, I don't know, was it precision insistence that Kyle Shanahan's offense calls for that is maybe a little outdated. Like you have to have an offense that works when things aren't perfect across the board. All 11 guys in perfect synced harmony. Perfect. There's got to be other ways to win. I've seen other touchdowns happen on other football fields without it being the single greatest drawn up, executed, and conceived and designed play of all time. Sometimes you just get a dude who makes a play.
See, that's why I never trust answers in conference calls or press conferences. He's trying to dance around the fact that they can't get the ball to him. It's not that it's not perfect. It's that it's not happening. And it's not because something was a hair off. You're judged basically on results. How do you have to have if we're going to take stock in his answers, which I always think is foolish, he's got to have better answers than this because they don't correspond to reality. This is not about precision. This is about inability to create an offense where that can be a regular part of it.
Well, here's the reality. Dante Pettis has more receiving touchdowns than Debo Samuel this year.
Well, he was open.
So operate from that reality because that's the reality. Dante Pettis, more receiving touchdowns than Debo Samuel. In what world could that possibly exist?
Well, he'd still be a 49er if guys didn't cover him at all.
That does feel like a really good way to make a Pro Bowl. They forgot to cover me.
Yeah, over and over and over again.
Speaking of the Pro Bowl, we're going to have to forget to cover it because it's dead. They're going to have guys throwing footballs into trash cans on the back of golf carts. To me, that's better than the Pro Bowl.
It's still not going to get me to watch it.
Give me a skills competition. Let me watch Baker Mayfield throw a football into a trash can.
The trash can is apt. I mean, if you want to talk about skills competition, give me hockey players standing on a little island in the middle of the Bellagio fountain and trying to shoot goals from about 60 feet. That's sort of, okay, I haven't seen that before. Watching a quarterback throw a ball into a moving trash can, 5,000 times. Swinging a tire, 5,000 times. Do something better or don't do it at all. Because nobody's watching that. I mean, more people will watch the Pro Bowl than will watch Baker Mayfield throwing a ball at a garbage can.
I don't know. If you have both Manning casts going on and a whole bunch of tomfoolery about
If they do that, then I have no respect left for
them. Oh, no, they're doing it. That's why this whole thing has happened. The Manning cast is basically taking over the Pro Bowl from here on out.
Well, then...
It's an Omaha Productions, Ray.
Okay, I'll tell you what then. Forget the skills competition and just let them talk. Unfettered, without fear that the league is going to be offended.
Omaha.
For 2 hours.
Omaha.
Just do that. Have it like a segment on each team. Why did the Jets go 3-14 again? Eli. And then just have him tear them a new one. That's going to be way better than, watching to see if somebody can, skip rope for a minute and a half straight.
There's no way I could skip rope for a minute and a half straight.
Well, you're not in the skills competition.
Richie in San Jose. So here's the deal. Shanahan, I've already talked past the Shanahan start point, right? All right. Kyle Shanahan conference call 4:15 here on 95.7 The Game. We'll give you the highlight reel. It won't take long. This is Richie in San Jose. What do you got, Richie?
Hey, what's up, guys? Okay, so don't get me wrong. Like, yesterday's game was one of those kind of, like, the days when, like, it made me question of how much should I be really investing, like, my emotions in sports, because, like, it was pretty bleak. But a couple of just quick points about sort of optimistic, but more like projecting. So, number one, getting Jimmy Ward back is going to be huge, because I think that that's largely why we lost both those games. I think he helps us big time in stopping those big the big plays they got like with Pettis. And okay, the other thing is Kyle Shanahan. I'm interested to watch what happens when he does, because he actually, if you notice, like when Nick Mullins was the quarterback, Kyle Shanahan was scheming up with the much worse roster. He was scheming up pretty good game plans, especially after weeks following the ones when they got embarrassed. He had a few embarrassing weeks like that. The last point was that the Denver Broncos also have a pretty good defense, and I don't think they're going to make a lot of quarterbacks. They're going to make a lot of the quarterbacks look bad this year. And if you remember, Tom Brady, actually, when he started with the Bucs his first year, he was kind of slow. People were saying he was washed up and stuff, kind of much like Russell Wilson. I think it's a very reasonable projection to think that Broncos could win the division.
Well, there's nowhere to go but up for that Broncos offense. There's no doubt. That's a very good defensive football team. There's still a lot of Vic Fangio in their DNA, and Randy Gregory is a player, man. He's a player. So, to your first point, though, yeah, Jimmy Ward showing up should make this defense even better. To me, safety play, zero issues so far. Like, to me, no notes. Defensively, what do I got for the 49? No notes. No notes. Just keep doing that. And you wanted to paint things in a prettier color today? Well, George Kittle, when asked about what you say to your defense after letting them down and only scoring, the defense only gave up 9 points. 2 of them were on Garoppolo's heel. So the defense only gives up 9 points. What do you do? What do you say to your defensive room, George Kittle, when a defense plays that well and you let them down?
Please keep doing that the whole season. When you have a defense like that, especially like we got to practice against them, so like we're getting good work against them. They come out, they bust their tails every single play. I think they had one bad drive where they gave up 1 touchdown tonight. They gave up 6 points, really, and then we gave up 2 to them, and they had a field goal. They're playing really well. D-line's playing well. Eric didn't play tonight, but they still played at a really high level. Linebackers continue to play at a high level. Flanagan came in for Aziz, and I thought he played really well. Our DBs are playing well. As an offense, we had to put more than 10 points on the scoreboard.
Yes, you do. He's right about that. And unfortunately, though, George Kittle's probably going to be out of the I'm a receiving tight end business here for a while, because you're going to have to put him on that left side of the offensive line to make up for the fact that Trent Williams is probably done for the very least the next 4 games, 5 games, 6 games. So more blocking for George Kittle. Hooray.
Unless you get another tight end and say, you're just a blocking tight end, you will never have the ball thrown at you. And use Kittle on the other side and try to throw the ball to him.
I'm just afraid that Kyle Shanahan would trade for a guy like Travis Kelce and try to turn him into a blocking tight end, too. Like, George Kittle needs to be out in patterns. He needs to be targeted more than 4 times in his return game. You need to force feed the ball to George Kittle, because your tight end works underneath and in the middle of the field, the only 2 places your quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo, is comfortable throwing the ball.
Well, again, if you're going to do that, you still have to figure out a way to block from the left side of the line, which means you better go out and get a tight end who can do that, especially now. What is Dwelly day-to-day? And even at that, not really a top-level blocking tight end. He's an ordinary guy. You have to go out and find somebody like that.
Not an awful lot of major acquisitions just waiting out there week 3.
Well, that's the thing. You can't have Kittle blocking and receiving at the same time. You have to figure out what you need him for best.
This is Peter in Mill Valley. Peter, wrap up this segment for us. Make it strong.
Hey, guys. Like everybody else, frustrated. And, it's a point right now, I think, where I try to take the bigger picture view, and I've been frustrated now for a few years, and not necessarily with the day-to-day game planning and all that, but I look at this as there was a turning point when you had, from a roster construction standpoint, you had an opportunity to go out. You had a very good defense. You had put together a very good offensive skills package, but obviously Garoppolo was the problem. And then you have an opportunity to go out and trade for, a Matt Stafford. And frankly, just weren't willing to give up the draft capital. Except the draft capital you're willing to pay for an unproven rookie was more than than the Rams gave up for Matt Stafford, a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. And then you decide.
Well, look at it. Yeah, no, and Peter, we got to take a real quick break, but to kind of echo what your main point was is, yeah, what they traded to get Trey Lance probably could have gotten you just about any other player in football that you wanted. So there's an element that is true to that. When we come on back, the Kyle Shanahan press conference, well, not the press conference, the conference call with the media that he went on, we shrunk that puppy down to about 6 minutes for you, and we're going to give you all the main talking points next here on 95.7 The Game. It's Damon and Ratto.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
O'Reilly.
Improve fuel mileage with Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system can increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage. Get Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner starting at $9.99 and earn 10 times O Rewards points on your purchase. Get the most out of every gallon. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
BART is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of BART's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at BART.gov/50 years. Celebrate BART's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds. and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing that doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2022, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy efficient appliances. You can also save with a smart thermostat. Right now, select Google Nest Learning thermostats are $60 off. Plus, find other great energy saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
In Fremont, partly cloudy overnight, lows into the mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit Ashley.com today.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome, welcome. It's great to have you here. I want to remind you that coming up when Ray and I are done tonight, it's the football hour with Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal from 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. They're going to be all over the wild loss in Denver. We'll obviously be continuing talking about that through all of this show. Somebody here on the text line, the Comcast Business text line says, guys, can we spend like 2 minutes on how disappointing my Raiders are?
Let's do that too.
We'll definitely do that. I don't know about 2 minutes, but 90 seconds for sure.
Oh, no.
They've earned it.
No, when the owner comes to meet you after the third game of the season and you're the head coach, that's a thing.
Oh, he wasn't inviting everyone to Las Vegas Aces season ticket sales going on for next year?
Apparently, that was an unpleasant meeting from all I've read.
Oh,
so yeah, it's worth more than 90 seconds.
So Gruden's got a shot.
Jay, maybe.
We have an awful lot to get to. We will bounce around week 3 of the NFL just a little bit, but everyone pretty much wondering what the hell happened there in Denver. Today, Kyle Shanahan did his conference call with the assembled media, and he began by letting everyone know what is the latest on Trent Williams and linebacker Azeez Al-Shire.
All right, guys, injuries from the game. Trent Williams ended up having a high ankle sprain. He'll be out some time. Azeez had an MCL sprain, very similar to what Elijah did. So most likely won't require surgery, but probably the same time we'll see. But I know we gave Elijah, our guess was around 8 weeks. Ross Dwelly has ribs. He'll be day-to-day with those.
Any prognosis for Trent Williams just as far as how many weeks he might miss?
I mean, the swelling's pretty bad. So, I mean, usually high ankles are usually, just for everyone, they say 4 to 6, but sometimes it can be sooner and sometimes it can be longer. So that's why I didn't give an exact date. It's too early to tell.
What was Deebo Samuel's issue yesterday?
Just took some shots. Was hurting in some areas. Had some bruises.
After the game, Jimmy said that he's not quite in game shape yet and implied that he had a tired arm. Is that an issue in your mind, and how do you address that while at the same time trying to get him and the offense back into a rhythm?
No, I mean, I think that's the same for any player that didn't do preseason. It takes guys some time to get into game shape. I mean, you don't really simulate exactly games on a practice field. That happens in the games, and I think that'll come sooner than later. If he said that, I'm sure he was tired as the game went, but you just got to get him practicing more and get him playing in games more. The game shape will come.
Kyle, it's often said that, coaches will say that after you watch the film, it's never as good as you think it is and never as bad as you think it is. The same hold true for last night, or did it look on film as bad as it looked in person?
No, it felt and looked exactly what I thought. I thought the first half was similar to what I thought. I thought we missed some ops that I thought we should have done a lot more points than what our production showed. But the second half was exactly how it felt out there. Wasn't one position, wasn't one thing in particular. Everyone had their part. Could not convert a third down, which was the biggest reason for our troubles. But a lot of that, most of our day was third, and I felt like our average was around 3rd and 9. We had a couple 3rd and 4s, but both of those we got false starts on. We got a sack on 2nd and 10. I think on our 5th series in the second half, which led to a 3rd and 18. So that was more about second down than third down, but no, it was across the board.
Kyle, with Brunskill potentially back this week, would he be an option for replacing Trent? And how do you kind of evaluate the other options you have there with Moore and McKivitz right now?
I'd expect McKivitz to go. That's probably what would have happened last week from the beginning if he didn't get dinged up in practice and miss all those reps. But most likely it'll be that, and hopefully we can get Dan back to possibly help us out inside.
Well, I guess if you look at Devo's rushing yards this season, it's still pretty good, 6.5 yards a carry. But do you feel like teams are starting to kind of catch on to what you're trying to do there and have taken measures to make sure that he doesn't beat them on the ground when he lines up in the backfield like that?
Yeah, we're not surprising anybody, that's for sure. Everyone knows how committed all 11 guys got to be when Debo's back there because they know what he can do. So that always makes it harder when you can't surprise the league because everyone knows how good he is. But I do think there's a few opportunities. He's still got his numbers to a degree. Didn't get them last night, but I still believe if on a number of those plays, if we can execute the blocks just a little bit better, I think Devo's got a good chance to get a big one. And that's why he gets those opportunities because he's the best guy on our team that has the chance to get the big one. And we just got to get him back there when we have a better look for him.
Al, have you been involved in a game before where there were 17 punts?
I don't know. It doesn't feel like it, but that was different. I don't know those stats, but definitely seemed like a lot more than we're used to.
Yesterday, you said the offense wasn't good enough in the second half, yourself included. After we watched the game, where do you think you personally could have done better as a play caller? And what really stuck out to you the day after?
You look at it as any time a player makes a mistake, you look at it as yourself too. Your position coach, the coordinator, me as the play caller, what we put them through in practice. I thought we made way too many mistakes across the board, and that always to me starts with coaching. And it goes to the players. They're the ones who have to execute it, but we're the ones who prepare them for that. So when you look at each play as a whole and you just go through mainly our second half, the first series with the fumbled snap, the second series with the safety, the third series, on that 2nd and 10, just had a real bad sack that got us to 3rd and 18. On the 4th series, we had that 2nd and 10 after Ray's good punt return. And we're on the 40, and we have a 2nd and 10 where we throw it to Juwan down the sidelines, got a real big chance for a big play to get in the red zone. We ended up not coming down clean with it, had a bust on protection, got Jimmy hit way too hard on it. And on the 5th series, just messing up a little bit in the protection to where we missed Debo, who's got K1 beat on that in-breaking route, which I think Debo's going to go to the house on it. And we're just not quite right in our protections, and we're a little off on the throw, and that's what gave them another opportunity for that big drive where they finally got the touchdown. So you look at it through the whole course of a game. When there's too much stuff going on like that, we got to make sure our guys are more consistent and give them better chances in that way, and that always starts with me.
The fumbled snap last night, what was your view of that? What broke down there? And also, you've had a couple of those over the last couple of weeks. Is there something to be said for just Jimmy and Jake Brendel not getting that work together in the offseason?
No, we saw everyone went on one, and Jake snapped it on two. So he was just a little late with the snap. I don't know if that was the cadence out there. I haven't got to talk to them yet, but just watching on tape, everybody went. The other 4 linemen and the quarterback, and Jake was just late to snap it, so that's why they missed it.
Kyle Shanahan, his "Hey, how are you?" press conference, conference call with the press, and there he is. I mean, I got to tell you, I didn't hear an awful lot of "let me lead with my ego" Kyle Shanahan in that, which means he's got a little bit of a humble pie that he ate last night on that one, and he should. He should. He knows I'm going to dial back the arrogance in my answers just a little bit here, and it will probably serve me well. There's no amount of, you tell Eric Branch to go, you go get that interview yourself. Whatever the hell happened last week.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's good at that. I just don't think he's terribly revealing, because it's the next level of answer that he doesn't give you. That's what everybody's looking for. It's, how is it that this is still a problem? And he's not going there. That said, I mean, and that's why I hate relying on those things for actual wisdom that you can't see yourself. I don't know what the play calls ought to be, but I know when something doesn't work, and generally, in a macro sense, why it doesn't work and why stuff doesn't work offensively with this team is that they are, by design, one-dimensional, and by roster one-dimensional. It's not about, more reps for Jimmy. This is who they are.
But, and I'm not arguing with you because you're right. I don't care how many dimensions you lack. My quarterback sees and throws to wide open receivers should be a dimension that even running teams should flirt inside of. And there are 3 different times last night where Jimmy has a wide open guy, and he's either staring directly at him and still not throwing him the ball, or just doesn't see him to begin with. Now, if that's just rust, great, correctable. We'll see that improved upon, hopefully, starting Monday night against the LA Rams. But just knowing that kind of nothing ever changes around here, I guarantee you Jimmy Garoppolo is either going to see or not see a wide-open Deebo Samuel against the Rams and not throw him the ball in that moment, whether he does or doesn't, because it's just kind of part of the process. Jimmy doesn't see things, and that's happened. Jimmy doesn't see open receivers, and he doesn't see defending linebackers. He doesn't see safeties flying in from the left. Just doesn't see those things. I mean, Jimmy last. I'm just not sure what to say. Maybe I should shame myself for expecting something different so early. I mean, maybe something different's coming, although probably not. But if something different is going to come, it's probably not going to be in that very first game back as the guy. And Jimmy says he's got a lot of work to do to just play himself back into football shape, and I'll give him that. I'll give him that. Another thing that I won't do today, right? Here's the one thing I won't do. I'm really not going to pile on the whole, even though I do feel it fits my cowardly description about how sometimes Shanahan goes about coaching, and it's why Jimmy is a little bit of a cowardly lion quarterback, and I think Shanahan's a little bit of a cowardly lion head coach. Cowardice. I mean, they're not cowardly people, just cowardly on football fields with football decisions. I forgot where I was even going with this.
Well,
what was I saying?
You were not going to go there, and then you went there.
And I shouldn't have, because I didn't even.
Because I don't think.
I remembered. Thank you for jogging my memory. I'm not going to kill Kyle for settling on that field goal or allowing Denver to get that field goal. It was a situation where you can either dial up 4th down from a long distance or dial up 3rd down again, and maybe, Russell Wilson does something that haunts you, which him doing that on 3rd down is always a possibility. In hindsight, we have the clarity of that being a mistake. I also think it's a little cowardly, if you will, to not bet on your defense playing so well. But I'm not killing Kyle for deciding, we're going to bring up 4th down and ask them to kick a 55-yard field goal. I'm not going to kill him for that, because you only know that was a bad decision in retrospect. In real time, that's a coin flip, and I'm not going to kill Kyle for landing on heads instead of tails, even though tails probably was the right call. I'm not. There's a lot of people that are holding on to that moment, of course, in such a tight game from a scoring standpoint, saying, well, that's the moment. I don't think that's the moment. That was a field goal in the second quarter.
No.
There were plenty more moments after that.
Yeah, no, the truth is every play becomes more important the later in the game it is. And a field goal in the second quarter is not an unreasonable stance. I mean, but when people are inclined to hate the head coach, they are inclined to hate him in his totality, which means that whatever call he makes, it's a terrible idea. And right now, he's in that place.
Look, I don't hate Kyle Shanahan.
I didn't say you.
No. But the question or the statement that Kyle Shanahan is literally the only guy on the planet who could possibly unlock success for the 49ers, I don't subscribe to that anymore. There are other people out there who are coaches in this league who could get the Niners in a better place 6 years into their window than I believe Kyle's gotten them in his window. Now, there's also a high bar there. Go to and flirt with another Super Bowl. You know, Kyle gets a lot of credit for that. He does. I'm not trying to tell you he didn't do those things. And I'm not trying to tell you that he couldn't do those things again. But I just don't like how this team is built. I don't like how they play. I don't like the game he's calling now. And what is trending in the right direction? I don't know anymore. I can't really tell you what's trending in the right direction other than this defense and D'Amico Ryans, who, if that guy's going to be a head coaching candidate, I don't know if I want to let him out of the building. I mean, Jed York has to be doing a little buyer's remorse in some ways about Mike McDaniel not being here. Did you let the wrong guy out of the building, Dan Snyder? Did you let the wrong group of up-and-coming coaches out of the building to stay with what you knew, what you were comfortable with? This is now a legitimate question.
And I think it's a legitimate question, but I think the answer is no, because as long as Mike McDaniel was here, he was going to be running Kyle Shanahan's offense. Kyle Shanahan's gift...
Maybe Shanahan held him back.
Maybe, and maybe he's in Miami now thriving because of it. I can't speak to that. It's only 3 weeks. And that's the best thing the 49ers could say after 3 weeks is it's only 3 weeks and you see how erratic we can be.
Right. There are 14 more weeks of football coming.
Nightmares. No, I don't think that it's a question of letting the wrong guy out of the building because Shanahan has put skins on the wall. There's no question. But in fixating on his offensive masterminding, if such a word exists, we're forgetting the fact that this team is its defense. I mean, Bill Walsh was a genius, except that in 3 of those Super Bowls, he had one of the 2 or 3 best defenses in the game because he wasn't just an offensive guy, he was an all-around guy. And he was a player personnel genius with scouts who gave him the right answers way more often than not. And that's one of those things that people forget when they talk about Walsh. It's that he could spot talent, but he also knew that defense wins the biggest games. And they won a ton of big games because of that defense. They got 4 rings because of it.
And now we all know that. I mean, I've watched teams with no offenses win Super Bowls with defense twice in my life. The dominant defense of the 85 Bears and what was it, the 03 Ravens? When did the Ravens win the Super Bowl? 02 Ravens over the Giants and Kerry Collins. Those are the 2 best defenses I have ever seen with my naked eyes. I was a little young for the steel curtain.
Okay, but you saw the year that New England put the hammer on the Rams. They didn't let them do anything in that Super Bowl. And they had a pretty good defense to begin with, but that defense, that day, they literally just took Sean McVay and just dope slapped him with a book because all the stuff that Bill Belichick did had been done 50 years earlier because he knew that, okay, you want to stop a team? There are lots of ways to do it, and some of them happened before I was born. And he just went to history and did it. So it's not unusual for a team to lay one on another team in a big moment just because their defense is better.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also going to drop a little Jared Goff is involved in that too. Although Jared Goff's starting to turn around his reputation just a little bit. I don't know if necessarily the Lions are. But
well, no, Dan Campbell may be a dope.
Hey, he may be a genius, too. We do not know at this point.
No, but I've counted now 6 times that he's apologized for coaching calls after games, and they are, what are they, 1 and 2 now? And he looks goofy. I mean, he doesn't sound goofy, but he does goofy stuff. He's not Nathaniel Hackett yet, but he can see him from where he's standing.
You know what he's also got 2 of?
Oh, God.
Come on, Dees. Dees nuts.
God bless our Dan Campbell. Speaking of counting, we always go back to this.
Doesn't matter if you have 1 ass cheek and 3 toes. I will beat your ass.
We'll never get tired of it. Well I'll never get tired.
Yeah.
888-957.
You recovered quickly.
9570 is the number. When we do come on back around, as we get into our biggest segment of the entire day, which at 5 o'clock is going to include Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer, to recap what the Niners did and did not do in Denver. Ray and I are going to bounce around the league, talk about a few of the outcomes, a few things that happened, and yes, apparently a terse conversation already between Raiders ownership and new Raiders coaches. Oh me, oh my. But look, Jimmy, I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. Should I feel stupid for expecting something different? Should I? Should I feel stupid for expecting something different so early in your back as the backup quarterback now playing the role of savior season? Maybe a better Jimmy does actually materialize in a couple of weeks here. As a matter of fact, if you're a 49er fan, you better get to whatever church or tabernacle or wherever you pray, and you better pray that happens, because that's it. Because as alluring as the unknown element of Brock Purdy might be, and the argument he couldn't do much worse might officially be in play at some point here, he can't on the surface be better than Garoppolo, unless he is, which would stun us all. Shanahan included at this point, I would imagine. But Jimmy, just missing wide open Debo for a touchdown in the first half. Didn't see him at least on 2 other occasions. He underthrew Ayuk on a third quarter, 3rd and long that the Niners really needed to pick up. He underthrew Debo on another critical 3rd down behind guys. He's caused his own safety, for goodness sakes. And the center snap exchange in the 3rd quarter, do these things not happen if he is more hands-on in the lead up to this season? Because training camp wasn't some big, you go do your own thing off to the side while we figure out what we're doing on our side, and maybe we're still dating. I don't know. Want to grab a sandwich? It's like a wishy-washy college relationship. You're like, it's time to move on, but I can't move on. And it's officially easier to call her on a Friday night than it is to go out and meet 3 new campus entities. So I'm just going to retreat to what I know.
This is sounding like a personal cry for help.
No. I just know how people think. I understand how.
Desperate college students on a Friday night tend to go.
Yeah, I was in my prime, Ray. I was in my prime. But no, it's the divorce everyone thought they wanted, then it never happened, and then it was billed as, well, this is the best thing that ever happened to the family. Well, not if we're still going to be arguing like dogs over Thanksgiving and Christmas. I don't know.
Well, it's the one thing that 49ers are familiar with. When they win, somebody did something. When they lose, Jimmy did it. And now they're branching out to Shanahan, because all NFL coaches, and I mean all of them, when they hit this point in their tenure with one team, everything starts to smell bad. It happened with Walsh in 87, or no, 85. No, it was 86. It took an extra year for him. But, Eddie DeBartolo fired him about 10 different times and then got talked out of it, because it was just I'm tired of listening to the same guy tell me the same stuff over and over again. And it just, the only guy I can ever think of who got worshipped out of the gate and stayed that way was Chuck Noll, because he won early enough with teams that had been bad for decades that he was on scholarship forever, and he got to stay probably too long at the dance in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, look,
and even Don Shula, got Marino to that Super Bowl really early. Then about 6 years in, people going, I think Don might be past it.
Hey,
it just happens.
TikTok Bill Belichick, clock's now tolling for him.
Well, he had a 25-year run-up, so
it's good if you can find it.
Yeah.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. In about 20 minutes, we will be joined by Hall of Famer Michael Irvin, and I'm guessing we're going to get a decent 15-minute conversation out of him, and then at 5:15, his Cowboys are kicking off, so we'll probably get about a 15-minute conversation out of a focused Michael Irvin.
I think it's 5:20 kick. We might not get 20 minutes.
Ooh, okay. Well, if he's ready to roll for 20.
But we better lead with our A stuff.
We will, absolutely. And when we come on back, we will be dancing around the NFL because it was an interesting day on the dance floor yesterday for sure. Stay with us. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately, like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 Neuropathy Special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
How do you make the most of your land? If you ask the Wrens, who run with us on a John Deere mower, they tell you,
I mow first, then I do all the trimming.
But the Hubbards, who work behind the wheel of a John Deere compact tractor, would say,
if it's something you want, just go after it and try it.
Then there's the Mosers, who may mention from the seat of their John Deere Gator UTV,
You can't be all work and not play.
there are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead and download the Odyssey app. Take us with us. Take us with you. You can't take us with us. Take us with you no matter where you go. You can reach the station. I live in a place where the signal gets a little funny. Well, just use the Odyssey app. As long as you've got the internet, the signal will be digitally perfect all the time. Every single interview we do, including the one that we're about to do in about 12 minutes with the Hall of Famer Michael Irvin, goes to the Odyssey app. And again, we're just looking for 100% compliance throughout the entire audience. That's all we're asking for. Download the Odyssey app. Thank you 1,000 times over. Damon and Ratto here. Again, Michael Irvin's going to join us soon to talk about the Niners losing in Denver. And we'll probably bop around the rest of the league, too, because there were some very, very interesting outcomes. And, not that we're taking shout-outs and requests, but somebody said, could you spend a couple minutes on the Raiders? Sure, a couple of minutes on the Raiders, only because if you had told me that in a must-have-it game, I mean, this is a battle of who wants to be really eliminated from the postseason, that the Raiders would absolutely keep Derrick Henry in check throughout the day. He only had 85 yards and a touchdown. And shut out the Titans in the second half, I would assume, well, then the Raiders probably went on to win that game. They probably assumed that they would too, but they didn't. 24-22, Titans win. The Raiders, who've never been to the postseason in their entire history, starting 0-2, are now 0-3. And Ray, Josh McDaniel got a little talking to by the bowl cut last night, huh?
Yeah, apparently Mark Davis went into chat with McDaniels, and he was in there for a while.
The last time I believe Mark Davis went into a locker room to chat with the coach, Jack Del Rio lost his job.
Yeah. They are currently the only team in the league who are 0-3. They've lost every game by one possession, and their defense has been shambolic in each of them. So that hasn't changed yet.
I mean, except for the second half of this game.
For the second half of this year, but don't give up 24 in the first half on the road and expect to win.
Good advice.
The other thing is that they keep doing goofy things with their offensive line that don't seem to be working. And Devontae Adams has not yet become the focus of their passing game. Yesterday it was Matt Collins.
Doesn't he have a touchdown in every game?
He does, but 5 for 36.
17 targets in week 1. I mean,
But he's the guy who ought to be. I mean, you shouldn't be living off Matt Collins.
I mean, you got to get a little Hunter Renfrow. You got Waller involved, obviously. But, yeah.
Hunter Renfrow was out.
Okay, so no
Waller
Renfrow.
dropped a couple of balls and only got 5. I mean, it's, you know, if you're not going to be able to run the ball, and they're really not, you have to figure out a way. Because the guy who was going to make their offense genuinely dynamic and hide some of those defensive deficiencies was Adams. And they might be throwing to him a lot, but they're not springing him for a lot.
I do know that they got a get-right, must-have-it game against the Denver Broncos, right? I mean, that's what they're looking at next. The Raiders are on their schedule. They got the Broncos at home in Las Vegas. And if you don't win that game, you're 0-4, and the next week you're definitely 0-5 because you are the Sunday night game at Arrowhead. And I think the Chiefs have pretty much used up their mulligan. And they put it out on the field yesterday in Indianapolis, of all places. One of the look at it this way. If you're a death pool person and you're still alive after 3 weeks with some of the choices that have been out there, congratulations. You're like a zombie. It's amazing you're still with us. The shocking loss by the Chiefs in Indianapolis yesterday. There's just no other way to say it. I was shocked by that. Not shocked that the Bills lost in Miami as much as I was surprised to see the Dolphins pull it out. I mean, when you knew that Buffalo was going in with like 3-4 important pieces on that defense missing, they couldn't be defensively what they wanted to be. I thought they'd be more offensively. Josh Allen, God bless him, he still did throw for 400 yards on 63 attempts. That's the thing, when Kyle Shanahan's like, don't you watch other games? Yeah, I do watch Josh Allen run and throw the ball 65 times. When are your guys ever going to throw the ball 65 times, Cal?
Well, that's not happening.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, you're literally, you're like a kid who lives in an apartment on the 31st floor asking for a pony every Christmas. You're not getting the pony.
It's a big walk-up for everyone involved.
Yeah. And the cleanup is a bear.
It really is. Speaking of the Bears, I don't want to say I'm totally back on the bandwagon, right? But
see, you always say you've quit them.
It's over. It's pretty much over. It's pretty much. Well, let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
The Baltimore Ravens have the best player in the NFL not under contract, long term. Lamar Jackson is here to destroy everything. He is 300 yards and multiple touchdowns from the pocket and 100 yards on the ground. Lamar Jackson's like, would you like me to be the best quarterback or running back in the league? Because right now I'm probably both.
Yeah, 4 touchdowns thrown. But the thing that everybody's going to remember is the run.
He's special, man. He is absolutely special, and I know why the Ravens don't want to get into the long-term business of a guy who plays such a risky style of football, but he is the best show in football. He's unbelievable. Big win for the Ravens over the Patriots yesterday. Bengals got right against the Jets. That was predictable. What was not predictable is how thoroughly unstoppable the Philadelphia Eagles look. And I know that they played Washington yesterday. But, man, the Eagles, they got a quarterback who cooks with his feet and his arm. Jalen Hurts is the ultimate example of drafted a guy, developed him. There's some doubters. Even internally, you're wondering about whether or not he was the right fit, and then just coach him up. Like Nick Sirianni has done as good of a job in one season and 3 games in Philadelphia as Kyle Shanahan's done in his entire tenure.
Yeah, if you looked at that game, though, every point in the second quarter.
Yes. No, there's and the punches came in bunches.
The punches came in bunches, but the other thing is, and again, Carson Wentz is a hot mess.
Sacked 9 times.
Yeah, 9 sacks, so they couldn't run the ball. And as much as they tried to throw it, couldn't get any traction with it. Washington stinks again, as expected.
By the way, are you starting to read the tea leaves on Dan Snyder? And how Robert Sarver's push out is like a harbinger of the new world that Daniel Snyder could find himself living in. And I know you want to say that nobody circles the wagons quite like NFL ownership, and you've got a lot to back you up. But the world's changing, man.
The world's changing, but the NFL is the last place for change. I saw the story in the Washington Post, and the only thing I could think was they're getting phone calls from owners trying to see if they can get some push from inside the Beltway. And I don't think there is going to be any. I think Daniel Snyder is ready to go to the mattresses. And mattresses mean discovery, and the NFL is mortally afraid of discovery. They've always been. They will settle first. But in this case, settling is trying to get him out, and I don't think he's going.
Well, the other element of that story, basically, and maybe we read the same or different stories, but the other element was all that you said, and also Robert Sarver, say what you want about Robert Sarver, eventually he felt a level of personal shame being attached to this that he could no longer have a comfortable night's sleep with. There is no barometer of personal shame that exists in Daniel Snyder. No. So if finding shame Jesus is the only way for Danny out of this, he might not volunteer to exit stage left the way that Sarver did.
Also, Sarver is going to make about $1 billion on this deal when it's done. He only owns 35% of the team.
Right.
So it's going to go for 2.5 or 3. Let's say 3 just to make the math easy. But he only gets a third of that. But he might just decide, you know what? I'll take the bill and run. Because he's not a basketball lifer the way Snyder is a Washington football lifer. That's the one thing that made him a name. It wasn't that he ran 6 flags into the ground. Nobody cared about that. This is the thing that made him a big deal in Washington.
Well, and he died. He's so desperate to be a big deal and regarded as such. He's got so much Napoleon complex in him. It's staggering.
Oh, yeah, no question. I mean, nobody's buying the fact that he's letting his wife run the operation. That's preposterous. He's not going quietly. And so, as much as I thought the reporting in the Post piece was good, it was still, to my eye, more owners saying, "Hey, what do you know about Snyder now that Sarver's out?" And I think the honest answer that they have to give is, he's not going anywhere. You're stuck with this guy forever. And I mean, because he's known levels of shame that Sarver can't touch.
And he's comfy with them.
Oh, he's comfortable with them. He's adamant about them.
I did see that while Draymond made the slightly empty gesture of calling for Sarver to be voted out in his podcast, like Steph Curry actually called to Adam Silver to talk about it. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
I mean, the call probably went like this. Adam, what the hell? And Silver's like, yeah, man, tell me about it.
I think the call might have gone slightly differently. Curry makes the phone call. Adam says, don't worry, they got it. Meaning, this was not an Adam Silver production. The owner, and I've been trying to figure out which owners would be willing to call Sarver and just say, Bob, it's time. But when he lost the PayPal account, that was just his team that lost it. But dominoes happen when that happens.
Here's the thing. You can replace one on-jersey sponsor. I'm sure there are plenty of people who would have lined up to take that position on the jersey. The problem for Sarver became the whole, and players don't want to play in Phoenix on road trips anymore. And that means you're going to diminish the business that we do around your TV broadcast, because if that's the night that Steph, Clay, and Dre are all resting healthy just because, and LeBron's not playing in Phoenix, and Kawhi's not playing in Phoenix, and Giannis isn't playing in Phoenix, and Durant's not playing in Phoenix now, like, nobody's going to watch your games, man, and that's millions of dollars.
But I think what happened, at least based on what I've been able to read, is that within 2 days, at least a couple of owners called Sarver and did it the way that they did Sterling. Sterling didn't want to go, but then they just said, well, wait a minute. you own this team with your wife. We'll just talk to her. Sarver's wife is not in that position. So they just basically said, Bob, you can't hang.
Maybe that's how you get Danny Snyder out. Be like, well, call her. He's going to be like, I got her. He's like, well, I did get her a cell phone, but I never even put a battery in it.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome, boys and girls.
I field her calls.
Yeah, into your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Garoppolo just trying to get it out. Wilson has it on the run. Lost the football. Denver's got it. And Denver's got this one.
Yes, they did, Mike Tirico, on Sunday Night Football on NBC. Denver got that one. And speaking of getting one, only one first down on third down for the 49ers all night long. That is an unsustainable offensive model. While the 49ers defense was very, very good last night, it was the offense that let them down. Our good friend and Hall of Famer, Michael Irvin. Well, he's got the Cowboys kicking off in about 15, 20 minutes, so we'll try to get as much of his attention as humanly possible while he can spare that for us. Michael, thank you for joining us. What a frustrating night for the 49ers last night in Denver. They just couldn't get anything cooking with Jimmy Garoppolo. Really, they couldn't stay on schedule, and when they got to third down, they were 1 for 10. That is a tough way to go about a night.
Yeah, it is, and it was a Denver plan that said, listen, we know Garoppolo hasn't got much work. If you can take Garoppolo and anybody besides Debo and Kittle and beat us, we'll let you do it. We're going to let you do it. If you watch that game, they had 3-4 people around Kittle and around Debo every play. And they just said, if anybody else can beat us, let's see it. And of course, it did not happen.
As you look at the 49ers through 3 weeks, and maybe going back to last season and before that, do you have a pretty good idea of what they're going to run on any play? Have they become that predictable?
I don't know if they're that predictable where you know what they're going to run, but you do know the things that they do well. And a lot of times they do it so well that it doesn't matter that you know it, because like, as I said, there are so many different great, I think, blocking schemes. So even with certain plays, the different blocking schemes set you up on a different angle, and you can still have some great success. But every team have bread and butter plays. My team, we ran slant routes, deep ends, and deep outs. Those are bread and butter plays. We're going to run them all the time. We're going to run them at low left, low right. Those are bread and butter. When we get in those tight situations, everybody goes back to the plays that they're most comfortable with. So when you start talking about people are so predictable, sometimes that's just noise.
Michael, what do I know about who's getting out-coached in one particular moment, and my X was superior to your O, and that's why I'm winning tonight and you're losing. But Kyle Shanahan has now lost against a rookie head coach making his NFL debut in a monsoon in Chicago in week 1, and has now lost another game on the road to Nathaniel Hackett, who had about as poorly reviewed a coaching debut as anyone could have. How much bloom do you think is officially off the Kyle Shanahan rose here? It doesn't feel like he's as special as he used to be, and all the talk about all the sophisticated run game that he puts together, so what? So what? So you can run the football. Congratulations. A lot of teams run the ball. A lot of teams run the ball. The Tennessee Titans run the ball. They don't say it's a sophisticated run scheme. They say, we got Derrick Henry. So I think I need an NFL head coach who knows how to throw the ball and develop an offensive passing attack in just the way that this league works right now. And I don't know if we can look at Kyle and say, yeah, that's what he does anymore. That's who he is. That's what he does.
Well, and listen, I'm going to give you this because I know it's so funny. Now Danielson will outwork Mr. Miyagi in this situation. I mean, What do you say you want to see someone that throws? Are you looking for a Mike McDaniel? You're looking for Mike McDaniel, something like that, who's gone to Miami and woke up that team and got that team undefeated, with Tua. You see what I'm saying? When you say that passing coach, is Sean McVay? Because I think all of those guys kind of started around Shanahan. You see what I'm saying? You're telling me you want one of those guys that they have. I want one of those like they got.
Well, I don't know. How about this? I don't even know what I want, but what I believe now is that Kyle Shanahan no longer wears the crown of I'm the only guy who could possibly get the most out of the 49ers. Like, they got a pretty damn good roster. I wonder what another coach would do with it. I wonder what new eyes on the product would do to the product.
Yeah, you think... Okay, then let's go this route. I'm willing to run this route with you then. Let's talk this route.
This is the only kind of route I'll ever be able to run with you, so this is exciting.
Hey, who out there do you think is ready to come and give you what you need in the whole coaching rank? Who you think you got someone out there that can give you what you need?
So for the very first time, we do have an X marks the spot of that answer.
What's that X?
Sean Payton.
Sean Payton? I knew someone's going to doubt. I mean, I don't mean to say that. I didn't mean to say that. Yes. Now, listen, I love Sean Payton. I do. And I understand you guys want to put that battle up against Kyle Shanahan because I do think Sean Payton is special. I don't know how Sean Payton and John Lynch will work up. We're going to just have Sean Payton, because Sean want to do his thing too. But even that, I don't know that I'm willing to trade Kyle Shanahan for Sean Payton right now for your situation, to be totally honest with you, and for your talent. It works, that system, for that talent. You start tinkering around with systems and talent, you can almost get that mess. I know they just beat you, but it looked like a mess right there in Denver. And say what you will about Nathaniel Hackett and beating Kyle Shanahan. Nathaniel Hackett didn't beat Kyle Shanahan. Russell Wilson did some of Russell Wilson's stuff. I personally don't even know if Russell Wilson can get that system that Hackett's trying to get him and be so successful. He's never been a rhythmic quarterback. Drop back 3 steps, let it go. Read off, let it go real quick. He's always created things that made things happen. And when that game was as ugly as it could get, in order to try to win the game, he went back to doing Russell Wilson stuff. So they're still going to have to work. They'll still have to work to do our system fit our quarterback. Right now, I think y'all got to be careful with all of
that. Let's move past the coach for a second. Without Trent Williams now for about 4 weeks, and without Elijah Mitchell, their best running back, how screwed are the 49ers? And if it's only a little bit, please say so. If it's a lot, please say so.
And it's not just the players that you're missing. It's what those players bring that you're missing. Trent, when you see the 49ers, when you guys walk out, they did it again yesterday, it's Trent and Debo walking leading. So now you're not just losing talent, you're losing go power. The people that make things go. It's run like a company. The CEO, maybe the head coach or the quarterback, but each position has its own manager. And you lose managers of positions, then things start getting shaky. And Trent is certainly a serious manager of his position and a big-time leader on that team. So that's hard to replace. Even if you can find somebody that can help you replace the talent, it's still hard to replace the manager.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game for his weekly chat about what happened this past weekend in the NFL. And, a lot of people are crushing Jimmy, and understandably why. He had a really bad night of football. But the one thing that I will give him in his press conference saying, hey, even though last week he was talking about it was, like hopping on a bike, there was a lot of good feeling about him returning last week. He basically said, I'm not in football shape yet. And I'll give him that. Like, I'll absolutely give him that, knowing how odd the walk-up to his training camp and to the preseason were, and he wasn't taking first-team snaps until Lance snapped his ankle. So, like, I'll give him that. How long did it take you to get your body into NFL game-ready shape, and how much longer until Jimmy can't use that as an excuse again?
Well, it's two different positions. I mean, quarterback, you're not sprinting around all day, but so you can get yourself there. Jimmy's been doing some kind of conditioning because he went through a game last night. But I'm sure he was tired. I'm sure he was worn out. And you give he should be able to get up to speed another week or two. Now you're playing a wide receiver position. It's a different thing because even when you get into some form of shape, maybe you can run a quarter, but we got to get you ready for 4 quarters and possible overtime. And it's going to take every bit. It's everything is on your legs when you're a receiver, running back. So that takes longer for you to really get in the game shape and have to work through it. But a quarterback, he got through a game last night. And in the next 2 weeks, Jimmy G should be back to who he needs to be. Because it's a system he already knows. It's already engrafted in his spirit. He's already been training. He just has to fine-tune the mental parts of it. When he saw that throw, you see that throw, Jim. You see that throw. It's a tight one to throw. You had made the throw, and all the circumstances surrounding you right now is making this throw a tight throw. Man, they just let me get back. I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to. And then the ball skips on the ground before it hits, gets to the receiver. I thought he would be playing more loose than I thought than he played, but that's a tough place he was put in, man. That's a hard place to be trying to turn around and say, let's go and win a football game.
Can I ask you a little bit about quarterback mechanics? Because I was talking about this, and, rightfully people say, well, Damon, you're just a sports talk radio host. You're not a coach in this league, and you certainly don't know quarterback mechanics. So stop talking like a coach who knows things. And look, I don't know what coaches know. I never will. But I got a lot of football on these eyeballs in my life. And I know what footwork looks like, and I know what uncomfortable in a pocket looks like. I know what quiet feet look like. Jimmy does not have quiet feet. And it looks like he's got a lot of arm and no real lower body throwing motion in so many of his throws. I mean, he was trying to set his feet underneath him last night to the point where he took a safety, Michael. He stepped out of the end zone because he didn't know how to set his feet up right in the drop back of just the natural drop back. How much did you see of Garoppolo that just made you think that guy's uncomfortable, and for someone who's this deep into an NFL career should have better mechanics than that?
Yeah, but uncomfortable with the situation too, though. And Jimmy, I don't want to kill Jimmy because he has had some success in this league. It didn't look good last night, but he has had some success. And I thought that was as toughest position you could be in from that position of where he's been in. Saying, hey, don't worry, you're not going to be around here. Basically getting comfortable. I'm gonna just collect this $5-6 million. Until somebody needs me. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my God. I'm up. Yeah, you're up and you're the man. And we need you bad right now. And to go and put it and get that game in, that's a tough situation. But yeah, you could tell the mechanics were off on some things, and that's just trying to get back to game speed. Jimmy ain't had nothing anywhere near real game speed. He's trying to get back acclimated to that. I've seen him on that other field over there throwing around by yourself. Air don't move around like the Denver Broncos were moving around.
You've been a player for a volatile owner in Jerry Jones. When you read that Mark Davis went into the coach's office after yesterday's Raider loss in Tennessee and spent a lengthy amount of time in there. If you're a player, do you start wondering about how safe your coach is, and how does that affect you as a player if you think that it does?
If you're a player in Dallas and that happens, then you start wondering. But you're a player in in San Francisco, that's a different thing. You know, it's a different thing, different relationship there, and a different thing. I don't even think if you're a player in Las Vegas, I don't think you sweat it, because right now Josh isn't going anywhere. Josh McDaniels just got it. They're 3 games in. They're not going to say, okay, goodbye, take that big old money we gave you and walk out. They got to give this a little time to work itself out a little bit and to move itself. But boy, I'm going to tell you something. Woo! I don't know when he goes to sleep, what Devontae Adams is thinking about. I don't know when Kudos and Budagos, whatever his name is over there, where the Packers go to sleep, what he's thinking about. But I bet if we can ever put one of them bubbles over each one of them head, we'll see each one of them is saying, what the hell have I done? That's what I'm saying. Each one of them would be like, why did we stay together? I must believe that.
What do you think Cooper Rush does tonight against New York Giants? Are the Dallas Cowboys looking at a win in New York tonight to upset the Brian Daboll hype machine?
It's all about how he starts off. If he adheres to his last name, rush on this football field, rush down this field to put some points on the field quickly, then he could take out the rush of the New York Giants. He got a shot. But if the Giants can sit back and run that football, I think it's going to be hard on Dallas.
I'll say this, Michael. I don't know if anybody in the NFC East can even pretend to be as good as the Eagles look to be. And, man, Jalen Hurts. Who knew?
It's scary. It is scary. I didn't know as quarterback you can get to this place and that kind of improvement. Let me tell you what's really scary. Dude. I heard a saying. I heard a quote that Jalen Hurts said, and it tripped me out, man. I love it so much, I don't know what to do. It tripped me out. He said, I told all my players, my big-time playmakers, all the leaders on his team, all the Arthur Warren and the Devontae Smith, he told them, we cannot just be in the room and feel the temperature. We must all be the thermometer. Oh, my God. Are you serious? That means you're telling all dogs to let's fight to set the tempo. And then if you make the play, you go over there and get that Batman thing and throw it on your back. And it's all Batman, no Robins, only Batman cakes. They're saying only big boys here, and only big boy make big boy plays. I love what they're doing, and I talked about it earlier this summer, and it looks like a scary thing is happening that I talked about. That team is coming together. They look good because they can beat you. They beat you 1 week with Devontae Smith. They beat you next week with A.J. Brown. Then they beat you next week running the football with a running back that squats 600 pounds. I mean, and then they come back and get you with 9 sacks. Now, the 9 sacks, I want to see if you could do that when it ain't somebody that you had something with because he was in your locker room. I want to know that's not just a one-game motivation to get Carson Wentz, but this is an every-game thing that you can do, and they got the players to do it.
You going to remember your glasses when you go to the set next time?
I will have those glasses, man. I'll never do that again.
You were a little squinty. Little squinty that day. Michael, thank you so much, man. Great to talk to you. And go enjoy some Monday Night Football tonight.
All right, guys. Always good to talk to you guys.
Thank you so much. Michael Irvin. Forgot his glasses on set. Leaning into that teleprompter. Leaning in. So
the veterans have a spare. I was told that when I was over down the street. And I wasn't wearing glasses, but I saw somebody with a pair of glasses on and a pair of glasses in his pocket. And you said,
or leave one in your desk at the studio, I guess, right?
Oh, no, he was wearing them, but he had a spare. You got to have extra cheaters.
I mean, you don't want to get caught in a shallow depth chart. Quarterbacks, running backs, left tackles, or eyeglasses.
Yeah, whoever that guy is. But
that is a pretty good saying, though. I don't want you guys feeling the temperature. I want you to be the thermometers. Not bad, Jalen Hurts. Not bad.
It leads to some disturbing imagery, but we can move past that.
We will move right past it. Absolutely, we will. Because we are the professionals that this outfit needs. Jimmy Garoppolo, watch that defense dial up a 3-and-out basically every single time they got out there and couldn't do much to do anything with it. Trey Lance scored as many points in a monsoon as Jimmy Garoppolo did in perfect conditions. And this is going to be where the frustration comes from for the entire year. There won't be any element of 49er offensive football where I'm not thinking to myself, wonder what Trey Lance would have done there. Wonder what that would have looked like with Trey Lance doing that. Wonder what kind of credit you'd be banking with Trey Lance in his developmental year that might have paid off next year. And if Jimmy really is just going to be, if we're going to do this whole thing again, 14 more games, how many games of struggling from Garoppolo or falling into the habit, Ray, of you've seen this movie before from Jimmy Garoppolo, do you think Kyle Shanahan is actually going to watch before he starts thinking of Brock Purdy? I'm not talking about sports talk radio hosts or fans who are already doing such a thing. I'm talking about Shanahan starts thinking, well, I might as well just see what I got in this kid. If nothing else, to develop someone that I'm going to count on to be a backup quarterback starting next year. And this year is a referendum on how important that guy might be.
The problem is that we have what Shanahan has done in the past as our template. And what we had last year was, this is Jimmy's job until he gets hurt. I don't know that Kyle Shanahan is comfortable playing musical quarterbacks in a season. I mean, the one time he did it with Beathard and Mullins, it was, white bread on toast. It was just nothing nutritious, nothing fun. I think he wants a guy, and he wants to be the guy he wants to be. Now, but it's not this time.
Let's say Jimmy's not the guy anymore. Like, Jimmy is so thoroughly played himself into, an unlit corner of the room that Kyle starts looking to shine light on someone else just in the name of, I can't do the same thing over and over again.
But hadn't he done that after 8 games last year?
It didn't feel like he had an option that he was even curious. I felt that part of not playing Trey Lance was to protect the sanctity, the virginity of his prized quarterback of the future. I think he can... I don't think he's that worried about Brock Purdy's overall wife material, if you will.
I don't think that's it either. I think he believes in stability. And the best way to create an unstable situation, not in the outside world where the morons live, but in your own building, is to start playing games in your own head with your quarterback.
But if you're also, you got a locker room saying like, hey, we were happy that Jimmy came back, and there's a lot of house credit that Jimmy had, but Jimmy spent his house credit.
Well, you're asking for a lot of different things here. And I think for the most part, you've got players who didn't really cast a vote one way or another. They just said, tell us who you're playing, and we're behind them.
Let me ask you this simple yes or no. Do you think we see Brock Purdy without Jimmy getting hurt?
No.
Okay.
And I don't have a great reason except that he had a chance to do this last year with somebody he prizes more than Purdy and didn't do it.
What's the thing? I think you're a little bit more careful with the top shelf liquor than you are with the well rum that is Brock Purdy.
Maybe, but they'd have to be like 3-11 at that point before you'd even consider it.
Right.
And I don't know that this team is bad enough to be 3-11.
They can't be. This defense is going to get them 8 wins.
Yeah,
it's going to happen.
Yeah, so they're going to be in the hunt the whole time. And I think if you're in the hunt, you go with what you know. Because, if Trey Lance was a clean slate a year ago, Brock Purdy is he's the iPad that hasn't been plugged in yet. And I just don't see Kyle Shanahan as that kind of guy. It's the thing you know more about Jimmy Garoppolo than anything else is that you can't tell what you're getting from him week in and week out. And he will tantalize Kyle Shanahan as he has tantalized his fan base over and over and over again. He just won't string a lot of them together. But he'll string enough of them together, and that defense will cover up a lot of his sins. They damn well covered up last night. I mean, as bad as that offense was, as bad as Garoppolo was, that defense nearly covered that up.
Look, they were 4 decent plays strung together away from winning that football game at all times in the football game.
Yeah.
Just couldn't do it.
But, the one drive that they got hurt on at the end, the defense got hurt on, was the only time the entire night that Denver didn't look awful. And I think the defense is going to keep the symptoms from getting so bad that even Kyle Shanahan will throw his hands up.
In his conference call today, he was asked about Jimmy Garoppolo saying, not quite in game shape, ready to go at optimal performance yet.
No, I think that's the same for any player that didn't do preseason. It takes guys some time to get into game shape. You don't really simulate exactly games on a practice field. That happens in the games, and I think that'll come sooner than later. If he said that, I'm sure he was tired as the game went, but you just got to get him practicing more and get him playing in games more. The game shape will come.
It would have been a moment where you could have taken a little bit more responsibility for this being the reality, though. Kyle Shanahan has an out-of-shape quarterback because he didn't ask him to get in shape for the Niners' purposes.
No, it's both of them, though. That's the thing. And if he says, yeah, Jimmy should have been in better shape, and the question is, well, why didn't you make him get in better shape? That's a situation where Shanahan needed to be insistent that he's a part of the team until he's not a part of the team. And Garoppolo had to be insistent that, hey, as long as I'm here, I'm going to punch the clock like everybody else. That's mutual responsibility there, because there was no reason for, Jimmy's here, but he's not here, because they were all convinced he'd be somewhere else, even though the market had calmed down
a month before.
More than a month before. When he went in for surgery, that's when the Washington trade collapsed, allegedly. So it was 4 months. They apparently weren't getting many sniffs at all.
They refused to see what was right in front of them the entire time.
Well, or they hoped that, as we speculated 100 times, well, maybe somebody will get hurt. And then somebody did get hurt, and they didn't jump on it.
And then you got the whole element of, well, the last thing you want either is for this guy to get hurt, and now all of a sudden his contract is fully guaranteed. There's no restructuring, and we're off to the races. A guy named Sean on the YouTube page chat says, Damon, if you were intellectually honest, you'd recognize that not a single national talent ever agrees with local anti-Kyle narrative. Only us in the Bay Area hate Kyle so much. Well, first of all, this show has no animosity towards Kyle Shanahan. I am now, for the first time, starting to doubt whether or not he is the end-all, be-all of any and all 49er solutions. I will also say that national media also told us that Trey Sermon was going to have a great year as the Niners' second running back. And I can tell you that the national media goes with the agreed-upon story more than they do the further exploration into what the hell's really going on. And that is an example of why local media matters. When local media starts looking at, re-examining, questioning once again, cooling on certain issues that were a bygone, foregone conclusion of someone sitting in Bristol, Connecticut. What does anyone sitting in Bristol, Connecticut know about the San Francisco 49ers more than us? More than us.
Well,
I don't think that exists.
Well, but let's be honest. ESPN's job, as much as they claim that it is not to cover the 32 teams in this league equally. They will give you both New York's. They will give you Dallas. They will give you Miami, because they're the hot topic right now. They'll give you the defending Super Bowl champion, and they will give you Kansas City and Green Bay because of their quarterbacks. They don't deep dive on every team. And they never have. ESPN has always operated, because, and I'm blaming them because they are the clubhouse leader in football yak. They give us 7 or 8 stars we can follow all year long. It's what we want. It's how they covered Brett Favre 100 years ago. It's how they covered baseball. It's how they've covered basketball. You know, there's a reason why, you know, the Lakers were always on, even though in the last decade they've been pretty awful. Because we can't miss a LeBron game. Right. It's how they are.
I don't know if the conversations on ESPN are the barometer of what is the real story going on here, as much as they are the barometer of, well, this is the conversation that people want to hear today, so we're going to give it to them to keep them watching. It's like the lines in Las Vegas. Those aren't ever a predictor of what that casino really thinks of that team. It's not an endorsement onto a level of domination. It's just trying to gin up conversation on both sides of the number.
No, yeah, the casino is the only place in sports where true objectivity lives, because they don't care until they've got liability. And when one team's got a ton of money on it, that's when they'll start rooting for the other team. But they won't sit there and tout the other team. They'll try to move the line to make them more appealing. But they're not basically saying, hey, they're not, casino people aren't walking up to potential bettors and going, you know how good the Jaguars are? They're really special. Trying to get some Jags money thrown in. They don't do that.
Right.
ESPN lives in a different world. And to a certain extent, so does the NFL Network, because they have the same ratings pressures, which is, we think the Cowboys are always a national team. We got to give them more Cowboys. Even though the Cowboys are bland, with a bland coach, a bland quarterback, and a team that never achieves what they say they're going to. I mean, if this was about what you've earned in terms of attention, the Cowboys would be mentioned as often as the Jaguars. But they're not. They're a bellwether for league coverage because they're the Cowboys.
Get yourself a national brand. People do respond. Look, it's a question that we all asked of a lot of the places we go for our capital J journalism. Like, do you guys really want to do some journalism here? Do you want to cover politics, or do you just want to serve up the daily Trump train crash? And everyone was like, oh no, we'll just serve up the train crash. People love that. Whether they hate it or horrified or not, they can't stop looking at it. So that's what we're going to give them. Well, you want to give some like honest coverage to what's going on here? No, just show them the car wreck.
Well, no, because the car wreck is important now that news coverage is about profit.
Right.
When it wasn't that, you would get the ball hit down the fairway all the time. If you want honest coverage of the United States of America, you go to BBC.
It's true.
Or you go to CBC. And they will show this country warts and all.
By the way, speaking of car wrecks, to get us back on topic here, Myles Garrett, today, driving home from Cleveland Browns practice in his Porsche, rolled that Porsche 3 or 4 times. The picture of the vehicle officially allows you to say something like this: Myles Garrett's lucky to be alive. He was taken to the hospital, non-life-threatening injuries. Don't know any more than that. I haven't seen an element of pinning any responsibility as to why the rollover crash occurred. He was in a single-car rollover accident. And Myles Garrett, just based on how that Porsche looks, is lucky to be alive today. If he plays football this weekend, he should also play the Powerball, because he's about as lucky as a human being got this year.
Yeah, he crumpled that baby good.
He did.
I mean, it looks like a wadded up piece of paper.
Yeah, not good. Not good. He's very, very lucky. So, one of the things that Kyle Shanahan admitted in his conference call from today is maybe one of the first real admissions of, well, the way I want to do things might not be the only way to do things anymore, or might not be a way that does things that people don't see coming, because we might be, especially in the category of Deebo Samuel, getting a little predictable. Again, I asked the question early on, do you know when Deebo's going to run the football? The best answer is is he in the backfield? Because if Deebo Samuel's lining up in the backfield, he's going to be the guy getting the ball and running with it. We all saw that last night, and obviously the Denver Broncos were all over that, and Shanahan admitted we might need to do something about that.
We're not surprising anybody, that's for sure. Everyone knows how committed all 11 guys got to be when Deebo's back there because they know what he can do. So that always makes it harder when you can't surprise the league because everyone knows how good he is. But I do think there's a few opportunities. I mean, he's still got his numbers to a degree. Didn't get them last night, but I still believe if on a number of those plays, if we can execute the blocks just a little bit better, I think Deebo's got a good chance to get a big one. And that's why he gets those opportunities because he's the best guy on our team that has the chance to get the big one. And we just got to get him back there when we have a better look for him.
From the Comcast Business text line, from someone from the 925, someone from the 925 says, game shape, might understand it, but it's just a poor excuse. Everyone is tired at that altitude. Even the fans were tired. Their boos stopped in that game due to fatigue. And I'll say this right now. If the 49ers win that game, nobody's tired in that locker room. Nobody's at the podium talking about how they're not in game shape yet. Not a single soul. So there's some truth to that.
But I think the game shape thing is not just body weariness. I think what they're trying to say is, well, he doesn't have his timing down yet. And again, I'm saying, okay, but whose responsibility is that? Well, it's the head coach who didn't insist that the quarterback, when he was throwing, that he wasn't just throwing on the side, and that the quarterback said, hey, let me have some reps here. Now, maybe he couldn't throw on the side because his arm is still tender. I'm willing to consider that as a possibility. But when you've been here as long as he has, and as long as Shanahan has, you've got to have sort of a working daily relationship. What can you do today? How can we get you ready in case we can't move you? If you're going to be adults about this, be adults about it. And I'm not sure that they have been. I think they both wanted something that didn't happen. It's like you and the pony you wanted Christmas. You didn't get the pony, so what are you going to do about Christmas?
I'm going to need a PlayStation 5.
Well, either that or you get your parents to buy a farm.
What's the thing? So I got a backup plan. You need to have another plan. Jimmy Garoppolo, would you please explain the safety?
I'm in a tough situation. Just trying to buy some time for the play. That was a tough situation.
No, dude. No, that's some revisionist history right there. You were trying to set your feet. And it's the rare safety that actually benefits the team that threw the safety, that played itself into the safety because Garoppolo threw an interception on that play, which was immediately wiped out because that's a dead ball the minute Garoppolo and his heel hit that back line. Any more, Jimmy, on the safety?
Just run the play, trying to buy some time for it. It was longer developing play. It's just a tough situation, though, just that whole thing.
And look, like all games, that as soon as they're over, and you just got to put it in your rearview mirror, and sometimes you burn the tape, sometimes there's something to learn. What you need to do is move on to the next game. Moving on to the next game, though, unfortunately, won't be as easy because on that play that was that safety, something else happened. And here's how it sounded on Monday Night Football.
Snap issue and Garoppolo gets down.
Sorry, I pushed the wrong button. See, that's me. That's a safety on Damon Bruce. Sorry, everybody.
That's just poor pregame execution.
It really was. Here, I could push another button to correct the mistake.
Maximum
Hey, we've been living in maximum football all day.
That doesn't correct the mistake, that compounds it.
Here it is.
Second and 10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
That's how it sounded last night on NBC. And Trent Williams hurt on that play. He will miss, 4 to 6 to possibly 8 weeks. That is not good. Trent Williams. That is a big, big loss for the Niners going forward and how they're supposed to fix A work-in-progress offensive line without Trent Williams being involved. I don't know. Look at it this way. There are an awful lot of things that people insist upon making Kyle Shanahan a really good coach. Sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't. We're going to need to see all of those things that he does for the Niners to beat the Rams on Monday Night Football next week. A lot of things have to go in their direction. A lot of coaching needs to be done. An awful lot of the rough edges need to get polished quickly this week in Niners practice.
They need to cheat.
Oh, I might be all for it. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. When we come on back, though, what we do have is just a scotch of some of the other things. And there were some significant other things that happened this weekend in sports. So stick around for that as we wrap things up and remind you that also coming up at the top of the hour, it's the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good? All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Okay,
3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
Like, I'm watching Kittle laughing it up, yucking it up on the press conference. You haven't won anything. The last time you won a Super Bowl, the guy who's coaching my team, his father was the offensive coordinator.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
If Jimmy stinks at quarterback, how did he end up in 2 NFC title games?
An elite defense. Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Just because Jimmy's playing as your backup does not leave Kyle Shanahan off the hook.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
And it's the return of Jimmy Garoppolo, looking an awful lot like Jimmy Garoppolo, doing Jimmy Garoppolo things. And I'll just tell you right now, the 49ers might be wasting this defense on Kyle Shanahan.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we'll stick around for Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal. It's the football hour coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. We want to thank Michael Irvin for joining us here in this hour. He was outstanding as always. And look, if you're thinking about a painting project, think about MB Jesse Painting. Full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, wood rot repair. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today. Ray, they painted my front door. It's fantastic. They did a nice job. I can speak for the quality of MB Jesse Painting. My house wears it.
They haven't painted poop for me.
No. Well, you haven't asked them to either.
They haven't asked me.
Well, you got to ask them. You think they're going to be, Ray, what can we come over and paint?
Yeah, I think they should. I mean, they probably did it with you, so...
Oh, no, we called. Kevin Gossman, by the way, is painting tonight. He just struck out. Aaron Judge, who is sitting on 60 home runs. That's the baseball you need to know about. Along with that, the Giants and the A's are both off tonight. It's a mitzvah.
Almost everybody is tonight.
Enjoy it. Albert Pujols. Congratulations. 700 home run club. He had a pair of homers at Dodger Stadium this weekend. 21 home runs now on the season. It's been an amazing final chapter. This guy's homered in 40 different major league ballparks, which is impressive considering there are only 30 major league teams. That's how long he's been around.
Yeah, I think he's got 16 homers since the All-Star break.
Really?
He was hitting 215 at the break. He was dead on arrival.
Yeah. No,
then whatever happened, and it's happening a lot.
It's one of the great throwdowns to end a career, if this really is it for him. And this has really got to be it for him, because the one thing that he was going to come back for was to hit 700, and that is now in the rearview mirror. Can he get to 701, 702, 703? We'll find out.
757.
That'll be a story, Ray. We will lead with that.
Well, no, because he'll come back.
Yeah.
He's got it in his nostrils now.
A lot of interesting, like, what if he never left St. Louis stories. Here's the thing. So if he had never left St. Louis, what Albert Pujols would have been one of the 3 most famous baseball players of all time. Albert Pujols eroded in relative anonymity. I've never been good at that word. While he was in Anaheim, and he would have been a monster, an absolute monster. He wouldn't have been like one of the all-time greats, but you still talk about Mickey Mantle first. That's what happened to Stan Musial. Albert Pujols would have been bigger than Bonds. They would have propped him up in St. Louis so much so that he would be an absolute deity that all baseball just genuflected towards, and it would have been like that for a decade.
The only reason I will disagree, because most of your points are salient, is that St. Louis is still St. Louis, and they did hold him up as a deity every year that he was there. You could not worship Albert Pujols the way St. Louis did. I mean, they did a better job on him than the Vatican does on God.
They did a better job on McGuire than the A's ever did.
Baseball in St. Louis is the most important thing. I mean, there's a reason why there are no football teams there anymore and no basketball teams, because there's room for the Cardinals, there's some room for the Blues, and then there's room for the Cardinals.
Billikens basketball. Come get it.
Maybe. No, I think, his numbers might be, his power numbers might be a little better, and maybe more would have been made of his run had he not really hit E in Anaheim, because that's the thing. The last few years in Anaheim, he was god-awful. And, maybe if he still had the good feeling of playing before people who worshipped him as a god, maybe that keeps him a little more interested.
It's undeniable. It's brought out something.
The Angels can erode your will in many, many ways.
We'll talk a little bit more about them tomorrow, unless the will is that of Shohei Ohtani's, in which nothing can erode what he's doing. I say if Aaron Judge finishes the year sitting on 60 home runs, that should be the default setting that then gives Ohtani the MVP. But otherwise, I guess it's Aaron Judge. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, I guess, tomorrow, since I believe the A's are playing the Angels tomorrow. By the way, the Guardians have never not won the American League Central, in which the Guardians have existed. So congratulations, Guardians.
They've had a great September.
No one saw that coming. No one.
Well, no, because they were an ordinary team. But while everybody else in that division stayed ordinary, Cleveland won they were playing 800 ball. Yeah. They never lost.
Yeah. Thank you, Chicago White Sox.
Well, White Sox, the Twins fell off the planet. And they got pitching. They got the best reliever in baseball by a wide margin.
The Astros are now at 101 wins. Significant because, believe it or not, I couldn't believe this, Houston just became the first ball club in American League history to reach 100 wins 4 times over a span of 5 full seasons. I mean, I couldn't believe that based on some success that recently the Red Sox have had. The entire history of the New York Yankees is in an American League history book. Yeah. I couldn't believe that.
Well, a lot of the Yankees history, to be fair, was done in 154 games, when winning 100 was,
really
games harder.
Yeah.
And the Red Sox, they're great one year and mediocre the next. I mean, when was the last time they won the World Series? Not very long ago. This year, they are a distant last in that division, well behind Baltimore. So
if you're Farhan, you're throwing the whole farm at Xander?
No, I'm not sure you do throw it at Xander. Maybe you try to swindle the Orioles out of one of their young players, because they got tons of them.
Look at us touting Orioles. When Ray's talking about Orioles young players, it's officially time to go home. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Hey, thanks everyone for listening today. Another Monster Monday after a very interesting weekend of 49ers football. And when I say interesting, what I mean is that ain't good enough. So hopefully it gets better. They got to figure it out by Monday night when they're taking on the Rams. And we're going to be down there, by the way, at the Marriott next Monday. We're going to get Ray a real nice rack rate. We're all going to have the Hilton, excuse me. They're going to be at the Hilton.
Yeah.
Definitely want to get that
I'm
right.
going to the Marriott. I don't know what you guys are
I just
doing.
screwed up our rack rate. Let's be totally honest. No free beers for us. Sports don't build character, they reveal it. Get it ready, Grady.
He's gone.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.